This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Welcome to the world of survival in the fog. The wooden house is your only shelter in the early stages. Protect it well. The fog holds both dangers and opportunities. Please carefully consider your survival strategies. Each creature has a starting talent, which can be obtained and awakened in the newbie gift pack. The system panel can be accessed at any time, but please do not overuse it. It will not protect you if you lose focus. The first 7 days are the newbie protection period, with 8 hours of daylight. Please work hard to build your shelter. Important. Don't go out after dark. Jianglin opened his eyes, and was greeted by a system notification. The smell of wood filled his nostrils. A bed, a table, and a window, nothing else. A bit shabby. The wooden house indicated by the system was approximately 20 square meters, with many cracks in the wooden walls. Jianglin stood up from the bed. Fortunately, the cabin was over 2 meters high, otherwise, at 1.80 meters tall, he would have been very uncomfortable. A foggy survival world? I'm not dead yet. Going to the window, he looked out at the foggy forest just 10 meters away, feeling like he'd survived a catastrophe. One moment, he was experiencing the despair of the end of the world, and the next, he was in this world. He was overwhelmed with emotions. But I couldn't let my guard down. Jianglin shook his head. Since the system said this was a survival world, then living it up couldn't be easy. Not to mention the dangers of the surrounding fog, just getting enough to eat and drink was a problem. A fan of survival games since his time on Blue Star, he was adaptable and easily accepted this system setting. System panel. He muttered silently in his head, and a panel resembling a game interface popped up. Area chat, trading house, backpack, personal dashboard, shelter. Before Jianglin could study the panel carefully, a message popped up. You have an unopened newbie gift pack? Do you want to open it? Jianglin thought of the talent everyone could awaken, as indicated by the system prompt, and his heart grew hot. Sacrifice 20 years of stress, open it for me. Click to open. Congratulations on receiving a low-quality iron axe, a bottle of mineral water, 2 loaves of bread, and 5 backpack slots. Congratulations on obtaining the talent. Transformation. Skipping past the pile of junk in front, Jianglin looked at transformation and clicked on the details. Transformation. Transforms any object into any object of the same level. The effect depends on the amount of spiritual power invested, limited to 3 times per day. This, Jianglin couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. He felt the talent was a bit ordinary. Seeing the unfamiliar spiritual power setting, he opened his personal panel. Name, Jianglin. Talent, transmutation. Constituency, 8, overall physical fitness, mind, 12, overall mental fitness, stamina, 98 out of 100, consumption from physical activity, spirit, 50/50ths, consumption from mental activity, overall rating, unranked. As a survival game fan, Jianglin understood the panel immediately. The stats were easy to understand. After clicking on a more detailed description, Jianglin had a rough idea of his level. A healthy human's constitution would be 10. His health was understandable, but how could an office worker's health be any better? What really surprised him was that his mind was 2 points higher than the average person's. Jianglin guessed this was because he was smarter. Continuing to study the panel, the trade line was gray and unclickable. The backpack and shelter were also simple. The backpack had 5 slots, and currently held the 3 items from the starter pack, taking up 3 slots. Items of the same type could be stacked. The shelter consisted of only 1 wooden hut. Dismantled wooden hut, level 0, non-upgradable 0 out of 100 wood, 0/50 stone. Review, probably won't survive tomorrow night. Looks like I guessed right, Jianglin sighed. In the foggy survival world, survival isn't easy, dangers abound, even deadly. I must upgrade my shelter as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Jianglin opened the last tab, the regional chat. Chat channel 10068, 10,000/10,000. The constantly refreshing chat bubbles caught Jianglin's attention. Jiangsu, isn't it the end of the world? Were we saved by an alien civilization? Roger. Regardless, we should first find a way to survive. This system has already said it's dangerous around here. Lin Hong, everyone, go gather wood and stone as quickly as possible and upgrade your shelter, or you might not survive tomorrow. Mia, can you elaborate? There were all sorts of things going on. Jianglin ignored the meaningless messages from those who refused to accept reality, and finally found what he wanted to know. Jiangsu, I gained swiftness, which makes me run incredibly fast, but it seems to be useless. Yifeng, mine is fire control, which allows me to set fires by consuming spiritual energy. It's incredibly powerful. From there, everyone in the area chat room opened up. Jianglin noticed all sorts of talents: stone transformation, invisibility, detection, even prophecy. Unfortunately, this prophecy seemed to only predict events within half a day. Jianglin looked around and felt that survival or crafting abilities were more practical in this world. Continuing to read, he unexpectedly saw a comment from a transformation user. Su Qian, my transformation skill is such a rubbish. I used all my spiritual energy to transform an axe, and it turned into a stick. How am I supposed to chop down trees? Amidst the silence below, Jianglin's mouth twitched. Transformation, what a useless talent. Just as Jianglin felt the future was gloomy, he suddenly remembered the description of transformation. Transformation transforms any object into any other object of the same level. The effect depends on the spiritual energy invested, limited to 3 times per day. The words any caught Jianglin's eye, giving him a bold idea. Since he could transform any object, what about the talent itself? While it sounded absurd, it might be worth a try. He opened his profile, and saw the word transformation in the talent column. Jianglin steeled his heart and silently chanted, transformation, transformation talent, transformation. Click. The world seemed to freeze for a moment. The panel in Jianglin's vision trembled several times. Bug? Just as he was beginning to worry about what might happen due to his manipulations. Congratulations on obtaining your unique talent. Alienation. Alienation. You can transform any object into an alienated upgrade. You can only perform this once per object, and the effect depends on the amount of spiritual power invested. Limited to 2 per day. Success? Jianglin nearly jumped up. Jianglin hadn't been hopeful about this bold attempt, but he hadn't expected it to actually work. Not even mentioning the unique talent, it was obvious that this was a rare, limited edition. The upgrade effect described in the description alone was already 100. No, 10,000 times stronger than transformation. Even though he didn't know what alienation meant, it was still better than turning an axe into a club. After finally calming down, Jianglin felt a strange sense of dread. The system freeze just now made him feel like he might have done something truly extraordinary. He'd better be more cautious about bugs in the future. Resolutely, Jianglin put the incident behind him. No matter what happened, it wasn't something a mere survivor like him could change. Let's see how the alienation spell works. Jianglin opened his backpack and took out a low-quality iron axe. There were still 2 more alienations today, so he'd try it with 25 spiritual power. Gazing at the iron axe, he silently chanted the alienation spell. Jianglin felt something overflow in his mind. Is this spiritual power? Why didn't I feel that way when I used the transformation spell just now? Don't dwell on things you can't figure out. He invested half of his spiritual power into the iron axe. The alienation spell took effect, and the rusty surface of the iron axe began to wriggle. 4 scarlet tentacles covered in white slime emerged. Alter the low-quality iron axe to obtain the tentacle iron axe. Tentacle iron axe. Level 1, an iron axe that undergoes an unknown transformation, can automatically harvest wood, and has a certain degree of combat effectiveness. Chapter 2. Jianglin scratched his hair as he watched the tentacle-like axe posing before him. If you ignore its minor flaws in appearance, its functionality is quite practical. The axe stood upright, 2 tentacles supporting the ground while the other 2 swung erratically in the air. White slime slid onto the ground with a splattering sound. Hello, axe? Jianglin suppressed his strange feeling and attempted to communicate. The tentacles waved twice, as if in response. Amazing. Alienation was truly powerful and bizarre, giving consciousness to an inanimate object. Does this count as creating life? I don't know why. Jianglin felt a strange connection with the axe, as if facing his own child. Shaking his head, Jianglin pushed aside his chaotic thoughts and forced himself to focus on the real thing. He pointed at a tree outside the window and asked, "Can you chop down trees?" The axe's tentacles flicked in midair, as if nodding. "Let's give you a name, Little Axe." Nodding. "Go chop down trees, and be back before dark." Nodding, he clattered to the door. Opened the door, left, closed it. It wasn't until a banging noise echoed outside that Jianglin came to his senses. It feels like I've gained a new friend. Roughing his hair again, Jianglin stopped dwelling on the underlying principles. The world of the Mist survival game was already bizarre enough. With 25 spiritual points remaining, he could still activate the alienation spell once more. With little access success, Jianglin couldn't wait to use the alienation spell again to maximize his benefits. While other survivors had to struggle with their inferior axes to chop down trees, he had already achieved automation. Developing the alienation spell must have been the best decision of his life. Gulp, Jianglin swallowed, his throat feeling a little dry. Thirsty. He took out the bottle of mineral water from the newbie gift pack and took a long sip. Jianglin stared at the bottle, lost in thought. Water is undoubtedly the most important thing for survival. I wonder what would happen if alienation was used on it. Now that I have a small axe, gathering wood shouldn't be a problem, and stone can be found just by picking it up outside. The only thing I need to worry about is food and drink. I still have 2 loaves of bread, which should last me a day or 2. A bottle of water won't last me much longer though. But now isn't the time to worry about that. I need to gather 50 units of stone before dark to upgrade my shelter. I can use alienation later. He checked the time on the system panel, 9:45. Darkness will come at 5 o'clock. 7 hours and 15 minutes left. Jianglin stepped out of the room, taking the first step towards survival. The temperature was moderate, but the sky was dim. No sun was visible, and it was unclear where the light came from. Fog surrounded them. You could see about 10 meters clearly. The cabin was completely silent, as if the fog swallowed even sound. The only sound was the thud of the axe chopping down trees. Jianglin looked over and saw that just moments earlier, the axe had nearly chopped down a tree. This efficiency rivaled that of a sawmill. Except for survivors with awakened strength or lethality talents, the other survivors were less than 1/5 as efficient as the axe. Opening the system panel and exploring the tree, it showed 10 units of wood. At the axe's efficiency, 100 units could easily be chopped down. Jianglin estimated that the axe could chop down at least 24 trees a day, or 240 units of wood. Even if I was delayed for about half an hour today, it wouldn't matter. This was only level 1. If I had a better quality axe, the efficiency would definitely be higher after the transformation. He checked the time. Unable to delay any longer, Jianglin began collecting stones from around the cabin. Stone plus 1. Stone plus 1. He didn't stray far from the cabin. Visibility was too low, and he was afraid he'd lose his way if he entered the fog. And Jianglin had a constant feeling that something was watching him from within the fog. Be steady. Be steady. Time passed. He checked the time. There were still 1 hour and 30 minutes until dark. There were already 55 units of stone in his backpack. He had done his best. The resources around him seemed to have been calculated. Not a single stone could be seen around the cabin. He had picked up some that were shallowly buried in the soil, and the deeper ones were impossible to dig without a shovel. In addition to the stones, there were 186 units of wood, all thanks to the axe. Thanks to Xiao Axe's efficiency, there were no trees left around the cabin, forcing Xiao Axe to plunge deeper into the fog to chop. No sound of chopping trees could be heard. The fog, indeed, absorbs even sound. This was even more dangerous. Jianglin's face darkened at the thought. It's well known that the ears are one of the most important human senses, working in conjunction with the eyes to avoid danger. Not being able to hear means being unable to avoid danger through sound, which is undoubtedly fatal in the survival world, because you won't be able to be alert to what you can't see. Glancing at the gray fog, Jianglin gave up the idea of exploring inside. There was nothing else to do. Let's upgrade the shelter first. Open the system panel and select shelter. Ruined wooden house, level 0, upgradable 186 out of 100 wood, 55/50 is stone. Rating, probably won't survive tomorrow night. Click to upgrade. Boom, the cabin began to emit a white light, the blinding brightness blinding Jianglin from seeing what was happening inside. In the blink of an eye, the light dimmed. A brand new cabin appeared. Stones were interspersed between the planks, making it at least appear much sturdier than the previous, dilapidated cabin. Defending against small beasts wouldn't be a problem. Rock and stone cabin, level 1, non-upgradable 86/300 wood, 5/150 stone, 0/20 crystal. Rating, barely enough to survive the third night, but definitely not the fifth. Ignoring the system text changes, Jianglin was a contented man. Mainly, he couldn't change much more right now. Not bad. Jianglin began hammering away, pleased with the new cabin's sturdiness. Entering the cabin, the furnishings remained the same, except for an oil lamp on the wooden table. Opening the system to explore. Strange oil lamp. A system reward for brave and hard-working survivors, it protects against dangers in the dark. Note, it will automatically light up at night. Please do not discard it or extinguish it. It guarantees your survival. Jianlin was a little confused. But since the system said so, there must be a reason. No need to dwell on it. Sat down on the bed. Took out a piece of bread and ate it with the last bottle of mineral water. The fatigue of the day was relieved. One last time today. Don't let me down. Looking at the mineral water bottle in his hand, there was no other choice. Transformation activated. Inject 25 spiritual power points. The surface of the mineral water bottle began to wriggle familiarly, gradually transforming into a cup with red tentacles growing from its bottom. The fine red tentacles swayed in the air, as if searching for a place to take root. Transform the plastic water bottle to obtain the red tentacle cup. Red tentacle cup. Level 1, a cup that undergoes an unknown transformation. Rooted in the ground, it can produce unlimited water. Great stuff. Jianlin was excited. He no longer had to worry about drinking water. Although it looked a bit shabby, Jianlin, ever the pragmatist, didn't mind. Touching the cup in his hand, Jianlin found a corner of the cabin and set it down. The red tentacles quickly penetrated the ground, and soon, clear water oozed from the bottom of the cup. Before Jianlin could rejoice, a clattering sound came from outside the cabin. It was Xiao Axe who had returned. Jianlin reached the door, but what he saw made him frown. Xiao Axe's 2 tentacles were supporting the ground, one holding the collected wood. The other tentacle had disappeared. Green slime oozed from the broken end. Chapter 3. Something's wrong. Jianlin quickly realized this. 3 thick trees were wrapped in Xiao Axe's tentacles, their elasticity terrifying. If it were Jianlin, lifting even one would have been a struggle. However, Xiao Axe, possessing such strength, had left a tentacle in the mist. What had happened? Without time to investigate, Jianlin touched the wood, and the system backpack instantly retracted it. Wood plus 29. Let Xiao Axe enter the house, and close the door. After checking the window to see if there were any abnormalities around, Jianlin breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Axe had a certain level of combat power, as clearly noted in the system evaluation. And as a first-level creature, well, Jianlin felt that Xiao Axe should be considered a creature, not an item. As a first-level creature, Xiao Axe was definitely stronger than someone like him, who hadn't reached the first level yet. The fact that Xiao Axe could easily lift the wood that Jianlin couldn't showed that Jianlin couldn't compare to Xiao Axe in terms of physical strength, at least. If it were me, wouldn't I have already been killed? Jianlin muttered as he checked Xiao Axe's injuries. On the surface, Xiao Axe appeared fine. The tentacle continued to wave erratically in the air. Only the green slime oozing from the broken end indicated where another tentacle had once been. Can it grow back? Jianlin asked instinctively, thinking of the octopus. To his surprise, Xiao Axe actually nodded his tentacle in agreement. Regenerating a severed limb? Incredible. Jianlin couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Axe's capabilities. If Xiao Axe were smarter, he might be better suited to surviving in the survival world than Jianlin. Just as Jianlin was stunned, he felt something tug at his trouser leg. Looking up, he saw Xiao Axe's tentacle tugging at his trouser leg twice. Then he pointed in the direction of the cabin. Should I go over there? Little Axe nodded. After a moment's hesitation, Jianlin finally decided to trust Little Axe. He couldn't imagine why Little Axe would harm him. He looked around the cabin. There wasn't anything he could use to protect himself. The red tentacle cup was already half full of water. System time, 4:15. There were still 45 minutes until dark. That should be enough time to go back and forth. Little Axe wouldn't have to go far to chop down trees. Let's go. Little Axe clattered ahead, and Jianlin followed closely behind, ready to run back at any moment. In this world teeming with danger, caution is the key. Entering the fog, he could no longer see the cabin when he looked back. Visibility continued to decrease. Jianlin estimated that he could only see about 6 meters. This made him even more vigilant, scanning his surroundings every 2 steps. Unlike him, Little Axe's 2 tentacles moved with a swagger, showing no sign of worry. Seeing this, Jianlin subconsciously relaxed a bit. The fact that Xiao Axe could return to the cabin from this direction proved he had explored the route, and that any danger should be resolved. After walking about 40 steps, about 20 meters, Xiao Axe stopped and pointed ahead. Jianlin immediately spotted a wooden treasure chest lying on the dirt ground. On either side lay a red tentacle and a mantis arm. The serrated sickle-like mantis arm, larger than a human arm, made Jianlin's scalp tingle. If one of those blades were to strike him, he'd be beheaded in a matter of seconds. He glanced at Xiao Axe, who stood there in a daze. So Xiao Axe and the mantis-armed creature had exchanged arms, and both retreated? A clash of masters. Jiang Lin could already imagine the scene of two masters clashing, their arms detached, and retreating in mutual sympathy. He glanced around. Jiang Lin looked at Xiao Fu again. Is it safe? Xiao Fu nodded. Reassured, Jiang Lin approached the wooden treasure chest. Opening the system probe. Wooden treasure chest. Receives a random item, 95% chance of a level 1 item, 5% chance of a level 2 item. Picked up the treasure chest. It was heavy. By the way, check out the mantis arm and tentacle. Alien mantis sickle, an organ from a level 1 alien beast, can be used as forging material or directly as a weapon. Note, if you currently encounter its owner, you will be reduced to a pile of excrement. Unknown creature's tentacle. Its function is unknown. Perhaps it could be used as a food backup. At first, Jiang Lin felt a little apprehensive when looking at the alien mantis scythe. But after seeing the description of the tentacle, Jiang Lin subconsciously glanced at Xiao Fu. There was nothing unusual about it, but Jiang Lin felt as if it had taken a step back. Is it an illusion? Not investigating further, he picked up the mantis sickle blade with his free hand, then the tentacle, tucking it to his waist. The tentacle was sticky. Let's go back, Jiang Lin said to Xiao Axe. All the way, Jiang Lin felt that Xiao Axe was moving away from him. As if he was disdained? Looking at the sticky tentacle at his waist, Jiang Lin felt that was understandable. It certainly didn't look very good. But Jiang Lin was a pragmatic person. He could only mutter to himself, I'm so disdainful of my appearance. I'm hopeless. Back to the cabin, there were no surprises along the way. Checking the system time, it was 10 minutes until dark. He closed the door and tossed the tentacle and mantis sickle blade aside. Looking at the treasure chest before him, Jiang Lin rubbed his hands. Sacrifice 20 years of bad luck. Open. A flash of white light. Looking closely, he saw 3 items in the treasure chest. Thornwood stick, level 1, can be used as a weapon, and has other unspeakable uses. See if you dare to try. Crude iron pickaxe, level 1, can be used to collect mineral resources. No frills, what you dig is what you get, essential for survival. Tomato seeds, you might get a bunch of tomatoes, or a handful of shriveled seeds, it depends on how you use them. Excellent, both are quite practical. Except for tomato seeds, which Jiang Lin doesn't know how to grow, the pickaxe and the wooden stick can solve his problems. Upgrading the shelter requires more and more materials, and the pickaxe can be used to collect stone and crystals. While he doesn't know where to collect crystals, Jiang Lin is confident that the system won't select a non-existent resource as an upgrade material. As long as he can find it, the pickaxe can collect it. What you dig is what you get. The wooden stick can also make up for his current lack of self-defense weapons. This trip was a huge profit, all thanks to Little Axe. Where's Little Axe? Jiang Lin turned and found it leaning against the corner of the cabin. Seemed to be dozing off. The tentacles drooped on the ground, the axe nodding up and down. Jiang Lin was puzzled. Can an axe get tired? Perhaps Little Axe had truly become a different kind of life. With nothing else to do, Jiang Lin opened the area chat. Chat channel 10068, 9828/10,000. The number of people has dropped by nearly 200. It seems some rookie went into the fog and unfortunately never returned. Caution is king. If it weren't for Xiaofu, Jiang Lin would never have explored the fog on his first day. Firstly, there were enough resources around the cabin, and secondly, he was new and didn't know enough. Exploring without preparation is blind. Browsing for a while, I found most of the content was meaningless. Looking for help, asking for help, showing off. Jiang Lin had no family or friends, didn't need help, and even disdained to show off. He silently glanced at the screen. Some speculated that when the apocalypse occurred on Blue Planet, most people were evacuated, not including the old ones. Human children. Humans are divided into various areas, regardless of race or language. The system has a translation function, and they are currently in Area 10068. The fog is very dangerous. Someone might have just sent a message about exploring, and then disappeared. A few talented individuals have already upgraded their shelters, and shared the dangers of night. This is inferred from the system's reward of a unique oil lamp after upgrading a cabin. However, only a few can upgrade on the first day, and most people only receive a few dozen units of wood and a small amount of stone. Thus, this news received little attention. Most people only care about what they can gain, ignoring the potential dangers. Soon dark fell. Chapter 4. The strange oil lamp lit up automatically. A dim, reddish light shone into every corner of the cabin. Jiang Lin looked out the window. Mist enveloped the cabin, stopping about half a meter outside the light. Nothing could be seen outside. The gray mist began to turn black. All that was visible was an all-consuming darkness. Jianlin closed the wooden window and pulled the bolt. The inexplicable palpitations finally subsided, and so did the feeling of being watched. He was certain that something was indeed watching him from the fog, but nothing had happened when he entered the fog during the day. Perhaps it was the so-called novice protection period. Looking at the upgraded cabin and the lit oil lamp, Jianlin felt more at ease. He took out the thorn stick, held it in his hand, and laid down on the wooden bed. Xiok seemed to have fallen asleep, motionless in the corner. The red tentacle cup was full of water, about a cup every half hour, more than enough for drinking water. His eyelids began to feel heavy, a day of tension and fatigue lulling him into a deep sleep. In between drowsiness, a faint knock on the door was heard. Knock. Jianlin woke with a start, a little dazed. Knock. The sound came from the wooden door, and cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Jianlin instinctively gripped the thorny stick in his hand. Is this place still haunted? He glanced towards the corner of the cabin. Little Axe was motionless, sleeping like a pig. The light from the oil lamp bathed the entire cabin, peaceful and quiet. Knock, knock, knock. The thing outside, as if impatient, began to knock violently. Jianglin's heart pounded, and his legs, weak, he slid off the bed and leaned against it towards Little Axe. He gripped the stick tightly with both hands, veins visible. 1 step. 2 steps. Just as Jianlin was about to approach Xiao Axe, the knocking stopped. After waiting for a long moment, he was sure there was no movement. Jianlin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The wooden door wasn't sturdy. The thing hadn't broken through, proving it couldn't do it. Whatever the reason, it couldn't get in on its own initiative. Maybe it was the oil lamp, or maybe it was the novice protection period. It was a false alarm. But this incident also served as a wake-up call for Jianlin. He couldn't sleep so soundly anymore, and had to remain vigilant at all times. Glancing at Xiao Axe, who was still soundly asleep, he gave up the idea of slapping it awake. Checking the time, it was 2 a.m. Jianlin sat back on his bed and opened the chat room. Channel 10068, 9523/10,000. 300 fewer people in just a few hours. There might be a few fools who didn't go home after dark, but there couldn't be hundreds of fools. That meant 300 people died in the cabin. It seems the shelter isn't completely safe after all. Jianlin felt a bit of a lingering fear, yet at the same time, he was thankful for upgrading his cabin and acquiring an oil lamp. After this incident, he couldn't sleep, so he decided to see what everyone was talking about. Ning Yuxuan. So scary. Something was scratching at my window, but thankfully it seems to have given up. Su Qian. I just saw a red eye staring at me through the cracks in the wood. What should I do if my pants are wet? Jianli. Give it to me, I washed them for you. Someone. The upstairs has a really strong palate. Add 1. It seems I'm not the only one encountering something bizarre in the fog. Jianlin ignored the humorous comments and could only marvel at the adaptability of humankind. After a quick look around, he encountered a variety of situations, but those who could speak were already out of danger. As for those who couldn't speak, their fate was predictable. I must find a way to upgrade the shelter again tomorrow, Jianlin resolved. Shelter is essential for survival, and that's my top priority. Suddenly Jianlin had a flash of inspiration and opened his profile. Name, Jianlin. Talent, Alienation Unique Const, 8. Mind, 14. Stamina, 85/100. Spirit, 50/50. Overall rating, unranked. Spirit should refresh at dawn, while stamina regenerates with rest. Mindfulness increased by 2 points. Could it be because he used alienation twice? But no one in the area chat mentioned the increase in mind. Unconvinced, he didn't dwell on it. Today's 2 alienations had already refreshed, and he had an idea. What would happen if he alienated the wooden house? Alienation. Alienation can upgrade any object. The same object can only be used once, and the effect depends on the spiritual power invested. Limited to 2 uses per day. Upgrading the cabin shouldn't be considered the same thing. This means that if he uses the system upgrade to change the nature of the shelter, perhaps he can use the alienation spell again. Bet, at dawn tomorrow, he alienate the cabin. Even if the results aren't ideal, he can gather the materials and upgrade it back to its original state. Hopefully, everything goes as planned. As for the other alienation, Jianlin decided to use it on the pickaxe. Having used the small axe as a precedent, Jianlin was confident in the alienation spell. He pulled out the crude pickaxe. Alteration activated. 25 spiritual power overflowed. The pickaxe's surface began to wriggle familiarly, and 8 pitch-black, iron-like objects emerged. It's a spider leg. Made of iron. Transform the crude iron pickaxe to obtain the 8 spider iron pickaxe. 8 spider iron pickaxe. Level 2, an iron pickaxe that has undergone an unknown transformation. It can automatically collect mineral resources, and has considerable combat power. Perfect. It's still as shabby in appearance as ever, but its practicality is undeniable. Let's call you Little Pickaxe. Jianlin skillfully named his new companion. Little Pickaxe nodded with 2 spider legs, and 6 of them dug deep into the ground. Sharp. Jianlin had no doubt that these spider legs could pierce him. Little Pickaxe was level 2, and its combat power was even rated as considerable by the system. Compared to the small axe, its combat power was quite strong. It could easily defeat at least 7 or 8 of them. Jianlin had no idea how to break Little Pickaxe's defense. The small axe's tentacles were soft, a weakness. Little Pickaxe's entire body was hard. Fighting and mining at the same time, perfect. Protect me. Jianlin smiled and laid down on the bed, joking. Xiaohao's spider leg seemed to pause for a moment, then, as if understanding something, he quietly sat down beside the bed. A sense of security overflowed. Seeing this, Jianlin felt at ease, finally able to drift off to sleep. Congratulations to the survivors on a full day. A new day is about to begin. Please maintain your sanity and diligence, and continue building your shelter. The test of survival will become increasingly difficult, but crises also hold opportunities. Perhaps you can try exploring deeper. Simply avoiding them might not be a good idea. Wishing you good luck in survival, Jianlin awoke to the sound of a system notification. He glanced at the time, 8:55. Everything in the room was as it had been before bed. Xiaofu seemed to have woken up, extending his tentacles, as if observing his new companion. Jianlin noticed that Xiaofu's broken tentacle had grown back a little. At this rate, they should all be fully grown by tomorrow. After some planning, Jianlin decided to let Axe chop trees, while he and Pickaxe dug rocks and crystals. A level 2 combatant should have no problem defending himself. He had entered the fog yesterday and gained some experience. Some people in the area chat had also successfully returned from the fog. Since the system mentioned a novice protection period, there shouldn't be any dangers nearby that even a level 2 player couldn't handle. The resources around the cabin simply weren't enough to upgrade the shelter. To upgrade, one had to enter the fog. Jianlin felt this was also encouragement from the system, encouraging survivors to explore, even at the cost of their lives. Was it because there would be a more deadly crisis later than the fog? In a moment, daybreak arrived. Jianlin looked at the cabin and rubbed his hands. Chapter 5. Get ready to go. Jianlin grabbed his thorn stick, a small axe, and a small pickaxe, and left the cabin. The tomato seeds and red tentacle cup were left in a corner of the cabin, and the mantis sickle blade and axe tentacles he picked up yesterday were also placed under the wooden table. The system backpack only contained wood, stones, and bread. He planned to have 1 loaf of bread for lunch, so he reserved 3 slots. Outside, the fog retreated, turning gray, and visibility around the cabin was 10 meters. Jianlin shivered, feeling colder. If it was 20 degrees yesterday, it would probably be only in the teens today. This change gave Jianlin a bad feeling. Both cold and heat are lethal. Perhaps he should pay more attention to his warmth. As for the heat, there was no effective solution for the moment. Before entering the fog, he planned to transform the cabin, a decision he'd made last night. As for why he didn't transform the thorn stick, that was easy to understand. With Xiaohao already a level 2 powerhouse, transforming another level 2 powerhouse wouldn't be very meaningful, and it wouldn't necessarily produce a living creature. Transforming the wooden house is a unique trick, and it might be surprisingly effective. Thinking of this, Jianlin had an idea. The panel popped up. Rock and stone wooden house. Level 1, non-upgradable 115/300 wood, 5/150 stone, 0/20 crystal. Rating, barely enough to survive the 3rd night, but definitely not the 5th. Transformation activated. The remaining 25 spiritual points were applied to the wooden house. The familiar special effects began. The surface of the wooden house began to wriggle, and tiny dark red threads sprouted. Countless threads rhythmically formed into various shapes. It was like a huge mouth opening and closing. It quickly returned to its original state, the wooden house turning a dark red. Without a close look, the dark red filaments covering it were barely discernible. Transform the stone house to obtain the creeping house. Creeping house, level 2. This house undergoes an unknown transformation, capable of devouring nearby hostile living creatures and producing materials. In the shelter column, it became Creeping House, Level 2, Non-Upgradable 115/300 Wood, 5/150 Stone, 0/20 Crystal. This upgrade will make the house stronger, but will not increase its level. Very good. Jianlin touched the dark red filaments covering the house. They were fluffy, not as terrifying as they looked. Not to mention the active attack ability the house had gained. It was like a preview of a level 2 shelter. It looked much more sturdy than before. In layman's terms, he could use transformation to borrow a higher level shelter. Once the system had truly upgraded it to level 3, he could use transformation again to preview level 4. This is how the alienation spell works in the shelter. After this use, Jianlin gained a deeper understanding of the alienation spell. The upgrades to the alienation spell should be independent of the systems, not shared. This is evident from the unchanged system upgrade materials, and the prompts for the shelter upgrade. In other words, if you want to upgrade, you still need to collect materials according to the system's requirements. One shouldn't be too greedy. You're already much stronger than others. After verifying some of his assumptions, Jianlin stopped dwelling on it. Let's go! Xiaofu, just chop down some trees nearby and place them by the door. Return before dark. Xiaofu nodded and clattered off. Xiaohao, can you find crystals? The pickaxe's legs trembled. Clearly, there's no automatic search function. Sighing, Jianlin had no choice but to choose the direction he'd gone yesterday. Be careful to protect me. Jianlin reminded them as they walked side by side, pickaxe in hand. The pickaxe's legs paused for a moment, then, as if suddenly realizing something, they continued to follow. The fog thickened, visibility quickly dropping to 6 meters. They soon reached the spot where they'd found the treasure chest yesterday. Jianlin instinctively tightened his grip on the thorn stick and slowed his pace. The fog healed traces. Yesterday's footprints and the green slime spilled by the pickaxe had vanished. This discovery made Jianlin even more vigilant. If there were no traces, he couldn't detect danger based on the presence of unknown creatures. Continuing forward, the pickaxe followed closely, even subtly shielding Jianlin's side with its legs. About 30 meters further, they were over 50 meters from the cabin, with nothing but trees in sight. Just as Jianlin was considering whether to change his direction, something unusual suddenly appeared in his sight. A wooden treasure chest. It looked more refined than yesterday's wooden treasure chest. Wooden treasure chest can obtain a random item, 75% chance of a tier 1 item, 25% chance of a tier 2 item. Also a wooden treasure chest, this one was clearly higher level than yesterday's. The chance of a tier 2 item from yesterday's was only 5%, while this one had a 25% chance. Jianlin didn't rush forward, but took a closer look. Nothing unusual. It was unlikely. Yesterday's treasure chest was guarded by a mutant mantis. This obviously higher level treasure chest couldn't be that easy to obtain. Thinking of this, he moved closer to Xiao. Make sure the pickaxe can protect itself. Jianlin casually picked up a stone. Bang! The stone hit the treasure chest and bounced off. After waiting for a moment, nothing happened. This shouldn't be. Jianlin couldn't believe his luck. How could someone who sacrificed their life to win a lottery in a game have such good luck? Glancing at the pickaxe beside him, he moved to the foot of a tree and leaned against it. Gripping the thorn stick tightly in both hands, his eyes scanned the surroundings. Pickaxe, go get it. He pointed his chin in the direction of the treasure chest. Pickaxe tapped a spider leg, then swung the other 6 toward the treasure chest. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. A sudden change, crack. The ground cracked, and a black scorpion tail, as thick as a bucket, suddenly emerged. The pickaxe's head was clamped tightly. Sure enough, Jianlin felt a chill run down his neck at the sight. If he had rashly reached for the treasure chest, he'd be the one caught in the grip. His neck isn't as tough as Xiao's, and there's no telling if the scorpion's tail is venomous. Instantaneously, Jianlin's expression froze. Investigation. Earth Dragon Scorpion, a level 1 ferocious beast, a scorpion that has undergone an unknown mutation. It has extremely strong defenses, excels at hiding underground, and its tail is extremely venomous. Note, I'm surprised you're still opening this introduction after seeing it. Its speed could turn you into a headless corpse in an instant. Perhaps you should run? Jianlin breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this Earth Dragon Scorpion is only level 1. Xiaohao, a level 2-1, should be able to handle it. As he expected, after his initial moment of shock, Xiaohao seemed furious. It suddenly sprang to life, 2 of its legs clamping around the scorpion's tail. The remaining 6 legs plunged fiercely into the ground. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of armor being pierced echoed continuously. The small pickaxe's 6 legs alternated, stabbing downward again and again, stopping only when the scorpion's tail drooped. All this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Jianglin regained consciousness, the small pickaxe had already struck back 5 or 6 times. The dust settled. The pickaxe probed into the hole, as if sensing something. After confirming there was no movement, it reached for the treasure chest. All went smoothly, no more surprises. Jianglin took the treasure chest, feeling a sense of surrealism. Awesome. He gave a thumbs up. The small pickaxe's legs raised, like a child receiving praise. Putting the treasure chest in his system backpack, Jianglin decided to go back and open it. He walked to the hole, where the earth dragon scorpion had appeared and peered inside. A faint blue light emanated from the cave, as if from some kind of mineral. Chapter 6. Jianglin suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and opened the system to explore. Crystal veins. The source of crystals, capable of continuously producing crystals, require an iron pickaxe to mine. Note: you're lucky, crystal veins are extremely rare, so have a good meal. The veins contain a number of tiny, pale blue fluorescent stones, likely mined by earth dragon scorpions. Crystal, a mineral imbued with strange energies. Due to its diverse uses, it is the most valuable currency in the foggy world. I've found a treasure. Jianglin was convinced he had found a money-printing machine. Since the system stated that crystals were the most valuable currency, their usefulness was self-evident. Upgrading to a level 2 cabin alone required 20 of them, and Jianglin doubted that everyone could find crystals. Today, most people were still struggling to upgrade their level 1 shelters, unsure of what crystals were. Once most people reached level 1, they realized they would need crystals to continue upgrading, forcing them to explore the fog. Unless he was truly blessed with luck, there would be crystals around the cabin, but the chances of that happening were incredibly small. The fog was truly dangerous. If he hadn't had his small axe and pickaxe, he wasn't sure he could have made it through alive. Thus, Jianglin suspected that most shelters would be stuck at level 1 for a long time. The trading house should also open, allowing survivors to trade freely. Suppressing his excitement, Jianglin observed the mineral vein. Nothing else remained except the battered corpse of a scorpion. Scorpion carcass. A level 1 ferocious beast, severely ravaged and riddled with holes. Perhaps it could be used while it's still hot? The scorpion's tail is highly poisonous, and can be used as a forging material or simply as a weapon. Note: I don't know if it's your luck or your strength, but it's beyond your current capabilities. But congratulations! You won't end up as excrement. He reached out and touched the bucket-thick scorpion tail, placing it in his system backpack. Pickaxe dig. Jianglin called out, casually gathering the scattered crystals from the cave. Crystals +8. Clang. 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 The pickaxe had already begun its work, requiring no supervision. It was just as hard-working as the axe. Jianglin was picking up rocks from the surrounding area. With the thornwood stick, even some deeply buried rocks could be pried out. As he picked up rocks, he opened the area chat to peek. This was a crucial source of information for him. Chat channel 10068, 9468/10,000. The casualty rate is quite high. Dozens more people have died since 2 a.m. yesterday. Carelessly refreshing the news feed, a post caught his attention. Jiangsu, guys, guess what I found? I actually found a treasure chest, and found a crafting scroll with 20 crystals inside. I'm not sure what it's for. Next, a survivor who had upgraded the shelter explained the uses of crystals. Someone also asked what scroll Jiangsu had obtained, but he didn't say, keeping it a mystery. Jianglin remembered this guy named Jiangsu. He was quite active, and his talent was swiftness. Swiftness isn't a very powerful talent, but it should be enough for self-preservation during the beginner phase. It's especially handy for finding treasure chests. And the things Jiangsu had obtained were quite good too. Putting aside the crystals, the crafting scroll looked incredibly rare. It was probably a production item. Jianglin, familiar with survival games, knew that this type of item was the most valuable in this world. He continued reading for a while, gaining a lot of valuable information. A survivor with invisibility roamed freely in the fog, leaving Jianglin envious. Similar to this survivor, a young girl had also gained detection, allowing her to detect everything within a 30-meter radius. Jianglin coveted this skill. Another survivor had mastered synthesis, crafting a pickaxe from wood and stone. Some survivors with lethality talents even slew ferocious beasts in the fog. It seems I'm not the only one with such opportunities. There are also many talented individuals who thrive in the foggy world. Jianlin let go of his slight complacency. Be cautious and keep a low profile. That's how you can go further. Of course, he was already ahead of most people. Only a tiny minority possessed these powerful talents, so there was no need to underestimate himself. He roughly calculated that there would be 1 or 2 with strong talents among every 100 people. A truly coveted talent would only emerge once in 1,000 people. For example, the detection and synthesis skills. At least, that was the tone of the chatter on channel 10068. Of course, there are people like him who thrive under the radar. Time flies by. Time always flies when you're focused on something. Jianlin opened his backpack and found he had already collected 180 stones and 45 crystals. Most of this was thanks to the small pickaxe. When the small pickaxe was mining for crystals, it would find stones near the crystal mines. Jianlin collected them, and that's how much he had. A great harvest. Add to that the wood that the small axe had gathered today, and we'd already have enough to strengthen the cabin. Today's mission was complete. He checked the time, 3:28 p.m. Darkness was still an hour and a half away. Just as Jianlin was debating whether to continue digging or return home, the fog thickened. Jianlin was quick to notice. The gray fog visibly shrank, reducing visibility even further. The fog also turned black. Ding! 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 The small pickaxe was still striking the hard crystal ore. Jianlin felt an inexplicable fear. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Goosebumps appeared on his arms. Xiaohao, go! Acting decisively, Jianlin shouted softly, retreating in the direction they had come. The small pickaxe paused at the right moment. After a pause, it caught up with Jianlin. Jianlin tried to be as fast and light as possible. 10 steps. 20 steps. What Jianlin didn't know was that, from the unseen depths of the fog, a pair of malicious eyes stared at him intently. Scarlet, ferocious, but the owner of these eyes seemed restrained, unable to move. This intensified the crimson in its eyes, even beginning to tinge with purple. A black hand reached out and picked up a strand of black hair from the ground. Finally, Jianlin saw his cabin. Until now, he had never felt dark red so beautiful or soothing. The crimson threads of the cabin swayed slowly, giving Jianlin an unparalleled sense of security. Sat down against the cabin. Jianlin wiped the sweat that now covered his face. His long-sleeved t-shirt was soaked, and his underwear was also slightly damp. Don't get me wrong, it was sweat. It took a while to calm down. The sight of the fog darkening reminded him of the night. Dark fog equals danger. That much was certain. Gray might offer some hope, but black could be truly fatal. Without knowing the true combat effectiveness of a level 2 pickaxe, Jianlin wouldn't put himself in the situation he'd just been in, even if it still took another hour and a half until dark. The journey back didn't take much time. Proof that walking fast really does make people go faster. The small axe had disappeared, leaving only a pile of man-high logs neatly stacked in front of the cabin. A truly hard-working axe. With a mental compliment, Jianlin touched the logs. Wood plus 236. Open the shelter panel. Wriggling cabin, level 2, upgradable 351/300 wood, 180/150 stone, 45/20 crystals. This upgrade will make the cabin stronger, but it won't be upgraded. Click to upgrade. Chapter 7. Boom! A white light appeared, enveloping the cabin. The same special effects from the previous upgrade flashed by, and the cabin before me had transformed. The cabin had grown larger overall, and the walls had grown significantly thicker. Tiny crystals were interspersed in the cracks, emitting a faint blue glow. The alienated features remained, with dark red threads entwined around the cabin's surface, slowly pulsing. The alternating blue and red colors created a unique style. Wriggling crystal cabin, level 2, non-upgradable 51/500 wood, 30/200 stone, 25/100 crystals. Rating, barely qualified to survive in the misty world, but only during the novice stage, and with a bit of luck. The system rating had changed. While the dilapidated cabin and the stone cabin had previously failed to survive the novice stage, the crystal cabin had already proven viable. Jianlin believed this was due to the crystals, which had greatly enhanced the cabin's defenses. Combined with the system's gift of a unique oil lamp, this is enough to ensure most players survive the novice phase. But the system's final words are somewhat intriguing. Does this mean that if you're unlucky, you encounter dangers beyond your current capabilities? Jianlin subconsciously thought of the changes in the fog and the vague feeling of being watched. No time for slacking off. Now that he has mastered the art of transformation, he must strive to do his best within his capabilities. You only have one life. Carelessness will lead to ruin. Thinking of this, Xiaohao, keep digging around here. Jianlin felt he needed to work hard to get his employees to work well. Xiaohao, true to his role as the second best worker, immediately took action upon hearing the order. Ding! 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 The spider's legs swung, a bit comical, but incredibly efficient. Watching Xiaohao's diligent work, Jianlin felt a surge of security, and much of his anxiety vanished. It wasn't that he wasn't working hard, but his efforts weren't even half as effective as his employees. As a competent boss, he needed to manage the overall situation and devote his time to more important things. For example, opening a treasure chest, Jianlin took out a wooden treasure chest and gently stroked it. Wooden treasure chest receives a random item, 75% chance of a level 1 item, 25% chance of a level 2 item. Sacrifice 20 years of illness, open. A flash of white light, even more dazzling than last time, flashed. Jianlin knew from the special effects that this time shipment would be better than the last. Powerful slide, skill book level 2, concentrates all your strength in your legs, sliding forward with immense force. Injecting stamina increases the power. Of course, if you don't have a constitution-related talent, this might be more suitable for running away. Constitution potion permanently increases constitution by 3 points, making your meat more tender and delicious. This time, there were only 2 items, a blue book and a pure white potion. Jianlin took each and set them aside. He dumped the empty treasure chest in a corner of the cabin, alongside the previous treasure chest. These treasure chests were no longer useful. They were just pieces of wood, perhaps useful for growing tomatoes. Putting the potion aside, Jianlin looked at the slide skill book in his hand, lost in thought. Should he use alienation directly on the skill book, or use it on the skill after using it? Based on previous experience, using alienation on physical objects requires both a charge and spiritual energy. But the last time he used transformation on the panel, it didn't seem to require these. That's right, he was thinking of exploiting a bug again. Last time, he used transformation directly to create alienation, without any cost, just a momentary system freeze. He suspected it might be a bug, perhaps trying to see if the skill worked the same way. Perhaps it could be done without consuming any charges or spiritual power. If you want to do it, do it. Even if it doesn't work, you can still use alienation tomorrow to create alienation skills. With a thought, he activated the skill book. The blue skill book instantly transformed into a beam of white light that penetrated Jianlin's head. Instantly, he understood the use of the slide, feeling like he could kick a tiger to death. Jianlin suppressed his swollen thoughts, realizing it was just an illusion. His physique was far from capable of kicking a tiger to death. A slide of 7 or 8 meters, worthy of the name of a level 2. He could still run away, because it was indeed fast. But it was far from enough. This wasn't the skill Jianlin wanted, so he opened his profile. Name, Jianlin. Talent, alienation unique skill, slide, level 2, const, 8. Intelligence, 16. Stamina, 35/100. Spirit, 0 of 50. Overall rating, unranked. It's confirmed. Using alienation does increase his intellect, and judging by the area chat, it seems to be his unique ability. While I don't know what it does yet, the increase is probably a good thing. Not dwelling on it, Jianlin looked at the skill list. Alienation activated. Alienation skill slide. Jianlin felt the panel distort. In the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. Illusion? Congratulations on acquiring the skill. Trick step. Trick step. Level 3. Concentrate strength in your legs, taking uncanny steps at incredible speed. This expends stamina, leaving a shadow behind to attract the target's attention. The shadow lasts for 3 seconds. The level 2 slide in his profile was replaced with a level 3 trick step. Success? Jianlin was now certain that the transformation panel was indeed a bug, and that it had no cost. But the momentary distortion in the system made him think it was best to avoid such things as much as possible. As everyone knows, knowing when to stop is the key to success. Ignoring the system, Jianlin looked at the introduction of his newly acquired skill, his heart leaping with joy, his lips curling up unconsciously. Putting aside the issue of the level increase, the skill effects alone were a world of difference. Slide? No use. Trick step is a surefire life-saving skill. With 35 HP remaining, Jianlin prepared to test the skill's effects. Outside the cabin, Jianlin concentrated. Trick step activated. Jianglin took a step, his entire body distorting and transforming, and in the blink of an eye, he was 10 meters away. A handsome young man, identical to Jianglin, was left behind. 3 seconds later, the handsome young man's shadow vanished into black air. Awesome! With this skill, who can catch me? Jianglin emerged from the fog and returned to the safe zone around the cabin, an excited smile on his face. I don't know if all level 3 skills are this powerful, or if it's just trick step. In short, Jianglin was very satisfied with the effect of trick step. With this skill, he had the power to protect himself in the face of danger. He experimented again. Jianglin gained a deeper understanding of trick step. First, without using stamina, trick step allowed him to travel 3 to 5 meters in one step, though the exact distance might depend on his stamina and reflexes. Using 10 stamina points allowed him to burst into extreme speed, covering 10 to 12 meters in an instant, and leaving a shadow behind to attract fire. Jianglin played with it for a while, before calming down from his excitement. After all, as a blue star, this was truly his own superpower. With only 5 stamina points left, he was almost done. Jianglin felt exhausted, slumped in the doorway of the cabin, unwilling to move. He pulled out the last of his bread and began to eat it bite by bite. As he ate, he walked to the corner where the red tentacle cup lay and picked it up. Once the tentacles had taken root, they could stretch out immensely. Jianglin felt they could reach about 7 or 8 meters, miraculous. Gulp. Jianglin finished his bread and drank some water, feeling much better. The water from the red tentacle cup was clearer than mineral water, free of impurities. After resting for a while, Jianglin stored his constitution potion in his system backpack. He decided to perform a transformation tomorrow, to see what would happen. There was still much to transform, but he could only do it twice a day, so he had to prioritize the most important things. Chapter 8. Jianglin sat on the wooden bed and checked the time. It was 4:40, 20 minutes until dark. Xiaofu had returned twice, bringing back plenty of wood. Next time, he could rest. Xiaohao had dug up rocks around the cabin, and had also dug up quite a bit. He surveyed his surroundings. The cabin had been expanded, now about 50 square meters and 3 meters high. It was more than enough for one person, and Jianglin didn't have much furniture. The room was still furnished with a bed, a table, and a window. The wooden bed was hard, and given the simple conditions, he had to make do. On the wooden table lay only a strange oil lamp, and a handful of tomato seeds. Underneath the table were 2 empty treasure chests. He had thrown the mantis sickle blade, Xiaofu's tentacles, and the earth dragon scorpion corpse into the far corner. The red tentacle cup was placed in the corner near the bed, for easy drinking. He waited a few more minutes. With the sound of clattering footsteps, Xiaofu returned. Jianglin left, had axe and pickaxe stop their work, and go back into the cabin. Gather the last batch of materials. In his backpack now were 86 wood, 57 stone, 25 crystals, a constitution potion, and a thornwood stick. 5 slots, no more no less filled. Open the shelter panel. Wriggling crystal cabin, level 2, non-upgradable 86/500 wood, 57/200 stone, 25/100 crystals. Axe should gather at least 240 units of wood per day, while pickaxe should gather at least 100 units of stone and 40 units of crystals. This was Jianglin's most conservative estimate. For example, axe had gathered 271 units of wood today. At the current gathering rate, it would take another 2 days to upgrade the shelter. The current cabin should be strong enough, after all, it's only the second day. His cabin should be much stronger than others, having undergone 2 level 2 upgrades. 1 each for the alienation and the system. Many people might only be able to upgrade their cabins to level 1 today. By comparison, Jianglin is ahead. Even if someone could find the crystals to upgrade to level 2 today, they would definitely not be as strong as Jianglin's. He closed the wooden door. The small axe and the small pickaxe found an open space to rest. Outside the window, the fog thickened, turning black, reducing visibility. Jianglin closed the window. Soon, the strange oil lamp began to emit a dim, yellowish-reddish glow. Jianglin actually wanted to alienate the lamp as well, but his alienation spells were limited, so he had to use them on his blade first. No more food. He scratched his hair, and sat down on the wooden bed. The 4 alienations solved the problems of wood, stone, and crystals, shelter, safety, and drinking water, respectively. The ability to mutate into a trick step is a bug. It has no cost. Tomorrow's 2 mutations require a way to find food. Bread won't satisfy hunger. It's barely enough to fill a stomach. There might be food in the fog, but it's too random and dangerous, so I don't count on it for now. Thinking of this, Jianglin glanced at the tomato seeds on the table. Since I have no experience in planting, I have to put these seeds aside for now. Perhaps I should try using mutate tomorrow. Maybe that will solve my current food problem. Not very sleepy. Jianglin opened the panel, wanting to peek at the area chat screen. Just then, a system notification popped up. Congratulations to all survivors for adapting to the rules of the Myth Survival world. The trading house will now be open, allowing survivors to list items for trading. Please ensure that the items listed are in the system inventory, otherwise the transaction will be invalid. Finally, I can trade! Jianglin was a little excited. As a veteran survival game fan, he naturally understood the function of the trading house. But after reading the system introduction, Jianglin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. They only listed product information, not the actual listing of the products. There was no loophole to exploit. Originally, Jianglin had wanted to list his products on the trading house, using it as a sort of alternative system backpack, but that idea was dashed. The system was clearly no fool. If it allowed direct listing of products, the system backpack would be useless. Opening the trading house. There were already many purchase requests. 10 wood for half a bottle of water. 20 stone for food. Original stockings for food. White socks for food. There was everything on sale, and the prices weren't particularly outrageous. After all, this area was quite populated, and many people had access to food and water. Unlike Jianglin's area, where there were nothing but trees, and those were the kind of bare pine trees. Many people must have traded food and water for wood and stone to upgrade their cabins to level 1. As for the miscellaneous items, if he hadn't had the red tentacle cup, Jianglin might have traded them for a pair of sewage filters. But there was no need now. Jianglin traded 15 stones for an apple and 30 wood for a leather jacket. He hadn't forgotten the drop in temperature he felt this morning. Perhaps the danger wasn't just from the fog. Humans are fragile. A headache or a fever can kill them. He picked up the apple, made sure it looked normal, and took a bite, scrolling through his phone as he ate. He looked around again, but didn't see anything of value. No one was stupid. Anything truly valuable wouldn't be traded casually. Jianglin reviewed his possessions, and found he had nothing missing, nor anything worth selling. As for the ferocious beast carcasses and parts in the corner, he wanted to keep them, and see if he could use them for mutation. If he really couldn't use them, he could sell them later. Also, the system explained that both the alien mantis scythe blade and the earth dragon scorpion tail could be crafted. While I didn't know where to forge them yet, since the system said they were available, they would surely appear. Close the trading house, and open the regional chat. Chat channel 10068, 9432/10,000. Today's daytime casualties were noticeably lower. They must have encountered danger while exploring the fog. But the survivors were no fools anymore. They wouldn't take risks without preparation. Proof that humans are still very adaptable. Information refreshed. Jianglin noticed that most of the survivors had already upgraded their cabins, and the materials needed to upgrade to level 1 were relatively easy to collect. After all, everyone had a talent, and if things really didn't work out, they could always trade their belongings for materials. A few of the comments caught Jianglin's attention. Su Qian, I used transformation to transform a tree into an apple tree. The apples are now available in the store. If you need any, go buy some. Linifeng, I walked over 10 kilometers today and saw another wooden house. I wonder if it's from our area. Fu Hui, I encountered a disgusting humanoid monster. It not only spewed venom, but also shot spikes. Unfortunately, I killed it instantly with a single decomposition spell. Jianglin finally realized where his apples came from. He knew Su Qian. It was because he had seen her transform an axe into a club that he decided to switch from transformation to alienation. Now it seems that transformation isn't completely useless, but it's definitely useless. It's not even remotely comparable to alienation. He also remembered Linifeng, the one who awakened invisibility. He hadn't expected this guy to actually use invisibility to navigate the fog, even traveling over 10 kilometers. Remember, Jianglin had only traveled less than 100 meters so far. But can invisibility really guarantee unchecked freedom? Jianglin disagreed. Perhaps it was just the beginner phase? Being invisible allowed him to move freely. He always felt that surviving the fog wasn't that simple. But that wasn't the point. What Jianglin truly cared about was meeting other survivors. Chapter 9. In the foggy survival world, what's the most terrifying thing? It's never the environment or the strange dangers around them, but their own kind. Danger can be prevented, but the malice of one's own kind is impossible to perceive. If Lenny Feng is right, he encounter other survivors every 10 kilometers. That distance is far, but for some talented survivors, a dozen kilometers isn't insurmountable. I need to plan ahead. Jiang Lin rubbed his chin, thinking. At least for now, there's no need to worry too much about this issue, because not everyone has invisibility. The dangers of the fog are enough to deter most people. Not to mention, Jiang Lin isn't completely powerless. He possesses a level 3 trick step. He also has a level 2 pickaxe and a level 1 axe, 2 powerful weapons. At the very least, his level 2 creeping wooden house is no pushover. Putting this news aside, the monsters encountered by this man named Fu Hui also caught his attention. He believed that Fu Hui wasn't the only one who had encountered monsters, ferocious beasts, or strange phenomena. But only a few could actually say they had. Some might have perished, but it was impossible that all who encountered these things died. He remembered quite a few who possessed combat talents, such as firebending, radiance, piercing, and petrification. Everyone tacitly chose silence. It seemed that keeping a low profile was the nature of most people. This Fu Hui's disintegration skill was also quite impressive. Jiang Lin speculated that it might be breaking objects into pieces. After a few more attempts, there was no more valuable information. Jiang Lin closed his eyes and prepared to rest. Before going to bed, he told Xiao Axe and Xiao Pickaxe to be on the alert. Both men nodded, not knowing if they understood. They drifted off to sleep. Today was exhausting, but Jiang Lin warned himself not to sleep too deeply in case something like last night happened again. Late at night, outside the cabin, a dark shadow slowly approached, its single yellow-green eye emitting a faint glow. But before it could attack suddenly, the dark red threads on the cabin moved, instantly transforming into a ferocious maw that swallowed the shadow whole. The threads moved rhythmically for a few beats, then released a single horn and several crystals. The dark red thread seemed to deepen in color. Farther away, in the invisible black mist, a pair of scarlet eyes gazed at the scene, a look of human-like surprise. But soon, it grew ferocious, as if it had seen some delicious meal. It stared fixedly in the direction of the cabin, before slowly disappearing. The night was silent. Congratulations to the survivors for making it to the 3rd day. The first survival test is over. Surviving proves your strength and luck. The foggy survival world doesn't need the weak. Please maintain your hard work and wisdom, so that you can go further. The system has arranged surprises around you. Seek them out. They are gifts for those who strive for success. Happy survival. Jiang Lin was awakened by a system prompt. He was used to the system's long-winded chatter, and grasped the key points. The system has arranged a reward. Whether it's good or bad, finding the reward and taking it is the right thing to do. Survival test? Jiang Lin suddenly noticed another message in the system prompt. Opening the system panel, he selected the area to chat. Chat channel 10068, 8286/10,000. Sure enough, over 1,000 people died overnight. Jiang Lin's face was solemn. What happened? He hadn't noticed anything unusual last night, and slept soundly. Only after reading everyone's comments did he understand the situation. He could clearly sense that the conversations had decreased, and the atmosphere had become somewhat heavy. In the early hours of last night, most people were attacked by ferocious beasts, monsters, and even mysterious and bizarre things. But once they upgraded their shelters to level 1, those dangers seemed to be blocked by the strange oil lamps, unable to breach the wooden houses. Those unfortunate souls, who hadn't upgraded their shelters, were not so lucky. Most of them were no longer able to speak. The few lucky enough to avoid being attacked were now begging for materials to upgrade their wooden houses. Naturally, no one paid them any attention. When it comes to survival, no one is so kind as to risk their own safety to help others. These people can only hope for the best, or work hard enough to gather materials and upgrade their cabins quickly. After a quick look, there's nothing of value. Jiang Lin exited the chat area. He checked the time. 8:59. Dawn was almost here, time to get ready. But before that, he still had the alienation spell he'd refreshed today to use. First, the issue of food. He looked at the tomato seeds. Alienation activated. 25 spiritual power overflowed, covering them. The tomato seeds began to fuse, and the familiar wriggling of their surfaces began. Soon, they transformed into a purple, fleshy, unidentified object covered in fine white hairs and green slime. It looked a bit disgusting. Alienated the tomato seeds to obtain delicious meatball seeds. Delicious meatball seeds. Level 1. Seeds that undergo an unknown transformation. Once planted, they quickly grow into delicious meatball vines, producing delicious meatball fruits in extremely high yields. Delicious flesh ball fruit. It might not look good, but it's nutritious, containing many essential trace elements. You miss its delicious taste after eating it. Jian Lin's mouth twitched. It wasn't just the appearance that didn't look good. He no longer cared to judge the appearance of anything created by the alienation technique. At least the food problem was solved, so Jian Lin had to look on the bright side. After all, he was a pragmatist. He picked up the delicious flesh ball fruit seeds, his hands sticky with them. Jian Lin planned to find a place to plant them outside. It looked too unpleasant to plant them indoors. It was already daybreak outside, and Jian Lin could tell it was getting colder today. It was probably only 10 degrees, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. This made him prioritize gathering warmth. He prepared to plant the seeds, and put on the leather jacket he traded yesterday. The fog hadn't changed, and the sky was just as bright as yesterday, with visibility still limited to 10 meters. Jian Lin casually buried the delicious flesh ball fruit seeds in the dirt next to the cabin door. The system explained that it would grow immediately upon planting, so he didn't have to worry about watering or fertilizing. The alienation technique was still quite powerful and impressive. After finishing everything, Jian Lin finally noticed the unicorn horn and crystal lying on the ground beside the cabin. Huh? Could it be yesterday? Jian Lin had a guess, and opened it to investigate. One-eyed lizard horn, an organ from a level 1 alien beast. It can be used as a forging material or for drilling holes. Note, you can now toy with its owner, but unfortunately, you never see it again. It's no longer even excrement. Jian Lin suddenly realized, so I was attacked yesterday too, but the cabin dealt with it on its own. Crystal +4. Only then did he realize that the death of a ferocious beast could produce crystals. So, those crystals in the cave yesterday weren't all from the earth dragon scorpion. There were also crystals from its afterlife. Jian Lin finally understood where the survivors' crystals came from, because not everyone could find a crystal mine. So, that crystal mine was truly a rare resource, its status as a money-printing machine. I must protect my money. Jian Lin silently resolved himself. He casually tossed the one-eyed lizard's horn into the corpse storage area of the cabin. Jian Lin put on his leather jacket and took out his physical fitness potion. Food problem solved, it was time to improve his strength. In fact, there were many other things Jian Lin wanted to try to transform, but the number of times was limited, so he had to rush. Transformation activated, the white physical fitness potion began to writhe and boil, but soon stopped transforming, turning into a green, slimy liquid. Take the altered constitution potion, and obtain the strange strength potion. Strange strength potion permanently increases constitution by 5 points and increases strength in a certain part of the body, with the effect being random. Jian Lin insisted on strengthening his hands, or at least his feet, as there was one part of him that didn't need strengthening. Without hesitation, Jian Lin forced himself to forget the potion's appearance and drank it all in one gulp. Soon, he felt a surge of energy. But it seemed like it had really been randomly assigned. Expletive omitted. Chapter 10. This strength-enhancing effect is useless. Jian Lin was convinced that part of his body was already strong enough and didn't need strengthening at all. Sighing, Jian Lin felt a pity. Opening his profile. Name, Jian Lin. Talent, Alienation Unique Skill, Trick Step, Level 3 Const, 13. Intellect, 18. Stamina, 100/100. Spirit, 0 of 50. Overall rating, Level 1. The system rating finally reached Level 1. Jian Lin speculated that it was because his constitution had broken through 10. Because the overall rating didn't change when he mastered the Trick Step skill before. Or maybe it was necessary to meet the requirements simultaneously. Closing the profile, Jian Lin decided there was no need to dwell on it. Ratings are just data. The true situation depends on the individual's actual situation. Even a mentally retarded person, with immense strength, could be easily fooled. Everything was ready. Jian Lin called for the small axe and small pickaxe. The two half-human tall creatures quickly stood up, reminding Jian Lin of his former puppies. Little Axe's tentacles had grown back, and they looked exactly the same as before, with no sign of injury at all. Great, no need to worry about affecting work efficiency. Little Axe and Little Pickaxe were both hard workers, which reassured Jian Lin. Just like yesterday, he assigned Little Axe to chop down the tree, and he walked away with his tentacles clacking. He and Little Pickaxe began searching the area. The system had said it had a surprise, and Jian Lin decided to find it before starting work. One man and one pickaxe walked side by side. Be careful to protect me, Jiang Lin instructed Little Pickaxe, pulling out his thorn stick. Little Pickaxe tapped its spider legs. It used its legs to protect Jiang Lin's side, acting like a loyal bodyguard. Jiang Lin smiled and nodded. He decided to begin a circular search from the front of the cabin. First, a 20-meter radius. Then a 30-meter radius. Nothing but trees. Undeterred, Jiang Lin continued outward. Visibility was only 6 meters, so progress was slow. After rounding a tree, Jiang Lin suddenly stopped. Something's happening. A figure loomed in the mist ahead. Before Jiang Lin could react, a strange roar echoed. Ing! A shrill cry was followed by a swiftly approaching humanoid creature. It was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was a meter in front of Jiang Lin. In a split second, Jiang Lin reacted with a start. A row of hideous mouthparts had obscured his path. He could clearly see the blood-red walls and disgusting mucus between the monster's vertical teeth. His mind raced. A treacherous step. Jiang Lin dodged and was 4 meters to the side. There was a sudden puff. He finally saw the monster in its entirety. It had human-like legs, but its upper body was covered in ferocious, vertical teeth that opened and closed like a clam. Jiang Lin had no doubt that if he hadn't dodged, he would have been instantly devoured. But that was clearly not going to happen, as Xiao Hao's spider legs had already pierced the monster's sides. The sound was the monster being pierced. Just as Xiao Hao was about to use his other spider leg to finish the monster off, "Let me do it." Jiang Lin grabbed the thorny stick and made a treacherous step. Puff! The stick smashed down hard on the monster's head, sinking the thorns deep into it. Instantly, a mixture of slime and blood splattered. It wasn't over yet. Puff! 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 Jiang Lin struck again and again, then pulled out again and again. After more than 20 consecutive blows, the monster, riddled with holes, fell motionless to the ground. 4 crystals tumbled to the ground. Phew, what a relief. After the previous battle, Jiang Lin was certain he was now capable of fighting a level 1 creature. Jiang Lin wiped the blood off his stick on the dirt, shook it, and reached out to touch the crystal. Crystal +4. Open System Probe. The corpse of the vertical-toothed man. The corpse of a level 1 mutant humanoid monster. Not worth much, perhaps for exhibition? This monster was the least valuable one Jiang Lin had encountered. It didn't even have any forging materials. Giving up on collecting the corpse, Jiang Lin decided to let the mist deal with this disgusting thing. The small pickaxe was very discerning. It hadn't disturbed Jiang Lin earlier, quietly retreating to the side. Now it had quietly returned to his side, subtly protecting him. Jiang Lin raised his hand and touched its pickaxe head. The pickaxe's spider legs quivered, as if enjoying the benefits. This made him want to laugh. He had never had any family or friends, but after arriving in the foggy world, he felt a sense of security he had never experienced before. He resolved not to abandon his small axe and pickaxe even after acquiring higher-level creatures. They were his most important companions in the early stages. Cheer up. Jiang Lin walked in the direction where the vertical-toothed man had just appeared. Treasure chests surrounded the monsters. This was common knowledge in the game. Although this wasn't a game, Jiang Lin had a feeling there were similarities. It must be part of the survival system. Sure enough, after walking a dozen meters, he saw the treasure chest. Surprise treasure chest. The items are fixed. Don't doubt it. This is your reward, so feel free to open it. Jiang Lin was speechless for a moment. If the monster just now was a surprise, then he thought it would be a shock to most people. I wonder how many people will die. Jiang Lin grumbled, then stepped forward to open the treasure chest. There was no white light, but 3 items inside. A compass, a pickaxe, and a dagger. Permanent shelter pointer. It will always point to your shelter, so you never have to worry about getting lost in the fog again. Poor pickaxe. Experienced people should know this. Crude dagger. Level 1. Absolutely enough for peeling fruit. As for combat, you're going to need it all, so why bother fighting? Just wait to die. Aside from the compass, the other 2 items were probably for replenishing the newbie gift pack. The system was really stingy, giving these newbie items in 2 installments, and even creating a special monster to guard them. He stored the compass and pickaxe in the system space, and held the dagger in the treasure chest. It wasn't all for nothing. At least the permanent shelter pointer would solve the problem of getting lost. Back in the cabin, he placed the dagger on the table, and the empty treasure chest beneath it. Before leaving, Jiang Lin checked the delicious meatball seed, and discovered it had sprouted purple vines. At this rate, he should be able to eat its fruit before dark. Finding his way, Jiang Lin, carrying his pickaxe and little axe, headed for the crystal mine he had dug yesterday. Time flew by. It was soon 4:30 p.m. After a day of hard work, Jianglin and Little Axe had collected 166 units of stone and 57 crystals. The backpack now held a total of 208 units of stone and 90 crystals. At Little Axe's rate, upgrading the shelter today would be impossible. With only half an hour left, it was almost time to return. Jianglin wasn't one for adventure, and he wouldn't wait until the last few minutes to return home. That would be too tight a schedule for him. There were no accidents along the way. Aside from the system's surprise this morning, nothing major had happened. Back to the cabin. The delicious fleshy ball seeds had changed dramatically. Purple vines covered nearly half the cabin's wall, bearing a dozen or so fruits. Jianglin no longer had the energy to complain about their appearance. It looked like a purple tumor covered in white mold, with green slime clinging to the surface. Delicious fleshy ball fruit. It might not look particularly attractive, but it's nutritious, containing many essential trace elements. After eating it, you miss its delicious flavor. Jianglin picked up one. It was palm-sized and definitely enough to fill you up. It was just so sticky. Suppressing his nausea, Jianglin took a bite. It was juicy. Chapter 11. It melted in his mouth, with a flavorful mixture of chicken and tomato, salty and sweet, yet not strange, rather delicious. It was indeed delicious. Although the appearance was ordinary, the taste was as irresistible as the system described. After finishing the fleshy fruit in a few bites, Jianglin resisted the urge to lick his hands, and wiped them on the filaments of the wooden house. It had to be said that he wiped it quite clean. He had discovered another new function of the wooden house, cleaning. After devouring one fleshy fruit, Jianglin felt full. One could easily last him a whole day, and it was very nutritious. Placing the pickaxe and stick on the wooden table, Jianglin returned to the wooden house, and touched each fleshy fruit. Delicious fleshy fruit plus 13. There were too many fruits for him to eat, so he planned to sell them at the trading house. At the fleshy fruit vine's production rate, it could produce about 48 fruits a day, day and night. He could trade them for many supplies. It would soon be dark. With the clattering sound of tentacles stomping on the ground, the hard-working axe returned. As the last wave of wood landed, Jianglin reached out and touched it. At 270 wood. Now in my backpack. 326 wood, 208 stone, 90 crystals, 13 delicious meat cones, and the permanent shelter pointer. The pickaxe, short knife, and stick are in the cabin. Open the shelter panel. Wriggling crystal cabin, level 2, non-upgradable 326/500 wood, 208/200 stone, 90 out of 100 crystals. Upgrade materials aren't enough, and the system backpack slots are running low as the items pile up. Stroking his chin, Jianglin couldn't think of a good solution. Off duty. Jianglin opened the door, and motioned for Little Axe and Little Pickaxe to come in. The two little spiders, understanding his intention, visibly perked up, their tentacles and legs swinging with increased force. Jianglin chuckled at this. It seems the reluctance to work is ingrained in all living things. As soon as they entered the room, Little Axe and Little Pickaxe found their spots and dozed off. Ignoring them, Jianglin checked the time. 4:57. Little Axe was really slow to respond. I wondered how it knew the time. Closing the window he had opened that morning, the foggy world seemed to have nothing to do with him. He sat down on his bed in the dark, the hard wooden bed feeling awful. Jianglin muttered to himself, I need to buy some clothes or something to cushion my nerves. Open the trading house. 20 wood for food. 28 stone for food. 30 wood for 500 milliliters water. Carrion dog carcass for food. Original bra for food. After skimming through a few pages, the prices of food and water were clearly rising. Jianglin assumed this was because everyone had more wood and stone. After all, only a minority had access to water and food. Also, Jianglin didn't believe the Miss Survival world would provide some people with particularly abundant resources. For example, a river or a grove of fruit trees would greatly ease the difficulty of survival. At most, it would be a puddle or a single tree. This was Jianglin's speculation, but it had a basis. Otherwise, the prices of water and food wouldn't have continued to rise. This was clearly due to supply exceeding demand. There were also those with talents for planting or production, but these talents required spiritual energy, so their output was limited. Jianglin thought for a moment, and put all 13 fleshy fruits on the shelf. Delicious meatballs, changing clothes, wood, crystals, etc. Then he opened the area chat. Chat channel 10068, 7963/10,000. Another 300 people have died. It seems the system's surprise this morning was indeed enough to shock people. Jiang Lin thought for a moment and sent a message. Jiang Lin, delicious meatballs, click to view, are now available. One lasts a day. They are nutritious and can replenish salt, sugar, protein, and various vitamins. Changing clothes, wood, crystals, etc. are available on a first-come, first-served basis. After sending the message, he ignored it and scrolled up to read today's chat, absorbing information. Overall, it was no different from the previous 2 days. It's just that today, while searching for the surprise prepared by the system, many people encountered danger, all of them level 1 creatures. Of course, most people didn't have the ability to enter the fog, otherwise there wouldn't be only 300 deaths. Someone had already mentioned that level 1 creatures can produce crystals, and upgrading the shelter to level 2 requires crystals, so crystals are currently the most valuable currency. Almost no one would trade crystals for ordinary items. Some people with production or manufacturing talents have stopped hiding their possessions, and started exchanging valuable items for crystals. Now, crystals are mostly in the hands of those with combat talents. Currently, only they have the ability to hunt monsters and ferocious beasts. Jiang Lin once again realized the preciousness of his crystal mine. If others knew about it, it would surely spark envy. After a quick glance, Jiang Lin returned to where he had posted the message. A bunch of people were already asking for prices. Zhang Su, great stuff, buddy. How much are you selling it for? Su Qian, 5 apples for 1, okay? Jack, such a potent fruit. Are you a production talent? Matsushita Shidayo, give me all your fruits, and I protect you from now on. Linifeng, there are even people called foot basins? They've given you the benefit of the doubt, and they're asking for your protection. From the moment that foot basin person spoke, the chat descended into a war of words. Luckily, this area was predominantly populated by Yin people, and the foot basin people were silenced by the insults. Jiang Lin could only shake his head helplessly. This was the first time he'd seen a foot basin person speak, and he hadn't expected their ideas to be so eccentric. The ad, which had been running smoothly, was interrupted, but Jiang Lin wasn't worried, as several trade requests had already been sent in. Open the trading line. Mink coat for 1 delicious meatball fruit. Digestive toilet for 1 delicious meatball fruit. Original stockings for 30 pieces of wood fur. Dozens of trade requests popped up, dazzling Jiang Lin. It seemed everyone was drawn to the nutritional value of the meatball fruit and understood its importance in the survival world. Putting aside its satiety, salt is essential for humans, not to mention the vitamins. Long-term deficiency in these substances can lead to various diseases. There are still many smart people. I just wonder what their expressions were when they saw the fleshy fruit. Thinking of the fleshy fruit's appearance, Jiang Lin felt truly brave for having eaten it. I sorted through them and sold them all. In total, I received 1 mink coat, 1 sweater, 2 hoodies, 1 pair of jeans, 1 digestive toilet, and 210 units of wood. Someone offered 1 crystal, but Jiang Lin didn't need crystals, so he didn't trade. Mainly, 1 crystal wouldn't allow him to upgrade his shelter, so trading wasn't very meaningful. Spreading all his clothes on the wooden bed instantly boosted his warmth and comfort. Jiang Lin looked at the digestive toilet again, tears welling up in his eyes. There was no need to elaborate on how he'd been getting through the past few days. Digestive toilet. A combination of a toilet and earthworms, it can actively digest waste, a survival essential. What a great thing. If it were combined with a cleaning drum, the effect would be even better. Jiang Lin touched his hand, feeling a sense of melancholy. Elsewhere, somewhere in the distance, a slightly overweight young man sat upright on his bed, quietly waiting. Every corner of the wooden house was filled with strange and bizarre objects. Toilets, chainsaws, electric drills, bicycles. If Jiang Lin were here, he would have noticed that this wooden house had been upgraded to level 2. Sun Huanyu's skill was synthesis, allowing him to fuse 2 objects into something completely new. He also used this talent to trade for a lot of supplies, ensuring he had plenty of food and clothing. It was he who had offered the digestive toilet to Jiang Lin for a meatball fruit. Brother Meatball agreed to the deal. He suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his backpack and took out the meatball fruit. A sticky sensation instantly spread across his palm. When he saw the shape of the so-called delicious fleshy fruit in his hand, he nearly vomited. But remembering the nutritional information in the system description, and knowing the importance of salt, he forced himself to hold it back. After a long while. It's quite delicious. This scene was also happening in many other places. Chapter 12. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know the other survivors' reactions. Even if he did, he'd just laugh it off. In this world rife with dangers, it's foolish to still care about appearance and aesthetics. The digestive toilet was placed in the corner where the corpse materials were piled. The cabin's functionality had been further improved, becoming more and more like a normal home. Eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping, basic human needs were met. Drowsiness crept in, and Jianglin felt assimilated into the misty world. It was only 7 a.m. You have to remember that he'd never fallen asleep before midnight on Blue Star. In the misty world, he might make up for all those sleepless nights he'd pulled. The night was silent. There were no system alerts today, so Jianglin woke up naturally. He checked the time, 8:35. He got up, rinsed his mouth with the water from the red tentacle cup, and spit it into the toilet. Aside from the lack of toothpaste, everything seemed the same as it had been on Blue Star. The alienation spell had been used twice more. Jianglin thought for a moment. The cabin could be upgraded today, so he had to reserve one. What would he use the other for? Looking over his possessions, Jianglin realized he was most in need of weapons. He had a level 3 trick step, which provided ample speed but lacked lethality. He now had two options, a thornwood stick or a crude dagger. The corpses of ferocious beasts and monsters would also work, but due to the uncertainty of transformation, they were not currently within his consideration. He now had a certain understanding of transformation. The more singular an object's function, the more closely aligned its transformation output would be with its original purpose. So, directly transforming a weapon should have a high probability of yielding a lethal object. A decision was made. Jianglin picked up the crude short knife. He chose the short knife because he thought its sharpness might be retained. The stick was still too weak, especially with his constitution at only 13. Transformation activated, the short knife's surface began to wriggle, its blade tapering, then curving like a snake, its serrated teeth sprouting like spikes. The serrated teeth opened and closed, swaying back and forth as if alive, while two snake eyes sprouted on either side of the handle. The eyes quickly closed, leaving no visible trace. Transform the crude short knife to obtain the serpent tooth flying blade. Serpent tooth flying blade, level 2, a blade that undergoes unpredictable transformations. After being thrown, its trajectory can change according to the user's thoughts, and consuming stamina accelerates its movement. Upon contact with the enemy, the serrated blades will move at high speed, absorbing flesh and blood. Jianglin weighed the serpent tooth flying blade in his hand. It was light, like a twig. He hadn't expected to gain a ranged attack capability from this. It wasn't bad, but it exceeded his expectations. He already possessed the speed of treachery step, and combined with the long-range killing power of the serpent tooth flying blade, killing a level 1 monster should be easy. As for its specific effectiveness, he would have to test it out the next time he encountered a ferocious beast. Feeling the temperature, Jianglin layered a sweater and a hoodie under his leather jacket, and wore the jeans he'd bought yesterday over his original trousers. If it had been around 10 degrees yesterday, today it might only be a few degrees. Jianglin didn't even feel like it was 5 degrees, because even with all that clothing, he still felt a bit cold. He took out the permanent pointer and put it in his hoodie pocket, and the serpent tooth flying blade in his trouser pocket. He loaded the low-quality iron pickaxe into the system space, along with the crystals, wood, and stone, leaving a space for emergencies. Everything was ready. It was exactly 9 o'clock. He opened the door and walked around the cabin. There had been no attacks last night. This disappointed Jianglin. His plan to collect crystals had been dashed. He glanced at the fleshy vines. They already had 32 fruits. Jianglin didn't take any. He didn't have time to trade right now, and even if he did, they would just take up space. There was no upper limit to the fleshy fruit's growth, so it wouldn't affect anything. He randomly picked one and ate it, then went inside for a glass of water. Xiaoxue and Xiaofu were already standing there, awaiting orders. Xiaoxue, this time, chop in the direction Xiaoxue and I are going. Jianglin instructed, leading the two outside. Xiaoxue pointed his tentacles deftly, picked up a random piece of wood, and began to work. Jianglin, holding the serpent tooth flying blade and Xiaofu, headed towards the crystal mine. As he neared the mine, Jianglin suddenly stopped. Something strange happened. He heard a buzzing in his ears, and a strong wind blew against his face. Jianglin saw only a 3-finger-thick stinger darting toward his face. He could vaguely make out a human face. Get out! He reacted incredibly quickly retreating with a swift step and hurling his serpent tooth flying blade. His mind raced, manipulating the blade to intercept the stinger. Xiaohao also reacted quickly, leaping up with his spider legs, but it wasn't faster than the blade. With a shriek, The blade pierced the bee-shaped monster's tail. A sharp slicing sound followed. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Slime splattered. The bee-shaped monster was cut in two in the blink of an eye, its body and crystal falling to the ground. The body had shriveled considerably, likely absorbed by the serpent-toothed flying blade. Instant kill. Jianlin returned the blade to his hand, and the snake's eye at the handle slowly closed. He could clearly sense the blade's excitement. It seemed like it was a different kind of life form, like the small axe or pickaxe, only lacking the ability to move independently. A powerful weapon. Jianlin smiled, pleased with the serpent-toothed flying blade's destructive power. At this point, he no longer cared about the changes in appearance caused by the transformation. He only cared about the effect. From the previous battle, the serpent-toothed flying blade perfectly met his weapon requirements. Turning his gaze to the bee monster's corpse, Jianlin finally had a chance to examine it closely. This bee monster surprisingly had a human face, but a wasp-like shape underneath, and was about the same size as a human head. Just now, it had curled up and lunged at Jianlin, so he could vaguely see the human face. Investigation. Human face bee corpse. A level 1 ferocious beast. Its stinger can be used as forging material or as a weapon. It is highly poisonous, so use with caution. Note, it possesses some human intelligence and prefers to travel in groups. Its stinger is deadly. Encountering one of them isn't a big deal right now, but perhaps you should consider the consequences of killing it. It's going to be bad. Jianlin muttered, quickly collecting the crystal and the human face bee corpse. Crystal +2. Xiaoxia, retreat. Jianlin had barely finished speaking before he could move. A buzzing sound rang out, several times more numerous than before. From the front, a swarm of human faces rapidly approached Jianlin, so densely packed that it was difficult to distinguish their number. Go! Jianlin swung out his serpent-toothed flying blade, grabbed his Xiaoxia, and retreated rapidly. Leaving behind him was a ghostly figure that looked exactly like him. Clearly, he had already used his stamina-boosting trickery. Buzz buzz buzz. The ghostly figure was pierced dozens of times in the blink of an eye, and the human face bee swarm seemed to realize it had been tricked. In the blink of an eye, 2 human-faced bees had already been knocked to the ground by the serpent-toothed flying blade. The swarm of bees grew increasingly frantic, accelerating towards Jianlin's main body. Sadly, no matter how fast they were, they couldn't keep up with Jianlin's level 3 trick step. Wait, Jianlin suddenly thought, an idea flashing through his mind. These are all crystals. He had a bold idea. This place wasn't far from the cabin, only about 60 or 70 meters. Blocking such a large swarm of human-faced bees would not only hinder his mining, but it would also be a waste not to kill them. After all, each one held 2 crystals. With his trick step, these human-faced bees couldn't possibly catch up to him. Why not let the wriggling cabin take care of them? Jianlin acted immediately, no longer using his stamina to boost his trick step. Instead, he kept a distance from the swarm. From time to time, he would use his serpent-toothed flying blade to kill 1 or 2 human-faced bees, provoke their anger. This was to prevent them from suddenly gaining the upper hand and realizing he was leading them into a dead end. He encountered a small axe along the way, and without a word, Jianlin grabbed it with his free hand and continued running. Chapter 13. Each hand held an axe and a pickaxe, but this didn't slow Jianlin's speed in the slightest. Level 3 skills truly crushed level 1 creatures. Even if Jianlin hadn't used his stamina to increase his creeping steps, the human-faced bees wouldn't have been able to catch up. Soon, the wooden house appeared before his eyes. Jianlin manipulated his serpent-toothed flying blade to pierce a human-faced bee. The swarm, seemingly unleashed with ferocity, charged. Without hesitation, Jianlin dodged to the door of the wooden house, quickly opened it, and darted inside. Putting down his axe and pickaxe, the serpent-toothed flying blade quickly returned to his hands. Shut the door, the rest was left to the creeping house. A level 2 creeping house was more than enough to handle a group of level 1 beasts. The reality was just as Jianlin had expected. Outside the house, unseen by Jianlin, the dark red filaments on the wooden house's surface began to wriggle rapidly, sensing a swarm of hostile creatures approaching. The human-faced bees, however, were already blinded by rage and rushed towards their former enemies without a care in the world. But in a split second, the thin thread suddenly transformed into gaping dark red maws, swallowing all the human-faced bees whole. A deathly silence fell. The piercing buzzing sound vanished in an instant. The maws moved a few times, chewing like a human, spewing out a pile of human-faced bee stingers and crystals, then returning to silence. All this took less than 10 seconds. Inside the cabin, Jiang Lin was a little incredulous when the noise suddenly ceased. Is this solved? He instinctively glanced at the small axe and the small pickaxe, but the two brothers gave him no response. After listening for a moment longer and confirming there was no sound, he gently opened the door and poked his head out to look. What he saw was a pile of crystals and stingers against the wall. Amazing! Jiang Lin patted the cabin, his face filled with joy. The plan worked. Not only did this solve the problem, but I also harvested a large amount of crystals. The human-faced bees are all good people. Jiang Lin walked over and collected the crystals and stingers. Crystals added 66. Stingers also 33. We just killed 7, so there are 40 human-faced bees in total. Jiang Lin ordered Xiaohao and Xiaofu to go pick up the few that fell on the road and the crystals. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, and Jiang Lin won't waste it. Jiang Lin walked into the cabin and glanced at the pile of corpses in the corner, preparing to sort them out, otherwise it would be uncomfortable to look at them when he went to the bathroom. He separated the earth dragon scorpion tail from the corpse, keeping the tail and giving the corpse to the cabin to eat. Jiang Lin discovered another use for the cabin, cleaning up garbage. There was also the tentacle that Xiaohao had dropped. He had previously planned to use it as a backup food supply, but now he didn't need it, so he gave it to the cabin to eat. Xiaohao and Xiaohao returned quickly. Crystals added 12. After having the cabin dispose of the corpses, he gained 7 more stingers. The current ferocious beast materials include mantis sickle blades, earth dragon scorpion tail, one-eyed lizard horns, and human face bee stingers, 40 pieces, all placed next to the toilet. There are also 170 crystals, complete with the materials to upgrade the shelter. He went outside, opened the shelter panel. Wriggling crystal cabin, level 2, upgradable 536/500 wood, 208 out of 200 stone, 170 out of 100 crystals. Click to upgrade. Boom! A white light enveloped the entire cabin, making it impossible to see what was happening. Soon, the white light dissipated. Jiang Lin saw that the cabin had grown even larger, completely surrounded by stone walls, with crystals bridging the gaps. Creeping crystal inlaid house, tier 3, non-upgradable 36 out of 300 wood, 8 400 stone, 7300 crystal, 01 protection core. Review. Surviving the novice phase shouldn't be your goal. Perhaps it's time to look further into the future, or perhaps focus on yourself. Danger may arise from more than just the visible. The wooden house transformed into a stone house. The upgrade required less wood, more stone and crystals, and a protective core of unknown origin. Based on this alone, the system's shelter wouldn't reach level 4 anytime soon. That might be true for others, but not Jiang Lin. This wasn't his limit. Transmutation activated. Spiritual energy enveloped the stone house, and a familiar, exhilarating crawling began. Dark red filaments began to turn purple red, becoming thicker. As Jiang Lin stared in shock, the stone house stood up. It's become an RV. Jiang Lin exclaimed excitedly. Purple red filaments also grew beneath the stone house, slowly rising and inching towards Jiang Lin. Transformed the creeping crystal inlaid stone house into a creeping crystal inlaid stone house. Crawling crystal inlaid stone house, level 4. This stone house undergoes an unknown transformation, capable of devouring nearby hostile living creatures, producing materials, and allowing it to slowly crawl at a speed of 500 meters per day. Crawling crystal-encrusted stone house, level 4, non-upgradable 36/300 wood, 8/400 stone, 70/300 crystals, 0 to 1 protection core. This upgrade will make the stone house stronger, but it won't upgrade. Big upgrade. Jiang Lin couldn't suppress his smile. Just turn the wooden house survival mode into a RV survival mode. Although it's a bit slow, like a turtle crawling, being able to move and not being able to move are two completely different things. Take the most obvious benefit, for example, the crystal mine. He simply moved a level 4 stone house there, and it became Jiang Lin's private mine. There's no need to elaborate on the other benefits. This upgrade is like the Industrial Revolution. With a thought, the stone house slowly crawled toward the crystal mine. Jiang Lin couldn't wait to enter and inspect the changes inside. The fleshy fruit vines had already pulled out their roots, waiting only for the stone house to stop before re-establishing themselves. As soon as Jiang Lin entered, he felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. The stone house wasn't entirely stone-walled. The walls were wooden inside. There was a floor too, stone, not dirt. The interior was divided into several areas by wooden walls, roughly 100 square meters, with a height of 5 meters. A lot of furniture had been added, and Jiang Lin examined them one by one. First, the bedroom. The wooden bed had become noticeably more refined, and the wooden table had grown considerably. There was also a wooden chair by the window. The windows, with their stone exterior and wooden interior, were exquisitely crafted, and when closed, they were completely invisible. A fireplace had also been added opposite the bed for warmth. Then, there was the living room. There was a large chair and 6 smaller chairs, where the small axe and pickaxe could sleep. In front of the chairs was a large square table. Perhaps it could be used for dining in the future? But it clearly wasn't going to be used right now. Next to the living room was a flower bed, suitable for growing crops. It was the only place with access to the ground. Finally, there were 2 empty rooms. Jiang Lin planned to use one as storage, the other as a bathroom. The small axe and the small pickaxe also seemed curious, wandering around the new house. Jiang Lin was immediately displeased. As the boss, he could skip work, but the employees couldn't. You two, go to the crystal mine and work. Today's output can't be less than yesterday's. At his command, the 2 hard-working people immediately got to work and rushed out the door. This made Jiang Lin feel like an unscrupulous capitalist. Pa! Damn me! Jiang Lin slapped himself lightly. But he quickly put the matter behind him and began to tidy up the house. First, he moved the red tentacle cup and the fleshy cone vine to the flower bed in the hall. The strange oil lamp still sat on the bedroom table. Under the table, an empty treasure chest served as a storage locker, containing the thornwood stick and the cheap iron pickaxe. A mink coat and sweatshirt served as a mattress on the bed. The other 2 empty treasure chests also served as storage lockers, placed in the storage room to store the beast materials. The digestive toilet was naturally placed in the bathroom. The house instantly became neat and tidy, resembling a normal residence. When everything was finished, it was already 12 o'clock, with 5 hours left before dark. Jiang Lin didn't plan to go mining again. There was no rush to upgrade the shelter at the moment. He planned to explore the fog instead. Chapter 14. This was probably his first true exploration. His previous forays into the fog had more or less been for a reason. After his encounter with the human face beast swarm, Jiang Lin felt he had earned the necessary qualifications to begin exploring the fog. Now, he not only mastered the level 3 speed skill, Trick Step, but also possessed the level 2 lethal weapon, the Serpent-Tooth Flying Blade. His physical fitness also surpassed that of an average person, reaching 13 points, his muscles defined and brimming with explosive power. If he were still timid, he would be overly cautious. Many individuals with combat talent have already begun actively seeking out and hunting ferocious beasts. He was still within the novice protection period, as the system stated, and had ample time to learn about this world. Once the protection period ended, higher-level monsters and ferocious beasts would roam freely, making exploration much more difficult. Besides, the system had clearly warned him that the fog presented both dangers and opportunities, and simply avoiding it was not a good idea. Jiang Lin acted on his thoughts. Although cautious, he was no pushover. In his left hand, he held a permanent shelter pointer, in his right, the Serpent-Tooth Flying Blade. He glanced at the slowly creeping stone house behind him for a final moment before turning and heading back into the mist. He randomly picked a direction. With the compass, he didn't have to worry about losing his way home. 3 hours passed. Snap, snap. In the fog, visibility was reduced to 6 meters, and Jiang Lin could only hear the clatter of his shoes on the muddy ground. There was nothing but trees. Not even the chirping of insects or birds. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted from the left, charging straight at his head. Without panic, Jiang Lin retreated with a cunning step, expertly swinging his snake-tooth flying blade. Swish, 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 the familiar slicing sound echoed. The monster had been pierced and collapsed. Retracting the flying blade, Jiang Lin looked over and saw it was a human-legged monster. It had 6 legs, 4 for feet and 2 for hands, and no head. The corpse of this monster was of little value, only dropping crystals. This was already the 15th monster or ferocious beast Jiang Lin had killed. He collected the crystals and continued forward. In the past 3 hours, he had collected 4 wooden treasure chests, 3 of the lowest level and 1 of the higher level, containing ferocious beast materials, turtle and tiger shells, human fingers and snake teeth, and 60 crystals. Jiang Lin also gained a better understanding of the current fog situation. He hadn't encountered a level 2 creature yet, probably because of the protection period the system mentioned. He categorized creatures into 3 types: monsters, ferocious beasts, and strange creatures. Those with obvious humanoid features, but no materials were considered monsters. The human-legged monster and the vertical-toothed man were examples of this type, and monsters were the most numerous. Ferocious beasts possess distinct animal characteristics, and their corpses yield certain materials. These include the alien mantis, the earth dragon scorpion, the one-eyed lizard, and the human-faced bee. Compared to monsters, ferocious beasts are far fewer. Only 2 of the 15 encountered were ferocious beasts. Finally, there are the strange ones. They are relatively rare, but some have mentioned them in the chat room, though Jiang Lin isn't sure of the specifics. Some people talk about encountering walking red shoes, while others say they've encountered a person leaning against them and following them. Most of these don't cause direct harm. Perhaps they require some kind of opportunity. Jiang Lin speculates that no one mentioned the dangers of strange things because everyone who encountered them died. Those who didn't survive naturally didn't mention them. These are often the most dangerous. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Lin had no direction or purpose, simply following the compass as he circled the stone house and explored the outside. He had already explored almost every kilometer around the stone house, so he'd made some gains. The crystals he'd obtained were no less than those from mining, not to mention 4 treasure chests. As he walked, Jiang Lin suddenly felt something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He looked carefully. Nothing was wrong, so he shook his head and continued walking. But he still felt a sense of unease. He walked a few more minutes. Damn it, what was wrong? Jiang Lin's heart palpitated more and more, and he looked around again. The ground, the trees, the sky, the fog. Everything was normal. Wait, footprints. It was footprints, on the ground. The footprints he'd just left were facing away from him. The footprints were backwards. Jiang Lin felt dizzy, and the cold air blew, chilling his newly broken sweat. What was going on? He tried to move forward, but the footprints he'd left were still backwards. Were the footprints reversed, or... He reversed? Thoughts raced. Jiang Lin didn't know how to react, and a cold sweat broke out. He recalled the messages in the area chat about strange things. No one had mentioned anything like this. He then recalled his own speculation about strange things. Perhaps the danger came from some kind of opportunity. No one mentioned strange dangers because no one who encountered them survived, and now he was trapped in this strange and inexplicable situation. Was he also going to be among those who perished in the silence? Unknowable, clueless. He didn't even know what had happened to him, let alone how to escape. Forward, or back? Jiang Lin glanced at the pointer to the permanent shelter and tried to move in its direction. He tried not to notice the footprints. 1 step. 2 steps. After a dozen or so steps, he stopped. He was getting further and further away from the shelter. Perhaps? Should I walk backwards? He tried again, facing the shelter. But as he retreated, the footprints he left behind were facing him. Still the other way around. Undeterred, he retreated another dozen or so steps, but the distance from the shelter kept growing. It seemed his guess was wrong, and retreating was useless. What should he do? What had gone wrong? The sense of crisis grew stronger, as if some mortal danger was approaching. Exhaling, Jiang Lin forced himself to calm down. He tried walking away from the shelter and moving around randomly, but the results were the same. The pointer showed that he was getting further and further away from the shelter. No! I can't interpret this strangeness with ordinary thinking. Maybe I was wrong from the beginning. Pausing, Jiang Lin tried to detach himself and think from the perspective of an outsider. It's known that no matter which direction a person walks, they will only move in the same direction. What kind of situation could cause this? First, it has nothing to do with the direction. If the direction is wrong, then at least they will turn or retreat, not just move in one direction. Second, it has nothing to do with the pointer. The pointer can't be wrong. This is what the system tells them. It will always point to the shelter. That leaves the last reason. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin finally found a way out. He picked up the pointer and tried to take a few steps toward the shelter. As expected, it took him further away. He turned and followed the footprints he had just left in the opposite direction. He didn't look at the pointer until he had walked all the way through the fresh footprints. He picked up the pointer and looked. Success! He was approaching the shelter. Jiang Lin repeated the same pattern, following the pointer again. Then, without looking at it, he turned and followed the footsteps he had left. Jiang Lin walked for a long time in this direction, not checking the compass, but focusing on his own footprints. Whenever the footprints began to reverse, he would continue walking in their direction. After walking for over half an hour, finally, Jiang Lin saw the stone house. At that moment, he felt the warmth and security of the stone house. Huh? Jianglin sat down in front of the stone house, feeling the slow pace of its progress, and let out a long breath. The cold sweat had already dried, and then wet again, wet and then dried again, repeatedly. He almost thought he was doomed, but fortunately, at the critical moment, he calmly thought of a solution. It was already 4 o'clock. If he didn't return in another hour, he would be left in the fog, and what would happen then was unpredictable. Only at the last moment did he realize that since the direction and the compass were correct, he was the only one left. It was his own perception that was distorted. In other words, he had misjudged it. Chapter 15. Why do we say he went in the wrong direction? Because of the footprints. He had been thinking about the wrong direction from the beginning. In reality, it wasn't the footprints that were reversed, but his perception. The direction of the footprints was the direction he most fundamentally wanted to go. Why do we say most fundamental? Because another layer of his perception had been distorted by the mystical distortedness. Let's call them fundamental perception and surface perception. Once his surface perception determined which direction to go, he would inevitably move in the direction indicated by the mystical distortedness. This is why, no matter which direction he followed the compass, he would always get further and further away from the shelter. The footprints, however, were the direction his fundamental perception had led him to, the direction he truly wanted to go. That's why the footprints always went in the opposite direction. It wasn't the footprints that were reversed, but his surface perception. So, after Jianglin chose the direction of the shelter, he put away the compass and walked in the direction opposite to the footprints. Afterwards, he stopped looking at the shelter pointer and, after the mystical distorted his perception, he kept changing directions. As long as the footprints were in the opposite direction, he would follow them, thus heading in the direction he had assumed based on his fundamental understanding. His guess proved correct. If he continued to follow the needle, he would fall into a strange trap, trapped in the impasse of superficial cognition. He would only follow the strange, distorted direction of his cognition, further and further from the shelter, until the true and fatal crisis arrived. Strange things are really hard to deal with. Jianglin sighed heartily, wiping his dry forehead. He had a certain admiration for those who had survived strange encounters. To survive such a situation, they must have had some unique skills. Either he was incredibly gifted, or he possessed exceptional judgment. The fact that he'd found the strange flaw before dark was truly a stroke of luck. He also had plenty of time. If this had happened on the way back to the shelter, it would have taken him half an hour. No one knew what the fog would look like after dark. At least, no one in the area chat had mentioned it yet, or perhaps those who knew were already dead. The thought was terrifying. After this experience, Jianglin decided not to explore the fog again today. The stone house was almost at the crystal mine, where he could collect the materials collected with the axe and pickaxe. He prepared to open the treasure chest to calm his frightened heart. He took out 4 treasure chests. Wooden treasure chest. You can obtain a random item, with a 75% chance of a level 1 item, and a 25% chance of a level 2 item. This was the higher level one. The other 3 had a 95% chance of a level 1 item. He'd practice with the 3 lower level items first. Jianglin said solemnly, sacrifice 20 years of troubles. Open! He quickly opened the 3 treasure chests. A flash of white light passed, but it wasn't strong, leaving Jianglin somewhat disappointed. 2 treasure chests contained 2 items each, and the other contained 3. Crude flashlight, level 1, can illuminate fog up to 20 meters ahead. A must-have for travel, never fearing blows. Location beacon set, a location watch equipped with 10 beacons. Place beacons display on the location watch. Essential for exploring the fog, never going back. Toilet paper making scroll, 0 of 1 wood. Perhaps you need it. Bathtub making blueprint, a one-time blueprint. Your flavor is so strong that even ferocious beasts can't stomach it. I guess you like it. Backpack expansion scroll, adds a 5-slot system backpack. Crude iron axe, level 1, can be used to gather forest resources. It's really crude. Windproof lighter, provides some illumination, but most people use it to start a fire. 7 items in total, each quite useful. Not a single level 2 item, worthy of being a low-level treasure chest. Turning his gaze to the higher-level wooden treasure chest, Jianglin rubbed his hands. Sacrifice 40 years of pain open. A brighter white light appeared than before. Excellent. At least a level 2 item has been found. Healing potion crafting scroll, level 2, can cure common minor injuries or illnesses, a best-selling item in the Misty world. 0/2 aloe vera 0/2 feather grass 0/2 crystal. Soft bed crafting recipe, a one-time recipe, essential for quality sleep. Comes with a Simmons mattress and a 3-piece quilt set. Looking at the items in the treasure chest, Jiang Lin scratched his head. Could it be that they didn't find anything before because we didn't sacrifice enough? Crafting scrolls are absolutely scarce, undoubtedly the most valuable commodity in the survival world. This shipment was quite large, so Jiang Lin began to sort it out. The 4 empty treasure chests were once again destined for the storage room. He went to the bathroom and clicked on the bathtub blueprint to use it. The blueprint in his hand vanished in a flash of white light, and a large bathtub appeared out of thin air. There's no water for now, so let's just leave it there. Jiang Lin, thinking of the red tentacle cup's production capacity of 1 cup every half an hour, abandoned his plan to bathe. Besides, the temperature was too low, making it easy to catch a cold. He opened the toilet paper making scroll and, using a piece of wood, made a large roll of paper, placing it next to the toilet. Jiang Lin thought selling toilet paper was a good idea. It would probably be popular with female survivors. Then he went to the bedroom and moved the small wooden bed into the living room, replacing it with a large, soft bed. A 2-meter wide bed appeared, complete with 3 sets. Jiang Lin touched it, and found it was indeed very soft. No more hardwood. Using the backpack expansion scroll, he added 5 slots to his system backpack, bringing it to 10 slots now, which was more than enough for now. He put on his positioning watch and placed the 2 scrolls, and the crude iron axe into the treasure chest under the wooden table. He put all other useful items into his system backpack, or carried them on his person. Perfect. Although his combat power didn't increase, he gained a lot of handy items. With the positioning beacon, he could place beacons at the farthest point in each direction of the shelter to track his progress. The crude flashlight increased his margin of error, and a 20-meter range was more than enough for him to react. The lighter was also quite useful. It was the ingredients for the healing potion that left him a little confused. He had explored quite a bit of the area, but he had never encountered any plants other than trees. Perhaps he still hadn't explored far enough. He was surrounded only by trees. Some survivors in the area chat had more or less supplies lying around. He didn't need the healing potion for now, so Jiang Lin stopped thinking about it. He checked the time. 4:45. He opened the door and found that the stone house had already reached the crystal mine. The materials collected by Little Axe and Little Pickaxe were piled on the ground outside. He mentally controlled the stone house to stop. Now that they had a money printing machine, this was the perfect base. Off duty. At Jiang Lin's command, Little Axe and Little Pickaxe ran excitedly towards the stone house. They scurried inside, probably to familiarize themselves with their new home. Jiang Lin smiled and shook his head at this. He felt increasingly that these 2 little beings he had personally created were like children. They even had their own emotions. He ignored this little incident. Jiang Lin collected the materials. Wood adds 243. Stone adds 115. Crystal adds 52. Well, those 2 little ones haven't slacked off, truly worthy of being his hard-working employees. Gaze upon the crystal mine beneath his feet, emitting a faint blue glow. Jiang Lin had made a preliminary takeover of the area. With the level 4 stone house guarding it, there shouldn't be anything that could threaten his shelter at this stage. If there were, Jiang Lin could only lament his bad luck. With everyone using level 1 shelters now, if a level 4 or higher creature were to appear, it would undoubtedly be a disaster. Of course, many people should have reached level 2 today. After all, the system had warned that if someone couldn't reach level 2 today, on the 4th day, they might not even see day 5. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 16. The fog thickened, enveloping the stone house, and the mist began to turn black. The purple-red stone house stood like a fortress in the darkness. Jiang Lin closed the door. Though separated by wooden walls, the light from the strange oil lamp miraculously and evenly permeated every corner. Perhaps it wasn't light itself, but some other medium, protecting the stone house from intrusion. The small axe and the small pickaxe were already dozing on his discarded wooden bed in the hall. The fleshy fruit vines had steadily produced dozens of fleshy fruit today. Jiang Lin reached out to touch them, and put them all into his backpack. He'd go to the trading house tonight. He should be able to exchange them for quite a bit. In fact, he didn't need much right now. Before he found the protective core needed to upgrade the shelter, gathering the other materials wouldn't be of much use. He sat in a chair, eating fleshy fruit. Jiang Lin was about to open the zone chat when the system notification sounded. Congratulations to all survivors for making it to day 4. This survival game is brutal, and you will be tested once again. After midnight tonight, you will face an even more difficult challenge, a fog tide. With the arrival of the fog tide, the dangers within the mist will intensify. Please be prepared, survivors, and use all available means to upgrade your shelter and equip yourself to withstand any impending danger. New features will be available soon, so stay tuned. Happy survival. Jianlin, after reading the system notification, wasn't worried about his own safety. Others might panic, but not him. His shelter had already been upgraded to level 4, and it even had active attack capabilities. If even a level 4 shelter couldn't survive, the entire 10,068 area would likely be wiped out. He was most concerned about the new features the system was about to unlock, and the potential encounters with level 2 or even level 3 creatures after the fog upgrade. The meatball fruit business wasn't likely to be very good tonight. Everyone would likely be frantically buying upgrade materials to upgrade their shelters. When it came to survival, food and drink were of little importance. Opening the area chat. Chat channel 10068, 7834/10000. The area chat was already buzzing. Please, masters, give me some crystals. I work like a slave to pay you back. Are you going to let me live? This is a shitty fog world. I'm done with it. Crafting scrolls for crystals. Anyone interested? Private message. Smith, just like the original, is trading for crystals. I'm a pure innocent girl. There were all sorts of things going on, and Jianlin didn't even bother to pay attention to their names. Those who started getting anxious at this point were probably not thinking straight, and their chances of surviving the night were slim. A normal person would have already learned the importance of upgrading the shelter to level 2 tonight through the system's evaluation of the shelter. At the very least, paying more attention to the regional chat would have revealed this information. Those who only feel the pain when a knife is placed on their neck are not suited to this world. Even if they survive, they will never be able to face the more dangerous world of the fog. It seems to be a major calling tonight, Jianlin muttered to himself. He estimated that the death toll could reach over 2,000. Close the regional chat, open the trading house, and put all the remaining meatballs on the shelf. Exchange delicious meatballs for items, clothes, crystals, and stones. Then he glanced at the items in the trading house. Still nothing of value to him. It was understandable. Those who could obtain valuable items must have some special qualities, which made them unnecessary to exchange for basic materials. Their needs would decrease significantly, and even people like Jianlin would essentially be the output side. If they really needed something, they could simply find someone to negotiate a deal privately. In that case, listing items on the trading platform would almost always be sold out in seconds. Just in case, Jianlin decided not to sleep and wait until the fog arrived at midnight. First, to prevent any changes in the fog that might threaten his safety. Second, to see what features the system would unlock. Out of boredom, he opened his profile and noticed a change. Name, Jianlin. Talent, Alienation Unique Skill, Trick Step, Level 3 Const, 13. Intelligence, 20. Vital Strength, 23/100. Spiritual Power, 50/100. Overall Rating, Level 1. Spiritual power doubled. It must be because his intelligence reached 20. Since alienating the shelter today, Jianlin hadn't checked his profile. Unexpectedly, he opened it out of boredom and found a surprise. The rate of his intelligence's growth must be abnormal, perhaps just him. Because no one mentioned using talents to increase mental acuity. Some people had obtained a mental potion that increased their mental acuity by 3 points, but that was a rare item after all. Suppressing his joy, Jianlin's eyes flickered. Since his spiritual power had increased, what about his talents? Alteration. You can transform and upgrade any object. You can only perform this once on the same object, and the effect depends on the spiritual power invested. This is limited to 3 times per day. Great! Jianlin couldn't help but grin, his excitement uncontrollable. He was actually a very steady person, but some surprises were truly thrilling. He had already deeply experienced the power of the alienation technique. While others struggled to survive, he was already living the life of a boss, laying low. No matter how strong those with combat talents were, they still had to endure the hardship of digging rocks and chopping wood in the early stages. And now that his alienation technique had been increased by 1, it meant he could upgrade and alienate more items or creatures to do his work. How awesome! Hurry up, I have to use up today's opportunity. Inspecting his current items, Jianlin was torn. He actually had many things he wanted to try alienating, to see what would happen, and thus understand the principles of alienation. But his opportunities were limited, and with danger lurking everywhere, he had to strengthen himself and his shelter first. After thinking for a moment, Jianlin pulled out a thorn stick from under the wooden table. Tomorrow he had 3 more chances, and today he wanted to alienate something that would improve his combat effectiveness. As for weapons, the thorn stick was the only one that met the requirements. Alienation activated. Jianlin immediately injected 50 spiritual power points, and the surface of the thorn stick quickly began to wriggle. He decided to use 50 spiritual power to transform important things, and split the remaining 25 equally among other things. The talent description mentioned that the more spiritual power injected, the better the effect, which gave Jianlin some anticipation. The thorn stick began to shrink and transform, quickly becoming a purple ring that looked like a wristband. Transform the thorn stick to obtain the Strange Thorn Bracelet. Strange Thorn Bracelet, Level 2, a bracelet that transforms into strange vine thorns. Not only can it control attacks with the mind, it also automatically protects against danger, boasting top-tier lethality among its level. After reading the system introduction, Jianlin was delighted. Just as he was about to reach out to pick it up, the Strange Thorn Bracelet instantly transformed into a purple vine, wrapping itself around Jianlin's right wrist. Conscious, Jianlin sighed softly and touched it, finding no discomfort. With a thought, a purple vine, as thick as his arm, sprang out at lightning speed, dancing in the air at the touch of his mind. See me wrapped in blue silver? Jianlin shook his head, feeling the scene awfully familiar. This transformation was a success, perfectly compensating for his current defensive shortcomings. In the future, when he encounters danger he can't react to, the thorny vines will automatically protect him. For ranged attacks, he has the serpent-tooth flying blades, for melee, the thorny bracelets, and the extreme speed of his treacherous steps. Perfect, he felt he could now take on a level 2 creature, even though he'd never encountered one before. But after this fog tide, the fog crisis would escalate, and level 2 creatures would surely appear. Then he'd be able to see how different level 2 creatures were. Chapter 17. Having used up all the extra transmutation spells he had today, Jianlin had nothing to do. He opened the trading post to see how the meatball fruit was selling. There were quite a few messages, and Jianlin casually glanced at them. Brother Meatball, do you want some wood? We don't have enough stone. Brother Meatball, can you give me a fruit on credit? I'd pay you back tomorrow after I dig up some stone. Brother Meatball, can you private message Smith to exchange a picture for some fruit? I didn't know when he got this strange nickname, and Jianlin's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat helpless. These people were generally bargaining for nothing, so he ignored them and closed them. There were still quite a few trade requests. It seemed not everyone was preparing for tonight's fog. Many who had prepared for a rainy day had already upgraded their shelters to level 2 and were confident in their abilities. Those people now had the time to worry about food and drink. 15 stones for cotton pants for 1 crystal for hoodie for. The number of people trading upgrade materials for food has noticeably decreased, and food prices have dropped significantly. Due to the fog tide, materials are currently in short supply, but this is only temporary. Once everyone has established themselves, food prices will surely rise again. Jianlin didn't intend to wait for prices to rise before selling. He didn't have the time to monitor market fluctuations. Besides, the fleshy fruit vines can produce dozens of fruits a day, more than he can eat himself. He wants to keep this business going for the long term, so there's no need to stop selling for such a small profit. Just consider it charity. Jianlin began to sort, eventually finding a large collection of clothing and materials. There were both men's and women's clothing, but Jianlin didn't care and piled them all on the wooden bed in the hall. 285 units of stone, for crystals, and 3 low-quality iron axes. What a huge profit. Jianlin couldn't help but sigh at the importance of mastering the means of production. He'd merely moved his fingers, yet it was worth several days' labor for many others. He also obtained 3 iron axes that others had discarded. They'd probably already found better ones in treasure chests. Placing the iron axes casually under the table, Jianlin sat on the edge of the bed and waited quietly. The Simmons mattress was indeed soft. If he hadn't had things to do tonight, he would have wanted to lie down and sleep right away. He casually watched the various chats in the area, and time slipped by. 12 o'clock arrived. Outside the stone house, out of Jianlin's sight, the fog began to surge like a wave. It struck the house again and again, yet it failed to shake it even a little. Rustle and rustle. Jianlin heard the noises outside and became alert. But as time passed, the noises gradually subsided. Seeing nothing unusual about the stone house, Jianlin breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the Tier 4 stone house is still quite powerful. Everything returned to silence, and the system notification chimed. The regional leaderboard feature will now be available. The top 100 survivors will receive rewards. With the higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. Rankings are based on the shelter level, the survivor level, and the creatures and items they possess. The top 3 survivors will receive additional rewards. Ranking? Hearing the system notification chime, Jiang Lin became curious about his own ranking in this area. Although he was far ahead of others in all aspects thanks to his alienation technique, there were also those with powerful talents. So he wasn't sure what rank he'd receive. Opening the system panel. Before he could react, 2 notifications popped up. Congratulations on receiving the regional ranking reward. Do you want to claim it? Congratulations on receiving the additional ranking reward. Do you want to claim it? I'm in the top 3? This was the only thought in Jiang Lin's mind at the moment. It was a bit surprising, but also made sense. Click to claim. Congratulations on receiving a Sanctuary Teleportation Talisman, a Crystal Energy Constant Temperature Set One-Time Crafting Blueprint, and a Slave Contract. Congratulations on receiving a Level 3 Spiritual Perception, Skill Book, a Constitution Potion, and a Mind Potion. Is this pie in the sky? Jiang Lin couldn't believe it. He hadn't done anything, yet the system had rewarded him with so many goodies for free. He really loved this new ranking feature. Putting the rewards aside for now, he could roughly guess what they were used for by the names. He was now a little curious about where he'd rank. Actually, he already had a vague guess, given the generous rewards. Next to the regional chat, a new section had appeared, Regional Rankings. After clicking to open it, the first thing that caught his eye was his name. First place, Jiang Lin, the undisputed overlord of Area 10068. Second place, Sun Huanyu. He might be a bit overconfident, but don't doubt his strength. Third place, Sun Yin. Your best bet is to please her. Fourth place, Lin Yifeng, the god of treasure chests. Jiang Lin memorized a few names he thought had high potential and closed the system panel. He still had to take a good look at the rewards he'd earned. He picked up the blueprint for the Crystal Energy Constant Temperature set. This reward came perfectly. The temperature was dropping, and he seriously suspected a cold snap was imminent. Clicking use, he revealed a lightweight black suit, including black leather boots, underwear, and socks. Warm and cozy, Jiang Lin could barely stand his own scent. There was a circular groove on the belt, likely where the crystals were charged. He quickly changed into a thermostatic suit and used a crystal to charge it. The chill instantly dissipated, and he felt warm. The time displayed on the belt lasted 72 hours, meaning 1 crystal every 3 days, a price Jiang Lin, with his wealth, could easily afford. He then looked at the remaining rewards. Shelter Teleport Talisman teleports the user back to the sanctuary, regardless of location. Destroy after use. Slave Contract can be used on any creature below level 3 that has lost its ability to resist. After use, it grants a command, which the creature cannot refuse. Spiritual Perception, Skill Book Level 3, allows the user to sense hostility within 200 meters. Essential for exploration. As for the Constitution and Mind Potions, each adds 3 points to the corresponding attribute. Both are very practical. It's worthy of being the top-ranked reward in the region. Jiang Lin used his 2 transformations directly on the Constitution and Mind Potions, using up 50 spirit points. Transformed the Constitution Potion, obtaining the Strange Strength Potion. Strange Strength Potion permanently increases Constitution by 5 points and increases Strength in a certain part, with a random effect. Transform the Mind Potion, obtaining the Ghost Potion. Ghost Potion permanently increases Mind by 5 points and increases thinking speed. Without hesitation, he used these direct self-strengthening items. Jiang Lin drank each one and felt his mind clearer, and his right leg strength increased. Good, I didn't get that random part this time. Next reward. Jiang Lin used the skill book. Yes, he was thinking of exploiting a bug again. It had been a long time since he last exploited a system bug, and Jiang Lin felt he was being very considerate of the system. As the saying goes, cheating feels good for a while, but it's always. Opening the personal dashboard. Name, Jiang Lin. Talent, Alienation Unique Skills, Trickery, Level 3, Spiritual Perception, Level 3, Const, 18. Intelligence, 28. Physical Strength, 100/100. Spiritual Strength, 50/100. Overall Rating, Level 1. Jiang Lin directly activated Alienation on the Spiritual Perception. System, bear with me, I'm quick. Chapter 18. Alienation has taken effect. The system fell into a familiar state of lag. Just when Jiang Lin suspected it might be angry, a notification chime sounded. Congratulations on acquiring the skill. Dream Eye. Dream Eye, level 4. Senses malicious intent within 300 meters. If a level 4 or lower entity generates malicious intent, its thoughts and movements can be sensed. Huh? A sigh of relief escaped him. The skill bar in his personal dashboard had changed. The alienation went smoothly. Jianglin felt a strange sense of guilt, akin to cheating as a child, afraid of being caught. Jianglin resolved to give the system a favor and stop glitching for the time being. As a level 4 skill, Dream Eye is absolutely divine. While it doesn't offer a boost in combat power, it gives Jianglin a powerful ability to survive. If he encounters the creature that distorted his perception yesterday afternoon again, he'd be able to understand its thoughts through Dream Eye and escape with ease. Of course, that assumes the creature is level 4 or lower. However, Jianglin didn't believe the anomaly was higher than level 4. If it were truly level 5 or higher, it wouldn't be so easily solved. He collected all the rewards and organized them. It was almost 1 a.m. Jianglin opened the zone chat, wanting to see what specific changes the fog tide had brought. He felt no danger at all in the level 4 stone house. Even if there was danger, it would be resolved by the stone house, leaving him no chance to intervene. Besides, if the stone house couldn't solve the problem, he could only wait for death. The stone house was, after all, level 4, but Jianglin was only level 1 according to the system. Taking into account his skills and weapons, he could only compete with level 2 creatures at best. He would probably have to retreat if he encountered a level 3 creature. Chat channel 10068, 6232/10,000. The number of people has dropped sharply by over 1,600. Jianglin's estimate was quite accurate. By tonight, over 2,000 people would have perished. Please, give me a few crystals. I really don't want to die. I'm willing to be a slave or even a dog. Brothers and sisters, please be kind. I'm only 42 pieces of wood and 20 crystals short. I'm a girl, I can do anything. I know planting skills. If anyone saves me, I can help you grow food. There are many people who know planting skills. You're not the only one needed. Amidst the wailing, Jianglin finally managed to extract some useful information. It turns out the so-called fog tide is a tidal surge of fog, severely damaging many people's shelters. Once a shelter is damaged, level 1 or even level 2 creatures will attack, killing most people. The shelters damaged by the fog tide are all level 1 or lower. Some lucky level 1 shelters have even been spared. But after this incident, those who had been clinging to a lucky escape could no longer sit still. They immediately became online beggars, begging for help. Unfortunately, this is a survival world. Asking for help from others is better than asking for help from oneself. No one would risk their own life for charity. Not only in the regional chat, but his private chat had already exploded. Perhaps it was because of his rankings. He was quite famous in this area. I casually browsed through the private chats. Most of them were requests for help, hoping for materials, and even some offering moral blackmail. Jianglin ignored the messages and picked out a few that were useful. Sun Huanyu, Brother Rukyu, I was the one who bought fruit from the toilet last time. I didn't expect you to be in first place. Can you add me as a friend? I want to buy fruit regularly. Lenifeng, Big Boss, give me friend status. If you have something good, consider trading it to me. Zhang Su, Big Boss, you're awesome. It's mutually beneficial. Let's add each other as friends. Ming Zi, Big Boss, Jianglin, let's add each other as friends. We can help each other. He temporarily added these few as friends. Jianglin didn't reply, but quietly exited the chat area. He remembered Ming Zi. She was the one who awakened the power of prophecy, able to predict what would happen within half a day. Her ability was quite unique and should be quite useful, so Jianglin added her as a friend. Jianglin's aloofness, not even responding, had his reasons. He knew that human nature was treacherous. Often, the more friendly you are, the more likely others will take advantage of you. When you act more assertive, others become wary. He simply wanted to establish the image of a stern, cold-blooded leader. He could contact these people when needed, but if they wanted to ask for his help or take advantage, no way. One thing at a time, this was a survival world. Order had long since collapsed, and everything had returned to its original nature. Equivalent exchange was the fundamental principle. Jianglin lay on his Simmons bed, feeling the softness of the quilt, and slowly closed his eyes. He drifted off into a daze. After an unspecified amount of time, Jianglin suddenly felt a palpitation. The dream I had activated. How could this be? He was clearly lying in the stone house. How could anyone be maliciously targeting him through the stone house? Just as he was startled, he felt his vision split in two. It was a strange feeling. He could clearly sense everything around him, yet another vision entered his mind. It was as if there were an extra pair of eyes. Is this in the fog? Jianglin knew this was the source of the unknown hostility he'd sensed since activating his Dream Eye skill. The extra pair of eyes he now possessed came from this unknown creature. In the darkness, he saw a purple-red stone house standing tall in the darkness. This was his stone house. The creature stared at him from a distance. What was it? Could a creature actually lock onto him through the stone house? A ferocious beast, or a monster, or something strange? Jianglin tried to shift his vision, trying to get a fuller view of this unknown creature. Success, he shifted his gaze upward, forward, and spun. He saw a pair of scarlet eyes, eyes that seemed to hold endless malice, ferocious and terrifying. What was this, a detection technique? He actually had this ability. Interesting. This wasn't Jianglin's thought. It suddenly occurred to him. This was the creature's thought. Jianglin quickly realized this, but it also terrified him. He had actually encountered an intelligent being. However, before he could see more clearly, the creature retreated rapidly, quickly out of range of his Dream Eye ability. His field of vision vanished. Alas! The fog was too dark, and he could only make out the eyes, which were conspicuous enough in the mist. He could only roughly determine that the other creature was a humanoid. Is there someone in the fog? Jianglin frowned and muttered to himself. He pinched his brow. This was his first time using Dream Eye, and he was still a little uncomfortable. He thought it would be much better next time. The appearance of the red-eyed man made him realize that he still knew too little about the fog. Perhaps many things were not as simple as he thought. This first encounter with an intelligent being in the fog dampened Jianglin's joy. He wasn't afraid of encountering ferocious beasts or monsters. Even level 2 or 3, he had ways to deal with them. But if these creatures developed intelligence, everything would be different. Jianglin suddenly thought of the human-faced bee. Could there be other intelligent creatures in the fog, living in swarms? He couldn't rule it out. He even thought it was normal for them to exist. He'd have to be more cautious exploring the fog from now on. He checked the time. It was 3:30 a.m. It was still early. There was no point in worrying. He needed to rest well to have the energy to explore the fog. The night passed in silence. Chapter 19. Jianglin felt a sticky sensation. It was as if he had dreamed a dream. He sank into the deep sea and grew gills and a dorsal fin. He saw a city. Then, he woke up. What he saw were sticky red tentacles, and white goo smeared all over his face. Damn it, little axe. Jianglin felt his handsome face had been sullied. He caught Little Axe and gave him a beating. But Little Axe thought he was playing with it, seeming to enjoy the way its tentacles swayed. Desperate, feeling completely utterly frivolous, Jianglin washed his face and rinsed his mouth with the water in the tentacle cup. He checked the time, 9:15. It turned out Little Axe had come to wake him up, which made him feel a little ashamed. Not only had he not gotten up on time, but he had also thought Little Axe had hit it as a prank. I deserve to die. Pa. He slapped himself lightly as punishment. As the boss, he had to lead by example and arrive on time. A glance down the hall revealed that Xiaohao was already standing erect, awaiting instructions. What hard-working individuals. Let's get to work. Jianglin waved, and the two little ones quickly left. The stone hut had been moved to the crystal mine. Xiaohao could collect materials right outside the door, so there shouldn't be any danger. He wasn't going to join the collection. He still had to search for clues to the defense corps. To increase efficiency, he planned to use his last transformation of the day. He pulled something from his backpack. Crude flashlight, level 1, can illuminate fog up to 20 meters ahead. A must-have for travel, never fearing blows in the face. Yes, since this was exploration, vision was crucial, and transforming a crude flashlight would definitely make things twice as easy. Otherwise, with the fog's limited range of 6 meters, how long would it take him to find his way? Transmutation activated. The flashlight began to wriggle and transform, eventually transforming into a black collar with a red eyeball-shaped pattern. Transmutate the crude flashlight to obtain the fog-repelling collar. Fog-repelling collar, level 2, can dispel fog within a 30-meter radius. If it were any stronger, the foggy world would be renamed. The effect is as powerful as ever. With the fog-repelling collar, his exploration speed in the fog would increase many times. With the collar on, Jianglin felt like he was playing some strange game. Shaking his head, he cast aside the strange thought. Checking his equipment to make sure it was in good condition, Jiang Lin left the stone house. A cold wind blew. The view was a sea of white. Is it snowing? Jiang Lin checked the temperature display on his belt. -5 degrees Celsius. The temperature was dropping too fast. Now that he had a thermostatic suit, he no longer needed the clothes he traded for. He planned to sell some for supplies. It get colder, so I should be able to make a lot of money. But these are minor matters, unimportant, so Jiang Lin didn't take them too seriously. The fog was dispelled by the fog-repelling collar to a distance of 30 meters, giving Jiang Lin a long-awaited sense of openness. In reality, 30 meters isn't far. Human vision can reach tens of kilometers, and even objects up to 50 meters away can be clearly seen. Compared to Blue Star, 30 meters is a very limited field of vision. It's just that Jiang Lin had become accustomed to 10-meter visibility over the past few days, so the sudden increase to 30 meters was a bit strange. Everything was ready. Jiang Lin randomly picked a direction and began to walk quickly. The ghost potion had increased his thinking speed, so he no longer had to worry about being unable to react to danger. Add to that the Dream Eye's passive skill and numerous life-saving measures. As long as he didn't encounter any overly advanced level 5 creatures, he should be able to defend himself. Along the way, he encountered many ferocious beasts and disgusting monsters, which Jiang Lin casually killed with his serpent-toothed flying blade and collected the crystals. Overall, monsters still outnumbered the ferocious beasts. Level 1 creatures were now just mobile crystal ore to him. After walking about 4 kilometers in this direction, Jiang Lin had already found 3 wooden treasure chests and obtained some ferocious beast materials. Notably, he also encountered the alien mantis that had previously exchanged an arm with Xiao Axe. It generously offered its other mantis sickle blade. I hadn't expected the alien mantis to be so timid, running so far only to encounter him. The system backpack was full, so he had to pack his lightweight belongings directly into the pockets of his thermostatic suit. After walking about another kilometer, Jiang Lin finally encountered a being he couldn't afford to provoke for the time being. A massive body, as massive as a hill, lay prostrate on the ground. Its overall shape resembled a bat, but with a goat-like head. Its limbs were scaly bird claws, and its lower body was a coiled snake tail. Jiang Lin estimated it to be 3 meters tall when standing upright, and perhaps 6 meters in total length. It was napping. Black Ram, a level 4 ferocious beast, a familiar species of an old god. Every part of its body can be used for attack. Perhaps you shouldn't mess with it. It's about to wake up. Jiang Lin's scalp tingled after reading the description. Using his trick steps, he ran several hundred meters in the direction he came from before stopping. A familiar of an old god? Level 4? He hadn't expected such bad luck. He didn't even encounter a level 2 or 3 creature, but instead encountered a level 4 creature. Or a familiar of an old god? Are there gods in this world? Jiang Lin warned himself. Guess I can't be too aggressive. If this level 4 creature hadn't dozed off, he wasn't sure his stealth steps could outrun its flying speed. He had originally assumed that the fog upgrade brought by the fog tide would only affect creatures below level 4, but he was wrong. He was still too conservative. He found a tree and buried the locator beacon beneath it, temporarily deeming that direction a restricted zone. He could also try to get the stone house to come over, but that would take 8 days, and the effort would be wasted. Besides, he couldn't risk the stone house. They were both level 4, so the difference in combat power was impossible to judge. At this point, overthinking was pointless. Jiang Lin changed direction, deciding to explore at least 2 positive directions today. He was currently facing the stone house, and he wanted to go to its left. The fog didn't distinguish between east, west, south, and north, so he had to use the direction of the shelter as his guide. After a zigzag 10-kilometer journey, he finally found his way to the left of the stone house, using the compass. Along the way, he found 5 wooden treasure chests and encountered many monsters and ferocious beasts, but none above level 1. Strange. Where have all the level 2 and 3 creatures gone? Jiang Lin was puzzled, feeling that things had exceeded his expectations. With the fog intensifying, theoretically, he should have encountered higher level dangers. But so far, he had only encountered that one level 4 black ram. There seemed to be a gap in the number of monsters and ferocious beasts. This was clearly abnormal. He even took the time to check the chats in the area and found that many people mentioned encountering level 2 creatures. This proved that level 2 creatures definitely existed. The scarcity of level 3 creatures is understandable, but level 2 creatures shouldn't have appeared in such a short time. Could it be because of that black ram? Jianglin wondered if the presence of a higher-level being in this area had caused the lower-level creatures to stay away. Animals have a natural instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. Despite this suspicion, Jianglin felt something was amiss. I hope I'm overthinking it, he thought to himself, bracing himself. It was 2 p.m., and just in case, he had to turn back. He buried a locator beacon under a random tree, marking the direction of his exploration. Glancing at the permanent shelter pointer, he was now about 5 kilometers from the stone house. The journey was quiet. The beasts and monsters seemed to have vanished. After walking about a kilometer, he stopped and saw a treasure chest. Stone treasure chest. Receives a random item. 95% chance of a level 2 item. 5% chance of a level 3 item. The stone treasure chest was now standing out in an open area, conspicuously so. A trap? That was Jianlin's first reaction. Based on his understanding of the foggy world, survivors shouldn't be able to pick up items for free. But after observing for a while, even using his trick steps to test the waters a few times, he realized he might actually be picking up a stone treasure chest for free. This doesn't make sense. Even after Jianglin controlled the trick thorn bracelet to roll up the treasure chest and ran a few hundred meters, he still felt a bit incredulous. Chapter 20. Given the Misty World's idiosyncrasies of even having a level 1 monster guard the lower half of the newbie gift pack, Jianglin couldn't believe he'd actually find a treasure chest for free. And it was a stone treasure chest, superior to the 2 wooden ones, guaranteed to yield level 2 items, perhaps even level 3. But he quickly calmed down. Touching the stone texture of the treasure chest, he felt a faint unease. Perhaps it's guarded by a creature. It's just that creature had an accident. He didn't say the latter part, but given the current situation, that was the only explanation. To guard a stone treasure chest, it had to be a level 2 creature. What could have happened to it? Dead? Or captured? Jianglin didn't know. Uncertainty, scrambling. This had always been his way of making a living. He hurried home. He even occasionally resorted to his treacherous steps, simply because of a lingering unease. While performing trick steps normally didn't consume stamina directly, it did accelerate the rate at which he consumed it during movement. For the sake of caution, he usually carefully monitored his stamina consumption, so he wouldn't resort to the extravagant act of using trick steps to speed up his journey. For example, he still had 45 stamina points left, all thanks to his conserving energy today. You've walked over 10 kilometers today, killing quite a few level 1 creatures. Black boots stomped quickly against the ground, making a low, puffing sound. The gray mist quickly retreated, dispelled 30 meters by the mist-repelling collar. The road was clear, and even the level 1 creatures had disappeared, which made Jianglin's heart sink. Just as he was considering whether to take a detour home, an unusual fog appeared ahead. What is this? The gray mist had receded, but a strange cloud, obscuring the sky, approached Jianglin. As he retreated, Jianglin observed. The fog was immense. Only a small portion of it appeared in Jianglin's field of vision. It was sometimes blue, sometimes green, and then red, obscuring the sky and the ground, slowly moving. It was unknown how large it was, but it occupied a vast area of 30 meters in front of Jianglin. System detection, crawling mist, level 4? Strange, a projection of an ability of an old god. Perhaps it had forgotten it existed and had allowed it to develop. This is only a small part of it. It manifested as a spreading, expanding fog. It wouldn't attack, but upon contact, it would assimilate. If you yearn for freedom, try to touch it, and you gain eternal life. Too much of such a thing exists. Jianglin exclaimed in astonishment. Not daring to waste even a moment, he bolted towards the other side like an arrow, his feet stirring up a cloud of dust. The creeping fog, like a ferocious beast, spread eerily, seemingly intent on devouring everything. Jianglin ran with all his might, desperately trying to escape the confines of this terrifying fog. At that moment, he finally understood why no level 2 or 3 creatures had appeared in that direction. It turned out that they had all become nourishment for the creeping fog. The thought of even those powerful creatures unable to escape this strange mist filled Jianglin with a chilling chill. Because there were so many level 1 creatures, Jianglin hadn't noticed any change in their numbers. It might also be because the foggy world regularly replenishes its population, but higher-level creatures take longer to spawn. How bizarre! This creeping fog is just a reflection of a forgotten ability of an old god, and only a small part of it. He couldn't imagine how powerful that old god truly was. It was beyond his current reach. Luckily, judging from the direction he observed, the strange and dangerous creeping fog was moving away from his shelter. Furthermore, its movement was relatively slow, which gave Jianglin a sigh of relief. After all, he couldn't be sure if the level 4 stone house could withstand the powerful assimilation of the creeping fog. After all, his shelter was his foundation in the perilous foggy world. If he lost it, Jianglin couldn't imagine how he would survive. Whenever night falls, a black fog thickens. What terrifying dangers lurk within it? To this day, no one has successfully survived the nighttime fog without shelter. Those who lose it, without exception, perish. After running for who knows how far, the eerie mist finally vanished from sight. Jianglin breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had a shelter teleportation talisman that could save his life, but he didn't want to use it so easily. It was a trump card, meant to be used in a truly dire situation. Encountering 2 level 4 monsters in a row was a nightmare for Jianglin. He groaned inwardly, feeling incredibly unlucky today. Maybe all my luck will be used up in opening today's treasure chest? He sighed helplessly, scratching his messy hair, thinking with a hint of mirth. He glanced at the pointer. The shelter was still 3 kilometers away, not far off. He continued on his way. His stamina was almost depleted, and he felt heavy. Perhaps it was the crawling mist, but he encountered few creatures along the way, only a few level 1 monsters here and there, which Jianglin casually killed and took stones from. With the dream eye, any monsters that showed any ill will towards him would be met with his serpent-toothed flying blades. He was now a walking level 1 harvester. Remarkably, he had found another stone treasure chest. With such efficiency, if he didn't have to return to the shelter, he would have followed the crawling mist to pick up treasure chests. Only when he saw the purple-red stone house did Jianglin finally feel relieved. He checked the time. It was 4:20. The crawling mist had blocked his path, delaying him considerably. Ding! 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 The pickaxe was diligently digging for crystals and stones, while the axe should have been chopping down trees nearby. Only wooden blocks remained around the stone hut. Jianglin didn't let the pickaxe stop. It was still 40 minutes before dark. As a competent boss, he couldn't overwork his employees, and certainly couldn't let them work less. 8 hours a day, on time, no more, no less. I'm such a good person. Jianglin sighed, comparing himself to the bosses on Blue Star. He walked into the stone hut and reviewed his day's events. Still no clues about the protective core, and no one in the area chat had mentioned it. After all, it was only the 5th day, and most people were still at the level 2 shelter stage. A few might have upgraded to level 3, but they were probably just as clueless as Jianglin. His stone hut had been upgraded to level 4 through alienation, so he still needed to collect materials for the upgrade. The alienation upgrade was independent of the system, meaning that from the system's perspective, his shelter was still a level 3 shelter. His level 4 stone house was an early access version, and further upgrades would require payment. Let's put the shelter aside for now. Level 4 is definitely more than enough for the novice protection period. Besides anything else, today was a truly fruitful day. Today, I obtained a total of 8 wooden treasure chests, 2 stone treasure chests, and a small amount of ferocious beast materials. All the materials were thrown into the storage room. There's currently no place to forge them. He rubbed his hands, looking at the 10 treasure chests before him, his heart filled with anticipation and curiosity. You know, he'd never opened so many treasure chests at once before. For someone who loves opening treasure chests, this large number of chests made him inexplicably excited. Chapter 21. Sacrifice 20 years of anxiety. Open. Sacrifice. After chanting the magical spell 6 times in a row, he opened 6 lowest level wooden treasure chests in succession. Each one shimmered with white light. None of them yielded a level 2 item. He glanced at them, somewhat disappointed. Inflatable doll. I think you'd like it. Golf club. Level 1. Can be used as a weapon or for entertainment. Telescope. Can't see through the shower, but might be a good decoration. Crude pistol. Level 1. Out of bullets, you might have to keep drawing. Bath set. Please smell it. Rice seeds. Labor is glorious. Compressed biscuits. While Jianglin mused to himself, the lowest level wooden treasure chests were no longer of interest to him. Most of the items found in these chests might have been useful a few days ago. But now, with his improved strength and abundant supplies, they were no longer necessary. Perhaps he could trade it at the trading house, or try his hand at a prize using the alienation spell. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet mastered the alienation spell enough to use it freely, so each one needed to be used strategically. Not dwelling on what to do with the items, Jianglin looked at the remaining treasure chests. Sacrifice. Fast chanting the spell, he opened 2 more high-grade wooden treasure chests in quick succession. One of the treasure chests glowed brightly, apparently containing a level 2 item. He took a closer look. Advancement scroll. Level 2, can upgrade a level 1 item to level 2. The specific effect depends on the item's characteristics. Stamina Potion, level 2, restores 200 points of stamina when consumed. Essential for escaping. You don't want to be the Wailing Lamb, do you? These were 2 items from the treasure chest, shown brightly with white light. Both were very useful. The advanced scroll, in particular, had already formed some ideas. Putting the items away, he looked at the items in the other treasure chest. He had initially been skeptical, but he discovered they were actually quite useful. Backpack Expansion Scroll adds 5 slots to his system backpack. Aloe Vera Seeds, it can be quite useless or quite useful. The system backpack slots were always insufficient, forcing him to constantly carry around things. This had caused him considerable inconvenience, but he had unexpectedly obtained another expansion scroll. The additional 5-slot backpack would greatly alleviate Jian Lin's storage pressure. Thinking of this, Jian Lin's mood brightened, but a headache soon returned. Although he had the aloe vera seeds, he was still missing another ingredient for the healing potion, feather grass. Where could he find it? Even more frustratingly, although he knew aloe vera seeds could be grown into aloe vera, he had no idea how to grow it. Jian Lin could only shake his head, sigh, then take out the backpack expansion scroll and use it. With a flash of light, the system backpack successfully expanded to 5 new slots. Jian Lin then put the aloe vera seeds away. Jian Lin muttered, I wonder if I can still get aloe vera after using mutation. He could have given the aloe vera seeds to someone with a talent for planting, but he didn't trust them. Rather than trusting others to do their best to help him plant aloe vera, he decided to take a gamble with mutation, even though mutation had never been used to leave something unchanged. But that was all for later. Now there was something more important. The main event was coming. His gaze shifted to the 2 stone treasure chests. This was his first stone treasure chest. It must have appeared after the fog tide. He wondered what the difference was between it and the wooden ones. The prospect of opening a higher-level treasure chest invigorated Jian Lin. Sacrifice 40 years of laziness. Open it, he muttered, opening 2 stone treasure chests in quick succession. As the 2 chests flashed white light, one of them noticeably brighter. 5% chance I've caught it. He eagerly glanced at the treasure chest that yielded the level 3 item. Inside the treasure chest lay a blueprint and a scroll. Stone Goat Man Puppet Creation Blueprint. Level 3, a one-time use blueprint. This creates a Stone Goat Man puppet with basic intelligence, capable of understanding simple commands. It can be used in combat or perform simple tasks. Psychic Bomb Creation Scroll. Level 3, this blueprint creates a powerful psychic bomb, but the downside is its high cost. 0/5 iron 0 out of 2 beast cores 0/30 crystals. Great stuff. Jian Lin couldn't contain his smile after reading the description. Let's not talk about the psychic bomb for now. Crafting something requires materials, after all, and isn't practical. Let's just talk about the Stone Sheepman puppet. As a level 3 puppet, Jian Lin could use alienation to upgrade it to level 4, a surefire killer at this stage. As for why not just use alienation on the blueprint? Then summon a higher level puppet, and then use alienation to upgrade it to level 5. Jian Lin had considered this a long time ago, but the reality was it was simply impossible. Alienation transforms an object, and it can only be used once on the same object. If alienation was used on a blueprint, would it still be a blueprint? Jian Lin had considered it, and even wanted to try it, but unfortunately, he had a vague intuition that he wouldn't get the blueprint, but instead would receive something transformed from a piece of paper. While it will still level up, it's better to use the blueprint to craft something and then level it up, rather than getting an unsure item. At least the outcome is predictable. This is why Jian Lin never considered items like the alienation blueprint scroll. After getting 2 level 3 items, looking at another treasure chest felt a bit dull. Like the lull after the ointment boom, he casually scanned through them. Workbench Crafting Blueprint. Level 2, a one-time blueprint that grants access to a workbench. Using materials like ferocious beasts, wood, and crystals, you can craft weapons and equipment level 2 and below. Adding materials automatically creates the crafting experience, making it quick and convenient, a must-have for survival. Repulsion Potion. Level 2, reduces your presence, even causing a subtle repulsion from all fog creatures, causing them to subconsciously stay away. Note, only effective against level 2 and below creatures. Huh? Jian Lin's eyes widened in surprise, and he explained, it's truly a stone treasure chest. Even ordinary items can bring surprises. This workbench crafting blueprint is a real lifesaver. A workbench was what he needed most. He had a pile of ferocious beast materials, but was struggling to find a place to forge them. And there was this repellent potion. He was very pleased with its properties. After all, he really wanted those fog creatures to never get close to him, ideally, to completely ignore him. It was a shame the potion in front of him was only level 2. But it was enough. It would only matter what effect the alienation spell would bring. This reward made Jianglin feel that all the dangers he had endured today were worth it. The fatigue that had nearly drained his stamina was much relieved. Feeling a little hungry, he casually picked a fleshy fruit and ate it while collecting the fruits of his labor with the pickaxe and axe. Time to go. He waved to the 2 little creatures, and they quickly ran into the stone house. Crystals add 56. Stones add 114. Wood adds 275. Add to that the 108 crystals he had gained from killing level 1 creatures today. The backpack now contained 553 pieces of wood, 522 pieces of stone, and 349 pieces of crystal. The only materials needed to upgrade the shelter were the protective core. Jianglin stood quietly at the doorway of the stone house. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze reaching into the mist, trying to see clearly into the distance. However, the thick fog was like an invisible barrier, blocking his vision within 30 meters. Snowflakes danced and fell slowly. Piling up bit by bit, they added a touch of color to this vast and desolate foggy world. He thought of the crawling mist and the black ram he had encountered today. He thought of his own ridiculous, embarrassed escape. Compared to those gods, he was so small and humble, but... Old gods? He raised his right hand, as if to grasp everything. His eyes shone with a depth and brilliance he had never seen before. Chapter 22. The door closed with a soft click. It was as if the foggy world had completely separated him from him, giving him a slight sense of peace and security. Jianglin took a deep breath, calmed himself, and turned to walk back inside. After thinking for a moment, he took out the workbench manufacturing blueprints and decided to place them in the storage room. Entering the storage room, he scanned the area. Empty treasure chests, filled with various ferocious beast materials, were neatly arranged on the floor. There was a large unused space in the storage room, so he randomly selected one. Click to create. A flash of white light appeared, and the blueprint in his hand vanished, replaced by a rather ordinary-looking stone workbench. It looked unremarkable, even a bit crude, but its functionality was unclear. Jianglin stepped forward and attempted to place an alien mantis sickle blade on the workbench. A screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. Tier 1 alien mantis scythe blade plus 0/5 iron plus 0/10 stone plus 0/10 crystal equals tier 1 scimitar scythe. Exactly as the system description states, simply drop in the materials and craft it, quick and convenient. Putting down the mantis scythe blade, Jianglin placed another earth dragon scorpion tail. Tier 1 earth dragon scorpion tail plus 0/5 iron plus 0/10 wood plus 0/10 crystal equals tier 1 dragon scorpion spear. It seems the material requirements for tier 1 weapons are similar. He tried a few more, but they all required iron, so he couldn't make them for now. It was a shame he didn't get higher level materials, otherwise he could have looked at the materials needed for higher level weapons. Jianglin wasn't really interested in crafting a tier 1 weapon. He couldn't use it right away, and making it specifically, and then alienating it would have been a waste. The effort wasn't worth the reward. He planned to try alienating the workbench tomorrow, to see what would happen. Done. Jianglin pulled out another blueprint. One for the stone sheepman puppet. Compared to the workbench, Jianglin was more interested in this puppet. If the workbench needed materials, the puppet could instantly obtain them. The dangers he experienced today had made him even more eager for higher level combat power. He wasn't always so lucky. The dangers he encountered today weren't fatal, so what about next time? And the next? One can't rely solely on luck, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to upgrade the puppet through the alienation technique tomorrow. No matter what it became, Jianglin would gain a 4th level combat power. The thought of this made Jianglin unable to contain his excitement. Possessing a 4th level combat power would undoubtedly give him an even greater advantage in the foggy world. If it was powerful enough, Jianglin even wanted to meet that so-called old god's follower, the Black Ram. As for the crawling mist, it was a bit eerie, and he didn't want to provoke it for the time being. It didn't seem sentient anyway, so as long as it didn't pose a threat to him, it would be fine. Put aside all your scattered thoughts and click create. A flash of white light passed, the blueprint vanished, and a figure over 2 meters tall slowly emerged. The stone sheepman puppet was composed entirely of solid stone, appearing incredibly tough, ferocious, and majestic. Bang! As soon as it appeared, It knelt on one knee before Jianglin, like a knight awaiting orders. Alas, who knows what it will look like tomorrow after it's transformed? Jianglin didn't pay too much attention, as he didn't plan to use the puppet directly. He would transform it at 12 o'clock. Carelessly commanding it to sit cross-legged on the ground, Jianglin left the storage room without lingering. He had one more thing to do. Afterward, he could return to his meatball business. Of course, he might also make a cameo appearance as a clothing merchant today. Arriving in the hall, the light of a strange, yellowish-reddish oil lamp spread evenly. Little Axe and Little Pickaxe dozed on the wooden bed. Beside them was a pile of clothes he'd acquired, now of little use to him. Little Axe, he called softly. Little Axe's tentacles instantly straightened, and he stood up and clattered over to him. They were always obedient, no matter how tired they were. Thinking of this, Jianglin couldn't help but feel somewhat grateful for having these two little companions. They had truly helped him so much in the early days. So, without further delay, he took out the advancement scroll. Advancement scroll, level 2, can upgrade a level 1 item to level 2, the specific effect depending on the item's characteristics. Yes, he planned to use it on Little Axe, for no other reason than that it was worth it. He didn't want to explore the value of the advancement scroll. That was pointless. Without Little Axe, he might have spent his first day chopping trees desperately, racing against death. One must never forget one's roots. Even as a boss, one must not let down the employees who started the business together. Aim at the small axe and click to use it. The scroll in his hand transformed into a white light, covering the small axe, and the small axe instantly began to transform. For new tentacles sprouted, and the axe's appearance became more refined. The small axe seemed excited, waving its 6 tentacles wildly. Aside from the tentacles, there weren't any significant changes. Open the system introduction. A touched iron axe. Level 2, an axe that undergoes unknown transformations. It can automatically harvest forest resources, and has considerable combat power. From the introduction, it seems similar to the small pickaxe. The system upgrades are routine and uninspired. But now that it's upgraded, the small axe is no longer the same thing. It can be upgraded to another level using the alienation spell. Who knows what the small axe will become then? Jianglin was both excited and a bit worried. He hoped that Xiao Axe would become a level 3 creature, but he also feared that Xiao Axe would cease to be Xiao Axe. Hopefully, everything would go well. Jianglin watched Xiao Axe's happy expression and silently prayed. Telling Xiao Axe to rest, Jianglin put away today's meatballs, drank some water, and went to his room. He sat down on the large, soft bed and opened the area chat. Chat channel 10068, 5527/10,000. The entire area had already lost nearly half its population. Looking at the chat channel, which had lost its former liveliness, Jianglin felt a sense of grief. But he quickly suppressed the thought. Guys, it's getting colder and colder. I feel like I'm freezing, and don't even want to go out. Anyone else selling clothes? I trade them for crystals. I remember Meatball exchanged a lot of clothes a while ago. Can you sell some? Yeah, I remember that too. Meatball, you can't wear them all by yourself. Sell some. You've got plenty of crystals. Jianglin wasn't expecting anyone to mention him, but he did have the idea of selling clothes. He'd been collecting clothes out of fear of a cold snap, but now that he had a thermostatic suit, he'd just keep 2 sets just in case. The chat in the area was much fresher now. Those who constantly clamored or begged for handouts had long since been eliminated. Those who remained were all smart, or at least self-aware. If they needed something, they'd at least ask for it instead of asking for it. Jianglin thought for a moment and decided it was best to advertise before listing. Jianglin, our clothes are slow selling. Please help us. 10 crystals each, first come, first served. With that, he ignored the reactions of the crowd below and opened the trading platform to put the clothes on the shelves. Exchange random clothes for 10 crystals or iron. Exchange delicious meatballs for crystals, beast materials, and iron. He deliberately added the newly discovered resource, iron, to see if anyone else had it. After doing all this, he returned to the chat channel to check the current news. I skipped the numerous flattering comments below, all praising the big boss, and the top guy on the list. He glanced up and quickly noticed some useful information. I killed a level 2 monster and got a stone treasure chest. The contents are much better than wooden ones. That's nothing. I actually found an underground ruin, but unfortunately, there's a level 3 beast inside, so I didn't dare go in. I found an iron mine. I think it might be the material needed to upgrade the shelter. If you need it, bring it to me in exchange. Jiang Lin paid special attention to this post. It was sent by a person named Zhang Su, who was ranked around 20th on the list. His talent was swiftness. Jiang Lin had an impression of him. Chapter 23. This person seemed to have added him, but Jiang Lin rejected it because his comments were too abstract. Looking through friend requests, it took a while to find Zhang Su's. Zhang Su, boss, please help me. I lick your boots. Earlier, Jiang Lin had wanted to agree, as Zhang Su was high up on the leaderboard, but because of his abstract comments, Jiang Lin had excluded him from his friend list. He clicked agree, and then sent a message. Jiang Lin, do you have any iron? How much is it? Just as he was about to close the chat, the other party replied instantly. Zhang Su, holy crap, boss, you finally added me. I have iron, lots of it. Zhang Su, boss, how did you get to number 1? What's your talent? Zhang Su, boss, are you in need of followers? I'm the best at being one. Zhang Su, boss. Several messages flooded the screen, leaving Jiang Lin stunned. He'd long known that this guy named Zhang Su was particularly fond of boasting in the regional chat, but he hadn't expected that he was also a chatterbox in private. Faced with Zhang Su's familiarity and incessant chatter, Jiang Lin grew impatient. He was always a man of few words, and didn't like to waste time. Jiang Lin, let's talk business. How much is the iron? He couldn't stand Zhang Su's personality. He always believed in business-like honesty and equal exchange. The other party was silent for a moment, as if pondering how to deal with someone as direct as Jiang Lin. Not long after, a message arrived. Zhang Su, how much do you want, sir? Mining takes time. I can mine 30 units a day. Zhang Su was a master at reading people's minds. He had sensed in a few words that Jiang Lin wasn't one for polite conversation, so he became more direct in his words. It's a bit too little. Jiang Lin, however, had only this single thought. Perhaps he'd been spoiled by his pickaxe, thinking that tens or even hundreds of units were reasonable. But for a survivor, mining is essentially a physical endeavor. 30 units is a lot for someone like Zhang Su, whose talents aren't focused on physical enhancement. It's better than nothing, after all. Jiang Lin thought silently. Iron is still useful. Not only does it need it in weapon crafting at the workbench, but it's also used as material for psychic bombs. And, as Zhang Su mentioned, perhaps even higher-level shelter upgrades will require iron. Jiang Lin, you probably don't need iron right now, do you? Give me all your iron and I give you the materials you need, how about that? Elsewhere, somewhere, in a level 2 wooden house. Zhang Su looked at the message from Jiang Lin with a hint of excitement. As expected of a top-tier leader, he's constantly hiring employees, and even providing the materials. He's truly wealthy. Glancing at the many materials he still needed to upgrade his cabin, he felt a sense of hope. Finally, he no longer had to face the dangerous monsters in the fog. He had swiftness, and the supplies he found in treasure chests could be exchanged for wood and stone, but crystals were incredibly hard to come by. Crystals only dropped for monsters, and were the most sought-after resource in the area. Everyone was in dire need of them, and generally no one was willing to trade. He carefully considered his words, and replied cautiously. Zhang Su, boss, I still need a lot of crystals to upgrade to level 3. 30 iron for 30 crystals, okay? After sending the message, he felt a little nervous, worried that his asking price was too high and would give the boss a bad impression and stop trading with him. He had no idea the value of iron, and his claim that it was a material for upgrading higher-level shelters was just a guess. Even if it were, he was still in a level 2 cabin. If he couldn't even upgrade to level 3, he might not even live to see the end of his life, let alone higher levels. Jiang Lin looked at the price Zhang Su quoted and thought it was reasonable. In a trade, as long as you think it's worth it, it's worth it. Examining the value is nonsense. The value of a commodity depends on the willingness of both parties involved. After all, crystals weren't hard for Jiang Lin to obtain. Iron was a scarce resource. A one-to-one exchange was a good deal, he thought. Jiang Lin, okay. He had no intention of bargaining, and he had no idea that Zhang Su on the other end was already overjoyed. Zhang Su, okay, boss, shall we trade now? Zhang Su, boss, you have a lot of crystals, right? Did you get them from killing ferocious beasts? Zhang Su, boss, you're amazing. You must be very talented. Unlike me, who can only run away. Jiang Lin was speechless for a moment. This guy named Zhang Su seemed to chatter non-stop when he got excited. Jiang Lin, listed on the trading platform, and I buy it. Find a way to improve your mining efficiency, and I can help you if needed. For the time being, he still needed Jiang Su to help him mine, so Jiang Lin let him chatter away. The rest went smoothly. The delicious meatball fruit was exchanged for 34 crystals and some ferocious beast materials. Now people's lives have improved. 1 crystal for a delicious meatball fruit, which is both nutritious and filling, is considered a good value by many. The clothes seemed too expensive, and no one was buying them. Jiang Lin had to lower the price, eventually selling them for 4 crystals each, for 48 crystals. The clothes were all exchanged for meatball fruit. At 1 crystal per piece, he tearfully made a profit of 3 crystals. He ultimately harvested 52 crystals and 30 iron, bringing his backpack to 401 crystals. Having earned so much with just a few clicks, Jiang Lin was in high spirits and logged out of the system panel. Having saved many hungry and cold people today, he felt truly kind, and that everyone in this area was lucky to have him. It was 12:23 a.m. Because of the many transactions today, it took quite a while, and before he knew it, it was already the 6th day. The number of his transmutation spells had been refreshed, and his spiritual power had been fully recharged. Jiang Lin didn't want to sleep for the time being. To be honest, he couldn't sleep at all, as the thought of transmuting a level 3 golem filled him with excitement. But before that, he planned to transmutate and upgrade the little axe. As his earliest companion, the little axe was worth it. Besides, his sanity was at 29 points. If his guess was correct, his spiritual power would increase even more when it reached 30, giving him more spiritual power to transmutate a level 3 golem, maximizing the effect. When he arrived in the hall, the little axe and the little pickaxe were both dozing off. Without waking him, Jiang Lin activated the transformation technique. 50 spiritual power was applied to the small axe, and its tentacles began to change, becoming denser and covered in fine scales. For new tentacles also sprouted. The axe's head also changed, transforming into a double-sided, serrated iron axe. Transform the 8-touched iron axe to obtain the transform saw axe. Transform the 8-touched iron axe to obtain the transform saw axe. Transform the transform saw axe. Level 3, an iron axe imbued with an unknown aura. Perhaps it's embarking on a strange path. It can automatically harvest forest resources and possesses exceptional combat power among its tier. Jiang Lin stared at the system introduction with wide eyes, a surge of surprise welling up in his heart. The words infected by an unknown aura lingered in his mind like a mist, leaving him utterly baffled. What could this possibly mean? Was it a special effect of the transformation technique? But transformation technique was clearly a talent recognized by the system. These doubts were destined to remain unanswered, and he had no choice but to set them aside for now. After all, blindly pursuing an answer to something currently clueless would likely only waste energy and time, ultimately yielding nothing. However, judging by the results, this transformation upgrade was a resounding success. Little Axe has become a powerful Tier 3 weapon. Imagine, with a Tier 3 weapon like this, chopping wood would be a breeze, much faster than a sawmill. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin smiled knowingly. He looked at Little Axe, still asleep, and without disturbing him, turned and headed towards the storage room. Now comes the main event. Chapter 24. Arriving in the storage room, a 2-meter-tall stone goat puppet sat quietly on the ground, like a giant stone statue. It was indeed useful, and obeyed commands, but Jiang Lin needed a combat force capable of fighting a Tier 4 enemy, so he could only try to transform it. Before doing so, Jiang Lin glanced at his profile. Name, Jiang Lin. Talent, Transformation Unique Skills, Trick Step, Tier 3, Dream Eye Tier 4, Constitution, 18. Mind, 30. Stamina, 100/100. Spirit, 150/200. Overall rating, Tier 1. Transformation, transforms and upgrades any object. This can only be performed once per object, with the effect determined by the amount of spiritual power invested, limited to 3 times per day. Huh? This glance surprised Jiang Lin somewhat. His spiritual power had indeed increased, but the number of transformations he could perform remained the same. When his mental power reached 20 points previously, his spiritual power doubled, and his ability to perform the alienation spell increased from 2 to 3. He had originally assumed the same would happen with the 30-point breakthrough, but things didn't go as he expected. It seemed the alienation spell had some hidden rules he wasn't aware of, but since he had no reference, he couldn't yet determine how the number of alienation spells would increase. Could there be something special about Tier 2? Jiang Lin could roughly determine from the conditions for reaching Tier 1 that if both physical and spiritual power reached 20 points, the combined rating should reach Tier 2. So, 20 points of mental power actually corresponded to Tier 2, and the number of alienation spells also increased at that time. Tier 2 must have its own unique features, but Jianglin simply didn't know them. He didn't know if any survivors had reached level 2. No one in the area chat had mentioned it yet, but most had already reached level 1. So reaching level 2 might not be easy. Perhaps level 2 was truly a special level, as he'd suspected. Thinking of this, Jianglin stopped worrying. Looking at the stone goat man puppet before him, he activated his alienation. 100 spiritual power surged out, covering the stone goat man puppet's entire body, causing it to twist and deform. This was the first time Jianglin had used this much spiritual power to perform alienation, and he felt the effect might be unprecedentedly powerful. Hing! A strange and mysterious sound shattered the silence of the stone house. It seemed to come from a distant unknown, evoking a sense of vastness and longing. Before Jianglin's eyes, the original puppet had vanished, replaced by a sphere shimmering with a shimmering silver light. It hovered quietly, a tranquil and mysterious presence. Just as he was stunned, a dazzling white light shone from nowhere and penetrated the sphere. Instantly, the sphere erupted with a brilliant light, blinding him. As the light gradually faded, a shocking sight unfolded. A tall, delicate, almost feminine doll stood quietly before him. Its body lines flowed naturally, its skin as translucent as a crystal lens, its overall silvery white hue emanating an aura reminiscent of the cold moon Lingqian. Master! Command? A cold voice, clearly unfamiliar with the pronunciation, broke the silence, bringing Jianglin back to reality from his shock. Hello, wait here for a moment. Jianglin scratched his head in response, then left the storage room and closed the door. Taking a deep breath, he quickly calmed himself and picked up the mink coat and a set of neutral clothing from the wooden bed in the hall. It wasn't much, really. It was just a puppet, after all, but Jianglin thought it was better to put it on. He returned to the storage room and handed the clothes to the puppet. Put these on, just like I'm wearing them, he instructed. After that, he didn't bother looking at the puppet fiddling with the clothes anymore, but instead opened the system prompt. Mutated fossil goatman puppet, obtained moon mirror puppet. Moon mirror puppet, level 4. This puppet, imbued with an unknown aura, has embarked on a strange path. It can understand all commands, has a strong learning ability, and possesses exceptional combat talent. It can use the active skill, Moon Mirror Space, making it unmatched among its peers. Moon Mirror Space, level 4. Unique skill, drags the enemy into a space composed of mirrors and moonlight. The mirrors continuously reflect the moonlight and fire at the target. Over time, the moonlight increases, eventually covering the entire moon mirror space. Cooldown, 72 hours. Too strong. Jianglin could only sigh after reading the introduction. He was already accustomed to creatures transformed being stronger than him, like the pickaxe and the axe, but even so, he was still shocked by the terrifying combat power of the moon mirror doll. Black Ram? What the hell? It would instantly become obedient after entering the moon mirror space. Didn't you read the system introduction? It's hard to find a rival of its level. In other words, it's basically invincible at the same level. This time, Jianglin felt like he had truly achieved greatness. As expected of a being transformed with 100 spiritual power points, the effect was undeniable. Of all the dangers he had encountered so far, the only one that left him helpless was the crawling mist. Of course, he was still somewhat concerned about the red-eyed person he had detected that night with his dream eyes, but he just didn't know what it was. While Jianglin was pondering, the moon mirror puppet had already put on its clothes and mink coat. It was truly quick to learn. Jianglin didn't even have to teach it. It just took one look at Jianglin's outfit, and it figured it out. From now on, I call you Xiaoying. Jianglin sloppily named the moon mirror puppet, simply because it looked crystal clear. He had always been terrible at naming, preferring pragmatism. Xiaoying, though simple, was memorable and evocative. Xiaoying nodded, saying nothing, quietly awaiting his further instructions. It seemed a little bothered by its earlier halting speech, perhaps feeling it had left a bad impression on Jianglin. Jianglin was momentarily at a loss for what to do next. Having a beautiful puppet suddenly in the house, one that could talk and move, would be hard for anyone to get used to. Shaking his head, Jianglin scoffed at himself. It had been so long since he'd encountered a living being he could communicate with, and that made him feel so awkward. The hall was occupied by Xiufu and Xiaohao. Since the storage room was so large, he might as well use it as Xiaoying's room. Jianglin quickly took action, letting Xiaofu and Xiaohao sleep on chairs in the hall, and began moving the wooden bed. It was a bit difficult for one person, but Xiaoying, with her keen eyesight, helped him move. Xiaofu and Xiaohao were left alone, staring at each other in the hall, their tentacles and legs waving, as if they were communicating about what was happening. The bed was quickly put in place, and Jianglin casually passed on his extra pillow. Although the conditions were simple, a puppet wouldn't be so particular. You rest here from now on. Wake me up tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., which means when it's daybreak outside and the lights go out. To help Xiaoying, who was naive, understand what dawn meant, he went through some details. Xiaoying was a quick learner. Her mirror-like eyes fixed on Jianglin, nodding as she listened. After confirming that Xiaoying understood the meaning of dawn, Jianglin turned and left with confidence. He returned to his room. Lying on the soft bed, he still felt a sense of unreality. The alienation technique had always produced strange and bizarre things. Was it just acting out today? Although Xiaoying's creation was also quite strange, at least she was still beautiful in appearance. Wasn't that inconsistent with the alienation technique's usual style? But thinking of exploring the fog tomorrow, he didn't dwell on it. He pulled himself under the covers and fell asleep. He was quite tired today, having run over 10 kilometers. No one was targeting him maliciously tonight, and he didn't have the deep-sea dream again. A peaceful night. Chapter 25. Master, it's dawn, 9 o'clock. Xiaoying's cold, but now much more practiced voice echoed in his ears. Jianglin opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoying, who stood upright beside the bed. She was now wearing her neutral outfit and mink coat. Although her overall aura remained cool, she inexplicably possessed a certain air of warmth. Jianglin suspected it might have practiced speaking all night, otherwise, it wouldn't have suddenly become so natural. Do you need to eat? Jianglin asked, sitting up, as if suddenly realizing something. Master, I don't need to eat. Its voice was slow, as if afraid of miswording or pausing too long and causing Jianglin's displeasure. What does it require? Energy? Master, I can absorb psychic energy on my own. Jianglin thought for a moment, and felt that the psychic energy Xiaoying was talking about might be something like the aura in fantasy novels. Then join me in exploring the mist, Jianglin commanded. Yes, master. Xiaoying's voice was simple and cold, but Jianglin had a feeling she was somewhat pleased. Not paying much attention to this little incident, Jianglin stood up and went to the hall. He grabbed a meatball and ate it, then drank a glass of water to rinse his mouth. Maybe he needed some toothpaste and a toothbrush. Jianglin hadn't brushed his teeth since arriving in the misty world. Since it wasn't feasible, he decided to ask the regional channel tonight if anyone had one for sale. Xiaohao and Xiaofu were already standing in the hall, waiting with full energy. Xiaohao's 2 tentacles supported the ground, and 10 of them swung up and down in a dazzling display. The saw-like, double-sided axe looked quite intimidating. Jianglin was still a little unaccustomed to Xiaofu's changed appearance. You two, get to work, he casually ordered. The 2 little ones quickly left the house, all as usual. This had become their habit. Jianglin didn't need to worry about their safety. The small pickaxe was right outside the stone house, and the small axe was already at level 3, so chopping trees nearby shouldn't be dangerous. Jianglin didn't rush out, but instead took out an item. Repulsion Potion, level 2. It reduces your presence, even making you subtly repelled by all fog creatures, making them subconsciously try to stay away. Note, this only works on creatures at level 2 and below. Today, he had another alienation, and he decided to use this potion. It could also be used on the workbench, but to increase safety while exploring the fog, he decided to alienate some useful items first. Alienation activated, the last 50 spiritual points overflowed, and the potion quickly changed color, becoming purple with a reddish hue. Alienation Repulsion Potion, obtaining the Temptation Potion. Temptation Potion, level 3. It increases your charm, making all creatures feel a positive impression and subconsciously want to be close to you. Note, effective on creatures of level 3 and below, double the effect on creatures of the opposite sex. I'm completely speechless. Jianglin was at a loss for words. This effect could actually be reversed? For a moment, he hesitated whether to drink the potion. If he drank it, he would become even more attractive to creatures in the fog. But if he didn't, it was a level 3 potion after all, and it would be a shame not to drink it. What if this goodwill was useful? As he hesitated, he suddenly noticed Xiaoying staring at him intently, as if wondering what he was doing. Yes, I have Xiaoying here, so there's no need to be afraid. Level 3, even if I can't defeat it, it's no problem for Xiaoying. Thinking of this, Jianglin simply raised the potion and downed it. Strawberry flavor doesn't seem to affect me. After drinking it, he didn't notice any changes in his body. Xiaoying was a level 4, so the potion wouldn't work on her. Jianlin couldn't tell for a moment. Never mind. We had another direction to explore today, so we couldn't waste any more time. Let's go! Jianlin checked his equipment and took Xiaoying out. The view was a sea of white. Thick snow had completely covered the ground, and on it lay the footprints left by the axe and pickaxe, at least a finger deep. He glanced at the temperature on his thermostat, minus 20 degrees Celsius. The cold wave had truly arrived. Jianlin could imagine the other survivors enduring the cold to gather materials. It was truly arduous. Not only did they have to face the dangers of the fog, but they also had to endure the cold and hunger. Those who survived were the strongest of the strong. Treading on the snow, he headed towards the back of the stone house, Xiaoying following closely behind. The two directions he had explored yesterday were no longer necessary, unless he wanted to face those two level 4 creatures head-on. Xiaoying could indeed defeat the Black Ram, but he was only a level 1 creature, so there was no need to put himself in danger. Who could guarantee that the Black Ram was the only level 4 creature there? The foggy world was vast, and he didn't even have a clear understanding of his surroundings yet. There was no need to waste time fighting. His top priority now was to find clues to the defense core. Deepening into the fog-repelling collar continuously dispersed the mist 30 meters away. Xiaoying seemed particularly interested in everything around her, constantly glancing around. They walked about a kilometer forward. Suddenly, a ferocious, wolf-like black beast, over 2 meters tall, leaped out of the fog. Its body was covered in hideous spikes, its back like a hedgehog, and a piercing roar emanated from its bloody mouth. Jianlin was startled. His dream eyes hadn't given him a warning. But he soon realized why. The wolf-like beast wasn't attacking him, but Xiaoying. There was no panic in Xiaoying's glittering eyes. Instead, there was a human-like curiosity. This was the first time it had ever been attacked, so it was inevitable that it felt a sense of novelty. Xiaoying, kill it! Jianlin had naturally noticed this. His thinking speed had been enhanced by the ghost potion, so to ensure Xiaoying didn't miss a beat, he gave the order directly. Xiaoying, standing beside him, instantly changed her demeanor to a serious one, her cold eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Moon Mirror Thorn. She shouted softly, and her hands instantly unleashed dozens of mirror-like spikes composed of white light. The spikes, reflecting the cold white light, shot out, instantly piercing dozens of parts of the wolf-like beast's body. Blood, flesh, and mucus splattered across the ground. The snow-covered ground instantly turned a deep crimson. So powerful! Jianlin exclaimed, a little stunned. He hadn't even seen Xiaoying's attack clearly when he saw the beast lying on the ground, blood and flesh flying everywhere. It was indeed a top-tier Tier 4 fighter. System detection. Blackthorn Wolf Corpse. Tier 2 beast, annihilated in a single blow. Its claws can be used as forging material. In life, it was extremely fast, and had a venomous spine on its back, highly venomous. Having only been walking for a short while, we've already encountered a Tier 2 beast. This direction is indeed much more normal. Using the serpent-toothed flying blade to cut off the claws, he stored them in the system backpack. Jianlin patted the stunned Xiaoying, signaling her to follow. Man and puppet trod across the snow, leaving long footprints. Are you feeling a bit uncomfortable? Jianlin asked, noticing Xiaoying's absent-mindedness. Master. Just curious, Xiaoying explained hurriedly, flustered and unable to speak clearly. Don't be nervous. Jianlin wasn't expecting such a strong reaction. Xiaoying was good in every way, except that she cared too much about his opinion, as if he were some terrifying figure. She even worried about Jianlin blaming her for not speaking clearly. Actually, I wasn't used to it the first time either, so don't worry about it. Jianlin still remembered the first monster he killed was a vertical-toothed man. It had human legs, but its upper body was incredibly disgusting. At the time, Jianlin's only thought was to scare him, but after actually killing it, he actually struggled for a while. He thought, it's a living creature too. How tragic it was to be killed like that. But later he realized it was just self-concern. Once, there will be another. He later killed more monsters and ferocious beasts. There weren't so many reasons. It was all just self-preservation. If he didn't kill them, they would kill him. It was that simple. After sharing these things with Xiaoying as they walked, she visibly relaxed. But Jianlin didn't think it was because she wasn't used to killing, but because she was simply curious about the feeling of death. Looking into her cold silver eyes, Jianlin felt that his actions were unnecessary. Chapter 26. Xiaoying is just a puppet. She may have some thoughts and a quick learning ability, but she's still very different from a human. Her values may be related to Jianglin's. After walking for about another 3 kilometers, they encountered many level 1 creatures, and found a stone treasure chest, and several wooden treasure chests. The stone treasure chest was found near the level 2 blackthorn wolf, and the wooden treasure chests also had a 5% chance of containing low-level level 2 items. Level 2 or even level 3 creatures are indeed quite rare. After walking so far, they only encountered a single blackthorn wolf. After all these encounters, Xiaoying had become adept at hunting ferocious beasts and monsters. Had she gradually adapted to this bloody and cruel world of fog, or had Jianglin's earlier words taken effect? Even Jianglin wasn't sure. What was certain, however, was that whenever they passed through the territory of the fog creatures, they always directed their attacks at Xiaoying and had no ill intentions towards Jianglin. This effectively left Jianglin with virtually no chance to attack. Just like that, the man and the puppet continued forward. Bang! Bang! A loud, dull sound echoed. Suddenly, a terrifyingly large figure appeared not far ahead. This enormous creature towered over them like a small mountain, its imposing bulk obscuring a large swath of the view and inflicting a sense of dread. Is this a tortoise or something else? Jianglin exclaimed in astonishment. This was the first time he had seen such a massive creature. Before he could react, Xiaoying had already raised her hand, ready to strike. He quickly stopped her. This giant, tortoise-like creature's shell was riddled with holes, revealing what lay hidden within. It moved slowly, its every step causing the ground to tremble. It harbors no ill intentions. Jianglin somehow sensed this. Poison mist turtle, a level 2 ferocious beast, a juvenile neutral creature. It generally doesn't attack. Its shell can spray a deadly poison. Creatures of the same level or lower that come into contact with it will transform into mindless puppets, obedient to its will. Note, it seems to be drawn to you, and has developed a fondness for you. I see. Jianglin scratched his head. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. The seduction potion could actually make neutral creatures feel favorable towards him, thus reducing his danger in the fog by half. He had encountered neutral creatures before, but they would turn hostile the moment they saw him. Although he wasn't afraid, fighting to the death in the fog was exhausting. Not only was it annoying, but it also drained his stamina. Depleting stamina too quickly meant he couldn't go far, significantly impacting his exploration efficiency. Glancing at the poison mist turtle, which stood at least 5 meters tall, Jianglin found it hard to accept that such a massive creature was only a level 2 juvenile. How big would it be when it reaches adulthood? What level would it be? Woo-woo! The poisonous mist tortoise looked at Jianglin and let out a dull cry. A strong gust of wind blew, its exhaled air, mingled with a strange odor. That smell. Jianglin covered his nose with disgust. He felt like he was now covered in the stink of the poisonous mist tortoise's breath. It was probably a greeting. Jianglin didn't quite approve of this method, but he had no choice but to accept it. Just then, he saw a stone treasure chest on the poisonous mist tortoise's back. I want that. Is that okay? He pointed at the treasure chest and asked the tortoise's massive head in front of him. In reality, he wasn't sure if the other party would understand. He just wanted to try. Woo! The poisonous mist tortoise responded, but Jianglin clearly couldn't tell whether it was agreeing or rejecting. Jianglin glanced at Xiaoying, who was just as confused as he was. Jianglin thought for a moment, then stared directly into Xiaoying's cold, bewildered eyes, and said seriously, "It clearly agrees." Without giving the tortoise a chance to react, the strange thorn bracelet on his right hand transformed into a stream of strange thorny vines, swooping out and carrying the stone treasure chest in his hand. "Thank you, brother turtle." After doing all this, Jianglin politely thanked the tortoise. Woo woo woo. The tortoise chirped several times, and Jianglin felt it was being polite rather than shameless. Dong! Dong! After a friendly exchange, both sides were satisfied, and the tortoise walked away happily. Before leaving, it even covered Jianglin in snow, probably a way for its species to express its affection for a friend. Although Jianglin didn't like it, he had to adapt to the local customs and accept the benefits. Only Xiaoying stood by, her mirror-like eyes widening as if she'd learned something, as if suddenly realizing something. Ahem, regardless, getting a stone treasure chest without a fight was still worth it. Stone treasure chest. Receives a random item, 75% chance of a level 2 item, 25% chance of a level 3 item. Not bad, it's a higher level stone treasure chest, Jianglin exclaimed, somewhat surprised. It now understood the tier classification of treasure chests. Wooden treasure chests correspond to level 1, stone treasure chests to level 2. But the system's classification wasn't so sweeping. Based on the corresponding items, there was a chance of receiving a higher level item, just with varying probabilities. Thus, treasure chests of the same tier were divided into two types, which Jianlin referred to as high level and low level. Take stone treasure chests, for example. A low-level stone treasure chest has a 5% chance of dropping a tier 3 item, while a high-level stone treasure chest has a 25% chance. While the chances of dropping a tier 3 item may seem small, they're actually quite different. Furthermore, the items in high-level treasure chests are often higher quality than those in low-level ones, a fact Jianlin has learned from opening so many wooden treasure chests. This is why high-level treasure chests are so rare, as they often drop higher-level items, like a lottery. Jianlin speculates that this treasure chest mechanic is a deliberate design by the system to help survivors progress smoothly. Killing a tier 1 creature might yield a high-level wooden treasure chest, which in turn has a chance of dropping a tier 2 item, allowing them to continue fighting higher-level threats. This mechanic is quite user-friendly and reasonable, providing survivors with a path to advancement through hard work. This mechanic is even more advantageous for Jianlin, because he possesses the alienation skill. He can alienate and upgrade objects. As long as he obtained a high-level treasure chest, there was a relatively high chance he'd directly receive an item 2 levels higher than the chest's level. For example, Xiaoying was a level 3 puppet he transformed from by sheer luck, a level 3 puppet he'd found in a low-level stone chest. She was also his first level 4 combat power. Thinking of this, Jianlin carefully put the high-level stone chest away. Judging from the poison mist turtle's combat power just now, high-level stone chests are still very rare and difficult to obtain. But I wonder what the corresponding level 3 treasure chest would look like. Jianlin hadn't encountered a level 3 creature so far, but he had encountered level 4 creatures twice. This showed that while the fog tide had increased the dangers within the mist, the density of high-level creatures wasn't very high because it was still within the novice protection period. He couldn't tell if encountering 2 level 4 creatures yesterday was either luck or sheer misfortune. Whoosh! Jianlin's breath condensed into a large puff of white in the icy air. Xiaoying trailed a foot behind him, like a loyal guardian maid. Snowflakes landed on her mink coat, staining the collar white. About 6 kilometers from the shelter, he could clearly feel the ground begin to tilt. Ahead lay a large mountain, but due to limited visibility, he could only see within 30 meters. He couldn't tell how high or how big the mountain was. Now he had 2 choices. One, like yesterday, to take a detour in the other direction of the shelter and return from that direction. The other was to continue forward, into the unknown mountains. If he chose the former, he would have a general understanding of every aspect of the stone house without having to worry about any unexpected events threatening the shelter. If he chose the latter, he could continue exploring further into the fog, perhaps finding even greater rewards. For a moment, Jianlin was torn, but he had no answer. Both options were unknown, and the outcome was entirely up to luck. Unable to make a decision, he looked at Xiaoying, deciding to let his little puppet make the choice and see how she fared. Xiaoying, do you prefer 1 or 2? Xiaoying's face, reflecting silver light, froze for a moment, clearly bewildered by his sudden question. But the master's question demanded an answer. He glanced at the 2 and replied coldly. Master, I prefer 2. Chapter 27. You're truly idiot. However, just as the joke was about to slip out, Jianlin thought better of it. Xiaoying was too obedient. She took his opinions very seriously. For this reason, Jianlin didn't need to joke when communicating with her. Just get to the point, and she'd execute perfectly. To describe it, it's obedient. Yes, Xiaoying was good at everything, obedient, intelligent, and observant. But she always followed Jianlin's orders and rules strictly, appearing rigid and overly serious. This personality can make people feel reassured and reliable, but it can also create a strange sense of alienation, making them subconsciously treat her like a tool. After all, she was just a newborn, and many of her ideas depended on Jianlin. Perhaps she should be given some time to adjust. Now that the plan was finalized, Jianlin didn't hesitate and led Xiaoying towards the unknown mountains ahead. It was 11:25, plenty of time. This was his first time venturing so far into the fog, and he slowed his pace considerably, unsure of what might happen. After walking for a while, the fog gradually thickened, taking on a grayish hue leaning towards black. Be careful, Jianlin warned, slowly tightening his grip on the serpent-toothed flying blade. The ground here was exceptionally steep, and the snow-covered ground made their movement somewhat difficult. Perhaps they were already halfway up the mountain. Judging by the distance they had traveled, the mountain range was quite large. Xiaoying also grew serious, her glittering eyes especially alert. She always obeyed Jiang Lin's orders. Hee. Suddenly, a little girl's laughter emanated from a corner without warning. Jiang Lin was startled. Where had the little girl come from? He glanced at Xiaoying, who stood beside him, but she didn't react. Did you hear that? He wondered if he'd misheard. No. Jiang Lin felt something strange, but couldn't put his finger on it. He waited a moment, but nothing unusual happened. Shaking his head, Jiang Lin chalked it up to hallucinations. He didn't realize why his naturally cautious self had suddenly become so careless. Continuing forward, he saw a set of goat footprints ahead. They were small, but deeply sunken into the snow. Mist erases traces, something he'd known since his early days in the foggy world. The presence of footprints meant their owner had been there just then. Jiang Lin tensed, but his dream eyes gave him no warning. Could this creature harbor any ill will? Feeling something was wrong, he didn't want to move forward. He gestured to Xiaoying to follow him, then slowly retreated. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. Jiang Lin suddenly felt something was wrong. At this distance, he should have already left the unknown mountain range long ago. Why was he still descending? He pulled out the permanent shelter compass, which indicated that he was indeed close to the shelter and on his way back. Jiang Lin frowned, wondering if he had misjudged the situation and hadn't paid attention on the way there. Sure enough, further ahead, he entered flat land, having left the mountain range. I must have misjudged it, Jiang Lin couldn't help but think. He continued forward until, after almost 6 kilometers, the compass indicated that the shelter was in sight. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickened his pace. As he got closer, his surroundings became more familiar. He probably knew the stone house was just ahead. He glanced at Xiaoying, her sparkling eyes looking back at him. Shaking his head, he pushed away the strange feeling. I've returned a little early today. Perhaps I could use the workbench to make something, since I'd just exchanged some iron yesterday. He advanced, the fog gradually dissipating under the fog-repelling collar. But soon, Jiang Lin's eyes widened as he saw the edge of a massive pit loom ahead. In disbelief, Jiang Lin quickly advanced. The fog receded, revealing a precipice before him. No. Impossible. He felt all this was unreal. He suddenly leaped, carrying the thick snow far away. How could this be? Isn't this the novice protection period? Jiang Lin strode to the center of the pit. Where the stone house should have stood, only a pile of shattered debris remained. It looked as if some immense creature had trampled over it, buried beneath the thick snow. Even more distressing was the fact that the pickaxe and axe hadn't escaped unscathed. The 2 small pieces had been trampled beyond recognition, reduced to a pile of tiny fragments scattered across the snow. What? Jiang Lin murmured unconsciously, his eyes glassy, as he rushed forward in 2 steps. He knelt on the ground, reaching out with trembling hands, trying to piece together the fragments of the pickaxe and axe. However, the fragments were so fragmented that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reconstruct their original appearance. He didn't notice that his usually calm self had become emotional. Hours passed, and Jiang Lin stood in the pit, like a statue, silent and still. Snowflakes fluttered down on his shoulders, threatening to turn him into a snowman, but he seemed oblivious. He observed the pit, which formed a sheep's hoof shape, likely the result of a blow from a creature far larger than he could have imagined. Without his shelter, nightfall might spell his end. Alas, it was all in vain. In those final moments, Jiang Lin suddenly recalled his life. Born an orphan, matured young, had once been full of ambition, but life had finally worn him down. It was actually quite dull, which is why he was delighted when the blue planet ended. But perhaps it was a prank by some god, but he had arrived in this dangerous yet exciting world. Here, hard work pays off, sacrifices are rewarded, and a fleeting moment is better than a life wasted. He also met 2 friends and Xiaoying. He had a small home, but one that lacked everything. He had once vowed to slay a god. But reality ultimately slapped him in the face, just as life had trampled him down on Blue Star. A mere passing by of an unknown creature had shattered everything he had. He had actually loved this world. But now he didn't. At that moment, Jiang Lin felt as if he were suddenly yanked by an invisible force, his entire body twitching into a trance. He involuntarily glanced to the side, his gaze fixed on Xiaoying. Xiaoying still quietly followed him, her cool, crystal-clear face radiating silver light like jade, as usual. But was she a little too quiet? A strange feeling welled up in Jiang Lin's heart. He frowned, pondering, but he felt as if something was holding him back. At that moment, he quickly reached into his pocket, pulled out the serpent-toothed blade in the blink of an eye, and hurled it at Xiaoying with lightning speed. In an instant, The flying blade swiftly sliced through the air, slicing snowflakes into countless icy shards wherever it passed. Faced with this sudden attack, Xiaoying remained unfazed. She was, after all, a level 4 puppet. "What are you doing?" Xiaoying caught the flying blade with her silvery, shimmering hand. The sharp, snake-toothed blade caused no damage to her skin. She now looked at Jianglin in confusion. Seeing this, Jianglin, who had been contemplating this, suddenly smiled. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. Chapter 28. Jianglin hadn't figured out a way out of this situation yet, but his entire state had undergone a drastic change. A moment before, he had remained vacant. But now, he seemed a completely different person. His eyes grew deeper, his mind racing. It was as if the person who had just occupied his body wasn't him, but a stranger of unknown identity. This change in his mind was simply because he had determined that he wasn't in reality, but in his own imagination. Jianglin ignored Xiaoying and began circling the pit, pondering how to return to reality. When did he begin to enter the illusion? It was after hearing that laughter. He asked Xiaoying, "Did you hear that?" Xiaoying's answer was, "No." "Is there a problem?" "On the surface, no, but in reality, if one were to put themselves in Xiaoying's shoes, her answer would surely be strange." Why, if it hadn't heard anything, its answer wouldn't be no, but rather confusion. Why did Jianglin hear a sound? So it would have been puzzled first, then asked Jianglin, was there any sound? And if it had heard something, that would have been even more absurd, because Xiaoying wouldn't have lied to Jianglin. So, the blunt answer no shouldn't have come from Xiaoying at that time. Furthermore, given her respect for him, she would have at least added the word main before it. What happened next was even more bizarre. He saw the sheep's hoof prints, so it's understandable that he turned back for safety. But why did he immediately leave the mountains after realizing the distance was off? And then, when he wanted to return to the workbench in the shelter to craft something, the shelter was destroyed by an unknown creature? Because the workbench was a product of the system, the illusion couldn't materialize the workbench interface. Just like now. System panel. Jianglin's heart skipped a beat. As expected, nothing had happened. Why had he subconsciously ignored the system's affairs? Because the creature that created this illusion didn't want him to remember. Because that would reveal too many flaws. Forgetting the system's functions, even in the area chat alone, he couldn't imagine what those people would say. These strange things became the precursor to his final discovery of Xiaoying's abnormality. Although Xiaoying was aloof and quiet, she wasn't completely indifferent. At least, she cared deeply about her master, Jianglin. How could she truly be so indifferent to Jianglin's sadness? Although she was a puppet, she had thoughts, cognition, and therefore emotions. And his probing of Xiaoying became the final straw that confirmed that this world was a lie. If he attacked Xiaoying in reality, whether she would defend herself was beyond question. But it would undoubtedly ask Jianglin in confusion, "Master, did I do something wrong?" Or something similar. These were all the flaws Jianglin had discovered in this illusion. Whether there were more was irrelevant. Now that he knew it was an illusion, he now had to think about how to return to reality. For the time being, he considered the existence that had drawn him into the illusion as a strange entity, but his dream eye skill had not yet activated. There were 3 possibilities. 1. The strange entity had exceeded level 4. 2. The strange entity held no ill will towards him. 3. The weird isn't a thing. The third possibility can actually be ruled out. Things refer to everything that objectively exists. If weird doesn't exist objectively, how can it affect reality? The first possibility is also unlikely. We're still in the system's novice protection period. Beings above level 4 are too advanced. The misty world doesn't need to drag so many people into it to die. That leaves the second possibility. It has no malicious intent. The word malice is actually quite intriguing. Sometimes killing someone doesn't require malicious intent. It can be done with good intentions. So this unknown weird didn't have any malicious intent directed at him. It just did something negative for Jianglin. What it did wasn't good or evil. It can be described in one word: instinct. Yes, perhaps it was simply acting on instinct. It wasn't targeting Jianglin, but simply treating this as a game. But for those who participate in this game, the outcome could be death. But since it's a weird, there must be flaws, just like the weird with a twisted consciousness we encountered last time. Jianglin walked over to Xiaoying and pinched her face. It felt like touching a soft mirror, a strange sensation. It's quite realistic. Jianglin smacked his lips. What was the flaw this time? Perhaps he shouldn't focus on superficial things, but instead return to the essence. Strange behavior as logic. For example, the strange creature that got him lost last time was designed to drive him away from his shelter, leading him to his death in the fog. Take the creeping fog, for example. It wanders to devour living things and strengthen itself. What about this strange illusion, simply to make him feel despair? No, it couldn't be that simple. So, an idea flashed through Jianglin's mind, and he seemed to grasp something, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. He had figured it out, so the next step was to verify it. You stay here, I'll be back soon, he said to Xiaoying, standing before him. Without paying any attention to her reaction, he headed straight towards the mountains from which he had come. Where are you going? Xiaoying's cold voice came from behind him. Jianglin's lips shone with sarcasm, and without turning back he said, Xiaoying wouldn't ask me questions like that. She only says yes. He walked further and further away, leaving deep footprints in the snow. Xiaoying stood there, somewhat bewildered, her expression puzzled. Yes? What is that? That's right, Jianglin was going to continue deeper into the mountains. He had fallen into many misconceptions. First, he thought this was a world of his imagination, but it wasn't. He wasn't in control of it, otherwise there wouldn't be so many loopholes. Second, this illusion was controlled by the strange being, though it was entirely generated by his subconscious. Therefore, the strange being could influence his thinking to a certain extent, which was why he couldn't recall the system. Third, the strange being's behavior had a logic, and it had been influencing him from the very beginning, preventing him from going deeper into the mountains. Ever since he retreated after seeing the sheep's hoofprints, it had been influencing Jianglin. It even destroyed the shelter, hoping to drive him into despair, and thus overlooked this most obvious loophole. Based on these 3 points, we can infer that the key to a breakthrough lies within the mountains, and that is likely where the strange being's true form, which dominates this illusionary world, resides. The strange being wouldn't face a situation where death was inevitable. This was Jianglin's deduction based on previous experience and the accounts of some survivors. As expected, he encountered many obstacles, both overt and covert, along the way, such as attacks by ferocious beasts and the presence of large monsters. But he completely ignored them, knowing that if the strange being could truly harm him directly, it wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Finally reaching the mountain range, Jianglin realized the mastermind of the illusion lay there. The obstacles he encountered along the way had confirmed this completely. Just then, Jianglin's attention was drawn to a series of sheep hoof prints on the snowy ground ahead. He paused, a cold smile playing on his face. He lifted his right foot and stomped hard on the hoof prints. With a muffled pop, snow and mud flew, and the hoof prints instantly became blurred. After doing all this, Jianglin continued forward without looking back. Chapter 29. The mountain road was bumpy and uneven, and the snow was thick up to his knees. Jianglin leaned against tree after tree for support, moving forward with difficulty but steadily. He walked for an unknown amount of time, feeling only the surroundings shift again and again. Suddenly, a gigantic foot appeared ahead. It looked like the foot of a poisonous fog tortoise, and he was barely the size of its fingernail. Could you be a little more creative? Jianglin muttered to himself, ignoring the thought and continuing on his way. Because the underlying structure of this illusion stemmed from his subconscious. There were no creatures he couldn't recognize within the illusion, so everything here was a magical adaptation of something he had already seen. Finally, after walking an unknown distance, he finally saw the real deal. A small, dilapidated wooden hut had appeared ahead of him, and a little girl was squatting in front of it. She wore a patched red cotton jacket, and her figure was thin, with a hint of dirt on her delicate face. Seeing this, Jianglin's lips twitched, and he swallowed his sarcasm after a moment's thought. He gripped the serpent-tooth blade, his trickster bracelet poised for action. He surveyed the scene, shook his head, and asked, "Is this your last resort?" The girl remained silent, blinking pitifully at him. "Really? This face is so much like Xiaoying's." Jianglin was speechless, his mind furiously complaining. Without the slightest hesitation, his expression suddenly grew serious, and his right hand swung with lightning speed, leaving a trail of shadow in the air. The next instant, the incredibly sharp serpent-tooth blade shot out, hurtling straight towards the girl's face. At the same time, the trickster bracelet on his right hand followed suit, transforming into a strange purple vine that swept towards the girl at astonishing speed. The surrounding air was abruptly ripped apart by the flying blade, accompanied by a subtle sonic boom, and the snowflakes in its path were instantly shattered into tiny fragments. In the blink of an eye, the surging blade was within striking distance, bearing down on the girl's face. The girl, whose expression had originally shown a look of fear, suddenly changed, her features twisting drastically. The once pitiful little girl transformed into a bizarre, hideous, black-skinned monster. This black-skinned creature had a pair of sharp horns on its head, and a pair of furry goat's hooves on its lower body. Its eyes were now a bloodshot crimson. Faced with the incoming blade, it suddenly retreated, narrowly avoiding the blade's ferocious serpentine fangs. At the same time, it quickly reached out, grabbed a thick wooden plank, and hurled it at the creepy vine. With a resounding thud, the plank collided with the creepy vine. The immense force of the blow deflected the creepy vine. Jianlin was momentarily stunned by the sight of the little girl's strange transformation. But he quickly recovered, swiftly concentrating his attention. He controlled the serpent-toothed flying blades to pursue, while simultaneously commanding the creepy vines to flank her from the other side at breakneck speed. He knew he had to eliminate the goat-hoofed woman to break the illusion, so he attacked with all his might, holding nothing back. Seeing the attacks from both sides approaching, the goat-hoofed woman let out a piercing scream. A thick black mist suddenly rose from her, attempting to block Jianlin's view. Although Jianlin's vision was obstructed, he wasn't controlling the transformed weapons through sight, but rather through an inexplicable connection with them. Let's call it intuition. Under his control, the serpent-toothed flying blade swiftly pierced through the black fog, slicing off one of the goat's hooves as the goat's hoof dodged. The goat's hoof woman instantly stumbled and fell to the ground, shrieking in anger. A dark light flashed from her crimson eyes, shooting towards Jianlin. Before Jianlin could control the strange vine to defend himself, another strange vine automatically sprouted from his strange thorn bracelet. In the blink of an eye, this thick vine blocked the dark light. A hissing sound of corrosion was heard, and a large hole was corroded in the strange vine. The black light dissipated. Seeing this, Jianlin stopped defending and instead controlled the strange vine to wrap around the goat's hoof. The goat struggled, but to no avail. At this moment, the serpent-toothed flying blade shot out again, piercing directly into the goat's hoof's forehead. The blade pierced the back of the goat's hoof's head, splashing blood. The goat's hoof woman's eyes widened, and she collapsed in disbelief. As it fell, the surrounding landscape began to rapidly distort and collapse. Jianlin breathed a sigh of relief, watching his body gradually twist and deform, before finally dissolving into nothingness. It was finally resolved. That was his final thought. Misty world, unknown mountains. Jianlin opened his eyes, and was greeted by Xiaoying's mirror-like face. In that instant, he felt that Xiaoying's face was beautiful and familiar. A blanket of white surrounded him. He and Xiaoying were still standing in the snow, their footprints trailing behind them. System panel. With a thought, the system interface appeared. Looking at the various messages refreshing in the area chat, Jianlin finally felt relieved. I'd been caught in another strange trap. He couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. He possessed numerous life-saving methods, and with a top-tier combat puppet like Xiaoying by his side, he should have been able to run rampant during the novice protection phase. Who could have imagined encountering another unpredictable strangeness? This one, a strangeness that I couldn't detect, one that harbored no malice, only instinct. It was unknown where this strange being's true form was, nor if it would reappear. Jianlin wasn't afraid of it, but rather wanted to see if he could slay it, to see how it differed from a ferocious beast. After giving it such a huge setback, he had to let it experience Xiaoying's power. But this idea was obviously unrealistic. The mountain range was vast. How long would it take him to reach it? His time was precious, and he couldn't afford to waste it. Let's go, Xiaoying. Sighing, Jianlin had to accept the loss, vowing to make this strange being pay when he had the chance. Xiaoying's sparkling eyes blinked, unsure why its master suddenly seemed so angry. Had it done something wrong? It felt uneasy, wondering if it had done something to displease its master. The man and the puppet, each with their own thoughts, continued their slow journey along the rugged mountain road. The path ahead was noticeably steeper, suggesting they were nearing the lower half of the mountainside. They encountered numerous level 1 creatures along the way, many of which were neutral and didn't attack Jianlin. The ones that attacked indiscriminately were easily dispatched by Xiaoying. Xiaoying seemed a bit agitated, her attacks becoming more violent, often ripping corpses into pieces. Jianlin didn't understand why, but assumed she was growing tired of the journey and the killing. He checked the time, 1:22, about 2 hours after encountering the strange creature. He took out his compass again, and saw that the shelter was about 10 kilometers away. Another kilometer was the limit. Although descending was faster than ascending, he still had to leave enough time to get back. Reflecting on his lack of gains today, apart from a few treasure chests and materials, Jianlin's interest waned. After walking a few hundred meters, Jianlin suddenly felt something strange beneath his feet. It felt much harder than dirt. He scraped aside the snow with his hands, revealing iron underneath. Jianlin and Xiaoying retreated a few steps. The strange thorn bracelet in his hand transformed into several eerie vines and began to sweep away the snow. Soon, the ground surface became visible, and a sealed iron hatch was faintly visible. The hatch was about 10 square meters in size, embedded entirely in the mountain range, and it would be subconsciously overlooked without careful observation. What is this? A bunker or a base? This was the first time Jianglin had seen such a structure in the foggy world. Chapter 30. He had thought today's exploration would end just like that, but he unexpectedly stumbled upon such a surprise. This ruin, clearly a product of technology, held great exploration value, perhaps containing many secrets and valuable items. Since he was already here, he had to take a look. With this in mind, Jianglin decided to explore. With Xiaoying, a level 4 fighter, security should be high. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that clues to the protective core lay within. The name protective core sounded incredibly technological, fitting perfectly with the iron bunker before him. Thinking of this, Jianglin no longer hesitated and ordered Xiaoying blast it open. Finding no mechanism to open the door, he opted for brute force. At the command, Xiaoying's crystal-clear face suddenly grew serious. She bent her knees slightly, her feet firmly planted on the ground. The next moment, it suddenly raised its slender, powerful right leg, almost in line with its body, and stomped fiercely towards the sturdy iron hatch. There was a deafening bang. Debris flew everywhere, and a hole wide enough for a person to pass through was smashed through the iron door. The edges of the hole were jagged, and the iron rolled inward, revealing a dark passage within. Excellent! Jianglin nodded with satisfaction, patting Xiaoying's shoulder in encouragement. Hearing Jianglin's praise, Xiaoying's lips lifted slightly, and a silver light flickered in her crystal eyes. However, Jianglin didn't see this. He had already begun studying the building's internal structure. This building was indeed built within the mountains, and this must be a passage leading into it. The passage was very long, with no end in sight. Let's go in and take a look, Jianglin said, stepping through the hole in the iron gate first. He pulled out his windproof lighter and lit it, a faint purple flame illuminating the surroundings. This building, like a survivor's shelter, could block out the fog. Although the flames were weak, they could illuminate a great distance. Jianglin's physical fitness had reached 18 points, and his vision was now good enough to see objects dozens of meters away. Unfortunately, the passage was very long, and did not end within the range of the flames. Xiaoying had already followed, and Jianglin continued forward. The clanging sound of leather boots on the ground echoed far away, echoing from deeper in the passage. Judging from the sound, the passage was not very long and should be traversable quickly. The amazing thing was Xiaoying's footsteps were so light, almost inaudible. Level 4 puppets were truly unique. Their control over their bodies had reached the pinnacle. Soon, the tunnel reached its end, and Jianglin could clearly see a vast space within. They emerged from the tunnel into this vast, unidentified space. Entering, they could smell the distinct scent of long-forgotten rust, mingled with a strange odor. Looking at the vast, deep, and quiet space, Jianglin continued forward without hesitation. He wasn't worried about safety. His dream eyes could guard against malicious intent, his stinger bracelet automatically protected him, and Xiaoying was incredibly fast. The place was completely empty, without even a trace, as if everything inside had vanished into thin air. Just then, Jianglin felt a sudden pull on his vision. The dream eyes activated. He soon gained sight of the unknown creature bearing hostile intent. In the pitch-black space, it stared intently at the faint spherical flame. It seems the charm bonus from the seduction potion hasn't worked on this creature. Xiaoying, pay attention to the right front, Jianglin ordered calmly. The fact that he could lock onto this creature meant it was no more than level 4, posing no threat to him. Xiaoying instantly assumed a combat stance, her silver eyes fixed on the darkness to her right. Suddenly, a metallic scraping sound echoed, and something seemed to rise to its feet. But due to the distance, the lighter's light was too dim to be clearly seen. Jianglin then realized he had no light. He never ventured at night, and the shelter had strange oil lamps at night, so he had subconsciously overlooked this. I have to keep an eye out for this when I get back. He made a mental decision, but now was clearly not the time to dwell on it. With a windproof lighter in his left hand, and the snake-tooth flying blade in his right, he hurled it in the direction his dream eye had locked onto. A flash of cold light shot into the unknown creature's field of vision, but it seemed to make no reaction. There was a mere bang. Jianglin sensed the serpent-tooth blade collided with an extremely tough object, causing no damage at all. Level 3 and above. Jianglin's heart sank. Only creatures of level 3 and above could withstand the serpent-tooth blade. He remained calm and recalled the serpent-toothed blade. The battle was no longer under his control. If he wanted to deal with such a creature, he would have to rely on Xiaoying. Clang! With a metallic clang, Jianglin knew the creature was hurtling towards him. Jianglin didn't dodge. He knew Xiaoying would attack. Sure enough, accompanied by a gust of wind, a towering creature, radiating a metallic sheen, emerged. It was humanoid in shape, its joints covered in sticky flesh. At that moment, the mechanical creature swung its massive metal arms, lunging at Jianglin. Xiaoying's eyes flashed a fierce silver light as she launched a kick at the creature, a kick that even produced a sonic boom. It was only as tall as the creature's thigh, their bodies like a child facing a strong man, but the kick resonated with a resounding thud, firmly blocking the creature's attack. To Jianglin's surprise, the mechanical creature didn't fly away. Instead, a faint blue shield emanated from its metal surface, barely blocking Xiaoying's kick. But the shield was already cracked, and on the verge of shattering. Xiaoying seized the opportunity to pursue, suddenly rolling over and leaping with her other leg into the air, slamming it hard into the shield. With a crack, the shield shattered. Bang! Xiaoying's leg slammed into the mechanical creature's head, sending it flying backward with a scraping sound. The moment they collided, Jianglin activated his system probe. Alien robot. A level 3 ferocious beast, derived from an unknown mutation of a robot, mass-produced in the ruins of an unknown civilization. Its physical strength is immense, and it can use a protective core to activate a crystal energy shield. Killing it yields a protective core. Note, it's not something you can provoke right now. Go back and practice. Jianglin ignored the note after the system introduction. He knew he couldn't do anything to this alien robot, but he had Xiaoying. What really concerned him was this building. This was the ruins of an unknown civilization, and the alien robots were mass-produced. Doesn't that mean there might be many more robots like this in this vast mountain space? Jianglin seemed to see a vast array of protective cores beckoning him. But he was running out of time. Now that he had found the protective core, he had dealt with this alien robot, and could return to the shelter to upgrade. As for exploring the ruins, there would be opportunities later. Xiaoying, deal with it, Jianglin ordered, with a certain air of bullying. Xiaoying nodded, her hands condensing into silvery mirror spikes. With a whistling sound, as the air ripped apart, dozens of moon mirror spikes shot out, piercing the paralyzed robot on the ground in the distance, leaving dozens of large holes in its body. Chapter 31. Jianglin found the so-called protective core amidst the pile of shredded flesh and machinery. It lay on the chest of the alien robot. The protective core was blue, with many irregular planes on its surface, resembling an irregular polyhedron. In short, it was a bizarrely shaped blue polyhedron. Jianglin put away the protective core and carefully observed the alien robot. Although the system described it as a robot transformed, aside from its overall human form, it didn't resemble much of a human. The mouth was a huge insect-like proboscis, and its hunched body leaned more towards bestiality. If anything, it resembled a werewolf. This was definitely not designed to resemble a blue star human. So this was the work of an unknown alien civilization, and this ruin also belonged to that civilization. But the interior was empty. Jianglin presumed there was nothing but ferocious beasts like the alien robot. This must be the work of the foggy world, just as if the blue star humans had suddenly appeared in this world. This ruin was also forcibly transported here by some inexplicable force, solely to provide a survival test for the survivors. So he likely wouldn't find any technological artifacts, but there should be plenty of ferocious beasts. There was plenty of iron, though. Jianglin looked down at his feet. It was all iron, and a small pickaxe would yield a good amount. But it was too far from the shelter, and the journey would be too time-consuming, so this matter would have to be put on hold for now. The value of his crystal mine wasn't necessarily less than the iron. Jianglin and Xiaoying explored casually for a while longer, but found nothing. The lighter's illumination range was too limited, making it inefficient. This ruin likely covered the entire mountain range, its vastness unimaginable to the average person. A glance at the clock. It was already 2:36, with over 2 hours until dark. Time was running out. No more delay, we had to get back as soon as possible. Retracing the same route, Jianglin found a spot at the passageway to place the location beacon, so he could come back directly next time. The man and the puppet quickly exited the ruins, and swiftly made their way down the mountain. Since the creatures on the way in had already been cleared, the return trip was largely painless, and they arrived at the shelter at 4:21. Back, Jianglin gazed at the dark purple stone house before him and the small pickaxe diligently mining nearby. For some reason, he felt a sense of relief at home. After experiencing the scene in the illusion, He sensed the preciousness of these things before him. The small axe must have been used to chop down trees, as wood piled up on the ground. Jianglin estimated that the small axe's efficiency had increased fourfold, worthy of a level 3 alien touch saw axe. Xiaoying had killed quite a few fog creatures today, obtaining a total of 84 crystals. Ignoring the scattered materials, Jianglin planned to collect them once the work was finished. He now had to pay his mortgage. Opening the shelter panel. Crawling crystal inlaid stone house. Level 4, upgradable 553 out of 300 wood, 522/400 stone, for 85 out of 300 crystal, 1 out of 1 protection core. This upgrade will make the stone house stronger, but will not increase its level. Click upgrade. A familiar, dazzling white light enveloped the stone house, and Xiaoying stared in surprise. The stone house expanded in size. Beneath the dark purple filaments, a thin layer of faint blue crystal covered the entire surface. Creeping crystal-coated house, Tier 4, non-upgradable 253/200 wood, 122/500 stone, 30/100 iron, 185/600 crystal, 0/5 protection core, 0 to 1 crystal core. Review: you've established a firm foothold in the misty world, but it's far from enough. Your shelter remains vulnerable to powerful entities. Finding a way to circumvent them is your best option. Jianglin looked at the materials needed to upgrade the shelter, and was stunned. The changes this upgrade would bring weren't significant. It would simply make the stone house stronger, perhaps even equipped with a protective shield like the xenomorph robots. But the materials needed for the 5th level upgrade seemed like a glutton. The most readily available wood was in short supply, while the other basic materials had doubled in price. Iron and crystal cores of unknown origin were also added, and the protective cores required a whopping 5. Even Jianglin found it difficult, let alone the others. It must be that none of them had reached level 4, otherwise they would have been even more excited than Jianglin. Shaking his head, Jianglin was helpless. "Let's go, you can rest now," he said to Xiaoying, preparing to go and see the changes inside the stone house. One man and one puppet entered the room, leaving Xiaohao stunned. It sensed the difference in treatment, and the crystal ore beneath it suddenly lost its appeal. Jianglin naturally didn't know Xiaohao's feelings. If he knew, he would have been full of promises. As the boss, he worked diligently, so his employees naturally couldn't slack off. Xiaoying, as a bodyguard, was now a top-tier fighter, so it was only right that she enjoyed some benefits. The stone house was now approximately 200 square meters. It hadn't changed much since before, save for 2 more empty rooms and the expansion of each area. Jianglin tossed the newly acquired beast materials into the storage room and moved Xiaoying's wooden bed into one of the empty rooms. After a moment's thought, he moved the wooden chair to another empty room, making it a room for Xiaoxia and Xiaohao. Perfect. He then arranged the treasure chests he had acquired today on the square table in the hall, while Xiaoying watched curiously. A high-level stone chest, a low-level stone chest, and then a bunch of low-level wooden chests. He no longer held high hopes for the contents of the low-level wooden chests. He just opened them for fun, maybe he'd find something useful. The exciting moment of opening the chests arrived again, and Jianglin rubbed his hands excitedly. This was his first time obtaining a high-level stone chest. He wondered how lucky he would be. Sacrifice 20 years of jealousy. Open it for me. This time, he started directly with the highest level chest. The high-level stone chest glowed white, just like the ordinary ones. I should have used the others as a buffer. Jianglin was a little disappointed. Brother Turtle's free gifts were indeed unreliable. Peering inside the chest, he found 2 items. Refined iron sword, level 2, meticulously forged by a craftsman. Its sharp edge could penetrate the defenses of most level 2 creatures. Constitution potion, permanently increases constitution by 3 points, making your meat more tender and delicious. Not bad, a potion was found, so it was a reward. Potions are relatively rare. Jianglin only found one once in many treasure chests he opened. Sacrifice. He continued opening. The low-level stone treasure chest opened, revealing the same white light, as expected. Refined iron pickaxe. Level 2, 1 level higher than the crude iron pickaxe, offering double the efficiency of the crude iron pickaxe. Biological detector. Level 2, capable of detecting biological activity of level 2 and below within a 100-meter radius, doubling the efficiency of a travel companion. Backpack expansion scroll. Adds 5 slots to the system backpack. They're all quite useful. Mining efficiency is currently insufficient, so I see if I can transmute a small pickaxe. I can also try transmuting the biological detector to level 3 to see what effect it has. Level 2 is really useless. The backpack expansion is self-explanatory. I simply clicked on it. A flash of white light revealed that the system backpack now had 20 slots. As for the other wooden treasure chests, Jianglin didn't even bother to recite the spell. He opened them one by one. Those toys. Those who understand will understand. Crude iron axe. Bathroom sink. Shotgun. Tier 1, with 10 rounds of ammunition. Iron bucket. Snack pack. Perhaps you need to improve your life? White stockings. How did you get this? Leather sofa. Pajamas. Sweatshirt set. Some items can be used to improve your life, but most are useless. Chapter 32. While Jianglin was unpacking, Xiaoying's eyes were fixed on her curiosity, finding everything new and surprising. Especially when she saw the toys and white stockings, the wonder in her eyes intensified. Jianglin naturally saw the scene. Well, he had no use for these things anyway, so it was okay to give them to Xiaoying to play with, making the most of them. Then he stuffed all the inflatable dolls he'd opened before, as well as the random items he'd opened today, into Xiaoying's room. Finally, he gave Xiaoying the sweatshirt set, telling her she could wear it alternately. Xiaoying was visibly delighted, and she went back to her room to tinker with something. Jianglin thought about how she looked in white. Well, and felt that this foggy world had become strange. It was all the fault of the system treasure chest. He was clearly a hardcore survivor. After sorting through the items, the empty treasure chests were naturally thrown into the storage room as storage boxes. Usable items were put in their proper places, such as the bathroom sink and the metal bucket. The sink itself was quite practical, even with a mirror. Although Jianglin didn't care much about his appearance, it was nice to occasionally admire his handsome face. The leather sofa and pajamas, naturally intended to improve his boss's life, were all placed in his room. Other items of no immediate use were thrown under the table. After sorting out his haul, he checked the time. It was almost dark. He went outside the stone house to inform Xiao Axe and Xiao Pickaxe that they could leave work. The two little ones entered the house with familiarity. When Jianglin told them they had their own rooms, they wiggled strangely, as if excited. Ignoring his employees' gratitude, Jianglin began collecting materials for the day. At 1016 wood, 125 stone, and 53 crystals. The backpack now contains 1269 wood, 247 stone, 238 crystals, and 30 iron. The small axe's efficiency has quadrupled compared to its original level 1 level, far exceeding Jianglin's needs. Furthermore, the amount of wood needed to upgrade the shelter is gradually decreasing, while the amount of other materials is gradually increasing. The demand for wood will only decrease in the future, as the shelter gradually shifts to other materials. In fact, these basic materials are no longer in short supply for Jianglin. Although the conditions for upgrading the shelter haven't been met yet, the most difficult part of upgrading the shelter is acquiring new materials. For example, the protective core and the crystal core of unknown origin. Basic materials will accumulate over time, but both require hard exploration of the fog to find. Checking the time, there are 5 minutes until dark. The 6th day in the foggy world was spent, and it was a safe bet. The gains weren't great, but they were not insignificant either. At least the mortgage was paid. He'd see if he could trade for something to light tonight. He planned to continue exploring the ruins tomorrow. Back to the stone house. After a while, a dim, reddish-yellow light illuminated every corner. Jianglin had always been curious about the workings of the strange oil lamp. Its light perfectly covered the entire shelter, automatically turning on at night, and the wick showed no signs of consumption as it burned. What could it protect against? Jianglin had actually considered transforming the strange oil lamp, but uncertain of the outcome, he hadn't taken action. If the strange oil lamp could truly protect against some unknown threat, wouldn't his nights be in jeopardy? If he couldn't figure it out, he'd forget about it. Jianglin collected the dozens of fruits the fleshy vine had produced today, and used 69 pieces of wood to make 69 rolls of toilet paper. He had more wood than he could use, so he could use the leftovers to make some small items to sell. The female survivors would surely love them. Jianglin couldn't help but rub his hands, thinking back to the days when he didn't have toilet paper. As for the workbench, he decided to transform it after midnight tonight to see what would happen. Opening the system panel, he was about to list his items on the trading platform when he saw a bunch of private messages. Since he had nothing else to do, Jianglin opened the private messages to check. Jiangsu, boss, we've mined iron for today. When's a good time to trade? Sun Huanyu, meatball, I'm hungry. Do you have any fruit today? Mingzi, I have a flashlight. Do you need it? Jiangsu and Sun Huanyu both wanted to trade, but this Meng Zi actually knew he needed a flashlight, but thinking of this woman's talent, Jianglin felt relieved. Divination is indeed a somewhat unreasonable ability. Jianglin guessed that he would ask for a flashlight in the area chat later, and Meng Zi predicted it. Is divination so powerful? Jianglin admitted to being a little envious. Doesn't that mean she knows what everyone needs, and can predict where treasure chests and dangers are? She can foresee anything that might happen in the future? Really perverted. Jianglin thought for a moment and replied. Jianglin, what do you need? As if the other party knew he would reply at this time, they quickly sent a message. Meng Zi, when you obtain extra protection cores, give me priority trading privileges. I buy them with crystals. Jianglin, you even know that? Aren't you only able to predict for half a day? Meng Zi, I used it this afternoon. I predicted that you'd say in the zone chat later that you'd found extra protective cores, which you could buy with crystals. Jianglin suddenly realized that he had indeed thought about this. After all, there should be more than one beast like the alien robot in that ruin, and he could definitely trade the extra materials for crystals. The real bottleneck now was the unknown material, the crystal core. 200 isn't too much, right? I don't know the exact price, but a level 3 creature isn't something survivors can handle these days. A bit of a premium would probably be acceptable to many people. Before he could reply, Meng Zi sent another message. Meng Zi, and toilet paper, can you give me some? I traded for a light fixture. Jianglin was a bit amused and confused by this. It seemed like this thing was really bothering the female survivors. He wasn't losing out anyway. A few wooden items, worthless, were traded for lighting equipment. Not a loss at all. Jianglin, deal. The two quickly completed the transaction. Jianglin's backpack now contained a flashlight, a battery-powered one that should still have plenty of charge. Flashlight, level 1, can illuminate dark environments, essential for exploring certain areas. He wasn't planning to use it immediately, but instead planned to leave it for a mutation to see what would emerge. Jianglin then opened the chat room and advertised. Jianglin, toilet paper is now available. Essential for survival, indispensable. Limited supply, first come, first served. Jianglin, today's delicious meatballs are freshly harvested, delicious and nutritious. First come, first served. With that, he ignored the buzzing chat room and went to the trading floor to list the two items. Toilet paper for crystals, iron, and stone. Delicious meatballs for crystals, iron, and stone. Jianglin didn't set up a direct transaction, but instead let others bid, and then he would select the items he wanted to trade. The buyer would choose the price they could afford, and he could also choose the items he wanted to trade. Similar to a group auction, the trading platform was quite convenient. After listing the item, he ignored it and returned to the chat channel to peek at the screen, hoping for any valuable information. Chapter 33. Chat channel 10068, 5264/10,000. After the fog tide passed, the rate of decline in number slowed significantly, and those who remained were all elites. They were either exceptionally gifted or cautious and intelligent. The foolish had long since been eliminated. Brothers, I actually encountered a level 4 creature today. Thankfully, it had no consciousness and simply devoured anything that approached. It was terrifying. I encountered a neutral creature. It actually led me to a castle, but unfortunately, I'm afraid to go in. It looks dangerous. I was bitten by a monster. I don't know if I get infected and turn into a monster, and I don't have any healing supplies. Brother, I probably won't get infected, but I'm sure I get tetanus. Hurry and give me the things. I carry on your legacy and live on. Don't waste them. Don't listen to the guy above. Give me the things. I take care of your wife and daughter. Don't worry. Jianglin casually refreshed today's news, lost in thought. The person who encountered the level 4 creature was most likely referring to the crawling mist, meaning this person might be his neighbor. The crawling mist wasn't very fast, so this person was likely about 10 kilometers to the left of a shelter. This was his deduction based on the distances that Lenifeng, the invisibility survivor, had encountered from other shelters. Jianglin wasn't currently afraid of other players' mischief. With his current strength, not doing anything to harm others was a good thing. But he clearly wasn't the type to bully the weak. The person who claimed to have discovered a castle also caught his attention. He hadn't expected that besides the technological ruins he had encountered, there were also retro buildings. I just don't know what's inside. He remembered seeing someone mention an underground ruin last time, and wondered if it was the same as what he'd encountered. It's a pity these people were still at level 1, too weak to provide any useful information. He subconsciously ignored the fact that he was also level 1. As for the person who was bitten in the back, this kind of thing happens every day with broken arms and legs. Jianlin wasn't focused on this, of course. Instead, he was thinking about the healing potion crafting scroll he'd never used. Maybe he could sell it. There should be plenty of people willing to pay a high price, but he'd still have to collect the materials. He had aloe vera seeds, but he didn't know how to grow them. Ordinary planting was too slow, and he couldn't wait, and he didn't have any spare transmutation spells. Thinking of this, he sent a message. Jianlin, buying large quantities of aloe vera and feather grass, trading them for wood and stone. If you have large trades, please send a private message with your needs. He was currently a celebrity in Area 10068, a person whose simple words could cause the interface to flood for a long time. When the big guys show up, everyone else stays away. Big guy, can you give me friend status? I have a very useful talent. As for you? Big guy has only added a few people so far. All of them are top names on the leaderboard. Who do you think you are? So you're so well informed, brother? Of course I'm one of them. Remember, number 24 on the leaderboard. Damn, I thought you were number 4. So pretentious. Brother Meatball is here to take advantage of you again. What do you mean by taking advantage of you? Big guy Jianlin is a friend of women. From now on, I criticize anyone who says anything bad about him. Okay, just selling some toilet paper, and you've earned a new title. What about a friend of women? Jianlin was a bit overwhelmed. He once again felt the importance of toilet paper. As for profiteering, Jianlin was fair and honest, clearly marked prices, and didn't force anyone to buy or sell. How could this be called profiteering? Superficial? This kind of person was too superficial. No one had mentioned aloe vera and feather grass yet, so he could only list them on the trading platform. Wood and stone for aloe vera and feather grass. And there was a note below that there were bulk trades for other materials. There were already many trade requests for flesh cones and toilet paper. Jianlin sifted through them and obtained 96 crystals and 570 stone. It's said that women have high purchasing power. Many women are willing to spend 20 to 30 units of stone for a roll of toilet paper, and some even directly exchange it for 1 crystal. Flesh cones continue to sell well, with 1 crystal for a day's food. They were more popular than many foods grown by those with a farming talent. After all, they tasted like chicken and could satisfy cravings, something most creatures in the misty world couldn't eat. He could have sold more toilet paper, but he thought better of it. 1 roll of this stuff lasts a long time. Scarcity makes things valuable. If you sell too much, it drives down prices, which isn't worth the effort. He traded today's iron with Jiangsu, spending 30 crystals for 30 units of iron. Now his backpack contains 1,200 pieces of wood, 814 pieces of stone, 304 crystals, and 60 pieces of iron. With just a few clicks, the only materials needed to upgrade his shelter were the crystals, the protective core, and the extra crystal cores. Life is as lonely as snow. Jianlin sighed. Others toiled, chopping trees, digging stones, slaying monsters for crystals, enduring hunger and the harsh weather. He had already settled into the life of a boss, harvesting fruits and materials, directing battles, and enjoying exploration. How unfair. It's a shame I'm the beneficiary, so that's alright. With plenty of time left until midnight, Jianlin had no choice but to go to the zone chat and peek in to kill time. People were talking about trading, bragging, sharing intel. Everything was going on. He even saw that Sun Huanyu, perhaps inspired by his toilet paper business, had somehow invented sanitary napkins. They were the ultra-thin, self-sucking kind, very similar to the toilet he'd sold him last time. This guy also made a lot of crystals from the female survivors. Sure enough, there are still plenty of smart people out there. Knowing that men's spending power is lower than dogs, they simply go after women's money. Jianlin couldn't help but think of the workbench. If he wanted to pry into a man's wallet, weapons and equipment were definitely the first choice. In the real world, equipment is a graphics card and a keyboard and mouse. In this world, it's naturally anything that can increase his power. He must reserve a transformation spell for the workbench tomorrow. This business is something he can't miss. Jianlin thought again about the protection core he discussed with Ming Zi today. He checked the time and saw it was almost time, so he announced his speech. Jianlin, I came across a ruin where a beast can produce protection cores. These are dropped by level 3 beasts. If there are any extra, I sell them. If you want any, prepare the crystals. 200 each, no bargaining. A level 2 creature can produce 8 crystals. Considering the rarity of protection cores and the advanced nature of level 3 creatures, a 20-fold increase is no problem. After saying this, he ignored the stream of comments praising his prowess or calling him a scammer and closed the system panel. Time flew by quickly. It was soon 12 o'clock, the last day of the novice protection period. Day 7. Jianlin felt a sense of surrealism. He had been surviving in the foggy world for so many days without realizing it. He seemed to have grown accustomed to this life. What changes would occur after the 7th day, it was unknown, but the difficulty of survival would definitely increase dramatically, and the fog would definitely become more dangerous. All he could do was plan ahead, and do everything he could to the best of his ability. The alienation spell had been refreshed, and he took out an item. Chapter 34. What's most important in the world of mist survival? If you're a newcomer, you'd definitely say survival supplies. But for Jianlin, his own strength is paramount. He took out his constitution potion. If nothing goes wrong, he should be able to reach level 2 today. I wonder if level 2 is special, as he suspected. Opening his profile. Name, Jianlin. Talent, alienation unique skills, trick step, level 3, dream eye, level 4, const, 18. Mind, 32. Stamina, 100/100. Spirit, 200/200. Overall rating, level 1. The Constitution Potion increases Constitution by 3 points, which is actually enough to reach level 2, but not enough for Jianlin. Alienation activated, 50 spirit points overflowed, and the Constitution Potion quickly transformed, the white potion swiftly squirming into a green, slimy mass. This was the first time he'd used this much spiritual power in a Constitution Transformation Potion. He wondered what would happen. Transformation Potion, obtained Strange Power Potion. Strange Power Potion permanently increases Constitution by 5 points and increases strength and toughness in a certain area, with random effects. After reading the description, Jianlin was somewhat disappointed. The number of points that could be increased remained the same, but toughness had increased compared to the previous 25 Spiritual Power Transformation Potion. This effect was quite good, improving resistance. Just don't strengthen that area like the first time he drank the Strange Power Potion. He really didn't need that kind of enhancement. Huh? Jianlin looked at the potion and let out a breath, feeling a little excited. He had a vague intuition that reaching the second level would bring unexpected changes. He opened the wooden lid and took a sip. A refreshing sensation washed over him, and his muscles grew firmer, as if he had endless strength. His right arm, in particular, felt an inexplicable surge of power. This time, the strengthening had actually affected his right hand. Jianlin was overwhelmed with surprise. His right hand was the one he used most frequently, so the benefits of this strengthening were immense. However, just as Jianlin was delighted to experience the changes in his body, something unexpected happened. Instantly, he felt as if he were being violently pulled into a pitch-black, mysterious space by an invisible force. The surrounding darkness, devoid of a single ray of light, filled him with an inexplicable sense of loneliness. And just then, 3 faintly glowing orbs slowly emerged before his eyes. Though their light wasn't dazzling, it stood out against the endless darkness. Miraculously, he had a strange intuition that allowed him to sense that they represented farmer, master craftsman, and trickster. What does that mean? Jianlin was confused. But soon, his spiritual intuition gave him a clear answer. So this was a class, something everyone gained upon reaching level 2, automatically acquired through the path of talent they possessed. Strangely, his spiritual intuition didn't mention that a class could be chosen voluntarily. Since it was an automatically acquired class, there shouldn't be any choice, could it be? That the alienation he obtained through exploiting a bug was different from everyone else's? Unfortunately, Jianlin's question remained unanswered, as if his spiritual intuition didn't know the reason either. Which one should I choose? The farmer and the master craftsman are obviously what they do, but this trickster. Speaking of which, they didn't even give me an introduction. Doesn't his alienation spell deserve a path? Is it being treated differently because of a bug? How can he choose? The farmer was eliminated first. He didn't want to spend his days growing vegetables and raising livestock. The master craftsman looked pretty good. He was probably a production-oriented profession, very popular in the survival world, with a bright future. And it seemed to fit in well with his alienation spell. Alienation can barely count as production, right? After all, it produces a lot of good stuff. In that case, it seems to be related to the trickster too. Alienation can be quite strange sometimes. None of his creations, except Xiaoying, are pretty good looking. So, the farmer is actually related, since he also used alienation to create the red tentacle cup and the flesh balloon vines. I see, he figured it out. The reason he could make a choice was because alienation was somewhat related to all three professions. So, back to the original question. So, without any spiritual intuition to guide him, Jiang Lin chose to trust his own feelings this time. He reached out and touched the orb of light that represented the trickster. The orb instantly blazed with endless brilliance, dispelling the darkness from the entire pitch-black space. He felt that strange pulling sensation again, forcibly pushing him back into his body. Shaking his head, Jiang Lin finally recovered from the dizziness, feeling as if something was different about him. It was as if his life level had shifted. If his previous self was an ant, then now he was truly a human. Of course, this might all be an illusion caused by his increased power after advancing. Level 2 wasn't a big deal. At least he'd encountered many higher-level creatures. Feeling the changes within himself, he already understood his own abilities as a trickster. He casually cast his gaze forward, scanning a circle before finally locking onto the wooden chair. A thought struck him. The wooden chair's legs rapidly wriggled, transforming into 4 writhing tentacles. A pair of strange claws emerged from either side. It stood up and swayed from side to side, as if possessed of intelligence. The wooden chair had become a spirit. Jiang Lin found this amusing, and another thought flashed through his mind. The wooden chair darted through the opposite wall and emerged from the wall behind him. Not bad. It seems I was right to choose the trickster, Jiang Lin said, his entire body slowly sinking into the wall behind him. In Xiaoying's room, Jiang Lin emerged from a side wall, only to be greeted by Xiaoying's strange gaze. As a puppet, Xiaoying naturally couldn't sleep. She saw Xiaoying sitting upright on a wooden bed, surrounded by an inflatable doll and some strange toys. She seemed to be using the dolls as a cuddly bear. She herself was wearing a sweatshirt, and Jiang Lin saw white silk around her ankles. I hadn't expected this puppet to have such a unique hobby. Curries, you're quite something. Just have your fun. Don't bother me. Jiang Lin didn't want to watch this. He was more focused on his abilities. So he retreated back into the wall again, and through it, returned to his room. He tried to crawl into the bed again, then emerged from Xiaofu and Xiaohao's chair, startling the 2 still dozing little creatures. Looking at the 2 little creatures, Jiang Lin's playful spirit grew, and he transformed the chair beneath them into a strange creature. Xiaofu and Xiaohao, watching the large, bizarrely swaying wooden chair, fell into a deep state of self-doubt. Jiang Lin ignored the 2 little creatures' antics, and passed through the wall back into his room. Woohoo, awesome! Jiang Lin laughed excitedly. He hadn't expected the trickster's abilities to be so powerful and practical. Luckily, he didn't choose that awful master craftsman, otherwise he'd just become a manufacturing machine. What's the point? The trickster's abilities, including teleportation and combat, are incredibly powerful. Chapter 35. Jiang Lin could vaguely sense that he was on a path. If he continued, he would acquire new professions one after another. He didn't yet know the name of the path he was on, so he'd call it the trickster path. At the end of the path seemed to lie endless strange visions. If he could reach them, he would be able to control the source of all these strange changes. This reminded him of the strange changes that occurred each time the alienation spell was activated, and he suspected there might be a connection between the 2. It was a pity that he didn't know the specifics of the farmer and the master craftsman, otherwise he would have more reference points. Let's leave these currently unanswered questions for now. This promotion to trickster granted him 2 profession-specific skills: trickster transformation and object relocation. Open the personal dashboard. Name, Jiang Lin. Talent, alienation unique, class, trickster. Skills, trick tier 2, object relocation, tier 2, trick step, tier 3, dream eye, tier 4, const, 23. Intellect, 33. Stamina, 186/200. Spirits, 150/200. Overall rating, tier 2. The overall panel changes are minimal. Constitution has surpassed 20, and stamina has doubled to 200 points, bringing the overall rating to tier 2. There's an additional class slot, and 2 additional tier 2 class skills. Jiang Lin tried to use trick. It failed. I don't know if it's a bug that prevents class skills from working or something else. After trying for a while, it really didn't work, so Jiang Lin gave up. Open the new class skill details. Trick, a tier 2 class skill that transforms inanimate objects into strange shapes, granting them a temporary boost of mobility. Depending on the amount of stamina invested, the transformation can be increased to larger inanimate objects. The effect lasts for 30 minutes. The effects of the transformation are quite useful. It can be used to transform a bunch of objects into a group attack, or to block enemies while escaping. It can also be used to scout and provide vision when necessary. Translocation, a level 2 class skill. This allows objects to be transported into a larger object, allowing them to escape from any nearby object. The evasion consumes stamina, and the evasion range is 50 meters. Translocation is a truly life-saving skill. As long as there's a larger object nearby, he can escape with allies inside. It can also be used for sneak attacks during combat, creating a surprising effect. The only drawback is that it can't escape underground or through the air. Jianlin tried, and it requires an object. Perhaps the ground and air don't count as objects, or there's another reason. Even so, translocation is an extremely powerful skill. These are just 2 skills for the trickster. I wonder what other classes in this path possess. If the trickster is so good, what about other paths? He already knows a farmer and master craftsman, so there must be other combat-oriented classes. Jianlin felt that the trickster wasn't strictly a combat class, more like a magician. I wonder if other classes have more powerful skills: synthesis, divination, firebending. Which paths do each of these correspond to? Thinking of the power of divination, Jianlin felt that the classes it matched weren't simple either. But none of this concerned him for now. His primary goal was to continue upgrading the sanctuary and strengthen the combat power around him. Compared to Xiaoying, a level 2 class player wasn't much of a deal. It was a matter of rank, a crushing difference in sheer strength. He might be good at running, but he was nothing compared to Xiaoying in combat. A moon mirror crashed down on him, and he couldn't even use the borrowing objects technique. Besides, with Xiaoying's speed, he might have gotten halfway inside before being pulled out. Thinking of that scene, Jianlin's mouth twitched. Still can't expand. Compared to higher level creatures, a level 2 creature is nothing. He silently warned himself, and lay back on the bed. The strange transformation of the wooden chair had passed its time, returning to its original form. Jianlin felt exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he seemed to be in the starry sky. He saw 3 huge points of light colliding, causing the universe to shake and the planets to shatter. Suddenly, one of the light balls shattered, half of it absorbed by a larger one. The 3 were locked in a stalemate, and space began to dim. All was silent. Congratulations to the survivors on reaching the last day of the novice protection period. Your dedication and hard work have made you who you are today, and you've established a foothold in the fog world. But this is far from enough. The fog is full of dangers, and your existence is still too insignificant in this world. Please continue to strive to strengthen yourself. Another fog tide will occur at 12 p.m. tonight, and the novice protection period will end, returning the fog to its original state. New features will also be available in the system at that time, so stay tuned. Jianlin woke from his sleep with a start. In that dream, he felt incredibly small, like a grain of sand floating in the universe. A strange dream. Jianlin didn't pay much attention to it. It wasn't his first dream. The novice protection period is finally ending. I must hurry and visit the ruins from yesterday. Jianlin pondered as he stood up, ate his fruit, rinsed his mouth, and drank some water. There's going to be a fog wave tonight, and the danger within the fog will escalate. Without the system's protection, who knows what might emerge. Getting to the mountain ruins 10 kilometers away will likely be much more difficult then. There's also a new system feature. Jianlin wondered if it would be another ranking-based one. In that case, he'd have to improve his overall score as soon as possible. We talk about it when I get back. The most urgent thing was to rush to the ruins and see if we could find more clues about the protective core and crystal nucleus. 9 o'clock sharp. Jianlin ordered Xiaofu and Xiaohao to work, while he went out with Xiaoying, who was wearing a sweatshirt and coolie. Xiaoying put on the white sneakers that came with her sweatshirt, giving her doll a youthful and energetic look. Her crystal-clear cheeks gleamed with a silvery glow, and her eyes stared at Jianlin unblinkingly. Ahem. Let's go! Jianlin wasn't interested in these miscellaneous things. He just wanted to engage in a heart-to-heart fight with the alien robots. Man and puppet began to advance, braving the wind and snow. The march became increasingly difficult, with the snow already up to their ankles. A glance at the temperature displayed on the thermostat showed it was already minus 30 degrees Celsius. If it weren't for the Constitution potion, many people would have frozen to death. Jianlin glanced at Xiaoying. She walked effortlessly, a true level 4 puppet. It was a shame that her white shoes and silk stockings were stained with mud and snow. Those were the treasures from the treasure chest. These were all treasure chests Jianlin had worked so hard to obtain. He didn't care about the contents. He cared about the fruits of his labor. Jianlin pulled out his biodetector. He decided to avoid the level 1 creatures and reach the ruins as quickly as possible without wasting time. If there were any level 2 creatures, he'd take them. Let Xiaoying kill them. Maybe there would be a stone treasure chest. As for level 3 creatures, Jianlin estimated they were rare at the moment. After all, he and Xiaoying had been out all day yesterday and hadn't encountered any. He suspected that most level 3 creatures were confined by the system to fixed locations, such as the ruins. Once the fog cleared tonight, many level 3 creatures would likely appear in the wild. There were few creatures encountered on the road, and level 1 creatures had been avoided. With nothing else to do, Jianlin simply took out his flashlight. Before entering the ruins, he needed to solve the lighting problem. Chapter 36. Lighting Lamp. Level 1, can illuminate dark environments, essential for exploring certain areas. Jianlin looked at the lighting lamp in his hand without hesitation. Alteration activated. 50 points of spiritual power overflowed, and the surface of the lighting lamp began to produce a familiar wriggling effect. Soon, a pair of pitch-black flesh wings sprouted from its sides, resembling bat wings, with a pair of bird claws sprouting from below. The main body also changed from a technological lighting lamp to a retro iron and glass oil lamp. Altered lighting lamp, obtaining the bat-walking oil lamp. Bat-walking oil lamp. Level 2, an oil lamp that undergoes an unknown transformation, capable of automatically following the light, illuminating darkness up to 100 meters away. It is extremely fast, but its combat effectiveness is weak. As Xiaoying stared in amazement, the strange-looking bat-winged oil lamp began to circle Jianlin. So convenient? Jianlin smiled. He had originally thought that holding a lighting device would hinder his movements, but the bat-walking oil lamp directly solved this problem. It possessed consciousness, capable of autonomous movement and illumination, and could also help with exploration. Let's see how fast it is. Go! Jianlin thought, and the bat-walking oil lamp flew out at breakneck speed, leaving a trail of shadow in the air. In the blink of an eye, it flew into the mist 30 meters away. Come back. With Jianlin's command, the oil lamp flew back in the blink of an eye. This speed was indeed very fast. Even if it couldn't catch up with Xiaoying, it wasn't far behind. You have to remember that Xiaoying has a level 4 physique, and her speed is definitely at the top of the level 4 range. For a level 2 bat-walking oil lamp to reach this speed is quite impressive. Looking at the bat-walking oil lamp circling in the air before him, Jianlin thought for a moment, I just call you Xiaoying. He casually gave the new member a name. Unconcerned, Jianlin and Xiaoying continued on their journey. Only Xiaoying would occasionally glance at Xiaoying as they walked. It seemed curious about Jianlin's method of transforming inanimate objects into strange, flying creatures. Jianlin naturally didn't notice Xiaoying's curiosity, knowing he wouldn't care. This would only happen more often. Having been here once before, Jianlin was familiar with the route. He encountered 2 level 2 creatures along the way, a ferocious beast and a monster, and obtained a stone treasure chest. Notably, he also stole a number of wooden treasure chests. Yes, stealing. As he advanced, he detected numerous level 1 creatures using his creature detector. After advancing to level 2, in addition to gaining a profession, he also unlocked his spiritual sense. With his current mental power of 34, his spiritual sense range could theoretically reach over 300 meters. Unfortunately, fog blocked spiritual sense, so he could only use his spiritual sense to detect within the fog, a range limited by the fog-repelling collar. This was a restriction on him, but it also served as a form of protection for all the weaker ones. Those powerful, higher-level creatures must possess a sensory method similar to spiritual awareness. The fog blocked their awareness, reducing the chances of lower-level creatures accidentally entering the range of a higher-level creature's awareness. Now that he had advanced to level 2, these level 1 creatures were completely unaware of his approach, and he was too lazy to kill these small monsters. He simply used the borrowed object translocation technique to move all the treasure chests into the surrounding trees or rocks, where they naturally fell into his hands. The ruins were still 2 kilometers away. In the thick snow, in front of Jianlin and Xiaoying, a wooden treasure chest slowly emerged from the surface of a sturdy tree. Jianlin casually put the treasure chest away, feeling rather bored. This was already the 8th wooden treasure chest he had casually picked up. In the distance, a monster with a deformed tiger head was still wandering around unconsciously, completely oblivious to what had happened. The joy of killing monsters and obtaining treasure had completely vanished. Now, perhaps only creatures of level 2 and above could bring him that kind of joy. He found that he rarely needed to use the object to escape, but instead was adept at stealing things. Is there something wrong with the name of this skill? Shaking his head, he put his random complaints aside. Soon, the man, the puppet, and the lantern arrived at the entrance to the ruins they had smashed yesterday. The snow had completely covered the entrance, and if it weren't for his GPS watch, he would have had trouble finding it. The strange thorn vines controlling the strange thorn bracelet cleared the snow, revealing a deep passage. Jianlin looked at the iron passage and formed a plan. "Follow me," he said to Xiaoying, then disappeared into the iron wall. Xiaoying naturally didn't hesitate and dove in, followed closely by shouting. In the pitch darkness, a sudden flash of light dispelled all darkness, illuminating the entire passage. Jianlin and his group slowly emerged from an iron wall. A smile clung to his face. As expected, any object could be relocated using the mountain of objects technique, greatly ensuring his safety in this ruin. Why couldn't the ground in the misty world be relocated? Was there something special about the ground there? Theoretically, even planets could be considered objects. Could the misty world be something else entirely? Or was it simply because he was only at level 2? Too weak? Therefore, many things were still unattainable, such as escaping into gases and liquids. Even as Jianlin pondered, they had already reached the corpse of the alien robot from yesterday. This time, his vision was much clearer. The 100-meter illumination range was enough for him to see far away, unlike the few meters he could only see yesterday with his lighter. Furthermore, there was no fog here. Jianlin tried to radiate his spiritual sense, and he could clearly perceive everything within a range of over 300 meters. It was a strange feeling, Jianlin couldn't describe it. It was like observing everything around him through countless magnifying glasses, and he could hear all sorts of movements. It was mysterious and extraordinary. Suddenly, as if a thought occurred to him, Jianlin looked at Xiaoying. "Do you have spiritual sense?" Xiaoying paused, then asked, "Master, are you referring to that strange feeling?" "It seems so." "Yes, how far can you sense it?" "About 400 meters. Why didn't you tell me yesterday?" "Master, you didn't ask." "Okay." Jianlin scratched his forehead. Of course, he didn't know anything about this, so he hadn't even asked Xiaoying about it. He just kept her on the lookout. Xiaoying, who was the type to keep quiet unless necessary, would only follow orders and, of course, wouldn't explain anything he wasn't asked about. "Forget it. Then you come with me and look for something like the creature we encountered yesterday, or something similar." Jianlin pointed to the robot corpse nearby, and Xiaoying nodded. Then the two of them separated and began searching. Now that they could use their spiritual sense, it would be much easier. Although the ruins were enormous, Jianlin's spiritual sense could only barely reach the top. This meant the ruins were more than a few hundred meters high. This mountain range had been hollowed out to build it, and yet, even such a powerful civilization was dragged here by the Mist World as a training ground for survivors. This clearly showed the power of the Mist World. Jianlin told Xiaoding to fly forward and return to signal if he found anything. Within their vast exploration area, they soon encountered a second alien robot. Xiaoying had found it, and Jianlin hadn't even made a move. Xiaoying had already dispatched it with a single, effortless mirror stab. Jianlin thus obtained a second protective core. Unfortunately, since this area wasn't within the fog, there seemed to be no treasure chests, dashing Jianlin's hopes of discovering higher-level treasure chests. He simply stopped exploring and focused on finding the level 3 mechanical creatures. Thus began the cleanup of the ruins. Chapter 37. The silent ruins were shrouded in the clanking echo of Jianlin's footsteps. Suddenly, his expression changed. The massive, snake-like mechanical creature bared its fangs like a flash of lightning, biting at Jianlin with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had penetrated dozens of meters, and was right in front of him. The sight before him startled him, a maw large enough to swallow him whole. The tangled web of mechanical parts and flesh and blood emanated an overwhelmingly foul odor that surged towards him like a hurricane. He was unprepared. With his level 2 spiritual awareness, he couldn't detect a level 3 creature. But the moment the creature's malice was aroused, his dream eye activated. As the snake-like mechanical creature launched its attack, Jianlin instantly gained vision of it. Through his dream eye, he clearly saw the direction and speed of its attack, and also discerned its every movement. At the critical moment, his mind raced like lightning, without a trace of panic. He flashed, using objects to display his technique to instantly slip underground, simultaneously using the trick step technique to leave a shadowy presence. Next, he unleashed a trick transformation on the iron ground. The ground rapidly twisted and deformed, and 7 or 8 immensely thick tentacles emerged from it, tightly wrapping around the serpentine creature and trapping it in midair. The entire movement was seamless, without a single delay. His 3 abilities activated almost simultaneously, and in the blink of an eye, Jianglin's body was nearly completely submerged in the ground. Crack! The terrifying force of the tentacles squeezed the serpentine creature, producing a harsh, metallic sound. But it was a level 3 creature after all. The serpentine's body suddenly twisted violently, unleashing its brute force. With a few snapping sounds, the tentacles broke apart and scattered into the air. The snake's jaws continued to move forward, biting down ferociously at the ghostly figure. Unfortunately, only Jianglin's head remained on the ground. It was doomed to miss. Xiaoying. With a cry, Jianglin completely vanished from the scene. The snake's jaws finally settled on the ghostly figure, making a startling crackling sound. On the other side, Xiaoying had already noticed the situation here, but because Jianglin had sent her searching as well, they were over 100 meters apart. The snake-like mechanical creature's attack was incredibly fast, happening in the blink of an eye. The eerie tentacles held it back for less than 2 seconds. But for Xiaoying, it was enough. In just a second or two, Xiaoying was already close, followed closely by dozens of silver-gleaming moon mirror spikes. The sharp spikes sliced through the air, creating a piercing sonic boom. With a series of puff, puff, puff sounds, the snake-like mechanical creature was instantly pierced with dozens of large holes, sent flying backwards, and landed heavily on the ground. The dust settled. Jianglin emerged from the ground on the other side, with familiarity, clearly not his first encounter with this kind of thing. Yes, this was his 3rd time. Of course, this was also the most dangerous, because this snake-like mechanical beast had no moral principles, and had actually attacked directly. The key was its extreme speed, as befitting a snake, wasn't it? Things of this shape have incredible speed. If it weren't for Dream Eye, he might not have been able to react in time. The trickster's skills were indeed powerful. Jianglin estimated that with his powers, he could even deal with a level 3 beast. If he really wanted to escape, he could even escape from a level 3 creature. Of course, this was only possible within the fog, which obscured his consciousness. If he could escape into the fog, everything would be fine. The previously useful serpent tooth flying blade and trick thorn bracelet are no longer effective. Only trick transformation can temporarily counter a level 3 creature. Trick steps is actually quite fast, but using object relocation is more effective for escaping. It's time to upgrade my equipment. That was Jianglin's only thought right now. He actually quite liked the serpent tooth flying blade and trick thorn bracelet. It all depended on whether he could obtain a level 3 upgrade scroll. He controlled the trick thorn vine to peel open the corpse of the serpentine mechanical beast, finding the protection core and retrieving it. Now the trick thorn bracelet was only useful for corpse finding and garbage removal. Wouldn't the blue-silver entanglement have contaminated all entanglement abilities? My trick thorn vine has fallen to such a state. Jianglin shook off the flesh and blood on the protection core, and put it in his backpack. He had obtained a total of 9 protection cores, and he was quite satisfied with his haul today. He checked the time, 3:56. It was almost time to go back. He was always cautious, and wouldn't put himself in danger for the sake of some immediate gain. If he encountered any delays along the way, he might not be able to return to the shelter before dark. Although he already had Xiaoying and had become a level 2 trickster, he still didn't want to risk exploring the dangers of the night fog. Why be the first to venture out when he could just quietly advance? Leave the exploration of the night to those who enjoy adventure. With no real benefit, Jianglin wouldn't be foolish enough to pursue the so-called truth. Perhaps sometimes knowledge itself is dangerous? Go home. Summoning shouting, Jianglin took Xiaoying and began the return journey. On the way back, he collected the corpses of the 10 mechanical beasts, wanting to see if the stone house could absorb them and produce iron. This was a sudden thought he had today. If the stone house didn't work, he'd let Xiaohao dig. It was highly feasible. They encountered no danger along the way. Notably, the biodetector detected a level 2 ferocious beast. As expected, Jianglin also obtained a high-level stone treasure chest. Today was quite a bounty. Back at the shelter, he asked Xiaoying to get a bucket of snow from the bathroom and boil it by the fireplace so she could take a bath. Xiaoying nodded obediently and walked towards the stone house. And washed the white silk as well. It was all stained. Jianglin glanced at the grimy curry silk at Xiaoying's ankles and shook his head. He didn't like it. He just couldn't stand the sight of dirt. He was a germaphobe. It was 4:35, and they weren't short on materials, so he simply let Xiaohao and Xiaohao go home early. He looked at them and waved, "Go home." Although the 2 little ones were a little incredulous, They happily returned to the stone house. Xiao Ding followed Jiang Lin's lead. Naturally, new members needed to get acquainted with the veterans. Jiang Lin arrived in front of the dark purple stone house, touched the soft threads, and then tossed the 10 mechanical creature corpses aside. He signaled the stone house to swallow them. The dark purple threads within the stone house quickly transformed into a ferocious maw, swallowing all the corpses in one gulp. It slowly wriggled a few times before finally disgorging a square iron block. It worked. Jiang Lin, delighted, reached out to touch it. Iron plus 537. Each one weighs about 50 units. Really good stuff. As expected of a level 3 mechanical creature. He then put away the results of his work on the small axe and pickaxe. Wood plus 933. Stone plus 114. Crystal plus 42. Adding the 44 crystals he'd gained from killing ferocious beasts and monsters today, Jiang Lin checked the materials needed for the upgrade. Opening the shelter panel. Creeping crystal-coated house. Level 4, non-upgradable 2133/200 wood, 928/500 stone, 597/100 iron, 39600 crystals, 9/5 protection cores, 0 to 1 crystal core. If I can sell 2 protection cores, I have enough crystals to upgrade the shelter, leaving only the crystal cores. Unfortunately, there's no clue where the crystal cores are, so it seems I won't be able to upgrade the shelter today. There might be new ranking rewards tonight, so Jiang Lin naturally wants to improve his overall rating as much as possible. The shelter will definitely take up the bulk of the cost, but without the crystal cores, I can't upgrade it. I just hope the materials will add points. There's another 100-point transmutation spell. Jiang Lin entered and headed towards the storage room. Chapter 38. Jiang Lin gazed at the simple, two-tiered stone workbench before him, a wave of curiosity building within him. This was actually his first time using the alienation technique on a production tool like this, and he wondered what would happen. Once a decision had been made, there was no need to hesitate. Alienation activated, 100 spiritual energy surged out, covering the entire workbench, and it began to wriggle and deform. Jiang Lin sensed a difference in this alienation, seemingly producing a similar effect to when he had alienated Xiaoying, though noticeably less dramatic. The workbench before him alternately transformed into a smiling face, then a goat's horn, and finally into a table composed of strange flesh tubes, somewhat similar to the previous one. A lip-shaped mark etched itself above this table, as if it could open and devour everything. Alienated workbench, obtaining the greedy table. The greedy table, level 3, a workbench tainted by an unknown aura, is beginning its journey down a strange path. Give it your materials, and it will grant you what you desire, though there may be a small price to pay. That's all? What kind of introduction is that? Hey, trickster, that's really interesting. What do you want? Just then, a raspy, uncomfortably male voice rang out. Like a witch. Can it talk? Jiang Lin fixed his gaze on the lip-shaped mark above the greed platform. The flesh tubes wiggled, resembling a mouth speaking. Jiang Lin wasn't surprised by the greed platform's ability to speak. He simply thought it might be the ugliest and most bizarre thing he had ever created. Of course, he didn't show any disdain. After all, it was his own creation, so he deserved some respect. With Xiaoying's experience as a lesson, he felt that as a master, he needed to treat everyone equally. How do you know about tricksters? He asked, somewhat curiously, without answering Greedy Terrace's question. When Xiaoying was transformed, she was like a child new to the world. Why did Greedy Terrace seem to know so much? I know a lot. But tricksters are indeed a relatively rare class, and everyone is as cunning as a rat. Your future advancement will be difficult. Why? Jiang Lin was surprised. This transformation seemed a little strange. Greedy Terrace clearly had some knowledge of the classes in the Mist world. Perhaps he could gain some intelligence through them. Unfortunately, he didn't wait for a reply. Instead, a strange smile appeared on the wide mouth. Tricksters, knowledge comes at a price. Jiang Lin frowned. This was his first time transforming a creature of this type. What do you want? Since you're so poor, I give you a discount, a protection core. Jiang Lin stiffened his fist. It was also the first time he realized that the transmutation technique didn't always produce obedient creatures. And so annoying. Hey, you're not going to fight, are you? Here's how, I give you a discount, 100 crystals. Jiang Lin dug into his pocket and pulled out the serpent-tooth flying blade. Okay, it's free this time, but don't do that next time. His mouth twitched visibly. Speak. Jiang Lin gritted his teeth, secretly retracting his previous thought. He couldn't treat this ugly platform the same way. An odd appearance was acceptable. The axe and pickaxe were both quite odd, but being so rude and greedy was truly annoying. The greedy platform's maw moved a few times, as if recalling something. After a while, it opened its mouth and uttered, "Actually, I only have a vague understanding. I'm only at level 3 now, and much of my mind is sealed. I only remember that the next level up from the trickster is the trickster. They're extremely difficult to deal with. Their transformed creatures can deceive many high-level professionals. I don't remember anything above the trickster. If I can reach level 4, I should be able to remember. I only vaguely remember that at higher levels in the professional sequence, you must devour each other to advance. I don't remember anything beyond that. That's why I said your path to advancement is difficult. The tricksters are as cunning as rats and extremely difficult to find. Don't use force. I've already said it. You have to pay next time. Even my memory search has a price." Jianglin silently memorized this information. If it's true, as the greedy platform said, that at higher levels, you need to devour each other to advance, then that's too cruel. Putting aside the issue of devouring, he was well aware of the difficulty of defeating those on the trickster path. He was only a level 2 trickster, yet he already possessed 2 incredibly absurd escape techniques: transfiguration and object relocation. Higher levels would likely prove even more absurd. So, needless to say, it was indeed difficult, but he believed that with hardship came great rewards. Besides, he was only level 2, so why bother overthinking? At least in the early stages of advancement, he didn't need to devour those on the same path. "Let's call you Little Greed." Jianglin continued to casually name him. "That name is too nice." Greedy Platform's big mouth sneered, but when he saw Jianglin reaching into his pocket, he quickly changed the subject. Although he was a bit rude and ugly, he was quite sensible. Jianglin nodded in satisfaction and asked Little Greed, "What can you do?" Little Greed seemed stunned for a moment, before realizing the name was addressed to him. He reluctantly replied, "Weapons, equipment." "Nonsense." Jianglin resisted the urge to kick him and continued, "Where are the materials? What's the tier? What's the effect? Try it yourself." Jianglin thought about it, and realized that the workbench had always displayed the forging materials the moment he placed them. He casually picked up a mantis-sized blade nearby and held it above Little Greed's maw. Nothing showed up. "Throw it in." Little Greed's maw wriggled open, revealing a pitch-black void within. Jianglin didn't hesitate and tossed the mantis scythe in. He waited a moment. And again. And then? Jianglin frowned. "What then?" Greedy's mouth moved, as if nothing had just happened. "Shit, it's laughing." Jianglin could clearly see its maw curl upwards slightly. This creature actually coveted his materials? How does it feel to be deceived by a creature you created yourself? Jianglin's actions answered the question. From the storage room, a series of bang, bang, bang sounds rang out, interspersed with hoarse, piercing male screams. The voices were so miserable, as if they had endured horrific torture. 10 minutes later. "Huh?" Jianglin exhaled, feeling refreshed. He suddenly felt that if Greedy could provoke him every day, and then he could beat it up, he would feel much more relaxed. "Perhaps, this is the meaning of your existence." Jianglin twisted his neck, feeling a sense of relief. He retracted the strange thorn vine into the strange thorn bracelet, and Greedy fell heavily to the ground, revealing the uneven marks on its flesh tube. Jianglin stared directly at the fleshy, cracked mouth and asked, "Tell me, what will you call me from now on?" "Master." "Master." The mouth squirmed, seeming reluctant. Jianglin didn't care. It didn't matter if it wasn't used to it, his fists would teach it. "Tell me, what are you good for?" Little Greedy finally spoke. "Crystals and cores can be used to replenish materials and create weapons and equipment, but the main materials are essential. The more materials you're missing, the more crystals and cores you need." Chapter 39. Jianglin stared at it for a long moment. This platform made of fleshy tubes was indeed unpredictable. He turned around and searched for a moment before picking up a level 2 blackthorn wolf claw. He lifted the claw and shook it, saying, "I give you one last chance. Don't try to play tricks, or I seal you in the mud and never let you out again." Just as he was about to place the claw into Little Greed's black hole maw, he added, "Just consider that level 1 won a gift. I may not care, but as a companion, I hope you won't let me down." Then, without hesitation, he tossed the blackthorn wolf claw in. The fleshy tubes in Little Greed's maw moved a few times, and it seemed to be silent for a moment, but quickly recovered. It felt it for a moment and said, "It can be made into a level 2 weapon. To make the most advanced one, you need 50 iron, 100 wood, and 50 crystals." Why is it so much more expensive than a level 1? Jianglin remembered that when he used a stone workbench, the materials for a level 1 weapon were only 1/10 of what Little Greed needed. Greedy Big Mouth grinned sarcastically. I'm saying you're poor, but you still don't believe me. How can a level 2 be the same as a level 1? Besides, I'm talking about top tier. Do you know what top tier means? It's the kind that outperforms other products of the same level. It wasn't until Jianglin touched the trickster bracelet on his hand that it straightened its attitude and added, of course, if you want a regular one, just cut the price in half. And Greedy Big Mouth nodded at the trickster bracelet. I can upgrade it. I just need level 3 materials and a beast core. That's fine. Jianglin finally heard some good news, otherwise he would have wanted to recast Greedy Little. The trickster bracelet and the serpent-tooth flying blade, his first 2 weapons, had carried him through the fight to this day. He was already accustomed to their attack methods, and switching to other weapons would still be a bit awkward. Being able to upgrade them would be a plus. I didn't know if Little Tan had the materials for the embezzled weapon, but the price was still acceptable. Jianglin simply stuffed the remaining materials needed for a top-tier Tier 2 weapon into Little Tan's abyssal maw. With all the materials in place, Little Tan's entire platform began to vibrate, emitting a dazzling green light. Like a cheap game unboxing effect. Ugh! A retching sound echoed. Little Tan spat out a spear-like weapon from his maw. Ignoring the poor delivery method, Jianglin activated the system to investigate. Blackthorn Wolf Lance. Tier 2, crafted by a ruthless workbench. It's retractable, can reach up to 5 meters in length, and is incredibly sharp. Few Tier 2 creatures can withstand it. After reading the introduction, Jianglin was finally certain that Little Greed hadn't lied. Regardless of whether he'd been greedy for materials or not, the quality was truly top-notch. Add to that the ability to upgrade weapons, and it was indeed far more powerful than a regular workbench, making this mutation a worthwhile investment. Jianglin casually put the weapon away, not even examining its appearance. He had no use for a level 2 weapon anyway, so he had to mutate it before using it. Not bad, he praised, then continued, you can be greedy, but I want good results. I hope you understand that. With that, he turned and walked out, adding at the door, well, welcome aboard, Little Greed. The door closed, leaving Little Greed speechless. Hey! How interesting. These words tumbled out of the squirming mouth. Jianglin entered the hall, and casually picked up a succulent fruit, and began to eat it, drinking a glass of water as he did so. He had originally planned to start a weapons business, but he decided to wait until after tonight. New rankings would likely open tonight, and he needed to save the materials to increase his rating. Then he picked all the succulent fruits and sold them, making whatever profit he could. Finally, it was time for today's surprise treasure chest opening. Jianglin lined up all the treasure chests on the square table, 10 in total. 1 high-level stone treasure chest, 1 low-level one, and the rest were wooden treasure chests. Thinking about the last time he opened the high-level stone treasure chest, he found nothing, so he decided to use something else this time. Without the pre-sacrifice, he opened the 8 wooden treasure chests one by one. These days, wooden treasure chests are just for fun. They rarely contain anything valuable. As expected, they all had the same white light effect. He examined them one by one. Toiletries. You should pay attention to your personal hygiene. Crystal energy chandelier. After installation, it can be recharged using the shelter's core energy source. Sexy lingerie. Wool t-shirt. Crude saw. Miner's gloves. Black stockings. I think you like it. Feathergrass seeds. Giving them to others might produce feathergrass, but you can only produce mud. Men's sock set. Would you like to smell your own? Badminton racket. Jianglin had prepared well. These things could improve his life. Feathergrass seeds were useful, and he also had rice seeds and aloe vera seeds, but unfortunately, he had no time to plant them. Or rather, he didn't know how to plant them. Dealing with these things later, Jianglin looked at the low-level stone treasure chest. Sacrifice 20 years of confusion, open. Opening the treasure chest, a familiar white light shone. No high-level items were found. Strange flower pot. Level 2, accelerates crop growth. Seeds automatically grow after being planted. Essential for survival. Advanced scroll. Level 2, upgrades level 1 items to level 2. The specific effect depends on the item's characteristics. Refined dagger. Level 2, a meticulously crafted dagger, incredibly sharp, capable of penetrating the defenses of most level 2 creatures. I actually got 3 items. I'm quite lucky. And the strange flower pot is quite effective. I try to transform it. Maybe it can solve my planting problem. As for the level 2 advanced scroll, Jianlin needs to consider where to use it. He doesn't have many level 1 items, so he needs to consider how to maximize its effectiveness. The last one, 25% chance. Don't let me down. Jianlin prayed silently, then held out his hand. Sacrifice 40 years of frustration, open. As the high-level stone treasure chest opened, a dazzling white light flashed. Delivery. Jianlin was excited. This was the second time he had found a level 3 item. Looking inside the treasure chest, he found 2 items, a bracelet and a scroll. Spirit Repellent Bracelet, level 3. Once worn, it blocks the spiritual awareness of most creatures at level 3 and below. Essential for exploring the fog. Be careful to conceal yourself when using it, as it doesn't render you invisible. Defense Rune Crafting Scroll, level 3. This creates a one-time defense rune that automatically blocks critical hits from creatures at level 3 and below. The downside is its high cost. 0/5 iron, 0/3 beast cores, 0/30 crystals. The Spirit Repellent Bracelet is absolutely essential. What he needs most right now is a means of concealment. If he had the Spirit Repellent Bracelet with him when he went to the ruins today, those level 3 creatures would have been unable to detect him. Without spiritual awareness, he must rely on other senses, and his use of borrowed objects allows him to perfectly circumvent this. Combined, the two ensure his survival. He also has Alienation, which can be directly upgraded to level 4. I wonder how effective it will be then. The Guard Rune and the Psionic Bomb Scroll should be similar items, both disposable, but the effects are certainly worth it. Psionic Bomb Scroll, level 3, creates powerful psionic bombs, but the downside is the high cost. 0/5 iron, 0 out of 2 beast cores, 0/30 crystals. The Guard Rune requires 1 more beast core than the latter, suggesting that life-saving items still cost more. Jianlin speculates that beast cores are produced by level 3 mist creatures, while level 3 creatures in the ruins produce protection cores. So are crystal cores. Chapter 40. Jianlin had previously suspected that the crystal core might be produced by a level 4 creature, but he had never been able to verify it. Upgrading the shelter required 5 protective cores, so to be on the safe side, he could only head to the ruins to hunt down level 3 mechanical creatures. As for level 4, he only knew about the crawling mist and the black ram. Let alone whether the eerie crawling mist could produce crystal cores, he wasn't sure Xiaoying could harm it, as he had a feeling the crawling mist wasn't that simple. As a small part of an old god's power, how could it be so easily killed? So, his highest target was the black ram, but after all this time, he couldn't be sure it was still there. And it wasn't safe. Yes, as the saying goes, don't take unnecessary risks. He was only a level 2 trickster. If the black ram tried to kill him, he wouldn't even have a chance to react. Even with Xiaoying around, how could he stand by and watch 2 level 4s fight? If someone gets caught in the crossfire, they'll all be dead, and that's all for now. So, one shouldn't be complacent, only when one is confident is the key to survival. As for letting Xiaoying go alone, what if the black rams live in groups? The system description says they're a species of followers of an old god. If all goes well, he'd be able to mutate the Spirit Repellent Bracelet by midnight tonight, perhaps gaining a way to hide from level 4 creatures. Add a few psychic bombs to mutate and upgrade, and then a protection rune to mutate and upgrade. Wouldn't that be perfect? In a word, steady. There's no need to rush into things. He doesn't have a deep grudge against those level 4 creatures, does he? Wanting to kill someone so quickly? How cruel. He packed up everything and put it in its place. As for the sexy lingerie and black stockings, well, those useless things were thrown in Xiaoying's room. The crystal chandelier in the hall brightened up the entire stone house considerably. Although there had been a strange oil lamp before, the light was indeed too dim. Xiaoying had already thoughtfully poured the boiled water into the bathroom bathtub. Jianlin had indeed not showered in a while. He grabbed his toiletries and the bath set he ordered earlier and cleaned himself thoroughly, head to toe, inside and out. Then he helped Xiaoying wash the white stockings she'd stained. Finally, he changed into some clean underwear and socks he'd ordered today and put on his thermostatic suit. Refreshing. It was just cold, minus 30 degrees Celsius, which was unbelievable. Luckily, the stone house had some insulation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take a hot shower. By the time he was done, it was past 7 o'clock, still early for the fog to rise. Lying on the soft, large bed, he opened the system panel. After putting today's succulents on the shelves, no one had traded for aloe vera and clover. He suspected it might be the cold snap, the heavy snow burying the plants. Then, he traded crystals for iron with Jiang Su. Jiang Su's production had increased, but this guy was clever. Knowing that iron wasn't as valuable as crystals, he still sold him all 50 pieces of iron he mined that day at 30 crystals, leaving the extra 20 as a favor. Jiang Lin was naturally happy to accept. He knew iron was far less valuable than crystals, but he didn't have a stable source of iron. Jiang Su had an iron mine. This deal could be discussed later. This small profit wasn't much of a deal. After settling Jiang Su's deal, there were also private messages from Sun Huanyu and Ming Zi. Sun Huanyu naturally went for the meatball fruit, but Ming Zi's news gave him pause. Ming Zi, can you sell me a protection core first? I only need this to upgrade my shelter. It's crucial for my rating tonight. Don't worry, it won't affect your ranking. It seems she learned something through divination. Jiang Lin, will there be new rankings tonight? Where will I be? Ming Zi, yes, the world rankings will be open tonight, and world chat will be open as well. Ming Zi, you're number 1. Incredible. You're the most advanced of all humans. A little surprised, but also seemed reasonable. He has a top tier 4 shelter, Xiaoying, who's also a 4th tier 1, and he's a 2nd tier trickster himself. He's got tons of gear and materials. It would be unjustifiable if he wasn't number 1. What really surprised him was that Ming Zi had gathered all the other materials for the 4th tier upgrade. Those materials weren't much for Jiang Lin, but they were a huge sum for other survivors. Jiang Lin, then how do you know selling my protection core won't affect my ranking? There was silence for a moment before a message came in. Ming Zi, because you're incredibly perverted. Don't get me wrong, I mean powerful. Ming Zi, let me put it this way, the 2nd place player in the world rankings barely reaches a tier 4 sanctuary, and you shouldn't be one of them, right? After all, you already have plenty of protection cores to sell. Ming Zi, if I reach tier 4, maybe I can compete for 2nd place. Ming Zi's words do make sense. One protection core doesn't determine anything. It's better to sell it to her as a favor for providing information. Besides, it's not a free gift. 200 crystals aren't necessarily worth less than a protection core. Ming Zi's talent is prophecy, so she's worth befriending. I'm not sure what the appropriate path is. Maybe I can ask Xiao Tan later. As for her talk about competing for 2nd place, it's not impossible. Instead of giving the 2nd place prize to an unknown stranger, it's better to help someone I know get it. They're all in the same area, and their shelters shouldn't be far from each other. They might interact frequently in the future. Thinking of this, he decided to sell all the extra protection cores. This would both strengthen the area and earn crystals, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jiang Lin, sure. Prepare the crystals. I list one first. Ming Zi, thank you very much. Contact me if you need anything. The rest is much easier. The transaction went smoothly. He then opened the area chat. Chat channel 10068, 5135/10,000. The number of participants seems to have stabilized. The remaining participants are indeed quite capable. The conversations were mostly about the fog tide and what new features the system would enable today. Many people speculated that world chat and rankings might be enabled, which was easy to guess. Since the system already enabled regional rankings during the last fog tide, there wouldn't be a point in doing so again. So many people were busy exchanging materials and items to upgrade their shelter's levels or strength. He took a quick look, found nothing useful, and simply posted an advertisement. Jiang Lin, I have 3 of the protection cores I agreed to yesterday, earned through a life or death battle. They're still available, 200 each, no bargaining. List them directly on the trading platform. Prepare your crystals if you want to buy. As soon as he spoke, the audience erupted in uproar. Holy crap, boss really got that many protection cores. Doesn't that mean he's already a level 4 shelter? How did he do that? Do you need an explanation? Boss Jiang Lin is so powerful that you, a Karami, can't even imagine. I declare Boss Jiang Lin my godfather. Stop calling me son. Your grandpa Jiang Lin doesn't want to talk to you. These people were being too cautious, thinking he'd only just reached level 4. Little did they know, he was only 1 crystal core away from a level 5 shelter. And after level 5, he could use alienation to get a loan to buy a level 6 house. He couldn't imagine how powerful a level 6 shelter would be by then. Jiang Lin ignored the boasting and opened the trading platform to list the 3 protection cores. After waiting for a while, no one bought. It seemed 200 crystals was a huge sum for many people, and he needed to think carefully. But Jiang Lin wasn't worried, because these people would definitely figure it out. Chapter 41. What is the true value of the protection core? Jianlin estimated that it might not be worth 200 crystals. But this is a special period, the early stages of the fog tide, the 7th day of the novice protection period. We've only been in the foggy world for 7 days, and most survivors struggle to deal with even a level 2 creature, let alone a level 3. Furthermore, this level 3 creature even has its own protection core shield, which is considered top-tier defense among level 3 creatures. Such a creature is simply beyond the scope of this period. Let alone the few people in the area. Even in all of humanity, there are probably few who can deal with it. Is selling it for 200 crystals expensive? He's basically doing charity. Buying it is a profit, and it might even significantly boost the world rankings. He's giving away a lot, folks. Sure enough, after waiting for about 10 minutes, the first one sold, then the second, and then the last one, which was almost sold out in seconds. Jianlin tearfully earned 600 crystals. Adding the 39 crystals and 210 stones from the meatball fruit, his backpack now holds a total of 1,138 stones and 1,149 crystals. The beauty of a monopoly business, no need to haggle with others. He can sell whatever he wants. It's not impossible for him to sell more. If he opted for a bidding system, he would definitely make more. But Jianlin is a principled man. He accepts his own valuation, as long as he makes a profit, and never pushes himself too far. In business, reputation is also crucial. Today's transactions were concluded, and Jianlin stretched. Using trickery frequently in the ruins had drained a lot of his stamina, and it had only just returned to a level that allowed him to relax. He glanced at the time. It was still 3 hours until midnight. If there was nothing to do for now, he could go ask Xiao Tan about his profession. With Meng Zi's prediction, he was very curious about the professions associated with prophecy. Using the object-based teleportation technique, he slowly sank into the bed. Storage room? Hey, you're using trickery in your own home. Jianlin had just stepped out of the wall when he heard Xiao Tan's startled grumble. He ignored Xiao Tan's words and reached out to pull out a chair from the wall, the one in the living room. Sitting on the chair, he stared into Xiao Tan's wide mouth and asked, "Tell me about the profession." "Level 2 will do." "How many paths are there?" "How many crystals do you need?" Xiao Tan's mouth moved a few times, as if calculating, and then said, 30 crystals. Jianlin's mouth twitched. Although he had plenty of crystals and crystal mines, Xiao Tan was truly greedy. Without further ado, he casually tossed out 30 crystals, which he could still afford. Little greedy big mouth grinned visibly, swallowing all the crystals into its pitch-black maw. It smacked its lips twice, seemingly enjoying itself, before slowly speaking. There are 9 paths in the Misty World, each corresponding to 8 classes. Legend has it that the secrets to godhood lie within them. I don't know if this is true about godhood. I'm only level 3 now. If I force myself to explore the secrets of higher levels, I surely die miserably. From the perspective of lower-level creatures, paths are named after the lowest-level class. For example, you belong to the trickster path. Because lower-level creatures only reach this level, higher-level knowledge only brings higher-level dangers. Therefore, in the circles of higher-level creatures, this path must have other names. But those aren't things a mere trickster like you can inquire about, and it's best you don't. Now I tell you the names of the 9 level 2 classes along the 9 paths. They are Trickster, Master Craftsman, Farmer, Fighter, Actor, Hypnotist, 5 Elements Master, Informer, and Traveler. Finally, I advise you to avoid interacting with people from the Fighter, Actor, and Hypnotist paths. Jianlin memorized all these names. After hearing Little Tan's warning, he asked, somewhat puzzled, why? Little Tan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Oh, look outside, and you know. Jianlin pondered. After a long moment, he thought of Meng Zi and asked, which one does divination correspond to? Informer. Jianlin was stunned. Informer? Revealing the world's secrets to others is indeed quite appropriate, and in line with the style of divination. I just don't know what other talents belong to the Informer path. Having learned everything he wanted to know, Jianlin stopped asking. He hadn't thought to ask what the other Tier 3 classes were called. From the Tier 2 perspective, simply knowing the name wasn't very helpful. A general understanding would suffice. As Xiao Tan had said, knowing more can be a bad thing. Knowledge itself can harbor dangers. He was only Tier 2. Understanding the classes at his tier was all he needed. He stood up and casually tossed the wooden chair back into the hall. Amid Xiao Tan's farewell greeting, welcome back next time, Jianlin slowly emerged from his bed. The trickster skills were truly elusive. I wondered what the other classes' abilities were like. Since all 9 paths were the same, the other classes couldn't be much weaker either, and they all had their own unique strengths. Especially the informer. As a natural path to divination, the informer's skills must be excellent. He was certain of his own alienation skills. Since Xiao Tian hadn't mentioned the possibility of choosing a profession, he asked Xiao Tian which path his divination skills belonged to. Xiao Tian answered without hesitation, informer. This also proved that every talent had a corresponding profession, and his alienation skills were surprisingly connected to all three paths. What did this mean? Was it good or bad? Jiang Lin didn't know. He let out a deep breath, closed his eyes, and cleared his mind. There was no need to delve into this. He was only at level 2, so what would be the point of knowing more? Since he had chosen the trickster, he would simply continue as one. He felt that this profession suited his personality perfectly. With nothing else to do, and waiting for the fog to arrive, he couldn't sleep. He simply began to inspect what the employees were doing. He first went to the room of the two little ones. Now, should I say, the three little ones. As usual, Xiao Axe and Xiao Pickaxe dozed off on the wooden chairs, joined by Xiao Ding. They were exhausted from their intense daytime activity. Then he returned to Xiao Ying's room. When he emerged from the wall, Xiao Ying was fiddling with her inflatable doll. As a doll, she didn't need to sleep, so she spent her nights with it. The bed was littered with all sorts of odd toys, clearly outgrowing their intended purpose. Xiao Ying wore a sweatshirt suit, her black stockings peeking through her trouser legs. It was clear she also enjoyed the treasures from today's treasure chest. Unfortunately, another item, a lace-like object, was tossed in the corner of the bed. Waste my treasure chest. Jiang Lin calmly met Xiao Ying's glittering eyes. Master, any instructions? Xiao Ying stared at Jiang Lin without blinking, her face silvery and gleaming with confusion. She was clearly puzzled by Jiang Lin's nightly appearances in her room. Ahem. Nothing, just bored. Jiang Lin subconsciously glanced at Xiao Ying's ankle, but quickly averted his gaze. He hadn't meant to do that. It was definitely the contrast that had caught his eye. Then he slowly sank into the wall, adding as he left, that thing in the bathroom is clean, remember to put it away. Xiao Ying's lips curled up in delight, and she quickly said, okay, thank you, Lord. It seems she really likes it. Jiang Lin returned to his room, shaking his head helplessly. I really don't understand this puppet's preferences. They're so strange, I deserve a harsh rebuke. Chapter 42. The time quickly reached 12 o'clock. Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. From now on, the novice protection period was over. Outside the stone house, the black fog surged like a surging wave, constantly rolling and surging, attacking the stone house wave after wave. However, a light blue film emerged from the surface of the crystal-coated stone house, firmly blocking the fog out. No matter how hard the fog attacked, it could not shake the stone house in the slightest. The noise outside the house also reached Jiang Lin's ears, but he was not worried. His shelter was probably the most sturdy of all human survivors. After all, it had been strengthened by both the alienation technique and the system. As time passed, the black fog seemed to undergo a strange change, gradually becoming black with a deep red, as if blood was seeping into the fog. At first glance, it looked like a pitch-black blood mist. After this transformation, the fog gradually calmed down. Jiang Lin calmly observed for a while, confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the stone house, and felt relieved. In fact, the system had indicated that a level 3 stone house was sufficient to survive the novice period, and a level 2 wooden house also had a high probability of survival, not to mention his level 4. But this was the end of the novice protection period, and strange events were possible, as this effectively revealed the true world of the fog to the survivors. No one knew how many hidden dangers and high-level creatures lay within this mysterious foggy world. Perhaps, tomorrow will be the beginning of the real world. Jiang Lin sighed, his eyes seemingly peering through the stone house into the fog. Just then, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the survivor who successfully passed the novice protection period and became a true survivor in the Mist world. World chat is now open to all humans, with each person allowed to post 3 times per day. A world ranking feature is also available. The top 100,000 survivors will receive rewards. With the higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. The top 10 survivors will receive additional rewards. Rankings are based on a comprehensive consideration of shelter level, survivor level, and possessed creatures and items. The world rankings will be updated monthly, with new rewards distributed accordingly. Jiang Lin was prepared for the system prompts. Meng Zi had already prophesied to him. He was simply curious about what his reward would be for being the top human. Opening the system, 2 prompts popped up. Congratulations on receiving the world ranking reward. Do you want to claim it? Congratulations on receiving the additional ranking reward. Do you want to claim it? Jianlin suddenly felt a surge of excitement. This was the reward for being the top human. Billions of people. Even if you exclude the elderly and children, and even factor in the more than half who died during the novice protection period, there were still at least 2 billion left. Being the first among 2 billion people, the rewards must be incredibly generous. With a thought, click to claim. Congratulations on receiving a level 4 teleportation ring, a level 4 binding chain, and a subservient contract. Congratulations on receiving a level 4 fortune, skill book, a level 4 crystal energy multifunctional nightwear set, and a pioneer title. Gold. Jianlin felt a surge of relief, a tingling sensation. All level 4. If they were transformed, they would all be level 5, and just from the names, you can tell these rewards are very useful and powerful items. The items had automatically been transferred to the system backpack, but Jianlin didn't check them for now, instead glancing at the system panel. The regional rankings disappeared, and 2 new sections appeared before the regional chat, world chat, and world rankings. Open the world rankings. First, Jianlin, a pioneer of humanity, the face of Blue Planet, the rising star of the world, the uncrowned king. Second, Lucas Stern, his strength is unquestionable, his courage has made him powerful. Third, Meng Zi, perhaps not strong enough, but it's best not to offend her. Fourth, Isabella Rossini, the goddess of prosperity, the symbol of wealth. Fifth, Zhou Lini, a resolute guardian, an outstanding leader. Sixth, Theodore Hawk, his madness may be too much for you to handle, so don't provoke him. Seventh, Watanabe Yashiro, his success was achieved through deception, a general on a skeletal scale. Eighth, Lin Yifeng. Ninth, Ravi Singh. 10th, Park Chulin. Jianlin only glanced at the first few names, and paid no attention to the rest. There were a total of 100,000 names on the list, and there was no way he could remember them all. Being able to stand out from these 2 billion people clearly proves that those ranked at the top are undoubtedly top tier in terms of both luck and skill. Meng Zi's ambitions for second place were clearly dashed, but achieving third place was a testament to her success. What surprised him somewhat was Lin Yifeng, who was from his district, and a close friend of his. It was surprising that someone with a natural talent for invisibility had quietly secured 8th place. It seemed that invisibility truly had its unique qualities, and wasn't as simple as Jianlin had imagined. Lin Yifeng was likely one of the buyers of the Protection Corps, otherwise his ranking wouldn't have been so high. It seems likely that those ranked on the leaderboard are all from Tier 4 sanctuaries. This means they've killed at least one Tier 3 mechanical creature, suggesting they're all quite formidable. After shutting down the system, Jianlin decided not to check out the world chat for now. It's just opening now, and it's bound to be overwhelming. He wasn't going to join in the fun. He didn't have anyone to look for anyway. Summarizing the harvest, Jianlin was excited. He'd gotten quite a few goodies this time. Teleport ring, Tier 4, allows teleportation to any location within 400 meters. Interference will disable this, with a 1-day cooldown. Binding chain, Tier 4, uses on a selected target, limited to one target, can imprison most Tier 4 creatures, and becomes ineffective upon damage. Subjugation contract, effective for creatures below Tier 9, allows signing of a subjugation contract with other creatures. Those whose names are engraved become vassals of the owner, bearing a spiritual mark. They must obey the owner's commands, and must not harbor rebellious thoughts, otherwise their spirituality will be eroded. Lucky turn, skill book rank 4. Use this skill when you're in dire straits to turn your fortunes around, saving you from a desperate situation and reversing situations up to rank 4. The effect varies depending on the situation, with a 1-day cooldown. Crystal Energy Multifunctional Nightwear Set, rank 4. This set boasts rank 4 protection, rechargeable with crystals. It combines dust proofing, temperature regulation, defense, concealment, and portability. Forerunner, a unique title that grants a pinned effect when speaking. Equipped with a bright, colorful profile picture frame, it also grants a pinned effect when listing items. Also, a daily announcement, mandatory for all human survivors to view. Jianlin was practically silent. These items were incredibly effective, and this wasn't even Jianlin's limit. He had the alienation technique. For a moment, he didn't know what to do with today's 3 aliens. All his plans had been disrupted, and many things had to be put on hold. In short, let's just get some for free. System, be patient. I'm quick. Jianlin picked up the time movement skill book and selected it. The skill book transformed into a beam of white light, merging into Jianlin's brow. He instantly mastered the skill, but he didn't try it out. Instead, he opened his personal dashboard. Chapter 43. Name, Jian Lin. Talent, Alienation Unique Occupation, Trickster. Skills, Trick, Level 2, Object Relocation, Level 2, Trick Step, Level 3, Dream Eye, Level 4, Fortune, Level 4, Const, 23. Intelligence, 35. Stamina, 200/200. Spirit, 200/200. Overall rating, Level 2. Looking at Fortune on the panel, I decisively activated Alienation. Click. The panel entered a familiar state of lag. Don't freeze. Don't freeze. Jian Lin silently prayed. Luckily, after the lag, the notification sounded. Congratulations on obtaining the skill. Mysterious Luck. Mysterious Luck. Level 5. After using it, regardless of whether the result is good or bad, it will ultimately develop in the direction the user desires. It can affect anything up to level 5. The effect depends on the specific situation. The cooldown period is 1 day. The system panel returned to normal, and Fortune transformed into Mysterious Luck. Jian Lin frowned as he looked at the skill description. How should I put it? This skill's effect is just like its name. Confusing. What do you mean by regardless of whether the result is good or bad? Does it mean things might get worse after using it? He really disliked the idea that things will eventually develop in the direction the user expects. It felt like the higher the level, the more uncontrollable the transformed items became. A little greed counted as 1, and this skill counted as half. Never mind, it was free time anyway. At least the skill level was upgraded, right? One shouldn't be too greedy. I saved 1 transmutation spell, and with 3 transmutations today, I can still transmutate 3 items. Jian Lin thought about it, and felt that the system rewards were all good, and they could all be transmuted with a spirit point of 100 or above. Anyway, level 4 is enough for now, so the remaining 2 will be used elsewhere. Let's pick the one that requires the least powerful effect. Let's pick the teleportation ring. For something you use for getting away, a little less spiritual energy won't hurt. Jian Lin picked up the teleportation ring and activated his transformation. 100 spiritual energy overflowed, covering it. The teleportation ring began to wriggle and transform, making a humming sound, and eventually transformed into a silver key. Huh? Are these 2 things connected? Jian Lin muttered in confusion and checked the description. Transform the teleportation ring to obtain a replica of the silver key. Silver key replica, level 5, a key that can travel to any dimension. A replica that can open portals within 500 meters, unaffected by interference. It consumes the stored spatial energy and has a cooldown of 1 day. The effect has indeed improved, from only being able to teleport yourself to being able to open portals, meaning you can now bring others with you, and without interference. The range is also 100 meters greater than the space ring. A 500-meter range is absolutely amazing at this point. Unfortunately, it has a cooldown, so it can only be used to save lives. Putting the silver key away, Jian Lin took out the spirit-repelling bracelet and the strange flower pot. 2 uses of the alienation spell today would raise his mental power to 38 points. 2 more uses tomorrow would reach 40 points, perhaps doubling his spiritual power. So he decided to use the alienation spell on other rewards from the system tomorrow. After using the alienation spell successively, each using 50 spiritual power points he obtained. Soul Devouring Ring, level 4. When worn, it can directly devour the spiritual consciousness of creatures of level 4 or lower, rendering them unable to sense the user. Essential for robbery. Be sure to conceal your presence. Strange Flower Garden, level 3. Once planted, seeds automatically grow, greatly accelerating growth. They can absorb dead creatures as nutrients, boosting the growth of crops planted within. A familiar feeling returns. The alienation technique is still reliable. While it occasionally exhibits some strange manipulations, it's still manageable. Jian Lin donned the Soul Devouring Ring and used borrowed object transposition to directly cover the flower beds in the hall. He then tossed aloe vera seeds, clover seeds, and rice seeds into the garden. Oh, there's also an upgrade scroll. Seeing the old friend, Red Tentacle Cup, Jian Lin suddenly remembered. Red Tentacle Cup was also a longtime employee, so he naturally wouldn't treat them unfairly. Click to use, and the upgrade scroll transformed into a white light that enveloped the Red Tentacle Cup, instantly enlarging until it reached the size of a bucket. Red Tentacle Bucket, level 2. This bucket undergoes an unknown transformation. Rooted in the ground, it can produce unlimited water. It had no other effects besides growing larger, But Jiang Lin hadn't expected any of that. Producing more water was certainly a good thing. At least, he wouldn't have to burn snow for a shower. When I have some free time, I could upgrade my alienation spell to level 3. Perhaps it would yield some unexpected benefits. All done, my alienation spell is done for today, so I can rest easy. Maybe I can try to get a crystal core tomorrow. He returned to his room and changed into his crystal energy multifunctional nightwear set. He casually slipped a crystal into his belt, and it immediately felt much lighter. It also had color changing and defensive functions, practically an upgraded version of the thermostatic suit. Jiang Lin laid down on his bed, feeling incredibly happy. What a great day. He finally had the leisure to open the world chat and see what people were saying. Welcome, Pioneer Jiang Lin. As soon as he opened the world chat, a system notification popped up. You are truly worthy of the title of the one. So impressive, even the system has to welcome you. Jiang Lin smiled. Then he was dazzled by the endless stream of chat messages. Mom, where are you? Husband, are you still alive? You're withholding my salary. Don't let me catch you. Trading original stockings for crystals. Damn, upstairs, are you still alive? You cheated on me. If you're still alive, I kill you. Add me in a private message for 1 crystal to see Smith's photos. Has anyone met my sister? Her name is... Jiang Lin had no choice but to exit. It seemed the world chat wouldn't stop anytime soon. With nothing to do, he decided to go to sleep. He was already exhausted today, and fell asleep quickly. The night passed in silence. Lord, it's dawn. Xiao Ying's cold yet tender voice echoed in his ears. Jiang Lin opened his eyes, only to be met with Xiao Ying's sparkling eyes. He sat up and stretched. Xiao Ying was squatting beside his bed, her black stockings just visible at the ankles of her pants. It's normal to feel a little dazed after waking up. It's also normal to be slow to react. After a long moment, Jiang Lin looked away and said, "Wait for me in the hall." Then he sank back into bed. When Xiao Ying arrived, Jiang Lin was eating a succulent fruit. While eating, he knocked on the 3 little ones' doors. Time to go to work. Xiaofu and Xiaohao quickly left their rooms, heading out to work. Watching their backs, Jiang Lin felt relieved. Sure enough, Xiao Tan was just an accident. Xiao Deng flew back and forth in front of him, seemingly very happy. Jiang Lin could sense that it was happy because it was getting along well with Xiaofu and Xiaohao. After finishing the fruit, he thought for a moment and decided it was time to try and get the black ram, if it was still there. Now that he possessed a Tier 4 soul-devouring ring and a Tier 5 silver key replica, along with the binding chains and Tier 4 armor set, his safety should be guaranteed. If necessary, he could even gamble with his mysterious luck, so he was completely prepared. In that case, there was no need to bring Xiao Deng along. If a fight broke out, he might not be able to take care of him. You go chop trees with Xiao Fu today, he said to Xiao Deng. Xiao Deng naturally wouldn't disobey his orders, unlike that idiot Xiao Tan. Chapter 44. Jiang Lin led Xiao Ying in the direction of the shelter. With the locator beacon, he could pinpoint the exact spot where he had encountered the black ram. The fog seemed to have intensified. Without the fog-repelling collar, visibility would have dropped to less than 5 meters. Thankfully, the fog-repelling collar maintained a 30-meter fog-free zone, ensuring both visual range and spiritual perception. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to respond to danger. Snow was falling heavily. Jiang Lin checked the temperature on his belt. It was already minus 40 degrees Celsius. I wonder how long this cold snap will last. The foggy world truly doesn't allow ordinary people to survive. Jiang Lin pulled out his biodetector. It was still level 2, having never upgraded it with mutations. After traveling about 3 kilometers, the number of level 2 creatures had noticeably increased, but he hadn't encountered any level 3 creatures yet. However, judging by the number of level 2 creatures, there should be quite a few level 3 creatures as well, just more scattered. Jiang Lin collected a stone treasure chest and a level 2 beast material. He also casually picked up a few wooden treasure chests, completely at random, no longer searching for them. Just then, from nowhere, a dark hand gently played with a strand of black hair. For some reason, Jiang Lin felt a sense of peace, as if the world had nothing to do with him. He rubbed his brow. He and Xiao Ying walked quickly through the thick snow, leaving behind 2 sets of footprints, one large and one small. That sense of peace brought Jiang Lin a particularly peaceful state of mind. He didn't even bother to glance at Xiao Ying's coolness. Calm. It seemed as if nothing interested him. In this silence, Jiang Lin suddenly stopped. Xiao Ying also stopped, looking at the man who seemed different today, with a certain strangeness. Yesterday, the master's gaze kept drifting towards it, but not today. Something felt strange. You go back first. I want to go for a walk alone. Jianlin spoke slowly, gazing directly into Xiaoying's glittering eyes. No. Jianlin found himself losing control of his body. Although Xiaoying was surprised, she always obeyed the master's orders. Yes, master. It nodded, turned, and headed back the way it had come. Don't. Jianlin couldn't even move his eyes, couldn't even use his mind to activate his skills. He knew he'd been tricked. This must be some kind of scheme. But he couldn't break free. He only hoped Xiaoying would be smart enough to notice, but was that possible? She was always obedient. There was no way she wouldn't obey. Xiaoying took 2 steps, but couldn't help but glance back. Yes, Xiaoying, don't go. The mastermind behind this scheme is trying to get rid of you. Jianlin cried out inwardly, but unfortunately, he was destined to receive no response. As expected, Xiaoying, feeling genuinely strange, couldn't help but ask, Really? You don't need me to follow you, master? Jianlin nodded. Shit! Shake my head. Shit! Who is it? Is it a spook? Seeing Jianlin nod, Xiaoying, who didn't seem to show any sign of abnormality, blinked her silvery, crystal-clear eyes and turned away. Watching Xiaoying gradually disappear into the mist, Jianlin's lips curled up in a playful smile. Calm down. Seeing Xiaoying was no longer reliable, Jianlin desperately reminded himself. What else can I do? Jianlin calmed down and began to think. First, the person who performed this trick must be no higher than level 4, otherwise they wouldn't have thought of sending Xiaoying away. Second, if they can control their own body, then they can also control him to commit suicide. As expected, as soon as this thought occurred to him, Jianlin had already pulled out the serpent-tooth flying blade from his pocket. And then he aimed it at his temple. No, the tip of the blade was about to strike. Wait, Jianlin suddenly remembered his own 38-point mental acuity, while the opponent's was at level 4, or just over 40. With a forceful attack, he might be able to control his consciousness for a moment. In that split second, his mind raced, and he had already devised a countermeasure. Charge. The sudden impact of 38 points of mental acuity on Jianlin's main consciousness caused a momentary delay. The tip of the serpent-tooth flying blade abruptly stopped just above his skin. At that moment, Jianlin was more focused than ever. This was a life-or-death moment. Mysterious luck. Activate. Buzz. A sharp stinging sensation shot through his consciousness, and then he returned to his previous state. He could no longer control his body. Jianlin's original form smiled in surprise, and a hint of sarcasm, as if taking pleasure in its prey's dying struggles. Dizziness. Jianlin felt a sense of chaos and disarray, the after-effects of the attack on his mind. Luckily, the mysterious luck had successfully activated. Unfortunately, his fate was truly hanging by a thread. Now it would be up to him to see just how far the 5th-level mysterious luck could reach. Meanwhile, not far from Jianlin's original form, in the mist, Xiaoying walked in the snow, her hoodie barely concealing her impressive figure. She walked slowly, then glanced at the black stockings she wore beneath her pants with some concern. Why didn't the master pay much attention to her today? She hadn't thought of this for any reason, and a lingering sense of discomfiture lingered within her. The more it thought about it, the more it felt something was amiss. It felt its master's behavior today was particularly strange. He had clearly called it out, only to send it back halfway. This didn't align with the master's nature of only doing what was necessary. He still wanted to go back and take a look. If the master wanted to punish him, he would accept it. Having made up his mind, Xiaoying quickly turned and headed back in the direction he had been heading. Off to the other side, a huge figure suddenly awoke. It was a little hungry and wanted to go out and hunt. With a whoosh, it spread its bat-like wings and soared into the sky. Its serpentine tail stirred up a cloud of snow, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the mist. Jianlin gripped the serpent-tooth flying blade tightly, his sarcasm undisguised. You can't escape, ant of the path of sin. Dying in disorder is the greatest honor of your life. He spoke with a sneer, but without slowing down, the flying blade in his hand stabbed fiercely at his temple. At this critical moment, a ferocious beast, panicking, suddenly burst out of the mist, kicking up a swath of snow and knocking Jianlin to the ground. The beast fled without a backward glance, not even glancing at Jianlin, as if some ferocious beast were chasing it. Jianlin was momentarily stunned. More accurately, the entity controlling his body was somewhat bewildered by the situation. Inside his body, Jianlin's consciousness was still hazy, but he sensed everything, and he instantly felt energized. The effects of a level 5 skill were truly remarkable. Mysterious luck had caused the beast to flee, encounter him, and knock him over, a series of unlikely events that occurred simultaneously. At that moment, a strong gust of wind blew. A loud roar echoed, and then a 6-meter-long bat-like creature flew over Jianglin's head, swooping in one direction. Its head was a goat, its tail a snake, a grotesque sight. Black Ram. Jianglin only heard his original body utter a cry of "damn it" at this very moment. Before his consciousness returned to his original form, he could control his body. This meant that the Black Ram was heading for the mastermind and had interfered with his methods. He felt a wave of fear. This method of controlling people was terrifying, impossible to defend against. Luckily, he had activated his mysterious luck in this critical moment, otherwise, today would have been his death. What on earth is plotting against me? Jianglin stared at the direction where the Black Ram had left, lost in thought. Should he take this opportunity to eliminate this creature? With such a being that could control his body at any time, secretly watching over him, he couldn't sleep or eat. Just then, Xiaoying returned, treading through the snow. Master, I... Before Xiaoying could continue, Jianglin raised his hand to stop her. It's good that you're back. Follow me, we talk on the way. Chapter 45. Jianglin knew it must be some mysterious luck at work, otherwise Xiaoying wouldn't have returned without knowing. He hurried in the direction the Black Ram had departed, Xiaoying following close behind. As he hurried, he quickly explained, I was controlled just now and almost died. So, outside, regardless of my orders or not, you must not leave me. If I behave strangely, you must stop me, understand? Xiaoying's eyes flashed with shock, but she nodded obediently. She blamed herself for not noticing her master's abnormality, and nearly causing him harm. She felt a little flustered, worried that her master might be blaming her internally but not showing it. Jianglin naturally didn't know what she was thinking. He didn't blame Xiaoying, but simply felt she was simple-minded, so he tried to keep her words as simple as possible so she could understand. And Jianglin frowned, pondered for a moment, and continued, still walking. From now on, you can respond according to the actual situation. If necessary, you don't have to listen to me. Do you understand? He turned to glance at Xiaoying. Seeing her somewhat bewildered expression, he kept his words short. In short, be flexible when dealing with things. If you feel something is odd, just bring it up. Xiaoying nodded as if suddenly understanding something, and said to Jianglin seriously, I understand, master. It was odd when you didn't look at my feet like you did just now. Jianglin was silent. Now, it's normal for you to occasionally look at my feet, Xiaoying continued, her radiant face brimming with pride. Right, master? Discovered? When? Well, I guess so. You're quite clever. Jianglin rubbed his nose, and could only offer praise. He wasn't sure if Xiaoying had understood what he said, so he just trusted her learning ability. The two of them remained silent along the way. Soon, they saw traces of battle on the ground. There were burn marks and black blood spilled. Large bird claw marks, and the occasional sheep hoof print caught Jianglin's attention. Another sheep hoof print. It was the same eerie sheep hoof print he'd encountered in the mountains before, only this one was significantly larger. This location was about 400 meters away from his previous position, far beyond the range of his dream eyes. This was foggy, so his spiritual sense was useless. How had the other party locked onto him? I've found you, you rat in the dark. Jianglin's gaze fixed on the sheep hoof, his expression darkening. He always avenged his grudges, always clear about grudges. If someone tried to kill him, he would crush them to ashes. Without delay, he quickly followed the trail with Xiaoying. The fog would repair the trail, but it obviously wouldn't be fast enough. This little time was still enough. He wasn't afraid of a counterattack. Since they were trying so hard to get Xiaoying out of the way, it proved they had no strength to stand up to her. You're trying to bully a level 2 trickster like me, huh? I teach you a lesson about the moon mirror space. Jianglin had already decided. As soon as he found the villain who had ambushed him, he would immediately let Xiaoying use the moon mirror space. I don't want the crystal core, and I don't need to kill the Black Ram. I just want you dead. A madness flashed in Jianglin's eyes. He never wanted to experience the feeling of losing control of life and death again. The fog quickly receded, passing through the giant trees. Finally, movement could be heard ahead. He and Xiaoying slowed their pace almost simultaneously. Although he was eager for revenge, he remained calm. Bang! Bang! Trees fell with a crackling sound. Jianglin finally saw the two combatants. One soared and swirled in the sky, attacking, while the other dodged left and right on the ground. A gigantic bat-like figure, with a goat's head, a snake's body, and bird's claws, It was the black ram. Jiang Lin had seen it before, so he took a look and then looked at the other figure. It was a strange creature clad in a black robe, with a black face, goat's horns, and eyes a ferocious, bloody red. It was a goat-hoof man. Jiang Lin remembered that these red eyes were the ones he had detected when he first gained the dream eyes, the one that had been secretly watching him. It turned out that the other party had been watching him the entire time, but he hadn't known it. Perhaps because the novice protection period had ended, it could now attack him. Jiang Lin thought of this, feeling a surge of gratitude. Luckily, he'd gained a mysterious stroke of luck, otherwise, with this goat-hoof man's deliberate plot, he'd truly be dead. He thought again of the strange goat-hoof girl he'd met in the mountains. Could this goat-hoof man be related to that strange creature? A member of the same clan, or... Never mind, the night is long and dreams are many. He couldn't let such a danger remain. Jiang Lin shook his thoughts off. He didn't bother to delve into these matters. He simply wanted to kill this despicable goat-hoof man. Xiaoying, use the moon mirror space to kill the goat-hoof man. He gave the order directly, unconcerned about whether the remaining black ram posed a threat to him. It should be said that he'd already considered this. The black ram was a level 4 ferocious beast, relying solely on its own strength. With his soul-devouring ring and the ability to move through objects, it was easy for him to evade the black ram's detection. Xiaoying was naturally obedient. With a sharp stamp of her toes on the snow, she transformed into a shadow and rushed towards the goat-hoof man. At the same time, a brilliant silver light shone from her eyes, and within that silver light, crystal-clear mirrors flashed, enveloping both the goat-hoof man and Xiaoying at breakneck speed. All this happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that neither side could react. No! What is this? The goat-hoof man was startled by the sudden attack, his dark face filled with fear. At the last moment, before being covered by the strange mirrors, he suddenly turned his head in Jiang Lin's direction. Jiang Lin sneered and uttered a familiar phrase, "You can't escape, ant." This was clearly the same mocking remark he had made to the human earlier. I understand. So many coincidences, all of this. So, all of these coincidences were the work of this human. It had originally considered the other party its prey, but now the positions had been reversed. How on earth had he done this? This was the satyr's final thought, its crimson eyes filled with resentment and regret. It was a level 4 puppeteer, yet it had been cornered by a mere level 2 trickster. To its death, it would never know how this human had managed it. It would only feel that everything was so absurd and bizarre. A soft sound echoed from the spot, and the moon mirror space closed. Jiang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The thorn in his heart finally obliterated. This satyr was doomed, unless it was level 5, which was obviously impossible. If it were a level 5, it wouldn't have been so calculating and would have simply crushed Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin's shelter was only level 4. No way it could stop a level 5. Glancing at the still-dazed black ram, Jiang Lin slowly slipped into a nearby tree. He wasn't worried the black ram would find him. Even if it did, he still had the silver key replica. The black ram truly didn't understand the situation. For some reason, it suddenly felt like hunting today, and ended up chasing its prey and losing it, a strange thing it had never encountered before. Then, inexplicably, it tracked down this place and encountered a small, delicious-looking creature. Then came the battle, its favorite part of hunting. Then, suddenly, a flash of silver light passed, and both creatures vanished. It circled for a moment, then, after confirming there was no movement, flew away, leaving it filled with confusion. And then, in the moon mirror space, Xiaoying hovered outside the silver mirrored space, continuously injecting spiritual energy into it. From the mirrored space, razor-sharp moonlight continuously shot out, reflecting between the mirrors with a slicing momentum. The goat-hoof man was now trapped within it, suffering unspeakably. It was already missing an arm, and its body was covered in horrifying, smooth, straight wounds. Gazing at the ever-increasing terrifying moonlight, its face was filled with despair and the fear of death. It truly regretted provoking that peculiar-looking human. Chapter 46. Can you please let me go? I sign a slave contract. Please, I do anything. Facing impending death, the goat-hoof man couldn't remain indifferent and pleaded for mercy to the vaguely visible figure outside the mirror. Before being dragged into this space, it saw what looked like a human female, though for some reason, her skin was crystal-colored and shimmered with silver. However, the goat-hoof man's plea for mercy didn't move Xiaoying in the slightest. Xiaoying only knew that this was the person Jiang Lin had strictly ordered to be killed. It could sense the anger and disgust in Jiang Lin's tone, and suspected that this was the culprit who had threatened Jiang Lin's life today. At this thought, It felt immense shame, for its own foolishness had put its master in danger. Precisely because of this, it also felt an intense disgust for this ugly goat-hoofed man. It wanted to inflict pain and despair on him. It wanted to make him regret provoking the master and tarnishing his trustworthy image in the master's heart. Xiaoying's glittering eyes were filled with hatred for the goat-hoofed man, and she sped up her psychic energy output. No. No. Please. The goat-hoofed man tumbled and tumbled, watching the moonlight grow denser and faster. It didn't know it was wrong, it simply knew it was dying. Tsin, tsin, one of its hooves was severed, followed by its other arm. Wounds appeared one after another, and the pain, like being tortured by a slow slicing of flesh, made it scream in agony. No! With a final, desperate roar, its head was severed. But Xiaoying didn't stop, continuing to manipulate the moonlight to slice through the shattered corpses in the field. Until only shredded flesh remained in the moon mirror space, it finally let go, somewhat exhausted. Cracks began to appear in the moon mirror space, eventually slowly disintegrating. Xiaoying also returned to the real world. At the moment the goat-hoofed man died, Jianglin felt something that had been lingering around him vanish. Jianglin was a little surprised. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. Could this be the mysterious destiny? Regardless of whether the outcome of its use is good or bad, it will ultimately develop in the direction the user desires. So the goat-hoofed man's death was exactly what I expected, and this was achieved through various reasons. Mysterious destiny, for a level 5 skill, was indeed powerful. It indirectly killed a creature that looked like a level 4, but I wondered how effective it would be against a level 5 creature. Jianglin's thoughts returned, as Xiaoying had reappeared, and where the goat-hoofed man had stood was now nothing but a pile of rotten flesh. As soon as Xiaoying appeared, her body was shaky, as if she were losing strength. How are you? Can you still walk? Jianglin quickly performed a subtle step, and stepped forward, embracing Xiaoying in his arms. Master, don't worry. You've consumed too much spiritual energy. You'll be fine after a while. Xiaoying's voice was a little weak, but she seemed fine. Jianglin breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoying was his subordinate, and the first doll he had ever created. Naturally, he didn't want to see her harmed. Calling Princess Xiaoying in his arms, she felt as light as a feather. He accidentally touched her ankle. Jianglin straightened her body, feeling much better. Xiaoying was stunned by his sudden embrace, but her usual obedience naturally didn't object. Jianglin calmed himself and looked down at the ground. Looking at the pile of mincemeat, his face solemn. Why bother? You were so deliberate, mocking me as an ant, and now you've ended up like this. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. You brought this upon yourself, not me. Open the system to investigate. Red-eyed dark sheep man's corpse fragments. Level 4 weirdness, a race of followers of an old god. They possess intelligence, yet are incredibly insane, often holding sinister rituals. It seems illogical, yet it seems to have a purpose. You'd better not provoke them, or you'd be in endless trouble. Sadly, it's too late. They're actually the same race? Jianglin felt a bit hamstrung. Perhaps he faced more trouble in the future, but he had no regrets. Even if it happened again, he would still do it. If he didn't kill this damn red-eyed dark sheep man, would it let him go? Impossible. Since he had already provoked it, he had to be prepared. He wasn't one to shy away from trouble. If this race was reckless and tried to cause trouble for him, old god followers or not, he would slay them all. With the alienation technique at his disposal, he had both the confidence and the ability to do so. However, just as Jianglin was about to build a fire with wood to completely crush the remains, the flesh suddenly moved. The flesh and blood on the ground began to coalesce, eventually transforming into a sheet of black parchment. Gear drop? Jianglin had also killed a strange creature for the first time, and he wondered what had happened. Investigation. Puppet parchment. Level 4, a strange item. This item acquires spiritual matter, such as the target's hair or blood, allowing it to track the target. When within 400 meters of the target and unobstructed, it allows remote control of the target. Note: the target's mental stat must be higher than yours to be controlled. Frequent use of strange items will lower your mental stat. The effect is quite powerful. Is this a strange item? This is Jianglin's first time obtaining such a thing, and he doesn't know how strange items differ from other items, even having side effects. Though improving his mental abilities doesn't seem difficult, he'd better refrain from using it unnecessarily, just to be cautious. He put away the parchment, and glanced at the snow before him. It was pristine. It looked like there was no need to scatter it to dust. It was already atoning for its sins in another way. Carrying Xiaoying, Jianlin walked towards the shelter. Xiaoying had consumed too much energy today, so hunting the black ram would have to be done tomorrow. It was all because of that damned red-eyed dark goat man. As he passed the battleground between the black ram and the dark goat man, he collected some black blood. With the puppet parchment, it would be much easier for him to find the black ram next time. Xiaoying was light. Jianlin couldn't feel his weight while holding her. Furthermore, his constitution now stood at 23, several times that of an average person, making walking through the snow as easy as walking on flat ground. Today's journey was completely delayed. All he obtained were the initial stone treasure chest, the level 2 beast materials, and a few insignificant wooden treasure chests. Jianlin felt down, his mind wandering a bit. Only when he looked into Xiaoying's glittering eyes did he feel better. Xiaoying looked at him strangely, her sparkling eyes filled with confusion. Jianlin couldn't help but sigh that beautiful things truly bring joy. He'd survived a near-death experience today, so it made sense to enjoy some quiet time, wasn't it? Then, feeling relaxed, he didn't delay any further, concentrating on his journey, pondering his next plan. Just when Jianlin thought the day was over, something unexpected happened. A dark shadow entered his fog-repelling range. So unlucky? The corner of his mouth twitched. He recognized this beast. It was the one the black ram had pursued, and it had indirectly saved Jianlin's life. But the other party clearly wasn't here to collect money. It resembled a tiger, its mouth slightly open, revealing ferocious fangs. Standing on all fours, it stood a full 2 meters tall, its back covered in ferocious snakes. The snakes danced like hair, their heads pointed at Jianlin, their eyes fierce. Snake-maned evil tiger, a level 3 ferocious beast, an evil tiger that has undergone an unknown mutation. It moves swiftly, and can slither into shadows. Each of its snake heads is highly venomous. Note, if you don't want to be dismembered, run away, it's truly venomous. I don't think I want to thank you anymore. Jianlin rolled his eyes, shaking his head and complaining. Master, let me. Xiaoying struggled to stand in Jianlin's arms, but Jianlin held her still. Don't worry, I just want to test the strength of a level 3 creature. As he spoke, he quickly found a tree and tucked Xiaoying in. Chapter 47. Translocation was so convenient. As long as he had enough stamina, he could transform anything around him into something else. After moving Xiaoying behind a tree 50 meters away, Jianlin didn't flee with her. If he had wished, with his trickster abilities and various life-saving measures, it would have been easy for him to escape the pursuit of the level 3 creatures in this fog that blocked spiritual awareness. But he didn't do so, because there was no need. Just as he was settling Xiaoying down, the ferocious and vicious snake-maned evil tiger sprang into action with ghostly speed, leaving him no chance to breathe. In a flash, its form transformed into a black shadow, fading from his sight with astonishing speed. A strong sense of danger washed over him. This snake-maned evil tiger was incredibly fast. But even before it launched its attack, Meng Yan had already locked onto its malicious intent. No matter how the snake-maned evil tiger tried to hide its whereabouts or change its position, it could not escape his perception. In a flash, without a trace of panic, Jianlin raised his hand and activated his transfiguration spell on the nearby tree trunk and a large rock. He himself then swiftly used his trick step to enter the tree trunk, leaving behind only a shadowy form to confuse his enemies. At that moment, roar! A huge mouth suddenly descended, biting down fiercely on the shadowy form, but with a clanking sound of teeth clashing. Missed. At the same time, 8 thick tentacles rapidly sprouted from the tree trunk, tightly enveloping the snake-maned evil tiger. The rock also sprouted 6 spidery legs, lifting it from below, temporarily lifting it off the ground. Now, Jianlin reached out from the tree trunk, and with his right hand, enhanced by the trick power potion, he powerfully hurled a silver chain. With a resounding clang, the silver chain, like a streak of light, slashed through the air at astonishing speed, whistling with a sharp, piercing sound as it wound its way straight towards the snake-maned evil tiger. The snake-maned evil tiger felt a wave of unease, its disc-like eyes widening as it twisted its body with all its might. As it frantically struggled, its immensely thick tentacles began to crack with a hissing sound, breaking off one by one. In the instant the tentacles broke apart, the chains had already reached the snake-maned evil tiger's massive form. At that moment, as if triggered by some mechanism, the chains came alive, rapidly wrapping around the snake-maned evil tiger tightly. Each link dug deeply into its tough fur, and the snake head on its back seemed to be strained to the point of breaking. The chain tightened, threatening to crush its bones. The snake-maned evil tiger was horrified to discover that its strength was rapidly draining away. No matter how desperately it struggled, howling and roaring, it could not escape the terrifying silver chains. Gradually, its movement slowed, and finally, it collapsed to the ground, powerless. Jianglin slowly stepped out of the tree trunk, serpent-toothed flying blade in hand. He shook his head. He had twisted his neck by dodging too quickly. As expected of the top-ranked reward, the level 4 binding chains are truly powerful. A level 3 beast is powerless against them. Glancing at the powerless snake-maned evil tiger on the ground, he sighed. Controlling the transformed boulder, he used his spider legs to pry open the snake-maned evil tiger's mouth, and then swiftly plunged the serpent-toothed flying blade into it. After more than 10 minutes of whimpering, the snake-maned evil tiger finally died. It's incredibly resilient, worthy of a level 3. Using the serpent-toothed flying blade's ability to absorb flesh and blood, it took so long to completely destroy it from within. It's clear that a level 3 creature truly exerts immense pressure on level 2 items. It seems I have to have Shao Tan upgrade the serpent-toothed flying blade this time, when I get back. 2 black stones, somewhat similar to crystals, have condensed next to the corpse. Jianglin collected them. Beast cores, energy cores produced by level 3 beasts and monsters, can be used as crafting materials for many items. As for the corpse, he also stored it in the system backpack, to be consumed by the stone house back home to produce level 3 materials. Shao Tan said that with level 3 materials, he could upgrade the serpent-toothed flying blade and the trickster bracelet, but he wasn't sure if that would be enough. He put away the binding chain. It's a valuable item. It'd be of great use to him for a long time to come. This time, he'd managed to kill a level 3 creature in direct combat. The trickster's escape skills were truly remarkable, and the binding chain also played a significant role. Jianglin pulled Xiaoying from the tree, and she was already in his arms. A pair of silver eyes surveyed him, as if checking for any injuries. The corners of his mouth curled slightly at this. Don't worry, a level 3 creature can't hurt me. Xiaoying finally felt relieved. She had indeed been exhausted, completely drained of energy, and had only recovered slightly. Noticing that Xiaoying's condition hadn't improved, Jianglin frowned. It seemed that a perverted skill like the moon mirror space had to be considered a trump card, and not used lightly. Otherwise, Xiaoying would be in great danger if she lost her strength. There might be high-level treasure chests around level 3 beasts. Jianglin searched the area extensively, and indeed found a treasure chest of a new kind. Bronze treasure chest contains a random item, with a 95% chance of a tier 3 item, and a 5% chance of a tier 4 item. Unfortunately, it was a low-level bronze treasure chest, with an extremely low chance of a tier 4 item. Still, it was not bad. He could still use the good stuff from a tier 3 item. With this find, Jianglin's mood immediately brightened, and he walked much faster on the way back. Perhaps, he was a little tired. He kept stumbling as he walked, draining too much stamina. Jianglin acted calmly, but Xiaoying was left with a deep sense of confusion. Back at the shelter, it was only 1:20 p.m. This was the first time Jianglin had returned so early. Xiaofu and Xiox were working, while Xiaoding had disappeared with Xiaofu. Jianglin paid no attention, and casually shoved Xiaoying into the wall of the stone hut. Xiaoying had already returned to her bed. Apparently, he had used the translocation technique again. Then he took out the corpse of the snake-maned evil tiger and threw it towards the stone hut, signaling it to eat. Jianglin quickly acquired a level 3 tiger claw and snake gland. A level 3 creature could actually produce 2 materials. Gathering the materials, Jianglin passed through the wall and reached the storage room. Hey, can you go through the front door? His sudden appearance startled little Greed. The fleshy tubes in the giant mouth squirmed without making a sound, and Jianglin felt it might be saying something bad about him. He paid no attention, but instead took out the 2 newly acquired materials and asked, "Can these help upgrade my flying blade and bracelet?" Little Greed perked up at the thought of a deal. The giant mouth squirmed, as if calculating the pros and cons. After a moment, it said, "Yes, but it costs 200 iron and 300 crystals." Hearing these figures, even Jianglin, a man of considerable wealth, couldn't help but twitch his lips. "You're greedy too much. I hope you think things through," he said, pulling out the chains that bound him. As the chains rattled, little Greed's fleshy tubes visibly trembled. Okay, don't be violent. 250 crystals, no less, seriously." It was still a bit pricey, and Jianglin didn't bother to haggle. He simply threw the materials, stuffing the trickster bracelet and the serpent-toothed flying blade into its mouth, while cautioning, "If it doesn't work, just wait and see." Little Greedy said nothing, but began to shake. The familiar special effects began. A flash of green light and a retching sound. Jiang Lin took the brand new flying blade and bracelet in his hands. System detection. Snake Shadow Rage Fang. Level 3, an upgraded trickster flying blade. Upon contact with an enemy, the serrated blades on its blade will move at high speed, absorbing flesh and blood, easily penetrating level 3 creature defenses. Darkthorn Ring. Level 3, a bracelet that transforms into sharp thorns. It not only allows attacks to be controlled by thought, but also automatically protects against danger, possessing top-tier level 3 lethality and defense. Chapter 48. Jiang Lin assembled the two weapons, and they were indeed quite effective. Xiao Tan was a bit greedy, but as long as the items were genuine, they were fine. Not only had the names and effects of the two weapons been upgraded, but their appearance was also more refined than before. And he could continue using the alienation spell to upgrade them to level 4, which would greatly increase his lethality and defense. He didn't bother with Xiao Tan and returned to his room. He sorted out his gains today: level 4 strange item puppet parchment, 2 beast cores, 24 crystals, 5 wooden treasure chests, 1 stone treasure chest, and 1 bronze treasure chest, and 2 level 3 ferocious beast materials. After upgrading the weapons, he had obtained 2 level 3 weapons. The gains weren't bad, but considering his current overall strength, only this much in one day wasn't great. Because he had originally intended to try to kill the Black Ram and obtain the crystal core today, without it, he couldn't upgrade the shelter. The shelter was his greatest survival reliance in the foggy world, and he always considered it his top priority. However, he was delayed by an ambush by that level 4, red-eyed dark sheepman. Xiaoying had also suffered significant damage, and it was unclear whether she would recover by tomorrow. Just then, Jiang Lin suddenly felt an itching sensation on his left arm. Strange. Ever since his physical fitness reached 20 points, his health had been incredibly good. He hadn't experienced headaches or fevers in ages, let alone minor symptoms like itching. Feeling something was amiss, he lifted his sleeve to take a look. What is this? He saw a dark red mark on his arm, resembling a pair of goat horns, with an irregular circle in the middle. It's certainly not a tattoo. Crap, is this a mark? He'd read online novels, and knew immediately that it had something to do with the red-eyed dark goat man he'd killed today. The key question was, what was the purpose of this mark? Marking the target, so his tribe could seek revenge. Or was it a curse? If it was the former, it would be a bit troublesome, but there was a solution. But if it was the latter, it would be truly troublesome. He knew absolutely nothing about it. He tried wiping it off, but it wouldn't come off. Jiang Lin wasn't disappointed. It was obvious that conventional methods couldn't fix something like this. Oh, Xiaoying. Xiaoying had killed the red-eyed dark goat man, to be exact. He needed to see if she'd been affected. Jiang Lin used the technique of borrowing objects to quickly reach Xiaoying's bedside. Xiaoying was staring blankly at the ceiling with her eyes wide open. Master. Seeing him suddenly appear, Xiaoying instinctively tried to get up. No need, Jiang Lin stopped her. He was about to say his intention, but then felt a little uneasy. But after thinking it over, he realized this was all for Xiaoying's safety, so he said calmly, "Take off your clothes and check for any strange marks." Xiaoying's eyes showed no sign of abnormality. Although she was puzzled, she obeyed. Not disobeying the master's wishes was its most fundamental principle. Jiang Lin also turned around and closed his eyes. Although Xiaoying was a puppet, he still respected her. Master, wait a moment, let me see. A rustling sound came from behind him, but Jiang Lin remained calm. A long time later, after a careful examination, Xiaoying told Jiang Lin that she found nothing unusual. It seemed he was the only one affected. Motioning Xiaoying to get dressed, he returned to his room. It seems this mark isn't meant to mark the killer. Xiaoying's alright, which means there's another opportunity, and that's the only one. Puppet parchment. Whoever picks up the trophy will be targeted by this mark. What a cunning scheme. Indeed, no one could resist such a powerful, strange item. But who could have imagined that a spirit would use its own posthumous products to set a trap? None of this matters now. The most urgent task is to understand the purpose of this mark. I probably have to ask Xiao Tan about this. He's the only one here who knows the most about the foggy world. Storage room? You're so lucky, a mere trickster can get their hands on this thing. Xiao Tan sighed, seeming to lament. Looks like it won't be long before I become the master of this shelter. Tian Gang? Jiang Lin pulled out his newly acquired Snake Shadow Fury Fang. Hey. Calm down, you still have at least another month to live. What the hell is this? Don't try to trick me. Jianglin scraped the Snake Shadow Fury Fang against Xiao Tan's body. Feeling the sharpness of the Snake Shadow Fury Fang, Xiao Tan's flesh trembled with fear, and he quickly began to explain. This thing is called the Embers of Vengeance, a tactic used by certain strange clans. Having this thing on you means you are their common enemy, and their fate will end only when they burn you to ash. These strange clans are all lunatics. It's unwise to provoke them. After hearing Xiao Tan's explanation, Jianglin frowned. So he has made enemies with the red-eyed dark sheep people? How can they be allowed to kill others, but not others to kill them? Are they really the mist dragons? Heh. I, Jianglin, don't see trouble, but I'm not afraid of it. Can this mark of ember be located? He asked. No. Then what's its use? This clearly contradicted Jianglin's assumption. It attracts hatred. Upon seeing you, all members of this race, as well as their subordinates, will subconsciously fight you to the death. Only effective upon seeing you? Jianglin felt he had overestimated the power of this mark. Little Greed seemed to sense his indifference and said sarcastically, "That's why I said you were just a mere trickster." It continued, "You're too low level, so you can't feel the terrifying effects of this. For higher level beings, destroying you would be as easy as a breath. Pray you don't encounter a higher level being of this race, otherwise you die without knowing how." That's all. Jianglin didn't care. Putting aside the possibility of encountering a high-level being by chance, if this thing didn't have a location function, what could those guys do to him if he hid? Xiao Tan didn't know his strength, only that he was a trickster, but he'd never relied on his level 2 prowess. High level? How high? He didn't believe he'd stumble upon a level 6 or even 7 being by chance. If there were so many such beings, there wouldn't be a place for lower-level creatures in the misty world. But he still had to keep this in mind. The abilities of that level 4, red-eyed, dark goat man were truly bizarre, and all his life-saving methods wouldn't be of any use. Strategically, despise the enemy, but tactically, take him seriously. This time, he happened to use his mysterious level 5 luck, but he might not have that luck next time. Caution is king, don't get complacent. Why did you say I could live for at least a month? He suddenly remembered Xiao Tan's previous words. Greedy's mouth moved, and just as Jianglin thought it was about to explain, it suddenly demanded crystals. This question requires 40 crystals. Since his life was at stake, Jianglin didn't bother to waste time and stuffed the crystals into the abyssal maw. It's not that I'm greedy, it's that this question truly requires a price. Greedy smacked his lips, still unsatisfied. Stop talking nonsense, tell me. Greedy muttered before beginning to explain. Because of the fog tide, there's a major fog tide every month. During this time, the foggy space is disturbed, and everything is randomly spliced together. If you're unlucky, the shelter will be spliced into an area with higher level creatures. Then, TSK. Trouble. Greedy didn't finish, but Jianglin knew what he meant. If he was truly unlucky and encountered the red-eyed dark sheep men, or their affiliated higher level beings, it would be a life or death struggle. Chapter 49. Jianglin took a deep breath, realizing there was no way to get the Embers of Vengeance at this point, and further concern was futile. If it was true as Xiao Tan said, then he should still have time to prepare. Judging from the system's behavior, the human survivors must have been evacuated en masse after the last fog wave. This meant that the fog wave was likely about 3 weeks away. Putting this matter aside for the moment, he went to the hall and lined up the treasure chests. As usual, start with the lower items and move on to the higher ones. Luck is the key. He opened the 5 wooden treasure chests one after another, but none of them yielded high-quality items. After screening, he found 3 items that were relatively useful. The others were either duplicates or junk. Backpack expansion scroll. Adds 5 slots to the system backpack. Cooking set. Want to improve your meals? JK set. I think you might like it. The backpack can be expanded to 25 slots, which is enough for now. The cooking set might come in handy later. Although the 3rd item was useless, Xiaoying seemed to like it. Jianglin naturally disdained such items, but who told him to be considerate of his subordinates? Continue. Stone treasure chest. For now, it's worth sacrificing. Sacrifice 20 years of fatigue. A flash of ordinary white light. Okay, no high-level items again. Invisibility potion. Level 2. Completely conceals one's aura and form for 20 minutes. Note. Does not evade the spiritual awareness of creatures level 3 and above. Scroll of Oblivion. Level 2. Forgets one of one's skills, causing it to disappear from the skill list. Jianglin rubbed his eyes, and carefully read the description again. The invisibility potion is indeed very good, but what the hell is this Scroll of Oblivion? Is it really just to forget, What's the point of forgetting a skill for no reason? Jiang Lin was speechless. This was the first time he'd encountered an item with only side effects. Not even as good as the JK set. Keep opening. Since the previous drops were so poor, it meant they'd already made up for it. The bronze chest would definitely yield something good. This was his first time opening a bronze chest, and he was a little excited. Sacrifice for 40 years of delay, open. The bronze chest opened, a flash of white light. It was just the ordinary kind. It seemed I'd overestimated it. A 5% chance was indeed too low. But it was a bronze chest after all, and the guaranteed minimum was level 3. Inside the chest was a scroll and an egg, advancement scroll, level 3, upgrades level 2 items to level 3. The specific effect depends on the item's characteristics. Windmark snake egg, level 3, hatches a level 3 windmark snake. Hatching requires absorbing crystals. Successful hatching brings it to adulthood, capable of assisting in exploration and combat. A pet? This was Jiang Lin's first thought. Then he thought, if he mutated the egg first, waited for it to hatch, and then mutated the hatched creature, wouldn't that give him a level 5 combat power? But then another thought struck him, and he hesitated. Mutating the egg might also result in an egg monster, which would prevent him from using mutation. Because mutation can only be performed once on the same object, further mutation requires a fundamental change, such as an upgrade. Of course, it's also possible that after mutation, he'd still get an egg, and a higher level one at that. How should he choose? Jiang Lin felt a bit torn. Should he gamble? If he won, he'd have a chance of getting level 5. If he lost, he'd still get level 4, but his combat power might be affected. Putting it aside for now, he planned to experiment with other items. He'd actually always wanted to mutate many things, but because each mutation was so valuable, he'd only used it on the most important items. Now that he had Xiaoying, he was strong enough to fight against level 3 creatures. Perhaps, he could try some things he couldn't before. But it was still early, so he had to do something else first. Looking at the time, it was 3 p.m. There was still some time before Ziox got off work, so he didn't rush to collect the materials. He wanted to see the effect of the weird flower garden. Because he had directly replaced the original flower garden with borrowed objects, the fleshy cone vines and the red tentacle barrel now benefited from the weird flower garden speed bonus. Checking the growth, the level 3 weird flower garden's bonus should be 4 times that of the level 1 flower garden, meaning the fleshy cones could produce 192 per day. The red tentacle barrel was originally an upgraded version of the red tentacle cup, doubling its speed. Now with the added bonus of the weird flower garden, it was 8 times faster than when it was still in use. Previously, the most basic red tentacle cup took half an hour to produce, but now the tentacle bucket takes just over 3 minutes. Not to mention drinking, it's more than enough for bathing. It's a shame the feather grass, aloe vera, and rice have only just sprouted. So slow, Jiang Lin said helplessly. It seems that even without the transformation, increasing the speed 8-fold won't be much faster. It looks like it'd take at least a month to mature. After all, they're just ordinary seeds, and their growth rate is already very slow. Unfortunately, the transformation will likely directly change their nature. The rice is fine, since it's edible anyway. But the feather grass and aloe vera are designated ingredients for healing potions. If they're transformed into something strange, they won't be useful. It's not worth the effort. Perhaps someone with a talent for agriculture could solve this problem. At level 2, those with this talent are often farmers, as the name suggests, and they're involved in agriculture and breeding. But Jiang Lin didn't have any such friends, and he wasn't comfortable letting anyone into his shelter. Use a slave scroll to abduct someone? Or a vassal contract? It's just a little inhumane, Jiang Lin thought, and could only put the matter aside for now. It wouldn't be too late to find a solution later. Anyway, there was no rush. He had almost no need for healing potions. Putting aside his life-saving measures, his crystal energy multifunctional nightwear suit was a level 4 defensive gear, making it impervious to damage. If a creature could avoid his suit and harm him, then there would probably be no need for healing potions. The other party was likely to possess unconventional means, or be a being higher than level 4. If he encountered one now, he would have to flee. Failing to escape would mean death. The only reason he wanted to produce healing potions was to sell the crystals, meaning to make money. Unfortunately, for now, he could only make a living from the fleshy fruit business. Then, there's toilet paper, but with so many people in the world chat, he's probably not the only one with toilet paper manufacturing scrolls, so the profit margins are modest. Psychic bombs and protection runes should be considered a monopoly, but unfortunately, he doesn't have many beast cores. Level 3 fog creatures are rare and hard to find, and mechanical creatures only produce protection cores. Jianglin has encountered more level 4 creatures than level 3 creatures so far, so he doesn't know if he's lucky or unlucky. Selling weapons is a good option right now, but he's not sure if there's enough iron on the market. He doesn't lack crystals, but he does lack iron. He predicts that demand for iron and crystals will skyrocket after the shelter reaches level 5, but his current iron acquisition rate is far too slow. Since he has nothing to do today, he might as well make weapons from all the ferocious beast materials and sell them. World Chat has just opened, so there must be a lot of people in need of weapons. He opened the trading house and searched for iron. To his surprise, there were actually quite a few people trading iron for supplies. It seems there are quite a few iron mines in the foggy world, but Zhang Su only found one in area 10068. He glanced at the exchange rate for crystals and iron. It was roughly 1 crystal to 5 iron. The previous exchange with Zhang Su was indeed too expensive, but since they were a monopoly, it was understandable. He certainly wouldn't trade with Zhang Su that way again. Right now, demand for iron is low, so it's still relatively cheap. Perhaps it will become even cheaper as production increases. But that's assuming iron isn't a necessity for upgrading the shelter. If people start upgrading to level 4, the value of iron will definitely skyrocket. Upgrading from level 4 to level 5 requires iron, and iron production is currently low compared to crystals. Chapter 50. Of course, Jianglin didn't really care about the future price fluctuations of iron. He was only concerned with his own needs. Currently, he was short of iron, not crystals. After all, he guarded the crystal mine, so he had an endless supply. And with a fleshy fruit, he could sell a steady stream of crystals every day. With his strength, acquiring crystals was easy. After all, ferocious beasts and monsters would drop crystals, and the protective cores produced by the mechanical creatures in the ruins could also fetch a good price. Thinking of this, Jianglin went to the storage room. "Hey, you keep coming in and out, as if this is your home?" Little Tan's voice echoed with some dissatisfaction. It's true that he'd been visiting Little Tan's place more often today, but isn't this my home? Jianglin asked irritably. Little Greed's mouth twitched, clearly just remembering something, but he still insisted, "Then you have to beg me. Tell me, what are you doing here again?" "Making weapons." Jianglin casually replied, then began to tinker with the ferocious beast materials and the empty treasure chests. At his words, Little Greed's mouth widened, great for making weapons. It expressed greed with just a single movement of its lips, and it was unknown how it did it. Jianglin ignored him and began to calculate. There were 53 level 1 ferocious beast materials in total, 40 of which were from human-faced bees, and 4 from level 2. Ferocious beasts were indeed far fewer than monsters. Monsters didn't produce materials, and there wasn't much benefit from killing them, just crystals. Now it was time to test Little Greed, and Jianglin had a plan in mind. First, he stuffed all the level 1 materials into Little Greed's mouth, then asked, "You have 2 seconds to answer. How many materials are needed to make a standard level 1 weapon?" "What the hell? What's this?" Little Greed was stunned. It had been planning a small profit, but it hadn't expected this guy to actually try to mess with it. Bullying it wasn't a good idea, was it? It had no choice but to bite the bullet and tentatively say, 300 iron, 560 crystals, 330 wood, 260 stone. Jianglin sneered. "Do you think that's worth it?" Though Little Greed was made of flesh tubes, a cold sweat broke out. It was indeed average, but who knew it would come in handy someday? This isn't bullying the honest man. Jianglin ignored it and took out 265 iron, 530 crystals, 300 wood, and 230 stone, tossing them into Little Greed's mouth. "Hurry up and make it. If you're missing one of the 53, you be slaughtered." He took out the snake shadow rage fang and glared at Little Greed, not giving it a chance to retort. Bad. From the moment Jianglin accurately placed the ingredients into his mouth, Little Greed knew it was doomed. This guy actually knew his bottom price. Too late to regret. If I had known, I should have practiced math more. Jianglin sneered at the side, feeling smug. The last time Xiao Tian made the Blackthorn Wolf Spear, he had a vague feeling something was amiss. It would have been fine if it were a top-tier Tier 2 weapon. But Xiao Tian said a Tier 2, normal quality weapon would also require 25 iron and 25 crystals. Those two numbers didn't add up. Back when it was still a Tier 2 workbench, a Tier 1 weapon cost 5 iron and 10 crystals. How did Xiao Tan's workbench cost 25 iron and 25 crystals? According to the system's rules, advancements generally multiply by integers. 5 times the iron was understandable, but how could the crystals be 2.5 times? So Jianglin roughly calculated it. Given Xiao Tan's nature, he'd definitely been greedy, but he didn't dare go too far. So the crystals should be twice as much as the Tier 1 materials, and perhaps 4 times as much iron. The calculation for Tier 2 materials should be similar, which makes more sense. This time, he tested it with dozens of Tier 1 materials. Sure enough, Little Greed wasn't good at math, so it was just guessing. So, Jianglin combined the materials from the previous workbench to calculate. Tier 1 weapon materials equals 5 iron plus 10 crystals plus 10 wood or 10 stone. Tier 2 weapon materials equals 20 iron plus 20 crystals plus 50 wood or 50 stone. Everything became clear. When Jianglin explained the actual materials needed, Little Greed was speechless. This proved that Jianglin had guessed correctly. In fact, he had only made a rough estimate, just to trick Little Greed, but he hadn't expected it to be right. Don't be discouraged. How about this? I give you a total of 30 crystals for processing this time. How about that? Seeing Little Greed's displeasure, Jianglin consoled him. Little Greed felt much better, but still felt a pang of pain. This was because the number of crystals was still far less than what he could have coveted. It could still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal, but unfortunately, there's no human rights under a powerful fist. In the end, Jianglin's iron fist cost him 345 iron, 640 crystals, 30 processing fee, 400 wood, and 330 stone, which he exchanged for 53 Tier 1 weapons and 4 Tier 2 weapons. They were all ordinary, not top tier, because Jianglin was just trading them for iron and crystals. Without giving it much thought, he simply opened the trading post and sold them at double the price. Tier 1 weapons were listed for 10 iron and 20 crystals, while Tier 2 weapons were listed for 40 iron and 40 crystals. He had plenty of wood and stone, so he didn't trade them. As soon as the trade was suspended, the Pioneer title activated, forcing both trades to the top, visible to everyone who opened the trading line. Unbeknownst to him, the world chat was already buzzing. The world's top seller has appeared. The boss has directly listed 4 pieces of Tier 2 equipment and dozens of Tier 1 items, and the prices are very cheap. As expected of boss Jianglin, even listing items at the top of the trading line. Scheme. I suspect Jianglin is the system's favorite. You're being foolish. Even if there's a scheme, you be the first to be eliminated. Being top is awesome. I'm still using a crude dagger. Those bosses sell quality goods. I absolutely have to buy a Tier 2 weapon. Brothers, give me some crystals. I return them to you after I kill a Tier 2 monster. You're trash. Appraisal completed. Before long, Jianglin's stock had been cleared out. He even restocked his system backpack during this time, otherwise the trade would have been nearly invalidated. It has to be said that the weapons he was selling were truly exceptional goods that many people couldn't currently obtain. Most people were still armed with crude short knives and crude iron swords. However, most of the weapons he crafted from ferocious beast materials could easily penetrate the defenses of level 1 creatures, something cruder weapons simply couldn't do. Furthermore, with the Pioneer's pin status and the global reputation, his products were naturally in high demand. It was almost 5 o'clock. With the fame he gained from selling weapons, Jianglin added another 190 fleshy fruit balls to the shelves, which quickly sold out again. Taking advantage of this momentum, he made another 1,000 rolls of toilet paper and listed them at a price of 1 iron for 1 roll. This time, sales were much slower. Perhaps many people had to exchange crystals for iron, which wasted time. Jianglin checked and found that toilet paper wasn't a scarce commodity, and many people were selling it, but the price was always 1 crystal. How shameful! Jianglin harshly criticized these people and decided to lower the price for his family. He was busy for a while. Finally, everything was sold out. 2 billion people have considerable spending power. Even if the pinned item was just a lump of mud, someone would probably snap it up out of curiosity. Not to mention, Jianglin was selling practical items. Looking at the materials in his backpack, he felt a surge of joy. This time, he sold a total of 1,690 iron and 1,410 crystals, more than double the materials he paid for them. Thus, the disappointment of not getting a crystal core today was completely overwhelmed by the joy. He couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, only by controlling the means of production can you make a fortune. Chapter 51. The ferocious beast materials had been processed and exchanged for hard currency, crystals, and iron. which was in great demand for the future. The wood had also been exchanged for the more valuable iron. This trade had been quite profitable. To sort out the day's final harvest, Jianlin went outside the stone hut. The three little ones were there. Little Axe was throwing a large bundle of wood onto the open ground, with Little Lamp hovering nearby. Little Pickaxe was digging furiously. Jianlin glanced over and saw that the hole had been dug quite deep, and the crystal deposit had almost been exposed. Little Pickaxe, from now on, focus on digging for crystals. You can ignore the rocks nearby. Jianlin looked at Little Pickaxe. Little Pickaxe nodded his spider legs, indicating understanding. It was almost dark, and Jianlin waved his hand. Let's call it a day and start again tomorrow. The three little ones quickly returned, and Jianlin shook his head. As expected, there was something wrong with their brains if they weren't proactive after get-off work. Even non-human creatures were no exception. He began to gather materials. Add 1038 to the wood, 106 to the stone, and 54 to the crystal. Add today's trading gains and open the shelter panel. Crawling crystal-coated house. Level 4, non-upgradable 1671/200 wood, 914/500 stone, 1742/100 iron, 1674/600 crystal, 5/5 protective cores, 0/1 crystal core. Even with some deliberate manipulation of the wood and stone, there's still more than enough for the upgrade. It seems the shelter's future development will likely be iron. Jianlin has made sufficient preparations. Both iron and crystal are at the level of a scavenger. The small pickaxe's mining speed is a bit slow. It seems the level 3 advanced scroll will have to be used on it. It's not that Jianlin couldn't switch to other mining tools, but the small pickaxe and small axe have been used since the beginning. If possible, he still wanted to advance the two little ones as much as possible so they could keep up with him. He had plenty of crystals, and the small pickaxe was more than enough to guarantee a basic daily output. When it came to upgrading his shelter, he was different from others in that he never lacked basic materials, only the most crucial parts. As 5 a.m. approached, the fog began to turn black, tinged with crimson, and slowly moved toward the stone house. Jianlin hurried back to the stone house upon seeing this. Looking at the dark, blood-red fog, he felt a palpitation in his heart. What was in the night fog? Or what was the fog itself? Shaking his head, he knew these questions were beyond the comprehension of a level 2 trickster like him. The stronger he grew, the more insignificant he felt. The mysterious system, the terrifying fog, and the many high-level creatures hidden in this world. Perhaps he would one day become one of them. He closed the door. The light from the crystal chandelier illuminated the hall, and a sense of security came over him. But Jianlin knew the source of this sense of security wasn't the light, but the strange oil lamp on the bedroom table. This system-rewarded item, given to survivors who upgraded to level 1 in the cabin, seemed more complex than it seemed. He had a feeling that this strange oil lamp was the system's greatest support, but he had no concrete evidence. He wasn't going to rest just yet. He needed to upgrade his pickaxe first. Arriving in the room of the three little creatures, actually, the small axe wasn't that small anymore. After becoming a level 3 alien touch saw axe, it was already as tall as Jianlin. The double-sided saw axe was also enormous, about a meter long and wide. Unfortunately, Jianlin had grown accustomed to viewing them as small creatures, perhaps adorable pets. Unconsciously, his aesthetic began to take on a strange quality. He glanced at the small pickaxe, took out the advanced scroll, and clicked to use it. The small pickaxe's 8 spider legs began to grow thicker, and the pickaxe head expanded and grew larger, eventually transforming into a rotating, double-sided pickaxe head. Jianlin could only describe it this way, because it was truly bizarre, and he had never seen a pickaxe like it before. Opening the system to explore. Spider-splitting pickaxe. Level 3, an iron pickaxe imbued with an unknown aura. Perhaps it's beginning its journey into something strange. It can automatically collect mineral resources, and is extremely powerful among its peers. The description is the same as the small axe, but I wonder if the mining speed is also doubled. Theoretically, if you only mine crystals, a level 2 small pickaxe can mine 80 units. Previously, due to delays in collecting stone, it only mined about 40 units a day. The estimated doubling at level 3 is 160 units. Using the alienation spell to upgrade to level 4 brings it to 320 units. Still a considerable profit. It wasn't yet midnight, so he couldn't use his alienation spell for the time being, so he went back to his room. Lying down on the soft, large bed, he decided to see how Xiaoying was recovering. As a trickster, he naturally didn't need to go over and see for himself. He buried his head in the bed, his head sticking out from the wall of Xiaoying's room. It really did look like a ghost. Jiang Lin's head spun around, and he couldn't help but lament his appearance. But he didn't forget his business. He looked at Xiaoying and asked, "How's your psychic energy recovering?" Xiaoying now had the strength to move, fiddling with her inflatable doll, putting sexy lingerie on it. What a strange hobby. Of course, he only complained in his mind. Xiaoying was delighted to see him, and quickly replied, "Master, I'm much better now. I'll be back to health by tomorrow morning, but the moon mirror space requires too much spiritual energy. It'd take 3 days to fully recharge." It was still wearing the same sweatshirt suit, sitting on the bed like a duck, revealing its black stockings. Jiang Lin looked away, uninterested. Thinking of the treasure chest he'd found today, it was a waste to keep it anyway. Instead of throwing it away, he might as well give it to Xiaoying. "Ahem. I found this today. It's useless, so you can wear it," Jiang Lin said, taking out a JK suit and using a borrowed item to move it to Xiaoying's bed. "Thank you, master." Xiaoying readily accepted. It gently stroked the JK suit and asked cautiously then, "Can I change into it now?" It asked as it stood up, its black stocking-clad feet touching the ground, apparently ready to change right away. So even female dolls appreciate new clothes? Of course, I'm giving it to you to wear. Jiang Lin reached out and scratched the back of his head. This puppet's hobby was so unique, Jiang Lin wasn't interested. He simply found it boring. He was obsessed with becoming stronger and leveling up. After confirming Xiaoying had recovered, he didn't linger long, returning his head to the bed. Huh? Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoying had recovered well, so tomorrow's plan shouldn't be affected. He opened the world chat to distract himself. The constantly refreshing messages soon made Jiang Lin's eyes dazzled. He finally found some valuable information. Lucas Stern, I welcome all the powerful men of humanity to join my Dawn Council. This is the Sanctuary Ownership Agreement. Those who wish to join can come to me to negotiate this agreement. Once signed, your sanctuary will be incorporated into the Dawn Council. Together, we will face all challenges and difficulties and create a better future. Zhou Lini, fellow warriors, I am Zhou Lini, formerly the head of the Yan Nation military. I am establishing the Jiuzhou Imperial Alliance. All my compatriots are welcome to join. Those who wish to join can seek assistance from members of the Alliance if they encounter difficulties. Our military will also do its best to provide you with shelter. Regarding the Sanctuary Ownership Agreement, I hope you all will work together to overcome these difficulties. Isabella Rossini, Platinum Guardian. Watanabe Yashiro, I welcome the people of the Ria Empire to join the Warrior Alliance I have established. Regarding the Sanctuary Ownership Agreement, I will lead you all to restore the glory of the Ria Nation and make it the world's hegemon. Chapter 52. Nearly all the players at the top of the leaderboard have formed various organizations, and it's unknown how many have chosen to join. It's worth noting that as soon as the guy named Watanabe Yero spoke, several Riets exposed his true identity. It turned out that he had falsely claimed to possess a weapon-making scroll, defrauding many people of their resources, and causing many Riets to die during the novice protection period. This allowed him to siphon off a lot of resources, significantly boosting his rating and finally cracking the top 10. Unfortunately, Jiang Lin knew the people of Riets. They admired strength. The more others trampled on them, the more they admired them. So many Riets would likely still join this ridiculous samurai alliance. Compared to the names chosen by the other top 10 survivors, this name completely lost its pretense and looked incredibly unsophisticated. Weak and arrogant. Not following these Riets any further, he noticed that many Yin people had joined the Jiuzhou Imperial Alliance. Jiang Lin glanced at the message Zhou Lini had sent, a complex mix of emotions welling up within him. He was an orphan, raised on state support, so he truly considered Yin country his homeland. The name, Jiuzhou Imperial Alliance, embodied the sentiments of Yin country, bringing a special warmth and sense of belonging to him. Zhou Lini. Jiang Lin murmured softly, his voice tinged with respect and emotion. He knew that in this foggy world teeming with danger, the fact that a military leader had raised the banner and formed such an alliance would be a boon for the survivors of Yin country. Perhaps it could help many less gifted Yin country survivors survive. He believed in the integrity of Yin nation soldiers, and would never do something as despicable as Watanabe Yero. But he himself would not join the alliance, because a tall tree attracts the wind, and human hearts are unpredictable. As humanity's top survivor, if he joined the alliance, he might be swayed by moral constraints, which was not what he wanted. He needed to move forward alone, or form his own organization. If the Jiuzhou Imperial Alliance needed him, He would also provide assistance to the best of his ability, of course, without compromising his own interests. Thinking of this, Jianlin frowned slightly, a question welling up in his mind. He was ranked number 1 in the world, and those players at the top of the leaderboard had already formed organizations. He had even offered a shelter ownership agreement to recruit members, but he didn't receive it. Logically, given his ranking, he should have received the shelter ownership agreement. Click on the details to view the item information. Shelter ownership agreement. Survivors can sign a shelter ownership agreement. Once signed, it becomes effective, and the shelter will be transferred to the owner's area. The owner of this agreement has the right to own and place the survivor's shelter, but not the right to control or use it. The owner may recall this agreement at any time. This agreement is still very weak, equivalent to the survivors remaining the same except for the restricted shelter location. He speculated that the system's purpose was to encourage the survivors to form strong groups and survive in the foggy world. Then, as the first, he should receive this reward, right? Could it be? Jianlin looked at another item he possessed. The vassalage contract. Subjugation contract. Valid for creatures below rank 9, allowing them to sign a subjugation contract with other creatures. Those whose names are engraved become vassals of the owner, bearing a spiritual mark. They must obey the owner's commands and refrain from any rebellious thoughts, otherwise their spirits will be extinguished. In terms of effectiveness, this subjugation contract is incredibly binding, practically equivalent to a slave. It certainly seems much stronger than a sanctuary ownership agreement, but no one would voluntarily sign one, right? So, this might be his exclusive reward? Why not ask Mingzi? See if she's obtained the sanctuary ownership agreement, and then ask her if she has a subjugation contract. We know for sure. Just as he was about to speak, a private message arrived. He was a little surprised to find it was Mingzi. This divination technique is truly useful. Although it only predicts for a short period of time, it must be wonderful to have everything under control. Mingzi, I didn't get the item you're asking about. Mingzi, go to the trading house, and I trade you the sanctuary ownership agreement. I don't have any plans to form an organization, but if you do, it might be useful. Mingzi, don't be surprised. I'm just thanking you for selling me a protection core. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become third. Mingzi, if you want to form an organization, I consider joining. You're a good person, and there's a better future with you. Jianlin didn't expect her to send so many messages in a row. It seemed she'd already made up her mind. Divination really saves time. Jianlin replied with a yes, then opened the trading house, and took the sanctuary ownership agreement. There's really no need to talk too much with smart people. Unlike some people who hesitate and procrastinate, which makes people impatient. He actually had no immediate plans to form an organization. He was simply confirming that his reward was different from others. But since Mingzi was willing to give it, he had no choice but to accept it, perhaps even putting it to good use in the future. After all, his own strength was limited, and many tasks were more efficient when handled by a team. But if he wanted to form an organization, he would not only have to sign a sanctuary ownership agreement, but also a vassalage contract. He didn't trust human hearts, only enforced constraints. With 2 hours left until midnight, he continued to browse the world and chat to pass the time. I joined the Brahma Temple, affiliated with Ravi Singh, ranked 8th in the world. Joining only requires 10 crystals, and you receive the Temple Master's protection and a series of trade discounts. Survivors with strong talents are welcome to join. That post above is clearly an advertisement. I joined the Hibiscus Hall. The owner, Park Chulin, is kind and generous. There's no membership fee. Anyone with useful talents can join our family. You guys are ridiculous. You even have to put up a memorial to get people to join. The Jojo Imperial Alliance welcomes all Yin survivors, including those close to Yin, except those from the Rya people. Yin people, you dare discriminate against the great Rya Empire? Be careful, we rule you and kill you. What if I discriminate against you? What if I discriminate against you? Below was a flood of messages from Yin people. The Rya people also wanted to join the verbal battle, but because there were so few of them, and some of them were harmed by their own people, they were simply drowned out. That's pretty much all the information from last night to today. Everyone was busy joining organizations and signing agreements. There was very little truly valuable information. At most, it would be something like finding a ruin or encountering a level 3 creature. Jianlin knew full well that he might be one of the most knowledgeable survivors. After all, level determines cognition, and only those with his overall strength could survive and gain access to certain secrets. For example, the scar of Ember of Vengeance inflicted on him by the red-eyed dark sheep man might have been produced by a level 4 creature. In fact, when it comes to secrets, Jianglin felt that the informant class was the most capable of uncovering secrets. Just look at Mingzi. She could know everything about the world without leaving her home simply through her divination, let alone obtaining a class after reaching level 2. While the specific effects of divination were still unknown, judging by her repeated predictions of Jianglin's actions, the effect was already powerful enough. He glanced at the time. It was already 12 o'clock. Watching a verbal battle was truly entertaining, especially a one-sided one. Jianglin had watched for 2 hours without realizing it. Chapter 53. Open Personal Dashboard. Name, Jianglin. Talent, Alienation. Unique Occupation, Trickster. Skills, Trick, Level 2, Object Relocation, Level 2, Trick Step, Level 3, Dream Eye, Level 4, Mysterious Luck, Level 5, Constitution, 23. Intelligence, 38. Stamina, 200/200. Spirit, 200/200. Overall rating, Level 2. Jianglin's intellect has now reached a terrifying 38 points, comparable to the intellect of a top-tier Level 3 creature. If it weren't for his high intellect, he might have died at the hands of the red-eyed dark sheep man. Now that alienation has refreshed, he can use it twice more to reach 40 points. If nothing goes wrong, his spirit points will double. That will give him 400 spirit points. He's wondering how to allocate his spirit points for the day. He'd bet his spiritual power would double, so he'd start by using 100 points each, and then use the remaining 200 points to transform the wind snake egg. Even if the egg transformed into something else, it would still be a top-tier Tier 4 combatant. Of course, it would be even better if it transformed into another type of egg, so he could transform it into a Tier 5 after hatching. Just imagining that scenario gave Jianglin a bit of excitement. Hopefully, everything goes well. Jianglin first went to the three little creatures' room. He was going to use it on Xiaohao for the first time. Xiaohao had just reached Tier 3, and after this transformation, it would reach Tier 4, allowing it to not only mine, but also become a powerful combatant. Xiaoxia and Xiaohao had grown so large that the wooden chair barely held them. Xiaoding was sleeping soundly on Xiaohao's tentacles. Jianglin didn't make any noise to wake them, but silently used the transformation technique. 100 spiritual power overflowed, covering the small pickaxe's already nearly 2-meter-long body. 8 of its legs began to sprout sharp barbs, and the pickaxe's head transformed into a complete cone, resembling at first glance the head of an electric drill. The spider's overall body grew taller and thicker, estimated to be over 2 meters tall when standing upright, and over 4 meters when its legs were fully extended. This was definitely not small. Jianglin had to look up at the small pickaxe now, and the noise of its own transformation had already startled it. It gestured with its legs, as if getting used to its new body. Hey! Jianglin was about to stop it, but it was too late. The small pickaxe's gesture directly cut the wooden chair cleanly, severing it in the middle with a thud. Incredibly sharp, the small axe landed heavily on the ground, and the small lamp flew up. They were still a little confused until they saw the small pickaxe's current appearance. The small axe tentacles probed, and Jianglin knew it was expressing surprise. That spider's leg is killing me. He was actually quite surprised. Xiaohao was now like a man-eating spider monster. But now there was no need to worry about the wooden chairs not being able to accommodate them, because they were gone. View the system introduction. Transform the alien spider-splitting pickaxe to obtain the evil spider earth-smashing pickaxe. Evil spider earth-smashing pickaxe. Level 4, an iron pickaxe imbued with an unknown aura. It has embarked on a strange journey, capable of automatically harvesting mineral resources, and is considered top tier in its tier. This panel doesn't reveal much. It bears some resemblance to Xiaoying, but it's a notch weaker. Xiaoying is formidable, while Xiaohao is merely top tier. It seems that the same spiritual power value can produce different transformation effects depending on the quality of the item. Furthermore, when Xiaoying was transformed, there were strange changes. Xiaoan also experienced them, though not as dramatic as Xiaoying. Jianglin didn't know why those two anomalies occurred, but Xiaoan and Xiaoying did seem more intelligent. The three little creatures, on the other hand, were relatively less intelligent and couldn't even speak. Ignoring the three little creatures, who were unsure of what to say, Jianglin returned to his room. Xiaohao's transformation was complete. The next step was to improve his physical strength. Jianglin took out the Snake Shadow Rage Fang. Xiaoan had already upgraded his level 2 Snake Tooth Flying Blade to a level 3 Snake Shadow Rage Fang. Another transformation would bring it to level 4. At that point, His own lethality would be greatly enhanced. Transformation activated. 100 spiritual power points overflowed. In that instant, Jianglin felt his mind clear up, as if some shackles had been broken. He quickly opened his personal dashboard and took a quick glance. Sure enough, his mental state had reached 40 points, and his spiritual power had doubled to 400. Fortunately, I guessed right, otherwise, I would have wasted one transformation spell attempt today. The number of transformations remains at 3. Jianglin suspects that it might need to advance to the 3rd level to see any change. He closed the panel, and looked at the Snake Shadow Rage Fang before him. A strange transformation was taking place. The Snake Shadow Rage Fang, once solid, gradually became ethereal, its outline only visible upon closer inspection. The overall appearance became simpler, with only subtle serrations on the blade and a faint serpentine silhouette visible at the handle. Transformed Snake Shadow Rage Fang, gaining the Snake Shadow Devouring Blade. Snake Shadow Devouring Blade, Level 4. This flying blade, imbued with an unknown aura, is incredibly sharp and invisible. Upon contact with an enemy, the serrations on the blade will rapidly move, absorbing flesh and blood. The Snake Shadow will devour the enemy's mind, inflicting unbearable pain. It can easily penetrate the defenses of a level 4 creature, possessing top-tier lethality within its tier. Gripping the Snake Shadow Devouring Blade, it felt weightless, like grasping a phantom. Jianglin could clearly sense the Snake Shadow hidden within the hilt, now rejoicing in its newborn form. With a thought, he casually tossed the Snake Shadow Devouring Blade out, stopping abruptly in midair and swerving with unwavering control. It was more than twice as fast as before. If Jianglin weren't the controller, even with his 40 points of intelligence, he wouldn't have been able to keep up with the Snake Shadow Devouring Blade's speed. He flew the Snake Shadow Devouring Blade several times around the room, practically invisible, undetectable without exceptional perception. After getting used to his new weapon, Jianglin sheathed it. Now came the main event. Bet. He took out the level 3 wind pattern snake egg. Looking at the palm-sized, green, strangely patterned egg before him, Jianglin rubbed his hands. Egg, you better fight. He silently prayed for a higher level egg to be transformed, and simultaneously activated the transformation technique. The newly acquired 200 spiritual power surged out like a tidal wave, draining him in the blink of an eye. The 200 spiritual power covered the wind pattern snake egg, and the surface began to wriggle and deform. Don't change. Don't change. Jianglin whispered softly. Under his intense gaze, the snake egg grew larger, from the size of a palm to the size of a two-handed support. The green pattern also transformed into a dark, mysterious pattern. Luckily, at least it was still an egg. Jianglin breathed a sigh of relief and excitement at the same time. This proved that his gamble had paid off. Perhaps he would soon reach level 5 combat power. View System Introduction. Transform a wind pattern snake egg to obtain a spirit-eyed snake egg. Spirit-eyed snake egg, level 4. Hatches a level 4 spirit-eyed snake. Hatching requires the absorption of a beast core. Successful hatching brings the snake to adulthood, enabling it to assist in exploration and combat. Its eyes possess hallucinogenic properties, giving it top-tier combat power at its level. Nice. Although the cost has increased, from requiring crystals to beast cores, the effort is well worth the reward. As long as the egg successfully hatches, he can then use the transformation technique on it, transforming it into a true level 5 combatant. Thinking of this, Jianglin eagerly took out his only 2 beast cores. Placing them next to the spirit-eyed snake egg, he quickly noticed movement. The black beast cores transformed into 2 streams of black mist, rapidly absorbed by the snake egg. Finally, like a stone sinking into the ocean, they remained silent. Huh? Is that all? Jianglin was puzzled. A level 3 beast had only produced 2 beast cores, and yet there was no effect at all? Chapter 54. Jianglin felt the pitch-black snake egg before him resemble a giant, gold-devouring beast. He wondered exactly how many beast cores would be needed to successfully hatch it. The road ahead was long and arduous. It seemed attaining tier 5 combat power would require considerable effort. In short, the spirit-eyed snake egg had to be hatched. Not to mention the qualitative leap in his strength that a tier 5 combat power would bring. Even if it required 10 or even 20 beast cores, he was willing to give it a try. Simply calculating the sunk costs, he couldn't give up on hatching it. 200 spiritual power points, 1 transformation attempt, 2 beast cores, and a tier 3 snake egg. Each of these investments represented a significant sum for the other survivors. Placing the spirit-eyed snake egg beside his pillow, Jianglin laid down beside it and closed his eyes. A silent night followed. Master. Hazy, Jianglin heard Xiaoying's voice. He tried to open his eyes, but felt something restraining him. A ball of white light seemed to be pulling him back, preventing him from waking. Master! Sleeping paralysis? But as consciousness gradually cleared, the feeling slowly faded. Master, it's dawn. Xiaoying's voice rang clearly in his ears. Jianglin opened his eyes, only to be met with Xiaoying's sparkling silver eyes. Shaking his dizzy head, Jianglin sat up and looked at Xiaoying, who was squatting beside the bed. Xiaoying was now wearing a JK outfit. Although a simple doll, she still exuded a youthful aura. She wore freshly washed white stockings, looking incredibly cute. Clothes make the man. Even a doll like Xiaoying, who looked so cold and serious, could look youthful and lovely in new clothes. But Jianglin only glanced at her casually before looking away. In this foggy world teeming with danger, strength is paramount, or nothing will come of it. Wait for me in the hall, he said to Xiaoying, sinking into bed. Everything was normal. After washing up, he picked up a meatball and ate it, waking up the three little ones. Today he planned to hunt the black ram, so he needed Xiaohao along. Mining would have to be postponed for another day. He wasn't short of crystals anyway. Xiaohao was already a top-tier Tier 4 fighter. With Xiaoying and his serpent shadow blade, combined with the binding chains, they should be more than enough to ensure a foolproof outcome. Furthermore, he had the silver key replica and his ultimate trump card, the mysterious luck. If he couldn't win, he could always flee. After finishing his daily portion of meatballs and replenishing his nutrition, he looked at the group of people who had prepared. Members? Calling them people wouldn't be appropriate, as they weren't human. Calling them creatures was too general. He might as well just call them members. It made them feel like a big family. When the little axe stood up, it was almost as tall as him. The little pickaxe was even more impressive, standing up so he could walk right under it. The spider's legs were like pillars, their sharp barbs piercing him. Thankfully, the shelter had been upgraded. The stone house was now 5 meters tall. Otherwise, the little pickaxe, nearly 2 meters tall, wouldn't have been able to fit. Even if it could fit, the little pickaxe had to be stowed away when going out, or it would get stuck in the doorway. Remember, the stone house's main door is now 2 meters wide and 3 meters high. It's time to upgrade the shelter. Otherwise, after these members level up again, they have to rely on him to move objects in and out. After checking his belongings, Jianglin prepared to set off. He first looked at the little axe and the little lamp. You guys stay nearby and cut down trees. If you run into any danger, return to the shelter. Got it? A few words of caution were necessary. Although Xiao Axe's current powerful level 3 combat power meant he wouldn't be in any danger, what if? Who knew if a level 4 or higher creature would suddenly appear in the fog? No one could predict it. For example, the crawling mist. If he encountered that thing, Jianglin would probably have to run with the shelter. Seeing Xiao Axe nod his axe in acknowledgement, he looked up at Xiaohao and said, Xiaohao, come with us today. It's time for you to show your strength. Xiaohao had assumed it would still be mining all day, but unexpectedly, it could go out and play without work. It was so excited that its spider legs nearly ripped through the wall nearby. Jianglin quickly intervened, saving the shelter from damage. The stone house's defenses were primarily external, while the interior was mostly made of wood, so it couldn't withstand Xiaohao's torrent of attacks. Let's go! Taking Xiaoying and Xiaohao, they each set out on the snow, each with their own puppet and pickaxe. Jianglin walked through the thick snow, checking the temperature display on his belt. It was still minus 40 degrees Celsius, and it looked like the temperature wouldn't drop any further. It was just that it kept snowing, and now the snow had already buried up to a third of his calves, making movement somewhat difficult. But fortunately, he was now at level 2, with 23 points of constitution, so this wasn't a serious problem. It was just that Xiaoying wearing a JK outfit in this icy and snowy landscape felt a bit awkward to him, a strange contrast. Xiaohao's spider legs completely protected Jianglin, giving him a sense of security. Checking his tracking watch, he headed in the direction of his first encounter with the black ram. He wanted to try to find the black ram directly first. As for the puppet parchment, he was reluctant to use it lightly due to its side effects. Not to mention that the red-eyed dark sheep man had used some tricks on him, causing him to be in trouble for the mark of Ember of Hatred. For the sake of caution, it's best to avoid using this strange item unless absolutely necessary, and wait until the black ram is truly unavailable. As he advanced, Jianglin pulled out his biodetector. If he encountered a level 2 creature, he'd have Xiaohao test its abilities. He didn't want to waste time encountering a level 1 creature, so he'd simply use borrow object transposition to retrieve any treasure chests. With only 8 hours per day, these small gains could be foregone to ensure he found the black ram and obtained the crystal core. An hour later, in the quiet snowy forest, a massive level 2 corrupted hard plague crocodile lay beside a boulder, a stone treasure chest beside it. It was over 3 meters long and incredibly corpulent, its body covered in pus and corrosive mucus, adding a touch of nausea to its already hideous appearance. Just as the hard plague crocodile shifted its body, attempting to use its thick tail to sweep away the accumulated snow, a dark shadow swooped down from the sky. For a moment, the air seemed to thicken with a sudden impact. The hard plague crocodile stared wide-eyed in terror, straining to see the object, but its body was too fast to react. A crisp, sharp sound, like a blade slicing through leather, echoed. A flash of cold light revealed a black spider leg stained with dark blood, its sharp barbs clung to shreds of flesh. The massive, glaring head tumbled to the ground, its corrosive mucus making the snow sizzle. The small pickaxe scraped the spider leg against the snow, as if it despised the hard plague crocodile's dark blood. Jianlin and Xiaoying emerged from a nearby tree, looking at the smooth fracture on the hard plague crocodile's body, and nodding with satisfaction. "Well done, Xiaohao, you're quite efficient." He patted Xiaohao's spider legs in admiration. Well, now he could only pat the spider legs. He used to be able to pat the pickaxe head. They collected the hard plague crocodile's corpse, the crystals, and the nearby stone treasure chest. Jianlin discovered that the stone treasure chest was actually a high-level item, with a 25% chance of dropping a high-level item, quite a good harvest. Here, we were already close to the beacon, and along the way, we had only encountered 2 level 2 creatures, the skeleton-faced meat grinder and the ferocious hard plague crocodile. Monsters were the least rewarding. Killing them yielded little reward besides crystals, and only occasionally a treasure chest. Ferocious beasts were much more generous, not only providing materials, but also a relatively high chance of finding a treasure chest nearby. Chapter 55. Jianlin and his group quickly arrived at the beacon, finding nothing else along the way. A deathly silence reigned, no sound except their own footsteps and breathing. They searched the area several hundred meters around the beacon, finding nothing but white snow, trees, and rocks. The black ram seemed to have departed. This made Jianlin's heart sink. Is the puppet parchment the only option left? Master! Just as Jianlin pondered, Xiaoying's whispered voice instinctively led him to follow its gaze. The fog thickened. 30 meters ahead, the fog suddenly thickened, as if it was about to break through the barrier of the fog-repelling collar, forming a semicircular gray wall. Xiaohao's spider legs instantly tensed, ready to attack, taking a defensive stance. The fog trembled slowly, and finally, a yellow figure emerged from it, drifting to the right of Jianlin and his group. Jianlin instinctively wanted to retreat, but he was horrified to find his body becoming incredibly slow. He mentally tried to retreat, but his body uncontrollably took 2 steps forward. Seeing he was getting closer to the yellow figure, he hurriedly tried to stop, but his body only quickened its pace, moving closer and closer. "No!" He broke out in a cold sweat. He tried to show a look of horror, but his facial muscles involuntarily curled up into a strange smile. This momentarily reminded him of the strangeness of the twisted consciousness, but it didn't quite match. He tried to mentally move forward, but his body uncontrollably took a few steps back. With this result, he wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, to soothe his tense nerves, but a sharp intake of air in his chest sent a chill through him. Could it be that this yellow figure's ability allowed them to reverse their minds and bodies? The thought flashed through his mind. Regardless of whether it was or not, the most urgent thing was to get away. However, as soon as the thought occurred to him, his body began to run uncontrollably towards the yellow figure. Realizing this, he quickly reversed his thoughts. He thought about moving closer to the yellow figure, but his body was actually moving away from it. At the same time, he was about to order Xiaoying and Xiaohao to follow him, but the thought abruptly stopped. "No! I must not speak." But then, his mouth opened uncontrollably. "Stay away from me." The words echoed in the silent snowy forest, seeming particularly abrupt. Xiaoying and Xiaohao were stunned for a moment, but out of absolute obedience, they immediately obeyed. However, they encountered the same situation as Jianlin. Their movements did not align with their thoughts. They followed Jianlin uncontrollably. Xiaoying's radiant face displayed a look of determination, yet its heart was filled with doubt. Xiaohao's legs swung wildly, seemingly out of control. Realizing his suspicions were correct, Jianlin quickly mentally reviewed his thoughts, trying not to speak. But a sharp cry emanated from his lips. "Stay away from me, that's all." Xiaoying and Xiaohao finally settled down, and quickly approached Jiang Lin. Xiaoying was a quick learner, and quickly understood Jiang Lin's intentions. Xiaohao wasn't particularly bright, but it knew how to follow instructions. Since its master said to stay away, it did so. Although its body wasn't doing the right thing, since its master had said so, it could just think and move away. The body had its own thoughts, but it was its job to obey. Jiang Lin and his companions were already close to the yellow figure, and in this strange situation where their thoughts and actions were at odds with each other, the distance between them gradually widened. Soon, the yellow figure was about to disappear into the mist again. With only one step left before it disappeared, Jiang Lin mentally tried to avoid looking at it, but his eyes were fixed on it. Finally, he got a clear look at the mysterious figure. It was tall and slender, nearly 3 meters tall, giving off an eerie, oppressive vibe. It was draped in a loose yellow robe, emitting a strange, yellow glow. Jiang Lin didn't know how to describe the glow. He only felt that it distorted his consciousness. The mist enveloped its face beneath its hood, making it impossible to see what was hidden within. Its lower body hung about a meter in the air, like a yellow garment floating in the air. At the last moment before it disappeared into the mist, Jiang Lin hurriedly considered not opening the system to investigate. However, with a fleeting thought, the specific information about the yellow-clothed figure surfaced. Without time to check, once the yellow-clothed figure was completely out of sight, Jiang Lin quickly adjusted his thoughts. As expected, if he hadn't immediately stopped the urge to approach the yellow-clothed figure, he would have likely pursued it. This shift in thinking caused a strange feeling of discomfort in his body, which took a moment to recover. Just then, Xiaoying and Xiaohao suddenly moved away from him. "Follow me." He gave Xiaoying and Xiaohao a new command at the right time, and they obeyed, so everything went smoothly. After escaping the mysterious yellow-clothed figure, Jiang Lin quickly led Xiaoying and Xiaohao in a run in the opposite direction. I finally had a chance to check the information along the way. Yellow Robe Mismasked 1, Level 5? A monster, an incarnation of an old god. No one knows its purpose. It simply wanders the mist, but it won't actively harm anyone or respond to anything. Surrounding it is its domain. The touch of karma is inverse. Anyone who harbors any thoughts about it will face a bad fate. I advise you to stay away. An incarnation of an old god? Jiang Lin was a little surprised. He didn't know if his luck was good or bad. At only level 2, why did he keep encountering old god-related beings like the crawling mist and the yellow-robed mismasked one? And it wasn't a strange creature, but a monster. This left Jiang Lin baffled. Could monsters have such strange abilities? Luckily, these beings don't actively attack, otherwise they would have been buried in the mist long ago. Comforting himself, he clicked on the domain details. Touch of reverse cause and effect. In this realm, cause and effect are reversed, and all choices will have the opposite consequences. If lost within it, one will become a part of it, a tentacle manipulating cause and effect. So that's how it is. It's not about reversing thoughts, but rather reversing cause and effect. Choosing a certain cause will result in the opposite effect. Jiang Lin frowned and thought. But what's the point? Any intelligent creature with even a hint of intelligence could escape this realm. But he quickly stopped dwelling on the question. The thoughts of an old god were beyond his comprehension. For now, he simply needed to stay away from such beings. Not forgetting his business, he took out the puppetry. Unable to locate the black ram, he had no choice but to use this strange item, hoping that using it once wouldn't trigger its negative effects. Puppetry, Level 4, Strange Item. It acquires spiritual substances such as the target's hair or blood, allowing it to track the target. When within 400 meters of the target, and with no obstruction, it can remotely control the target. Note: your mental stat must be higher than your target's to control it. Frequent use of strange items will lower your mental stat. He then took out the black blood of the black ram he had collected last time. He smeared the black blood onto the puppet parchment. It quickly seeped into it, and eventually, a strange connection was established between his consciousness and the parchment, allowing him to vaguely sense a direction. He knew that was where the black ram was. It was a pity his mental stat wasn't high enough. Otherwise, he felt that if he were close enough, he could directly control the black ram with the puppet parchment, which would be much more convenient. Chapter 56. Jiang Lin sensed the black ram through the puppet parchment for a moment, and concluded that it should be about 5 kilometers from his current location. A glance at the permanent shelter pointer revealed that the black ram was in the direction he had chosen today, toward the main entrance of the shelter. This meant that the black ram was 10 kilometers from his shelter. It had been 5 kilometers before, and he wondered why it had changed its location. It hadn't been this far away on the previous 2 occasions. Thankfully, This direction didn't coincide with the direction the yellow-cloaked mismasked person was heading. It was heading to the right and rear of their current direction, which wouldn't endanger the shelter. This discovery relieved Jiang Lin, and he resolved to obtain the crystal core today. As long as the shelter could be upgraded to level 5, he could use the alienation technique to experience a level 6 shelter firsthand. If he were to encounter a similar danger, a level 6 shelter would be more than enough to protect him. After confirming that everything was fine, Jiang Lin continued forward with Xiaoying and Xiaohao, and he pulled out his biometric detector. While a 100-meter detection range wasn't enough, it was better than nothing. Jiang Lin had actually wanted to mutate this level 2 item for a while, but he'd been so busy with things to mutate lately that he had to put it on the back burner. After walking about 3 kilometers, he was still about 2 kilometers from the Black Ram. Along the way, Xiaohao killed 2 more level 2 monsters, and Jiang Lin also obtained a low-level stone treasure chest. Including the high-level stone treasure chest, he had collected 2 stone treasure chests today, and also picked up 6 wooden treasure chests. In fact, with Jiang Lin's current strength, even if he encountered a level 3 creature, he could choose not to fight, using Borrow Object to directly take the treasure chest without being detected. However, for the crystals and materials these creatures yield, if he encounters one above level 2, he still chooses to take the time to kill it to maximize his profits. As Jiang Lin walked and calculated his harvest, an uninvited guest suddenly entered his fog-repelling range. It resembled a giant cockroach, nearly 2 meters long, covered in a black carapace covered in pustules. The multi-segmented, slender tentacles twisted and swayed, making a subtle sizzling sound, their tips emitting an eerie green light. 3 pairs of spiky black legs, their tips dripping with corrosive mucus, left scorch marks on the ground as they crawled. The foul cockroach, a level 3 ferocious beast, a cockroach that has undergone an unknown mutation. It crawls extremely fast and can fly. The pustules on its carapace release a highly toxic pus. Its tentacles can cause hallucinations, and the spikes on its legs can penetrate most level 3 defenses. Master, do you need me to deal with it? Xiaoying's cold voice rang out. It hadn't taken action today, feeling neglected. Watching Xiaohao dominate the scene, it wondered if its master relied on Xiaohao more than it did. Wouldn't that make it useless? Thinking of this, the little puppet felt a little anxious, so when it saw an opportunity, it volunteered. Jiang Lin now had a good understanding of Xiaoying's thoughts, and naturally knew what she was thinking. Don't overthink it. Save your energy. We need you as the main force against the Black Ram later. He gently stroked Xiaoying's head, soothing her. Then he turned and ordered Xiaohao, I leave it to you. Don't hold back. It can fly. Be careful it escapes. Xiaohao nodded its pickaxe head to indicate understanding. Then, with a powerful push of its spider legs, it launched out, sending up a cloud of snow. Sensing the approaching danger, the filthy cockroach's multi-segmented tentacles danced frantically, a rapid sizzling sound rising. Suddenly, it too leaped up, extending its talons to stab Xiaohao. It must be said that the filthy cockroach's reflexes were remarkable, for it had sensed Xiaohao's attack. Unfortunately, it underestimated Xiaohao's strength, and even more so, its own. Xiaohao casually swung its spider leg, severing the cockroach's leg with a clean, sharp blow, spraying the air with jet-black slime. The filthy cockroach had been completely unprepared for its once resilient leg to be severed so easily, leaving it momentarily unable to react. Of course, Xiaohao didn't give it a chance to react, and with its other spider leg, it pursued and slashed its head. With a whoosh, the cockroach's head fell off. A level 3 beast had been slain so easily, demonstrating Xiaohao's status as a top-tier level 4 fighter. Killing a level 3 beast was as easy as crushing an ant. Jiang Lin thought of the snake-maned evil tiger he'd painstakingly slain the previous day, and in comparison, he couldn't help but admire Xiaohao's quick and decisive actions. In terms of true physical strength, he still had a significant gap with level 3 or even 4 creatures. The trickster wasn't a combat-oriented class, so he didn't particularly care. After all, his greatest strength lay in his transformation. Theoretically, Xiaoying and Xiaohao were both part of his strength. Both his transformations. He comforted himself with this, and felt much better. He collected the 2 condensed beast cores. The snake eggs had a source of food for the day. He collected the corpse and explored the area, only to find a bronze treasure chest, though it was still a low-level one. That was good enough. High-level treasure chests were already rare. Jiang Lin noticed that the probability of finding high-level treasure chests in stone and bronze chests was decreasing sharply, far less than that of wooden ones. Perhaps this was a deliberate system move. The high number of high-level wooden treasure chests is intended to help survivors adapt quickly. Limiting the chance of high-level items from stone and higher-level chests is probably intended to reduce survivors' reliance on chests. After all, if there were more high-level bronze chests, the 25% chance of dropping a Tier 4 item would easily be enough. If Tier 4 items were commonplace, survivors would be compelled to encounter higher-level items, and without sufficient strength, they would likely be doomed. The 5% chance of dropping a higher-level item from a low-level chest is just right, ensuring there's room for improvement and preventing survivors from inflating their soft power. The remaining 2 kilometers were quickly covered. Jiang Lin intentionally sped up, not even glancing at the Tier 1 creatures he encountered. It was impossible not to be nervous about the impending battle with a Tier 4 beast. After all, it was his first true encounter with one. The red-eyed dark sheepman wasn't an exception. It was a strange creature with a more psychic attack. Besides, Jiang Lin didn't intervene. Xiaoying dealt with it. The only thing they had to guard against during this hunt against the black ram was its flight, since none of them could fly. Xiaoying's moon mirror had been used up again yesterday, so he could only try to restrain the black ram with its restraining chains and see if Xiaohao and Xiaoying could deliver a fatal blow. Jiang Lin put away the puppet parchment. He could sense the black ram just ahead. He grasped the snake shadow devouring blade and touched the soul devouring ring on his right hand, confirming it hadn't been missed. Then he signaled Xiaoying and Xiaohao to continue forward. The fog gradually dissipated, revealing the unchanging snowy forest. 50 meters, 40 meters. When the black ram appeared within his field of vision, Jiang Lin was stunned. He had found it. Its bat-like body, goat's head, bird's claws, and snake's tail, he couldn't mistake it. But could anyone explain why there were 2 of them? Ahead, in the snow, 2 similar black rams lay overlapping as if... Well, anyway, that was it. At this moment, 2 pairs of pitch-black sheep eyes stared intently at the intruders, their fury threatening to tear them apart. I said I didn't mean to do that. Can you accept that? Jiang Lin gripped the snake shadow blade tightly in one hand, his other hand behind his back, gripping one end of the restraining chain. Xiaoying and Xiaohao were ready to strike. Chapter 57. The 2 black rams separated, and Jiang Lin couldn't tell which one was the one he'd encountered earlier. But that didn't matter anymore. Black ram, a level 4 ferocious beast, a descendant of an old god. Every part of its body can be used for attack, and it's swift and extremely lethal. Note, you've interrupted its good fortune, and it's enraged. It's probably too late to run away, so go all out. Luckily, both were level 4, otherwise Jiang Lin would have had to use the silver key to escape with Xiaohao and Xiaoying. I don't know why they're both called black rams. Shouldn't one be called a you? But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Xiaoying, left, Xiaohao, right, up. He quickly formulated his strategy, ordered the attack, and simultaneously threw the snake shadow blade. He himself stalked into a nearby tree, using the object to teleport to a secluded spot to observe the battle. His role was to provide a distraction. At only level 2, he could be defeated in a single encounter. Even with a level 4 protective suit, there was no need to risk a direct confrontation. To maximize his effectiveness, his primary role was to avoid being a drag, finding the right moment to restrain the 2 black rams with his binding chains while cooperating with Xiaoying and Xiaohao to defeat them one by one. He could also use his snake shadow devouring blade to unleash a cold slash. Elsewhere, Xiaoying and Xiaohao were already attacking at breakneck speed. Xiaoying unleashed dozens of moon mirror spikes, gleaming silver, while simultaneously charging her right leg and slamming it down from midair. But the black ram wasn't slow either. It swiftly lifted itself off the ground to dodge the kick, simultaneously releasing a stream of black air from its mouth in an attempt to block the moon mirror spikes. Alas, the moon mirror spikes instantly broke through the black air, and dozens of them pierced the black ram's body, piercing through it with a thud, creating dozens of massive holes. The black ram roared, its face grim as it crashed to the ground, forced to prop up its remaining body and dodging Xiaoying's attacks. This level 4 foe was so unreasonable. It looked like Jiang Lin's help was unnecessary. On Xiaohao's side, its spider legs slashed down simultaneously, like sharp blades slicing at another black ram. The black ram narrowly dodged, its tail whipping towards Xiaohao, instantly sprouting sharp, thick thorns. At the same time, Jiang Lin's snake shadow bite blade, finding its perfect opportunity, stabbed fiercely at the side of the ram's head. Invisible and silent, the snake shadow bite blade moved with incredible speed, slicing every snowflake in its path into smithereens. But the black ram's reaction was no less swift. With a flick of its bat wings, its body instantly launched back into the air, and the snake's shadow bite blade barely scratched its fur. This sudden change disrupted its initial attack. Seeing this, Xiaohao abandoned his defense and launched himself forward, stabbing several of his spider legs into the black ram's bat wings. The black ram let out a roar, and as the sound resonated, the snow on the snowy forest fell. Seeing Xiaohao's attack take effect, Jianglin quickly controlled the snake's shadow blade to pursue, unleashing a ferocious snake shadow from the blade, making it even harder for the black ram to detect the source of the danger. Sizzle, 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 a slicing sound echoed behind the black ram's head, as the snake's shadow blade pierced halfway into the back of its skull. The snake's shadow gnawed at its mind, causing it to roar in even greater pain. Xiaohao seized the opportunity to pin it to the ground with his other spider leg, stabbing alternately, sending up splattering blood and flesh. The black ram struggled, but Jianglin had already used his teleportation technique to reach the nearest tree and swung the restraining chain with all his might. The rest fell into place. Between the restraining chain and the pickaxe, the black ram was powerless to resist. Jianglin repeatedly attacked with his snake shadow bite blade, but the black ram's recovery speed was astonishing, healing from recent injuries in the blink of an eye. Its defenses were also incredibly strong, and each time the snake shadow bite blade could only penetrate less than halfway. Besides causing pain and making the black ram roar incessantly, it didn't do much substantial damage. Elsewhere, Xiaoying and the black ram were engaged in a fierce battle. Of course, it was Xiaoying's one-sided attack. The black ram simply relied on its incredible recovery to dodge attacks. It repeatedly tried to fly, but each time the moon mirror pierced its bat wings. Xiaoying's punches hit it hard, inflicting unbearable pain. Unable to escape or die, it was extremely uncomfortable. Jianglin frowned slightly at this. Could all level 4 beasts have such terrifying recovery? What kind of ability was this? Or was it a common trait? These matters would only be explored later. For now, the most urgent task was to utterly destroy these two black rams. If one escaped, he might face retaliation from the black ram tribe. Having already provoked the red-eyed dark goatmen, Jianglin didn't want to face further danger. Eliminating the problem at its root was the best option. A few minutes later, Jianglin and Xiaohao worked together to finally and completely kill their black ram. Not having time to deal with the spoils, he put away the restraining chains and found a perfect opportunity to restrain the black ram, which was currently under Xiaoying's fierce attack. He repeated the same trick, and this time, under the combined attack of the three of them, the black ram expired in just over a minute. Huh! Jianglin breathed a sigh of relief. He took a deep breath. This time, manipulating the snake shadow devouring blade had consumed a significant amount of his stamina to activate the snake shadow. Fortunately, his stamina was already at 200 points, otherwise he would have felt completely drained. Xiaohao also seemed a little tired, its legs barely holding up straight. Xiaoying seemed fine, but Jianglin could tell she was tired, though she didn't show it. In front of him, Xiaoying always projected a reliable and powerful image. A dark blue, irregular core had already condensed next to the corpse, and Jianglin put away the two crystal cores. Crystal cores, energy cores produced only by ferocious beasts and monsters of level 4 and above. They have a wide range of uses and, in the Misty world, are a more precious currency than crystals. The exchange rate between crystal cores and crystals is unknown, but crystals are definitely not worth the price at the moment. It's likely that crystal cores will be unsaleable for a long time. If Jianglin had to estimate the price, he would be willing to exchange them for 1,000 crystals, but he didn't know what others would do. Before collecting the two black ram corpses, he glanced at them curiously, then a thoughtful expression crossed his face. They're actually breeding. What a strange race. No wonder they're all called black rams. Ignoring this minor incident, Jianglin, after satisfying his curiosity, placed the two corpses into his system backpack. With the crystal core in hand, Jianglin now only wanted to return to the shelter to level up, but he knew he couldn't waste any time today. It was now 12:30. Perhaps he could explore further and explore the surroundings. This was his 9th day in the foggy world, and his exploration of the fog was still at a very preliminary stage. Since he had time, and Xiaohao and Xiaoying were both here, he decided to see if there was anything else in this direction. Before that, Jianglin began searching the surroundings. He was looking for a treasure chest. As the location of a level 4 creature, there should be a higher level treasure chest. He couldn't miss it. Sure enough, he found a treasure chest gleaming silver in the branches of a tree. Jianglin felt the silver light was both dazzling and luxurious. Worth it! He felt a surge of comfort wash over him, the same feeling he'd had when he'd pulled a miracle from a single draw in a game. This was the first time I'd ever found a treasure chest like this. It was clearly much higher quality than a bronze one. Jiang Lin carefully used a moving object to move it under the tree and cradled it in his arms. Chapter 58. Silver Treasure Chest. Receives a random item, 95% chance of Tier 4, 5% chance of Tier 5. Jiang Lin gently stroked the silver surface of the silver treasure chest, feeling the delicate lines on it, a smile filling his face. Putting the treasure chest back in his system backpack, he searched the surroundings for a while, but found nothing else. What a loss. Facing 2 Tier 4 treasure chests simultaneously, only to find one. Muttering with some regret, Jiang Lin had no choice but to continue forward with Xiaohao and Xiaoying. This was his first time exploring beyond 10 kilometers, heading towards the shelter. The farthest beacon to the left of the shelter was only 5 kilometers. Even behind the shelter, he only walked 10 kilometers before encountering ruins in the mountains. In fact, the area he could explore in this single direction was limited. Unfortunately, the surrounding area was shrouded in fog, so this was the only way to maximize efficiency. If he continued to explore in a circular manner around the shelter, it would take forever. With only 8 hours in a day, time was precious, so he had no choice but to resort to this cumbersome method. Surrounding them was the unchanging snowy forest, the snow-covered dirt ground, and scattered gravel. The fog quickly dissipated ahead, leaving only the sounds of Jiang Lin, Xiaoying, and Xiaohao hurrying along. In fact, Jiang Lin's footsteps were the loudest. Xiaoying's were practically silent, making only a faint sound on the snow as she walked. The JK suit was undamaged by the recent battle, only her lower body was stained with mud from the snow. The Xiaohao made a slight sound as it pierced the snow, but overall, the movement was quiet, like a hunting spider. They were already 13 kilometers from the shelter, and there was nothing special. Jiang Lin didn't bother to deal with the occasional level 1 creature along the way. He did encounter another level 2 monster, but his pickaxe easily dispatched it. Unfortunately, there were no treasure chests, and killing a level 2 monster only yielded 8 crystals, which was better than nothing. Just as he was about to go another 2 kilometers to round up and head home, a building suddenly appeared within the fog-repelling range. Jiang Lin felt familiar, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was a level 2 shelter. A mixed crystal wooden house, roughly 50 square meters. It was only a level 2 shelter, but the person had survived until now, proving he was lucky. Jiang Lin had also experienced this phase, but because his shelter had been altered, he had to look closely to recognize it. To have encountered someone else. He felt a little surprised. He had known this day would come, but he hadn't expected it to come so soon. Lin Yifeng, who had previously mastered invisibility, had mentioned in the area chat that he had encountered someone else's shelter more than 10 kilometers away. To his surprise, he had also encountered someone else 13 kilometers away. This was the first shelter he had encountered in this vast world of fog. Such a coincidence, he decided to check it out. He suddenly remembered that his family needed a farmer. He wondered what this person's talent was. If possible, he could invite them to sign a contract for the shelter's ownership. Of course, before that, they would have to sign a vassalage contract first. Jiang Lin made no effort to lower his footsteps as he headed towards the wooden house. Xiaoying and Xiaohao naturally followed closely behind. Before he even got close, he heard voices from inside. Doesn't this person need to dig rocks or chop wood to explore the fog? It seems he has a talent for production or farming. Is this really crazy? Bargaining for stockings? Is 10 crystals too much for such thick clothing? I worked so hard to make it, okay? Underwear sales are pretty good today. One step closer to level 3. Jiang Lin had just approached the shelter when he heard a slightly irritable female voice from inside. She sounded about 27 or 28 years old. She was probably selling something at the trading house. Why was she so irritable? Also, what kind of things were she selling? She was also quite unprepared. Jiang Lin's normal walking made quite a noise, yet she was completely oblivious. Based on Jiang Lin's initial observation, this woman was likely impulsive, straightforward, carefree, and somewhat irritable. She was truly lucky to be alive today. The beasts probably wouldn't even notice if they were outside the shelter. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Lin reached the cabin's door and knocked. It was instantly quiet inside, not a sound at all, presumably frightened. Jiang Lin remembered the midnight knock on the door he'd encountered when he first arrived in the misty world. He'd been terrified then, too. He had no intention of deliberately shocking anyone, so he said, "I'm Jiang Lin. I mean no harm. You're the first person I've met. Perhaps we could talk?" Still no movement. It seems she's still somewhat vigilant, but doesn't she think it's too late? Jianglin's mouth twitched. Considering he'd walked in without her noticing, this level of vigilance was practically useless. There's no need to lie to you. If I wanted to harm you, you wouldn't stand a chance. Think about it, he added, think about it. With my ability to cross over 10 kilometers, would your level 2 shelter be of any use to me? The room remained dead silent, but Jianglin could clearly hear the woman breathing. It seemed she was so frightened she couldn't breathe just now. Jianglin could understand. If he put himself in her shoes, he'd probably be no better. Anyone who had spent so many days in the foggy world, not seeing anyone, would be terrified to hear someone knock on the door. The woman took a deep breath and asked, "What do you want to talk about?" Finally speaking, Jianglin felt a little helpless, but then remembered the important matter and asked, "What is your talent?" There was silence for a moment before a reply came, "Weaving." The name sounded like the path of a master craftsman, but depending on the specific results, it could also be a farmer. "Can I come in and talk?" "Don't worry, if I had any ill intentions, I wouldn't talk to you." Jianglin decided to take a closer look at her talent before making a decision. This time, there was silence for a long moment before footsteps sounded. The door opened, revealing a tall, slender young woman with neat short hair and tan skin. She was smartly dressed, and had a good-looking appearance. Overall, she looked very similar to the personality Jianglin had suspected. "Lin Yu." She extended her hand to Jianglin, appearing quite relaxed and confident. But Jianglin, now at 2300 hours, had such powerful hearing and observation skills that he could hear the other person's heartbeat, which was particularly intense. As Lin Yu extended her hand, she also noticed Xiao Hao standing beside her, and her face paled. Before she could scream, Jianglin hurriedly shook her hand and released it, explaining, "Don't be nervous, this is my subordinate." With Jianglin's reassurance, Lin Yu calmed down considerably, but her heartbeat didn't slow. "Xiao Hao, wait outside," he instructed, and he and Xiao Ying followed Lin Yu into the house. Lin Yu returned to the stone house in a daze, and it took her a while to recover. "Sorry, I don't have any tea," she blurted out, not knowing what else to say. I know." Jianglin knew she was nervous, and her words were a bit incoherent. This woman must have been in the workplace before, and her manners were subconscious. He knew Lin Yu wasn't used to it, so he interrupted the silence. "Your ability is to make clothes?" "Huh?" Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then denied it. "No." Jianglin was a little surprised. It wasn't what he'd expected. "So how did she make clothes?" Lin Yu quickly answered his question. "My ability is to weave clothes using my spiritual energy." Chapter 59. Day 9 in the foggy survival world was a magical day for Lin Yu. When she first arrived in this world, like most people, she was lost and bewildered. It took her over an hour to calm down and come to terms with reality. And so, she awakened her talent, weaving. The foggy world was so dangerous, she had thought she could weave powerful weapons and equipment to protect herself, but reality wasn't what she expected. She could only use her spiritual power to weave clothing. The more materials, and the more complex the clothing, the more spiritual power she consumed. At that moment, she couldn't help but punch and kick the air, feeling fooled. Out there, ferocious beasts and monsters were rampant. Wouldn't giving her such a power mean she was just waiting for death? However, the harsh reality quickly calmed her down. To survive, Lin Yu began using her spiritual power to craft clothing. But in those first few days, no one was willing to exchange precious supplies for clothing, and her carefully crafted mink coats were unsaleable. She had no choice but to change her strategy, targeting lonely male survivors, using her knitting skills to create stockings and underwear that looked worn. Then she would tell everyone she was selling her original stockings. Of course, she was met with countless doubts and ridicule, and some female survivors even called her shameless. She endured it silently. To survive, she had no choice. She was so hungry. Surprisingly, many people bought those things. Although she didn't understand, she was deeply impressed. Making a single piece of cloth required much less spiritual energy than making a whole piece of clothing. Remember, she had used up 50 spiritual energy points just to make a mink coat. Making a single piece of stockings or underwear only required 5 spiritual energy points, yet she could sell them at a premium, making a lucrative profit. Afterward, she frequently engaged in this kind of business. Since she was only exploiting seemingly unscrupulous survivors, it didn't matter. It was a case of willing hands, willing legs. But then life gradually improved. She actually sold her mink coat and exchanged it for a magical fruit. Later, she learned it was the prized possession of this region's overlord. Jianglin's good stuff. That day, She felt full for the first time, and silently thanked the tycoon. Then the temperature plummeted, allowing her to sell her clothes, but the overall profit wasn't as good as selling the originals. But knowing many people might be freezing, she gave up some of the profit, spending half her spiritual energy making clothes each day and the remaining half on stockings and other items. She was just an ordinary survivor struggling in the foggy world, but she also had her own little bit of perseverance. It was insignificant, but she was happy with it. And because of this, she survived until the 9th day, lucky enough to avoid any crises. Until today. So you made that mink coat? Jianlin remembered. After hearing Lin Yu's story, he also had a better understanding of the current situation of most survivors. And he remembered the person who often marked the original flavor in exchange for meatballs. Who could have guessed there was such a story behind it? He had actually thought someone would actually trade that for supplies. Lin Yu's innate weaving skill allowed him to directly produce items using spiritual energy, and the results were quite good. He should be a farmer, not a master craftsman. Master craftsmen are supposed to use items to create other items. So, with some training, Lin Yu could still become a farmer. As for Lin Yu's experience, he wasn't particularly interested, but since she had told him, it didn't hurt to listen. Are you really Boss Jianlin? Lin Yu was a bit incredulous when he mentioned the mink coat. She had always been grateful to Boss Jianlin. That was the first time she'd sold normal clothes, and she hadn't expected their shelter to be so close. Do I have to lie to you? Jianlin spread his hands. Lin Yu instantly relaxed, a look of delight on her face. She had always been somewhat wary of this handsome young man in a tight black suit, but if it was Jianlin, then it was all right. First, she believed Jianlin was a good person. He'd bought her clothes. Second, Jianlin, as the world's #1, wouldn't have cared less than a trifle. Third, he was handsome and clearly a good person. Jianlin naturally had no idea what this woman was thinking, and even if he had, he would have just smiled. He asked the question that concerned him the most. What's your physical and mental health? Lin Yu was visibly stunned by the question. She never paid attention to those stats, so she opened her profile and took a quick look before answering. Constitution 7, Mind 10. Jianlin was speechless after hearing her answer. It had already been 9 days, and she didn't seem to have improved at all. Perhaps this was the norm for most people with production or manufacturing talents. Before reaching level 2, she couldn't even farm, but Jianlin didn't give up on the idea of having her join. They had a connection, and a little help wouldn't hurt. After all, she would be able to farm once she reached level 2, and from what she'd said, even though selling stockings was more profitable, she was still willing to spend half her spiritual power on clothing. She was a decent person, worthy of initial trust. With the vassal contract in place, Jianlin wasn't afraid of backstabbing. Thinking of this, he feigned a glance around and, with a kind expression, asked, I see you're living on the edge of your seat, and it's probably hard to survive. Are you interested in signing my shelter ownership agreement? Before Lin Yu could answer, he added, food and safety are provided, and you can buy some of the materials from me with your clothes. Thinking of Xiaoying's love of new clothes, he felt that this was the only use Lin Yu had for him at the moment. Yes. Of course. Lin Yu had actually been tempted to accept Jianlin's invitation, and the benefits Jianlin mentioned later were the ultimate guarantee of survival in this foggy world. But Jianlin ignored her excitement and held out the vassalage contract. There's one condition. You can choose not to agree, and I leave now, and you can pretend I never came. Vassal contract. Valid for creatures below rank 9. Vassal contracts can be signed with other creatures. Those whose names are engraved become vassals of the owner, bearing a spiritual mark. They must obey the owner's commands, and must not harbor rebellious thoughts, otherwise their spirituality will be obliterated. This contract. Lin Yu examined it, a bit surprised, then troubled. Such a tyrannical contract is little different from outright slavery, but on second thought, this is a primitive world, and only in this way can one truly trust others. It also depends on who you sign it with. If you follow someone with ulterior motives, you naturally be bound for life. But if it's someone with unlimited potential, positive values, and good looks, it's not impossible. To put it bluntly, it's like having another boss, except she must obey every order from this boss. A domineering CEO, something flashed through her mind. Don't worry, I don't intend to do anything extraneous to you. I just want to ensure my subordinates' loyalty. Jianlin was about to continue, but was interrupted. I sign. Lin Yu seemed to have made up her mind. Jianlin looked at her with some surprise. Seeing his doubt, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with wisdom. Even if I don't sign, I'd just be hanging on. For people with talents like us, joining a faction is our only option. She flicked her hair. Rather than joining a loose faction and continuing this life, it's better to follow a truly powerful person. At least there's safety. A smart choice. Jianlin simply smiled. He saw one of Lin Yu's strengths, decisiveness and a keen eye for the crucial moment. She was no ordinary person to have survived this long. He drew out the snake's shadow blade and asked, "Do you need help?" Lin Yu gritted her teeth, her heart hardened, her beautiful face filled with determination. She reached out and lightly scratched the blade, blood flowing out. She signed her name on the vassalage contract with her own blood. Chapter 60. The moment the contract was signed, Lin Yu suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was as if she had to obey Jianglin's orders, and she subconsciously didn't want to disobey, lest something bad happen. Jianglin could sense whether Lin Yu had good or bad intentions toward him, and could even manipulate her spirit with his mind to obliterate it. He felt for a moment that Lin Yu still had a mostly favorable impression of him. Although she had some slight resistance to the contract, it quickly vanished. The effect was quite good. Jianglin nodded, put away the vassalage contract, and took out the shelter ownership agreement. In truth, he didn't really want the 50-square-meter cabin, but just in case, it was better to let Lin Yu take it. He didn't know what would happen if he lost the shelter, but continuing to develop it was always a good idea. Lin Yu signed the vassalage agreement, and naturally, she wouldn't resist his decision, and quickly signed the shelter ownership agreement. After the ownership agreement was signed, Jianglin felt that he could relocate the shelter, or rather, teleport it. The range was within 10 kilometers of his own shelter, as long as there was no obstruction. If he wanted to place it again later, it would cost 50 crystals as energy. The price wasn't cheap, but Jianglin didn't mind. Generally speaking, he didn't need to place it again. It could be used right away, so it was a good time to teleport back. He wasn't planning to explore any further. It was already 3 p.m., and he had originally planned to return. Xiaohao, come in. Jianglin opened the door, but it was too small, so Xiaohao had to bend his spider legs to get in. Lin Yu instinctively took 2 steps back, nearly falling. Looking at Xiaohao's terrifying, over 2-meter-tall form, she was still a little frightened. She had never seen a fog creature before, and her understanding of it was too limited. Don't be afraid, Jianglin gave her a reassuring look. He patted Xiaohao's spider legs and introduced Xiaohao and Xiaoying to Lin Yu as members of his family. Of course, he used the term contracted creature and didn't explain too much to Lin Yu. Lin Yu's nervousness eased considerably after hearing this, but then she felt a little surprised. However, thinking of Jianglin's position as the #1 human, she forced herself to accept it. She subconsciously distanced herself from Xiaohao and replied with forced composure, "Big Boss is truly different. Being #1 among 2 billion people, it's only natural that he had some special qualities." After a while, seeing that Xiaohao was indeed non-aggressive, she finally relaxed. It was understandable, so Jianglin didn't take it seriously. He could understand it by putting himself in her shoes. He took out a locating beacon and inserted it into the wall of the cabin using a borrowed object displacement technique. It eventually appeared outside, beneath a tree, buried under the snow. He indicated that he had explored 13 kilometers in the direction of the cabin, having already retrieved the beacon in that direction. "Is there nothing around here to take?" he asked, looking at Lin Yu, pointing his thumb outside. In reality, his question was merely symbolic. Lin Yu was a homebody, so there shouldn't be anything outside. His purpose was simply to notify her of the impending teleportation. Jianglin naturally wouldn't let Lin Yu stay here alone. With her strength, staying alone would mean a slow death. A single level 1 creature could kill her, so Jianglin's move was also to protect her. After all, he had hired her as an employee. He was counting on her to help him farm after she reached level 2 farmer. Lin Yu shook her head. She had never entered the fog before, having only spent her first day chopping trees and picking up rocks nearby. She had no idea what it was like. "Let's go," Jianglin said as he carefully examined the shelter agreement, finally selecting an open space 200 meters behind his shelter. "Choose a location." Buzz. A blinding white light flashed, and Jianglin felt a momentary sense of weightlessness, but it quickly faded. "It's over." He was still a little dazed. Opening the door, he looked out at the scenery outside, the same snowy forest, but with a noticeably different layout. He was surprised. So fast? Stepping into the snow, the cabin seemed to have been there from the beginning, with no trace of movement at the junction. The system truly deserved to be able to transfer the entire human race. It was truly miraculous. He took out the permanent shelter pointer and checked. It was indeed 200 meters behind the shelter. He scratched his head. Although he didn't understand the principle, he had become almost immune to this kind of thing. Lin Yu followed him out, shivering from the cold. You didn't make any clothes? Jiang Lin observed, puzzled. He then noticed that Lin Yu was only wearing a sweater and a leather jacket with leather pants. For someone with a knitting talent, wearing so little in minus 40 degrees Celsius weather was truly too little. My spiritual power is limited, and I need to earn materials, so I sold them all. Lin Yu tightened her leather jacket, shivering. Besides, I don't go out. This woman. She could have sold stockings. Those things would have made more money, but she chose to make some clothes and sell them to others, while wearing so little herself. Perhaps she has her own beliefs, which Jiang Lin doesn't understand, but he wouldn't accuse her of being stupid. Everyone has their own bottom line, just like Jiang Lin, who always insists on his own pricing despite being able to overcharge others. This isn't sanctimony or brainlessness, but rather a human commitment to upholding one's own interests. Not raising prices, not kicking someone when they're down, and not hoarding goods, that's Jiang Lin's commitment. Although this is a primitive world, I still have my humanity. You go back first. I have some unused clothes I trade with you later. He gestured for Xiaoying and Xiaohao to come out and continued, 1 meatball fruit a day as basic salary. If you have time, you can make some clothes for it, 10 crystals each. He pointed at Xiaoying, and Lin Yu looked at her, a look of surprise on her face. I hadn't looked closely before, but now I realize how exquisite this doll is. If it weren't for its shimmering silver skin and eyes, it would have looked like a human. Okay. Okay, boss. She stared at Xiaoying for a moment before reacting and quickly agreeing. Jiang Lin's compensation was generous. Not only did he provide food and security, but he also earned crystals for making clothes. Before, she'd only earned about 1 crystal per pair of stockings, and only the most unusual people would trade crystals. They'd usually only get stone or wood. Now, she could earn 10 crystals just by making clothes. It was a world of difference. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she could upgrade her shelter to level 3. By the way, Jiang Lin pondered for a moment, then added seriously, you don't have much spiritual power. To make more clothes, don't make anything too thick. Just summer clothes will be fine. Huh? Lin Yu was puzzled, but she followed her boss's orders and nodded. Okay, boss. Jiang Lin nodded with a satisfied look, a look of I trust you to do your job. Let's go. Without further chatter, Jiang Lin called Xiaoying and Xiaohao home. Lin Yu leaned against the wooden door and watched them leave, her beautiful, tan face brimming with joy. She hadn't expected her luck to be so good, to have met the mysterious Jiang Lin and escape a precarious life. As for the vassalage contract, compared to the excrement that could turn into a ferocious beast at any moment, losing her freedom was nothing. Chapter 61. 200 meters isn't far. You're almost there just outside. If there weren't any fog, you could see each other. Jiang Lin and his group quickly returned to the shelter. Little Axe and Little Lamp weren't there. They must have been out chopping wood. The area around the stone house was piled high with wood. It was still early, so there was no need to worry about them. Looking at the dark purple and blue stone house before him, he felt a surge of excitement. Finally, he could upgrade the shelter. After this upgrade to level 5, he could instantly upgrade it to level 6 when the number of transformations refreshed tomorrow. While others were still struggling with how to upgrade to level 4, he was already 3 levels ahead. Although he still had to pay the mortgage for the level 6 upgrade, no one would be reluctant to take out a loan if they had the choice. Alienation spells are likely to grant the shelter new abilities. Open the shelter panel. Crawling crystal-coated house. Level 4. Upgradable 1671/200 wood. 914/500 stone. 1742 out of 100 iron. 1706/600 crystals. 5 out of 5 protection cores. 2-1 crystal cores. Today, Xiaohao killed 4 level 2 creatures, obtaining 32 crystals, 1 level 3 creature, and 2 beast cores. Adding the 2 crystal cores from the 2 black rams, the shelter is overflowing with upgrade materials. Jiang Lin, excited, clicked upgrade. Boom! A blinding white light burst from the stone house, instantly radiating a dazzling light that was blinding. The house began to visibly expand. Eventually, it formed a massive iron fortress, approximately 11 meters tall and covering a full 400 square meters. Its shape was smooth and imposing, like a towering hill. Upon closer inspection, one could see that beneath the dark purple threads, the stone walls, originally covered in a thin layer of crystal, were gradually transforming into iron. The cold, hard iron walls shone with a faint blue glow. Am I living in a massive iron villa? Jianlin stared with wide eyes, somewhat incredulous, at the massive iron fortress transformed from the stone house. After all, while the previous stone house was quite large, a 200 square meter apartment, it was only a small house compared to the 400 square meter iron fortress before him. Xiaoying, standing nearby, also stared with wide eyes, curiously examining the vastly transformed new home. Xiaohao's spider legs trembled, seemingly delighted. Standing before the iron fortress, Jianlin felt a surge of insignificance, as if facing an unreachable iron wall, needing to look up to see the sky. This is too big. Jianlin felt he didn't need such a large space, but since it had already become like this, he had no choice but to accept it. It was a good thing. If Xiaohao and Xiaofu grew any larger, they wouldn't have to worry about the shelter being too small. Check the shelter panel. Crawling crystalline iron fortress, level 5, non-upgradable 1471/500 wood, for 14/800 stone, 1642/500 iron, 1106/1000 crystal, 1/5 crystal core, 0/1 fog repellent spark. Review: you are now qualified to traverse the foggy world. The shelter grants you the right to live in peace, but please do not become arrogant. You are still insignificant. If you provoke a powerful being, you might even long for a painless end. Jianlin swallowed hard after reviewing the materials required for the level 6 upgrade. Not to mention the other basic materials, a single crystal core alone requires 5, not to mention the fog repellent spark of unknown origin. Judging from the previous experience with the protective core and crystal core, this new material must be extremely difficult to find and obtain. Scratching his hair, Jianlin knew he couldn't expect to upgrade any further in the short term. Tomorrow, he could use the alienation spell to reach level 6. He was already extremely powerful at the moment, so he should be content. Ordinary survivors like Lin Yu were still struggling at level 2. But just as Jianlin was admiring his new home, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, Survivor Jianlin, for being the first survivor in the world to upgrade a shelter to level 5. You will now receive a level 5 exclusive reward. The reward has been sent to your backpack. In recognition of your outstanding performance in your first level 5 upgrade, the system will grant you a special reward. Please go to your backpack to claim it. There's even a reward? The system notification stunned Jianlin for a moment, but he quickly became excited. The level 5 exclusive should be something every survivor who upgrades a shelter to level 5 receives. It's probably not a great gift, but he did receive a special reward, and having frequently received good things in the ranking rewards, he was naturally very excited. Opening the backpack, I discovered 2 new items besides the original contents. A book and a scroll. Soul Devouring Transfiguration Cultivation Technique. Skill Book, a level 5. Reusable skill book. When the midnight fog is thickest, perform this technique to attract free spirits from the fog and confront them. Your strength is tied to your intelligence. After defeating them, you can devour the energy from the spirits to strengthen your intelligence. Note: this technique only works for those with an intelligence attribute below 50. As the number of soul devouring increases, the higher your intelligence, the stronger the spirits attracted. This technique may also lead to detection by unknown entities in the fog, so use with caution. Jianlin looked quizzical at the end, thinking of his current 41 points of sanity. That was unnecessary. It seemed this was the exclusive level 5 reward, likely meant for most survivors to boost their sanity. No wonder sanity potions were so rare. Jianlin had only received one once, as a reward for winning first place in the region. Someone had gotten one from a treasure chest before, but now it seemed that person had truly been incredibly lucky. Compared to constitution potions, sanity potions were definitely 100 times rarer. He had opened so many treasure chests, but he had never found one. This cultivation method only became available after the shelter reached level 5, a rather demanding requirement. It meant killing at least one level 4 beast or monster. Jianlin estimated that only a small number of people were eligible to use it, as, at this stage, a level 4 creature would require the combined strength of many people to kill. And it was only a chance. The combined strength of the top group was estimated to be around level 3. Trying to attack a level 4 creature would be difficult, even with the help of many. The faction that obtained this cultivation method likely wouldn't be so selfless as to share it. Even if this skill book is reusable, it's possible that it won't be returned once traded. This thing was useless to Jianlin, so he ignored it and looked at the scroll. Special Backpack Expansion Scroll. Obtains a special system backpack containing 5 cubic meters of space for storing any items. This is pretty good. It's equivalent to a standalone system backpack, with no grid restrictions, except that the storage capacity cannot exceed 5 cubic meters. Used in conjunction with the original system backpack grid, it can basically solve all storage problems, eliminating the need for some equipment or items to occupy backpack grids. Put everything else in this special backpack, leaving only overlapping materials like wood, stone, and treasure chests. Then throw all the ferocious beast carcasses to the iron fort, letting it consume the resulting materials. Suddenly, more than a dozen of the 25 grids are free. The dark purple threads on the iron fort quickly transformed into a terrifying maw, swallowing the corpse, and ultimately disgorging 6 Tier 4 materials, 2 Tier 3 materials, and 1 Tier 2 material. Not a bad harvest, Jianglin exclaimed as he collected the materials. A Tier 4 creature could actually yield 3 materials and 1 crystal core. The return was well worth all his hard work and battles. After packing his backpack, Jianglin looked at the tall iron gate before him, took a deep breath, and pushed it open before stepping inside. Chapter 62. Entering the iron fort, Jianglin suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Is this my home? He saw an immense hall, its ironstone walls embellished with wooden patterns, and Jianglin's thoughts flickered as a wall slowly moved towards him. It can even be customized internally, he exclaimed inwardly, exclaiming how user-friendly the system truly was. Xiaoying and Xiaohao followed him into the iron fort. Xiaoying's eyes were clearly filled with surprise and curiosity. Xiaohao was nudging here and there with his spider legs, clearly in a good mood as well. It seems I'm not the only one who enjoys living in a large house. Jianglin smiled knowingly. Half an hour later, Jianglin had finally remodeled the iron fort to his specifications. He had completely moved the iron fort to the crystal mine, leaving a passageway leading underground. Xiaohao could now mine indoors, greatly increasing safety. The first floor was 400 square meters and 6 meters high. From the entrance to the edge, there was a hall, staircase, storage room, flower garden, mine, 3 rooms for the little ones, and 1 empty room. The second floor was 300 square meters and 5 meters high. Upstairs were his room, Xiaoying's room, a bathroom, and 2 empty rooms. The previous furniture remained unchanged, having been moved to its corresponding rooms. Notably, the wooden chair that had been damaged by the pickaxe had been repaired and returned to the hall. The 3 little ones now had to sleep on the floor, as the pickaxe and the axe were too large for the bed. After all, it was a wooden floor, so it made no difference to the wooden chairs. Everything was done, and Xiaoying and Xiaohao returned to their rooms. Jianglin was ready to open the treasure chest. In the hall, a square table was lined with treasures. Today, he had obtained 1 silver and 1 bronze treasure chest, 2 stone treasure chests, and 6 wooden treasure chests. In fact, he had considered trying to mutate a treasure chest, to see if a treasure chest monster would appear or something strange would transform. Wouldn't it be great if something like infinite treasure chests appeared? But he only had a limited number of attempts per day. His previous experiment with the wind snake egg was a bold move, and each mutation was significant. He could only try things he had a reasonable chance of success. Low-level treasure chests were fine, but silver treasure chests. The monsters that mutated would only be Tier 5 combat power, but if opened, they would yield at least 2 Tier 4 items, and after mutation, all of them would be Tier 5 items or creatures. Overall, the latter option was more profitable and more reliable. Besides, infinite treasure chests were simply unrealistic. Judging by the lag he experienced every time he used the mutation card, the system would definitely not tolerate such a thing. He had a nagging feeling that the system was sentient, and very likely the creation of a higher-level being. Forget it, don't think about it, Jianglin shook his head. As usual, from low to high, the draw requires a cushion. He opened 6 wooden treasure chests one after another, and one of them shone brightly, unexpectedly yielding a level 2 item. It's over. I didn't cushion it well. Jianglin wasn't excited, but rather looked regretful and helpless. Those who frequently draw lots know that luck is constant. If you get something in one pool, you most likely get a guaranteed prize in the other. He looked at them one by one. Crystal Energy Maneuvering Device, Level 2, can release a hook to pull the body into position, especially effective in the woods. Perhaps you can become Miss Spider-Man? Or the Mist Investigation Team? Constitution Potion, Weakling, you deserve a boost. Monocle, it's useless, just a tribute. Black Eye Patch, for sleeping or other occasions. Crude Dagger Wardrobe, Bow and Arrow Set. Jianglin got a Constitution Potion out of luck, but then he took a look and realized it was a high-grade wooden treasure chest. That's alright then, 25% chance isn't bad. Maybe he didn't use up all his luck, As for that crystal mobility device, it might be useful to others, but it's useless to him. Does he need to move around? He put away the Constitution potion and tossed the other items aside for now, to deal with them later. Then, there was the stone treasure chest. Jianglin opened it casually without chanting a spell. Now that he was feeling arrogant, he looked down on stone items. A flash of white light, and it was a normal treasure chest. He wasn't surprised. This was normal. Flesh and blood acceleration. Skill book rank 2. Allows you to cut your own flesh and blood to feed animals and plants, accelerating their growth. The more flesh you cut, and the more painful it is, the stronger the acceleration effect. The specific effect is related to the user's physical fitness. Hunting wire. Rank 2. Can restrain most creatures of rank 2 and below. Limited to one target, and becomes ineffective upon damage. Refined iron hammer. Rank 2. A meticulously crafted hammer with immense destructive power. A hit to the head can stun most rank 2 creatures. Nervous powder. Rank 2. Can attract creatures of rank 2 and below within 10 kilometers. Note: use with caution, as it may attract the attention of certain beings. Jianglin scratched his hair, feeling a bit strange. The useless ones are truly useless, but the seemingly useful ones don't seem that effective. It's an indescribable feeling. The number of times I've unlocked the alienation skill is still in the queue, so the other items are on hold for now. As for flesh regeneration, it's been a while since I've unlocked a skill book, and Jianglin is still a little unaccustomed. He should be happy, but he has a feeling this skill isn't very good for him. Should I give it to Lin Yu? Or just try the alienation skill book? Let's put it aside for now. There's still a treasure chest to be unlocked, so there's no rush for such a useless skill. Then, there's the bronze treasure chest. Jianglin clasped his hands together and chanted, "Sacrifice 20. With a pop, the treasure chest opened, and a flash of white light appeared. It's padded, it's padded. Jianglin could only console himself with this, as he glanced at the items inside. Lucky coin, level 3. Choose an action you want to do and flip a coin. If it lands positive, it's good luck. If it lands negative, it's bad luck. It only applies to level 3 events and below and works 3 times a day. Sacrificial buckler, level 3. It can resist attacks of level 3 and below. You can also sacrifice the buckler to resist a level 4 attack once. It is destroyed after use. Picking up the coin, Jianglin put it into his special backpack. It's a valuable item, but its rank is low. Who knows what it will become after it's transformed? The sacrificial round shield is also good. Keep it safe. The main event is coming. Silver treasure chest. Jianglin's face darkened, and he felt a fierce anger in his heart. Sacrifice 40 years of prejudice. Open it. The white light was dazzling, but it didn't seem strong. Jianglin's brows knitted slightly, and his mouth pursed. It's okay, guaranteed to be rank 4 at least, he consoled himself, peering inside. The exquisite silver treasure chest held 2 items. A scroll, and a white mask with an eerie mocking smile. Star Travel Merchant Summoning Scroll. Use this to summon a friendly Star Travel Merchant. You can trade items and information with him, but please don't harbor any negative thoughts. He's not someone you can afford to mess with right now. Laughing Mask. Level 4, a strange item. When the wearer utters a sneering laugh, it automatically transforms into a mental attack. If the wearer's mental acuity is higher than the wearer's, it can stimulate the wearer's spiritual substance to mutate, ultimately backfiring and causing them to lose their sanity. Note: while in use, this will continuously stimulate the wearer's spiritual energy. Excessive use may cause unknown mutations, so proceed with caution. Star Travel Merchant? This was the first time Jianglin had heard of this. It sounded like the name of a high-level individual from some other realm. He didn't have anything to trade yet, so perhaps he could ask Little Greed about it first. Chapter 63. The Mask of Laughter was the second strange item he had acquired, the first being the puppetry parchment donated by the red-eyed dark sheep man. He discovered that strange items were exceptionally powerful, but they also came with a price. Frequent use of the puppetry parchment would reduce sanity, while the Mask of Laughter would cause a mutation. While he didn't know exactly what the mutation was, Jianglin said it was a good idea. He had the mutation technique, which allowed him to use it after a mutation, but he wasn't sure if there would be any negative effects. There were many things he hadn't tried using mutation on, and he had even considered using it directly on people, like Lin Yu. It just wasn't very humane. Perhaps he could ask her opinion. If she was willing to sacrifice herself to become stronger, Jianglin would be happy to give it a try. If not, then forget it. If he ever encountered someone hostile to him in the future, he could test it on them. It could also be used on the mist creature, but he didn't know if he could control the mutant. If he created a creature that attacked recklessly without reason, the mutation attempts would be wasted. Moreover, if a black ram mutated into a level 5 enemy, it would probably be too late for him to escape. Comparatively, someone like Little Greed, who wasn't very obedient, was relatively safe. He put away the mocking mask, and tossed the black eye mask and other useless items into Xiaoying's room. He checked the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. Xiao Axe and Xiao Ding should be back soon. He went to the flower garden and picked his share of succulents for the day. He traded one of the succulents, the mink coat, and some of Xiaoying's discarded neutral clothing to Lin Yu. After signing the shelter ownership agreement, he could add the other party as a friend at any time, which was quite convenient. Several crops had grown a bit, but it wasn't much use. It would probably take another month. It was too slow. Farming in this world wasn't easy, and that was with his strange flower garden's 8x speed boost. If it were anyone else, without a talent for planting, they might not even live to see the crops mature. Slightly thirsty, he used borrowed object displacement to transform water into a straight line that escaped from the ceiling and flowed into his mouth. This way of drinking water might be the romance of a trickster. There was a thud outside, and something heavy fell to the ground. It must be Little Axe and Little Lantern returning. Wood plus 1037. Letting Little Axe and Little Lantern enter the Iron Fort, both were stunned by the transformation. Seeing the room, which had nearly doubled in size, was even more thrilling. Jian Lin simply smiled knowingly and headed for the storage room. Storage room? Jian Lin emerged from the wall. Little Tan didn't yell, having grown accustomed to his elusiveness. It mumbled a few times, appearing listless. Tell me, what's the matter? It's just that I didn't get the materials. Is that so serious? After a mental complaint, Jian Lin got straight to business. Do you know the Star Travel merchants? I thought Little Greed would ask for crystals again, but surprisingly, it was straightforward. Of course I know. A bunch of sleazy peddlers. Are they human? Jian Lin asked, the question that concerned him most. Some are, some aren't. After Little Greed's answer, Jian Lin paused in thought and continued, so they're high-level professionals? Of course. Little Greed curled his lips, as if mocking his short-sightedness. They're all high-level practitioners of the Traveler Path. It's an open secret. It continued, because they're eager for everyone to trade with them. This seems to be related to their advancement requirements. So, you can talk about them freely without causing any fear. What rank is the Star Travel Merchant? I don't know, but it's definitely much, much higher than you. It seems that summoning scroll is indeed useful, and very useful. The system doesn't need to drop dangerous items in the treasure chest to send people to their deaths. With few materials, Jian Lin was too lazy to make weapons to sell. He'd wait until he had more. Xiao Tan was only rank 3 and couldn't make rank 4 equipment, so it wouldn't be of much use to him. His current strength wasn't dependent on weapons. He relied on Xiaoying and Xiao Hao in combat. He felt like a summoner. He didn't say much to Xiao Tan. He had already asked what he needed to ask. Watching Jian Lin walk into the wall, Xiao Tan muttered, "How stingy. I asked about something and didn't even bother to give the 2 crystals a favor." Jian Lin's room. He lay down on the bed and opened the system panel. He put the meatballs on the shelf, then made 1,058 rolls of toilet paper and put them on the shelf, then ignored them. He didn't need to worry about these basic materials at the moment. If he wanted, he could exchange them for a lot of things. He was already so far ahead of everyone else. Any single item he offered would be beyond their reach. Open the regional chat. Chat channel 10068, 5136/10,000. The number of people had decreased, but it was much better than before, when 1 or 2,000 people would die. I found a frozen lake. There's a red glow in the center. I think there's something good. The grass on the grave of the brother who said that last time is all dead. I actually spotted a level 4 beast today. It scared me to death. Luckily, I have perception, so I didn't notice it in the fog. You have quite a talent. Are you interested in joining the Jojo Imperial Alliance? By the way, isn't Boss Jian Lin in our area? Do you have any plans to form a faction? We're all your people. He's got people everywhere. Why would he look to you? We're in the same area, so we've been through thick and thin together. Jian Lin hadn't expected him to be mentioned later. Unfortunately, he had no plans to form a faction for now. For now, a team would only be a burden. He had recruited Lin Yu simply to train a farmer. At this point, he suddenly remembered the soul-devouring transformation technique. It wasn't very useful to him, but for other survivors, it was the only way to improve their sanity. Sanity potions were incredibly rare. It was truly beyond human control to prescribe. I just don't know how powerful spirits this practice will attract. If I fail to devour them, won't I die? But Lin Yu only has 10 points of mental acuity. It shouldn't attract very powerful spirits, right? Never mind. Since it's a system reward, it means this practice is suitable for most survivors. Let Lin Yu make her own decision. Let her try it out first. Once she's sure it's working, it's not too late to learn it later. It might just be a bit of a burden for the system. He opened a private chat and found Lin Yu. Jiang Lin, I have a practice rewarded by the system. It's supposed to improve survivors' mental acuity. You can try it. Jiang Lin, but think it over carefully. There are risks. It's hard to improve your mental acuity. If you want to survive, you have to prove your worth. Jiang Lin, let me know when you've made your decision. I listed on the trading platform for you to buy. It took a while for Lin Yu to reply. She simply replied okay. It seemed she wasn't stupid. She knew that if she didn't improve herself, even with Jiang Lin's protection, she would eventually perish in the fog. This world is so cruel. If you don't advance, you die. After trading the soul-devouring transformation technique, Jiang Lin felt somewhat disillusioned. His life was so dull and boring. He really wanted to try this challenging and dangerous method of self-improvement. Alas, he had no use for it, and could only watch others experience the joy of hard work. Just then, a private message arrived. It was Zhang Su. Remembering that he hadn't traded iron with him since the world channel opened, he wondered what he wanted from him. Zhang Su, boss, are you planning to establish a faction? I'd like to sign an agreement to own your sanctuary. My iron mine can serve as a token of my loyalty. All I ask is your protection and a daily mining reward. Chapter 64. Jiang Lin hadn't expected Zhang Su to make such a decision. Although the price of iron wasn't high right now, it could still be exchanged for crystals at a 5-to-1 ratio. Because most people were still at level 2 or 3, few needed iron to upgrade their shelters. Jiang Lin predicted that the price of iron would see a short-term peak. But that didn't matter to him. He wasn't short of these materials, nor did he want to engage in business. In this world, strength was paramount. With strength, one's perspective changed. For example, he didn't have to worry about basic materials anymore. If he wanted, one crystal core could probably be exchanged for thousands of pieces of iron. But if Zhang Su truly wanted to join, it wouldn't hurt to accept him. After all, he had an iron mine, a rare resource. I just didn't know if the other party would accept the vassalage contract. With this in mind, he replied, Jiang Lin, you can become my subordinate, but there's a hard condition. If you can't accept it, forget it. Vassalage contract, click to view. The other party fell silent. Jiang Lin simply exited and checked his trading house earnings. He exchanged 190 crystals and 1058 iron. The Pioneer title is great. It sells almost anything. With such a large community, there's no shortage of sales. No wonder Lin Yu has managed to survive by selling things like stockings. He traded another 40 iron for 400 units of stone, completing his upgrade materials. From now on, he won't need to mine stone with his pickaxe anymore. He can focus on mining crystals. Now that all world trade takes place at the trading house, prices have long been relatively stable. Crystals are definitely the most valuable commodity. With crystals, you can buy almost anything. The current price is roughly 1 crystal, 5 iron, 50 stone or wood. The transaction was complete, and his backpack contained 1,000 wood, 814 stone, 2,602 iron, 1,296 crystals, and 1 crystal core. All he needed were 4 crystal cores, and 1 fog-proof fire seed to upgrade the shelter. Everything was done, but Zhang Su still hadn't replied, presumably still considering the matter. It seems decisive people like Lin Yu are rare. Most people, faced with such a decision, hesitate. From Zhang Su's perspective, his hesitation was perfectly fine, but from Jiang Lin's perspective, he would undoubtedly miss out on opportunities. After all, bosses always prefer loyal subordinates. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you don't have the strength to survive, you're destined to rely on others. Rather than relying on a large, fragmented faction, it's better to follow the strongest and reap the benefits. They were all men. What else could he do to them? Even if he was just cannon fodder, with all due respect, Zhang Su wasn't even qualified to be. If there truly was a danger he couldn't resolve, Zhang Su alone wouldn't be able to change anything. He chatted for a while, but found no valuable information. Even if there was information about level 4 creatures or ruins, he was out of reach. The misty world was so vast, he didn't even know how big this area was, let alone the entire world. With only 8 hours of daylight each day, he couldn't explore very far by walking. Maybe there would be a way in the future, but he was only level 2 right now, so there was no need to think so deeply. Jiangsu still didn't reply, so he simply closed the system. Tomorrow, he needed to transform the shelter and constitution potion, and with one transformation remaining, it was hard to choose. Perhaps he could try Linyu first. If that doesn't work, we can talk about other things. What does he lack most right now? Actually, he only lacks strength. If he wants to improve his strength, the best option is a level 3 Darthorn ring. Judging from its previous effects, it can be used for both offense and defense, and after transformation, it may have even stronger functions. But the binding chains, night clothes set, puppetry parchment, lucky coin, sacrificial buckler, mask of laughter, nerve powder. He needs to transform many items, and if they're level 4, transforming them to level 5 can significantly improve his strength. Oh right, he also needs luck. He needs to find the mist-repelling sparks and level 4 creatures. When exploring the fog, luck is what he needs most. He can't use his mysterious luck at the beginning of every day, right? Wouldn't that leave him without a trump card if he encounters a level 5 danger? So, the lucky coin might be a good option. The other items can wait for another time. After deciding how many transformations he would have for tomorrow, Jianlin looked at the spirit-eyed snake egg beside him. He had only obtained 2 beast cores today, and he placed them next to the snake eggs. The beast cores quickly dissipated into black light. Nothing happened. You don't really need 10 or 20? Jianlin felt a little helpless. Beast cores, like crystal cores, were currently scarce, and even crystals couldn't be exchanged for them. Anyone capable of killing a level 3 creature wasn't a fool, and certainly wouldn't be short of crystals. He simply went to sleep, and would deal with other matters tomorrow. 12 midnight. Even on the other side, about 200 meters from Jianlin's iron fort, in a level 2 mixed crystal wooden house. Linyu hesitated as she looked at the skill panel, but then a look of determination returned to her pretty face. Soul-devouring transfiguration cultivation, level 5. During the midnight fog, when it's thickest, perform this technique to attract free spirits within the fog and confront them. Your strength is linked to your intelligence. After defeating them, you can devour the spirit's energy to strengthen your intelligence. Note, this technique only works for those with an intelligence attribute below 50. As the number of soul-devouring increases, the higher your intelligence, the stronger the spirits attracted. You may also be detected by unknown entities within the fog, so use with caution. Survive in the fog, or die if you don't advance. She activated the skill and felt herself detached from her body, entering a bizarre, illusory world. Surrounding her was a dark, red fog, with faint crimson eyes and eerie tentacles floating within. The more she looked, the more she felt as if she were being sucked into it, becoming one with it. Calm down. She took a deep breath, straining her mind to steady herself, not daring to focus on the dense, seemingly impenetrable fog surrounding her. Come! Relax. A faint voice entered her mind, as if calling out to her. It pierced her soul, leaving her in a trance. No, I can't listen. She desperately tried to picture the real world in her mind, especially Jianlin's handsome face. Oddly enough, this method was surprisingly effective. The voice gradually grew fainter, eventually fading away completely, and she was finally able to focus on dealing with the approaching unknown spirit. At that moment, the fog ahead began to surge, and a human figure slowly emerged. Its form was incredibly strange. The upper body opened and closed like a clam, its mouth erect, revealing a row of razor-sharp teeth. If Jianlin were here, he would have recognized it instantly. This was the first monster he had killed. The vertical-toothed man. Ugh. Linyu felt dizzy and instinctively tried to retch, but found she couldn't, as she was now only a spirit. Don't panic. Absolutely not. If she can't devour this spirit, she might be the one to die. She thought of what Jianlin had said. If she wants to survive, she must improve her own value. She had no choice. Her eyes instantly hardened. It was just a spirit. She was a spirit too, nothing to fear. Calming down, her nerves tense, she stared intently at the vertical-toothed man's spirit. Jianlin naturally didn't know what was happening with Linyu. He was sound asleep. Unable to empathize with human joys and sorrows, he simply found life dull and tedious. Others could understand the feeling of being on the brink of life and death, but he was only concerned with where to use his alienation technique. In the mist, a gaze darted toward the iron castle, then slowly shifted away, as if awakened from a dream, confirming something, and then returning to sleep. Then, there was no more movement, and the mist returned to the night like a bloody mist. Chapter 65. Master, it's dawn. Today, without those strange dreams, Jianlin awoke to Xiaoying's cold call. Xiaoying was still wearing her JK outfit, but with black stockings on her lower body. Jianlin didn't dwell on her. As usual, he told Xiaoying to wait in the lobby while he used a teleportation technique to go directly downstairs. He washed up, ate fruit, and called the three little ones to work. He felt like it had become a habit. Then he took out his constitution potion. He tried it last time. Injecting more spiritual energy only added special effects, not increased physical fitness. I just didn't know what effect 100 spiritual energy would have. Alteration spell activated. Alteration constitution potion. Obtained strange power potion. Strange power potion. Permanently increases constitution by 5 points, increases the strength and toughness of a certain part, and grants that part super recovery effects. The affected part is random. Looking at the dark purple potion in his hand, Jianlin was a little surprised. Just how strong is this superpower? Can it regenerate a limb? And just be sure not to hit a certain part of the body. Jianlin swallowed the magic potion and felt a tightness in his buttocks. Then he felt something different. Oh my god! This randomness is so unreliable. He felt a little helpless. Did he have to use his buttocks to block during battle? It seemed possible. But was that too abstract? He rolled his eyes and said nothing. This must not be made known to anyone, or else he'd be called a bad name. Thankfully, as a trickster, he didn't need to engage in direct confrontation. What else could he do? Just accept it. His physical condition had been strengthened, his hearing and eyesight sharpened, and his reaction speed had increased significantly. His constitution was already at 28 points. Another constitution potion might allow him to level up. He set axe and lantern to chop wood, then, on second thought, decided to let pickaxe mine. With Xiaoying around, exploring the fog was perfectly safe. Yesterday, I witnessed Xiaoying's combat prowess. She completely crushed level 4 enemies. If we were to encounter a dangerous level 4 or higher, pickaxe would be useless. It would be better to let it mine and generate profit. The pickaxe's legs drooped, as if disappointed, but it still obediently headed towards the mines inside the iron fort. You're not used to going out mining? So you can't take a day off, after all? Jianlin sensed pickaxe's mood, and shook his head in anguish. Having it work was a benefit. How could it not understand? How dangerous would it be to go out and fight? Now that the mines were outside, and there was no need to worry about the fog, shouldn't pickaxe be allowed to mine 24/7? Wasn't that too bad? Shaking his head, Jianlin felt that such capital manipulation was unnecessary. He had no shortage of crystals. Working 24 hours a day is absurd. A qualified boss should resolutely resist it. Xiaohao has sacrificed a lot for his success. How can he exploit his veteran employees like this? As for transforming another pickaxe, the returns are too low. I might have considered it before, but now I'm done. He has a lot of level 3 and 4 items lined up. Calling Xiaoying, they went outside the iron fort. Seeing the magnificent iron fort again, Jianlin still felt a sense of unreality. Who could have imagined that the shabby little wooden house would become what it is today? Only 9 days had passed, and today was the 10th day. After admiring it for a moment, Jianlin didn't forget his business, his expression becoming serious. Alienation activated. 200 spiritual energy surged out, covering the entire iron fort in the blink of an eye. As spiritual energy continued to flow in, the iron fort's appearance began to change. The dark purple filament slowly transformed into purple and red, contrasting beautifully with the pale blue glow of the iron wall below. As if coming to life, the purple and red filaments gradually grew thicker, sprouting strange suction cups and eyes, greedily absorbing the surrounding energy in a terrifying way. Sticky purple slime slowly dripped from the suction cups, like a newborn from its mother's womb. Looking at the scene before him, Jianlin couldn't help but exclaim, "It's getting more and more beautiful." Even as he spoke, the corners of his mouth twitched. The once solemn and majestic iron fort had completely transformed. It resembled a giant, constantly wriggling tentacles, exuding an indescribable, eerie aura. Transform the crawling molten crystal iron fort into a fissured molten crystal iron fort. Fissured molten crystal iron fort. Level 6, this iron fort undergoes an unknown transformation, resisting most level 6 attacks. It can reproduce tentacles to hunt level 5 and lower creatures within 1,000 meters, producing materials. It can crawl quickly, at a speed of 5 kilometers per day. The shelter panel displays fissured molten crystal iron fort, level 6, non-upgradable 1000/500 wood, 814/800 stone, 2602/500 iron, 1296/1000 crystals, 1/5 crystal cores, 0/1 fog-proof fire seeds. This upgrade will make the iron fort stronger, but will not increase in level. Jianlin was stunned after reading the system introduction. People who are overly shocked can really be stunned. At that moment, the purple-red tentacles on the iron fort began to wriggle, and countless tentacles with strange suction cups and eyes pierced the ground. The ground began to tremble, as if a large number of long worms were spreading out from the ground. Clatter. The purple-red tentacles on the front of the iron fort began to spew out crystals and materials. Holy crap! This has become a mobile predatory fortress. Jianlin was stunned as the iron fort spewed out dozens of crystals and several ferocious beast materials. This world was too complex for a mere trickster like him to comprehend. He felt so weak. If the iron fort hadn't been his, he might have had a share of those crystals. If he could, he would have driven the shelter around the foggy world, but unfortunately, it could only travel 5 kilometers a day, and he still had to guard the crystal mine. But at this rate, this dream will come true one day. Oh right. Could Linyu be dead already? Jianlin quickly sensed his iron fortress, and breathed a sigh of relief when he realized it wasn't attacking Linyu. It seems the iron fortress is quite intelligent, able to sense which creatures are hostile through him. He collected the resulting materials. Crystals plus 48. Beast cores plus 2. There are still 2 level 2 materials, and 3 level 1 materials. I didn't expect there was a level 3 monster within 1,000 meters, so close to him. After collecting the materials, Jianlin couldn't help but shout, "From today on, this is Jianlin Square." He declared that from now on, with the iron fortress as the center, the area within a 1 kilometer radius would be his territory. Level 5? Seeking death, Xiaoying looked at him in surprise, confused by his excitement. Ahem. Jianlin felt a bit awkward after shouting. He was just one person, so who was he pretending to be? It wasn't his fault, actually. In the Misty World, anyone who obtained an iron fortress like this would be thrilled, so his reaction wasn't outrageous. He used to worry about a level 4 creature stealing his home, or a level 5 creature suddenly passing by. But now? Come on, you all become nutrients for my strength. After calming down, Jianlin decided it was best not to get too cocky. Sweeping the world with a predator fortress was just something he could think about for now. In the Misty World, a level 6 might not be considered very powerful. If he angered some higher level being, he'd die without knowing how. Having his own territory was already great. And he was only level 2. How could he possibly possess a level 6 iron fortress? At this moment, Jianlin desperately wanted to improve his strength. Otherwise, if he encountered something like the iron fortress in the mist, those crystals would be his fate. Chapter 66. Can humans produce crystals? Jianlin hadn't tried it, and didn't know. Perhaps some people knew, but they certainly wouldn't tell anyone. With the iron fort, he had it all planned out. If he encountered a level 5 creature he couldn't defeat, he'd drive it over. Let the creatures of the mist experience the allure of predation. Those red-eyed dark-coated men, if they really pissed him off, he'd just drive the iron fort right into their homes. Thinking of those scenes, Jianlin couldn't help but curl his lips. He was thinking too much. 5 kilometers a day wasn't really fast. Currently, guarding the crystal mine was still quite profitable. At Xiaohao's current speed, he could produce at least 320 crystals in 8 hours. If it were 24 hours. Why did I think of this again? Jianlin shook his head, indicating that he could work overtime, but not taking a break was inhumane. Perhaps it was time to adjust the work schedule. Let's go, he said to Xiaoying, who was stunned beside him, and he was ready to check on Linyu. I wonder if she used the soul-devouring transformation technique. It shouldn't be a problem, after all, her mental state is only 10 points. I just don't know how effective it will be. Xiaoying hurried to follow, her skimpy JK outfit standing out against the snow. I checked the temperature at her belt, minus 30 degrees Celsius. It looks like the cold wave is about to end. I wonder if there will be other natural disasters. Jianlin wasn't happy, but rather worried. He was used to preparing for a rainy day, which was why he had so keenly sensed the coming of the cold wave. The weather in the foggy world was unpredictable, and the system had warned that danger might not come from visible sources. High temperatures, floods, mudslides, earthquakes. These were all beyond human control. Perhaps a high leveler could? But he was only level 2. We need to plan ahead. I need to pay more attention to temperature fluctuations lately, Jianlin silently resolved. In a matter of moments, they had already arrived at the miscellaneous crystal hut. The snow-covered hut looked unremarkable. Jianlin went forward and knocked on the door. No response, but he could clearly hear the steady breathing and heartbeat. Still sleeping at this hour? He simply didn't bother knocking again, and simply used the object of displacement to carry Xiaoying inside. He saw Lin Yu lying on a small wooden bed covered in a mink coat, sound asleep with her mouth slightly open. Seems alright. The soul-devouring transfiguration probably wasn't dangerous, but then he thought of his own purpose. Hey, time to get up, he called out, nudging Lin Yu's shoulder. Lin Yu jerked awake, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Jianlin and the others. Before she could say anything, Jianlin asked bluntly, "Did you use the soul-devouring transformation technique last night?" Lin Yu seemed a little dazed from waking up, and after a moment's pause, she replied, "Yes, and it worked quite well." On closer questioning, Jianlin finally understood how this cultivation method worked. So it really was all about attracting spirits, literally, and then engaging in a battle of intellect. Of course, some intelligence might also be required. Lin Yu's explanation was rather vague. She said that approaching a spirit would create a pulling sensation, followed by a contest of swallowing. Whoever swallowed faster would win. Jianlin speculated that besides intellect, there might also be a test of willpower. In any case, Lin Yu inexplicably swallowed 2, and her intellect increased by 2 points. How hasty. I felt like I wouldn't get much out of Lin Yu. Overall, there wasn't a problem. I could learn it, and then let the system down. After collecting the skill book, Jianlin asked Lin Yu another question. Do you want to become stronger? He was just asking casually, not really intending to do anything. Lin Yu didn't quite understand what he meant. After arranging his words, Jianlin tried to sound more pleasant. I have a skill that can level you up and make you stronger, but it will sacrifice some of your appearance. Are you willing to try it? Lin Yu was a little confused. Appearance? It might become like this. Jianlin pointed at Xiaoying, giving her a hint of anticipation, then continued, there's also a good chance it become like that one from yesterday. Well, it's a little weird, but at least it's very powerful, level 4. Huh? Lin Yu thought of the bizarre, over 2-meter-long spider pickaxe from yesterday, and was inexplicably shocked. Then, thinking of herself transformed into that, she felt a chill down her spine. No. It wouldn't look good, that, she said, her lips twitching. Women. Your appearance will only hinder your progress. Jianlin saw her displeasure, and complained inwardly, completely ignoring the fact that he hadn't even considered transforming himself. He continued, while that possibility exists, this one is also possible. I haven't tried it, so I can't guarantee it. He pointed at Xiaoying, trying to create an acceptable future scenario for his client. Looking at Xiaoying, Lin Yu nodded, admitting that she was indeed beautiful. Although not human, she could accept her transformation. It's just that she always felt that things might not be perfect. In this world, strength and appearance are often incompatible. In fact, Jianlin didn't necessarily want to transform her. He just wanted to strengthen her, because she was currently very weak. As for the benefits, wouldn't any of his possessions be more powerful than Lin Yu's? Transmutation spells are still valuable. Using them on more valuable things can maximize their benefits. He had persuaded Lin Yu with a simple, try-it-out attitude, figuring she wouldn't accept. However, Lin Yu's decisiveness exceeded his expectations. Okay. Well, as long as I survive, my appearance doesn't matter. Jianlin heard Lin Yu's words, and he wondered if he had misheard. Looking at Lin Yu's pretty tan face, he asked, Are you sure? He hadn't expected this woman to be so bold. By comparison, he felt a little timid. Lin Yu's eyes were firm, and she nodded, Help me. In this strange world, I want to survive more than my appearance. For a woman considered pretty, such a decision was certainly not easy. Think it over. You might end up looking a little less pretty. Yes. Lin Yu nodded, her expression solemn. Jianlin grew serious and decided to respect her choice. He'd originally planned to transmute the lucky coin, but since that was the case, he'd wait until tomorrow. Why not help Lin Yu become stronger today? He pointed his right hand at Lin Yu. He could see she was nervous, sweat dripping down her forehead. Jianlin was nervous too. He wasn't sure if he was doing the right thing, but since the other party didn't mind, there was no need to dwell on it. Transmute spell activated, 100 spiritual power surged out, instantly covering Lin Yu's entire body. Her beautiful face suddenly began to twist into form, and a bulge wriggled beneath her tan skin, as if something was about to burst out. What a special effect. Jianlin felt bad, but there was no turning back now. The transmute spell continued to take effect. She shed her skin. Under Jiang Lin's astonished gaze, Lin Yu's clothes completely peeled off, and her skin transformed into white slime that began to wriggle around her body. Ugh! Ah! She screamed hoarsely, but the pain was too much for her to make a loud sound. Jiang Lin's expression was solemn, and he wondered if he shouldn't have told Lin Yu about this. What could he create? What kind of power was this? For the first time, he felt a pang of fear at his own strength. Perhaps he shouldn't have underestimated the art of transformation. Is transformation really just a talent? Lin Yu's screams never ceased, and her body began to wriggle and deform. She began to undergo various transformations, the effects somewhat similar to when she transformed Xiaoying, yet completely different. Scratching his hair, Jiang Lin forced himself to remain calm. No matter what, this was the outcome he had to face. Sometimes she transformed into an octopus, sometimes like a goat, and suddenly into the appearance of a tumor. Occasionally, milky matter and human faces emerged, shrouded in a strange black mist, making it difficult to see clearly. It was as if forces within him were constantly colliding and intertwining. Xiaoying, however, watched with unconcerned curiosity, as if the terrifying scene before her were merely a theatrical performance. Eventually, the goats and tumors became less and less common, and Lin Yu slowly solidified into a beautiful half-human figure, with a dark blue octopus-like lower body and a human-like upper body. Phew! Jiang Lin exhaled. At least he still had a human form, right? The system notification also sounded at this moment. Chapter 67. Alienation? Sequence Seed, promoted to Foul Touch Farmer. Foul Touch Farmer, Level 2. The farmer class, tainted by an unknown aura, is undergoing unpredictable changes. Its original class skills have been transformed, and its lower tentacles possess exceptional regenerative abilities, giving it considerable combat power. So this is alienating the entire farmer class? Jiang Lin didn't understand, but was deeply shocked. It made his blood boil, and he almost wanted to try the entire alienation himself. As for the change in appearance, it was fine. It looked pretty, except for the oddity of its lower body. In the foggy world, gaining power sometimes requires some effort, like using strange items. Someone mentioned that using strange items left half of their face covered in worms. He looked at the tentacle mother Lin Yu before him. He saw Lin Yu rubbing her belly, looking at him with resentment. Her once wheat-colored skin had become pale, even gleaming with a faint sheen of transparent mucus. It looked incredibly smooth, evocative of a dolphin's skin. She wore no clothes, only a single tentacle covering her upper body. From her crotch downwards, she transformed into 8 dark blue tentacles, covered with pustules and suckers, from which dripped a sticky, blue substance of unknown origin. Lin Yu remained silent, merely staring at him. Apparently nothing had changed. Are you okay? Jiang Lin, unable to bear the silence, spoke first. As Lin Yu listened, the resentment on her face vanished, and she became serious. Jiang Lin. Master, I'm very happy. Why are you saying such happy things so seriously? Lin Yu rubbed her belly, seemingly lost in thought. Her personality hadn't changed much. Just a bit more respectful. With a vassal contract, that was normal. Then her behavior was strange, which made Jiang Lin, who had been considering trying to transform herself, give up the idea. He said he'd wait and see. Why was she constantly touching her belly? Was she feeling something wrong? Your belly? Jiang Lin interrupted the intoxicated Lin Yu and asked. The main thing was that Lin Yu didn't explain, just minding her own business, not knowing what she was doing. Lin Yu's gaze fixed on him, a complicated expression, but she didn't answer. What's with that look? Don't you think about who helped you transform in advance? What's with that expression? Are you making me look like a scumbag? Little filthy peasant, are you trying to devour your master? Just when Jiang Lin was about to force her to answer through the vassal contract, Lin Yu suddenly spoke. This is the master. Hearing this, a sinister thought surfaced in Jiang Lin's mind. But just as he was lost in thought, Lin Yu spoke the rest of her sentence. A part of my ability. Can you please speak without gasping? A flicker of triumph flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Jiang Lin didn't notice the subtle shift in her gaze. Lin Yu's answer left him somewhat bewildered. What do you mean? The master substance overflowed, so it's temporarily retained within me. Once it hatches, the master can devour it and advance. What the hell? What overflowed? Spiritual energy? Advance to what? Class rank? He was even more confused. For some reason, Jiang Lin subconsciously overlooked the strange reference to swallow, and also ignored what Lin Yu was hatching. But he himself was completely unaware. I don't know. I have a spiritual intuition. The master will know once it hatches. Jianlin was speechless, but he accepted this assumption quite naturally. He then asked another question of concern. What are your physical and mental fitness, respectively? What are your professional skills? Lin Yu tucked her short hair, stained with blue slime, behind her ear and replied, Constitution 20, Mind 22. In addition to my original weaving skills, I have 2 professional skills. The tentacles on her upper body moved twice, as if adjusting their positions, revealing a glimpse of her beauty, but Jianlin paid no attention. Lin Yu paid no attention either, and went on to list 2 filthy tentacle farmer professional skills. Pustuled sewing, a level 2 skill. By consuming spiritual energy, the mucus from the pustule can be used to accelerate the growth of plants and animals. Alternatively, by consuming physical energy, the pustule can be transformed into seeds, instantly sprouting aggressive tentacles. The effect lasts for 30 minutes. Transform thorns, a tier 2 class skill. Using the player's own body as a seed, the player consumes stamina to produce thorny vines imbued with a strange toxin. Those pierced by the thorns will undergo a strange transformation, growing uncontrolled organs and becoming unconscious. This skill only affects tier 2 beings and below. Jianlin was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. He had originally assumed that farmers were simply agricultural occupations. Could he have misunderstood? Looking at Lin Yu's transformed farmer skill, while it also has the ability to stimulate plants and animals, both skills are clearly more combat-oriented. What was the person who came up with this name thinking? Judging from the skill's effects, while its life-saving ability is a bit weaker, it's otherwise no less capable than the trickster. It seems the trickster isn't suited to direct combat. Perhaps it's more inclined towards escapism and escape than a true combat occupation. How effective are your pus-filled seeds for accelerating crop growth? He asked, his most pressing question. He didn't rely on Lin Yu for combat. He just needed someone to farm. Lin Yu gently stroked the tentacles on his upper body and replied, 100 spiritual power should be enough to ripen a normal crop. That's pretty fast, equivalent to a daily harvest. Thinking of accelerating growth, Jianlin pulled out a book and asked, what if I add this? Flesh and Blood Acceleration, Skill Book Level 2, allows you to harvest your own flesh and blood to feed plants and animals, accelerating growth. The more flesh you harvest, and the more painful it is, the stronger the acceleration effect. The specific effect depends on the user's constitution. In fact, Jianlin wanted to try to transform the skill book someday to see what it would yield, but it was only level 2, so he didn't expect anything very good. Besides, since it only stimulated plants and animals, the effects of the transformed creatures, whether living or otherwise, wouldn't be much different. So forget it. It just so happens that Lin Yu's thing has superb recovery abilities. Making the best use of it, actually his butt seems to have acquired that ability as well, but he obviously wouldn't do anything so smelly unless it was absolutely necessary. We know after using it, but it should be much faster. Lin Yu glanced at Jianlin with a wry look, but still answered. Jianlin ignored it. He wouldn't let him use it. Come on, right? So, this skill was best left to Lin Yu. He gave Lin Yu the skill book and told her to put her clothes on. She seemed a little reluctant and disappointed, but she obediently went to get the remaining clothes from the wooden bed. I don't know why he's developed this habit of not wanting to wear clothes. Jianlin told her to go to the iron fort to grow feather grass and aloe vera by herself, so he wasn't going back. He and Xiaoying planned to go to the right of the shelter to take a look. They hadn't been there yet, so they had no idea what it was like. Watching Lin Yu's back as she walked away across the snow, her tentacles swaying, Jianlin felt a little dizzy. Maybe it was because he'd used too much energy on the alienation spell. But he'd never felt this way before. Perhaps this was what it felt like to directly alienate a creature? As for Lin Yu, she was still the same Lin Yu. Besides being a little more respectful to him, there hadn't been any strange changes, which made him feel relieved. Unable to figure out the cause of the dizziness, he had no choice but to take Xiaoying with him and set off. Since his alienation spell charges were exhausted, he had to make do with a level 3 lucky coin. As he walked, he took out a golden coin. There were designs on both sides, a strange eye symbol, and a strange star mark. So, which side was the front? Jianlin was suddenly confused. Chapter 68. Never mind it, let's use it first. We figure out which one is heads later. Thinking of this, Jianlin didn't hesitate, thinking to himself. The mist-repelling fire is within 20 kilometers in this direction. He threw the lucky coin into the air, watching it spin, tumble, and then it landed on the snow. Well, it seems the mist-repelling fire isn't a level 3 or lower thing. So what should I ask? Crystal core. But even a level 4 creature can't ask that. If I had known, I would have transformed that farming tool tomorrow. Picking up the lucky coin, Jianglin pondered for a moment, and then decided again. I explored 20 kilometers in this direction. Then he tossed the coin again. But this time, his intuition struck, and he caught it directly in his hand without waiting for it to land. So that's it, there's no need to look at the front or back of the coin, just tossing it tells the answer. The answer he got was heads. Good luck. No wonder the two patterns weren't clearly stated, because they wouldn't be of any use. Flipping a coin is merely symbolic. The true response might be from some mysterious spirit. This kind of luck thing is just gimmicky, just like his mysterious luck. I wonder if the informer and traveler classes also use this kind of trickery. He didn't actually know what types of talents belonged to the traveler class, but the informer had a rough idea. But he knew that the star travel merchant was a high-level traveler class, which meant that the traveler class must also be somewhat mystical. Honestly, this level 3 lucky coin might not be that useful, because items of level 3 or lower wouldn't help him in his current situation. If they were level 4, he could look for crystal cores. He thought casually, if I keep going forward, I get a bronze treasure chest within an hour. The answer is still heads. Okay, finding a bronze treasure chest would be enough, but unfortunately, there are only 3 per day. Maybe I could look for iron or crystal ore? I've already used it up, so why not use it up? Go 50 kilometers in this direction and find iron or crystal ore. The answer is tails. That's all? Putting away the lucky coin, Jianglin continued his journey with a dull look. The fog dissipated 30 meters ahead. The 30-meter range of the fog-repelling collar seemed a bit limited, but there was no effective solution for the time being. To transform further, he would need an advancement scroll, but the supply of advancement scrolls was relatively low, and they had all been used on Xiox, Xiaoxia, and the others. 10:18. 2 kilometers from the shelter, Jianglin unexpectedly discovered a cave. This was the first time he discovered a cave in the fog, other than a crystal mine. A beast's lair? Glancing at the bottomless cave, Jianglin hesitated. He tried, but his spiritual sense was blocked, suggesting the cave was also shrouded in fog. The cave didn't look large, and if there was anything inside, it would be difficult to escape, so he decided not to. But just as he was about to ignore the cave and continue forward, a transparent creature the size of a corgi suddenly emerged. Xiaoying instantly became alert, and Jianglin was ready to use his sneaky steps to escape. Upon closer inspection, the transparent creature bore a striking resemblance to a slug, differing from a slug in that it had 3 tentacles on its head. It moved at a moderate pace, but not a great one either, leaving a trail of transparent slime on the snow. Knowledge-seeking slug, level 3, juvenile neutral creature, a descendant of an old god. They secrete a mucus imbued with knowledge, instantly granting specific knowledge to those who come into contact with it. However, high-level or excessive knowledge can cause mental confusion. This species possesses exceptional memory, possessing a photographic memory. They can blend into the mist, acquiring knowledge through the information within. Note, this species is neutral, but harming them could lead to unexpected disasters. It seems the seduction potion is working. Jianglin often encounters neutral creatures, but this knowledge-seeking slug is undoubtedly special. It's like a mist encyclopedia. It made him want to kidnap one, but then he read the system's message. Child kidnapping is illegal. Why do these old gods have so many descendant races? He decided that he'd also like to acquire a bunch of them someday, like the Small Axe clan and the Small Pickaxe clan. He imagined a pile of neatly arranged, strange axes and pickaxes chanting praise the Lord. That kind of scene. He shook his head, dismissing the strange thought. At this moment, the BG slug had already crawled to his feet and tapped his pants with its antennae. As if saying hello, Jianglin stroked its sleek head in response, and the slug's antennae rubbed his hand flatteringly. Why does this slug look so much like a dog? Is this seduction potion so potent? Even this kind of old god's followers aren't immune. Oh right. The BG slug has such a wealth of knowledge, surely it knows how to obtain the fog-repellent fire seed? Thinking of this, Jianglin tentatively asked, do you know about the fog-repellent fire seed? The BG slug nodded its antennae, as if in thought, then turned and moved its tail slightly outwards towards Jianglin. A pool of transparent slime remained where it was. Why does it look like? Jianglin forced himself to ignore those things and reached out to touch them. The moment he touched the slime, it quickly burrowed into his hand, and he immediately learned the information about the mist-resistant fire. Miraculous. Knowledge is power. He couldn't imagine how many secrets the misty world the misty slug race possessed. But just then, a slightly larger misty slug emerged from the burrow. It pointed its tentacles at the misty slug at Jiang Lin's feet, as if communicating with it. Then, somewhat reluctantly, the smaller misty slug turned and slithered back toward the burrow. As it walked, it turned back and nodded at Jiang Lin with its tentacles, probably saying goodbye. Jiang Lin had been about to ask more questions, but he gave up. It seemed the little slug had been sent home. If only I had one. He could only watch with reluctance as the two slugs disappeared into the burrow. The larger slug was a level 4, and it was clearly unwilling to engage him. Only the smaller slug had been lured out by the lure potion to play for a bit. The mist world truly has all sorts of creatures. Getting information about the mist-repelling fire seed so easily felt a bit surreal to Jiang Lin. Could this be the good fortune the lucky coin referred to? Whatever it was a good thing, and it allowed him to encounter other species besides the 3 dangerous creatures of the mist world. It seemed there were still many unknown parts of the mist world. Perhaps the blue star humans were just a small corner of it. Thinking of the information about the mist-repelling fire seed, Jiang Lin stroked his chin. Even though I know the information, it's still a bit hard to find. The mist-repelling fire seed is a fire that can dispel nighttime fog, effectively allowing him to travel at night. This is essentially common sense in the foggy world, a consensus among higher-level creatures. Fog-avoiding fire is also a must-have for them. However, those beings are few in number, and either have a tribe or are powerful enough. Anyone seeking to trouble them would have to consider their own strengths. So Jiang Lin had to choose another approach: find a fog-free node. A fog-free node isn't a single location, but rather a collective term for a variety of specific locations free of fog. These locations are different, but they all share one thing in common: they are outside the fog's reach and possess strange characteristics. Thus, the ruins in the mountains behind Jiang Lin's shelter likely are one of them, as they lack strange characteristics. Chapter 69. The names of these fog-free nodes are all mentioned in the introduction to the fog-avoiding fire. For example, Blood Moon Lake, Broken Mirror Mountains, Whispering Forest, Weightless Mysterious Realm, Flesh Pool Swamp, Pendulum Illusionary Realm, and Strange Desert. But it's just a name. How can he find it? Would it be too late for him to go in now and pull the little slug out and ask again? But it looked like it didn't want to communicate with him, as if its father or mother didn't want to. If he forced his way in, what if there were slugs of level 5 or higher inside that would attack him? Sigh. Also, each of these places sounded more terrifying than the last, and I had no idea what the strange features mentioned in the introduction were. How about trying our luck in that ruin? But the chances of that ruin being a fog-free node were slim, because it was too safe. They said fog-free nodes have strange features, but there were nothing in that ruin except level 3 mechanical creatures. Let's try to find level 4 creatures first. I can ask Little Greed about the fog-free nodes tonight. Glancing at the cave, with a hint of reluctance and resentment, Jiang Lin and Xiaoying continued forward. After another 3 kilometers, they encountered a level 3 beast. They had encountered level 1 and 2 creatures along the way, but they would have remained completely unnoticed if Jiang Lin hadn't revealed himself. This time, in order to explore further, he deliberately ignored the lower-level creatures, but he still needed to encounter the level 3 beast. It was a ferocious centipede, 5 meters long and as thick as 2 people could hold together. Its body sprouted countless human legs. There were perhaps 40 or 50 of them, and their appearance was extremely terrifying. The human-leg centipede, a level 3 beast, a centipede with top combat power at its level. Its joints split to transform into multiple smaller human-legged centipedes for attack. Its rapid twisting of its body creates an illusion, making it difficult for opponents to distinguish between the real and the fake. Note: this beast is dangerous. Immediate evasion is recommended. Dangerous? Jiang Lin's face displayed an expression of invincibility and loneliness, his tone tinged with amusement. To those who didn't know better, they'd think it was truly a master's match. Xiaoying, go! He swiftly executed a cunning move, slipping through a nearby tree trunk and simultaneously unleashing the snake shadow blade. Ahem. A trickster's code of conduct is to avoid direct confrontation when danger arises, and to let your subordinates take the lead if they can. The snake shadow blade flew past at breakneck speed, making no sound at all. Not even the sonic boom was nearly silent. However, this stealthy attack, upon contact with the human-legged centipede's skin, was neutralized by a single joint. The snake shadow blade was fast, but piercing the air, it proved ineffective. However, Xiaoying's attack followed closely behind, her JK uniform clinging to her body at such a rapid speed that it revealed her tall, graceful curves. The moon mirror thorns converged in her hand, sending dozens of cold beams piercing the centipede's body. One leg was lifted high, transforming into a shadow and slamming down. The centipede, worthy of its top-tier Tier 3 combat power, reacted quickly, transforming into several identical ones and dispersing. Jianglin couldn't quite keep up with their speed, so he could only wait and see, searching for an opportunity. But Xiaoying wasn't fooled by the illusion. Under the spiritual awareness of a higher-level creature, lower-level creatures had no chance of escaping. The leg missed, and she calmly aimed the moon mirror thorn at one of the centipedes. The silver spike swiftly sliced through the air, puff puff puff, piercing the centipede with dozens of large holes. The power was astonishing. No matter how many times Jianglin watched, he felt Xiaoying was in a different dimension from the other Tier 4 creatures. So far, no creature has been able to withstand the moon mirror thorn's attack, let alone the moon mirror space. So Xiaoying's strength equals his level 4 invincibility. Yes, as a summoner, that's right. A trickster? Sorry, I'm not familiar with that. Stepping out of the tree trunk, Jianglin felt a nausea as he looked at the dead-as-hell centipede with human legs. But for the sake of materials, he still put it into his system backpack, also harvesting 2 beast cores. Adding that unlucky level 3 beast I killed earlier in Iron Castle, that makes a total of 4. I wonder if that's enough to hatch snake eggs. That's 8 in total. Well done, Xiaoying. You're my most capable assistant. He gave appropriate praise. As a boss, occasional praise is necessary for employees doing a good job. Thank you, Lord. Xiaoying nodded, her cool, crystal-clear face showing no significant change. Only a slight movement at the corner of her mouth suggested she was happy. After searching the area, she found a bronze treasure chest. Just as the lucky coin had predicted. This coin does work sometimes. Tomorrow, we explore the entire alienation to see what comes up. Unfortunately, there are no crystal or iron mines within 50 kilometers in this direction. He didn't ask for more, as it's out of reach. Even if there were iron mines, he wouldn't have traveled all that far, but he already has crystal mines. And who knows what he encounter along the way? If he encounters a species like the stomach slugs, and they're not friendly. Escape might be difficult using the replica silver key, but the shelter teleport scroll could help. But he wouldn't abandon Xiaoying. Now 5 kilometers from the shelter, Jianglin and the others continued their journey. He planned to do the same as yesterday, exploring about 15 kilometers before returning. At 7 kilometers, he encountered a strange creature. Master? Xiaoying's level 4 spiritual sense naturally sensed something. Jianglin waved his hand, signaling it not to worry. With the soul-devouring ring, he should no longer be detected by level 4 or lower strange creatures. He guessed he had simply walked into the strange creature's attack range. It was a mimicking strange creature. It would transform into your shadow and follow you. If you weren't aware, you would slowly switch places with it. Eventually, you would become the shadow, and it would replace you. Of course, strange creatures wouldn't kill unconditionally. Shadows have flaws. That's it? Jianglin's lips curled in a mocking smile, and he looked down at the ground. His own shadow on the ground looked normal, yet there were subtle differences. It was too uniform. The strange creature wasn't a true shadow, so it was all uniformly black, which would be easy to miss if you didn't look closely. Even Jianglin, before he acquired the dream eye, would likely have been affected, because no one constantly and carefully observes their own shadow. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. As the strange creature's malicious intent focused on him, he had been using his dream eyes to share its vision and thoughts. So he quickly figured out how to neutralize the shadow-mimicking creature. But he refused to do that. Damn, these creatures really thought he was a pushover. He always fell for them, and he thought his dream eyes were failing. Now it seemed it wasn't the dream eyes that were failing, but rather the red-eyed dark goat man and the goat-hoofed woman who were playing by their own rules. The red-eyed dark goat man was a level 4 creature, and he could understand some of their tactics, but the goat-hoofed woman was completely unconscious. He truly hated these mystical creatures. Today, he was going to shatter them all with his own strength. He took out his refined iron hammer, then with a thought, signaled Xiaoying to follow suit. He took a deep breath, as if to vent all the anger he had previously incurred. The dark thorn ring instantly transformed into 8 thick, strange vines, blocking the shadow's path. Destroy it. The veins on his right hand, enhanced by the strange power potion, bulged as the hammer roared down, breaking with a humming sound. Xiaoying also swiftly unleashed dozens of moon mirror spikes in the direction of his attack. Bang! Snowflakes flew, and the shadows trembled and blurred for a few moments. Then, there was the sharp crackle of puff, puff, puff. The moon mirror spikes piercing the shadows. A gigantic hole suddenly appeared in the ground. Jianglin didn't stop. Even though he knew this strange power couldn't withstand Xiaoying's attack, he still felt unsatisfied. I let you transform. I let you trick me. Pretending to be a shadow, huh? Bang, bang, bang. 20 more hammer strikes followed, until he felt a little out of breath. His shadow had long since returned to normal, leaving only a dark mass in its place. No movement, presumably deader than dead. Jianglin put away the refined hammer. It felt quite good, at least quite impressive. I have to try alienating him when I get a chance, and see if I can make him a warrior. Chapter 70. Looking at the amorphous, disgusting black mass in the pit, Jianglin activated his system to investigate. Foul Shadow Shifter, a level 3 quirk. This strange creature possesses some of the abilities of a deceiver. It can transform into a shadow and blend into the shadows. If undetected, it will gradually replace the shadow's original owner within 30 minutes. Cheater? Is this a profession? The name sounds a bit like an actor or a high-level hypnotist. Recalling the 3 professions that Xiao Tian had specifically mentioned when he discussed them, Jianglin's suspicions grew stronger. But that wasn't what he was thinking about. He just wanted to know if this quirk could also produce strange items. Sure enough, the black mass quickly gathered and shrank, eventually transforming into a black garment resembling boxer briefs. Foul Shadow Briefs, a level 3, a strange item. When worn, it transforms into a shadow and blends into the shadows of living creatures. If undetected, it can gradually replace them. Limited to level 3 and below. Discovered within 30 minutes, it becomes ineffective. Note, if this item expires, you will lose part of your body or memories. Use with caution. So poorly effective, and at such a high price? What a rubbish weird item. Jianglin threw it into his special backpack without hesitation. He'd been fooled by the puppetry parchment and the mask of laughter, believing all weird items were powerful. It turns out even low-level weird items have fairly ineffective effects. This thing might be useful after it's transformed, but he clearly didn't have the extra charges for it right now. First, it's only level 3, and second, the effects aren't strong. Continuing forward, at the 12-kilometer mark, a level 3 shelter appeared ahead of Jianglin and Xiaoying. It was a crystal-encrusted house, but the owner wasn't there, apparently out exploring. I didn't expect so many around me to survive. After sighing, he led Xiaoying around the stone house, and continued on his way. Since his master wasn't there, Jianglin had no intention of going in. In fact, even he wouldn't have looked. Now with Lin Yu, a level 2 filthy touch farmer, he had even less interest in the other survivors. It was just a minor incident, and he didn't take it seriously. After walking about 2 kilometers, a strange gray light suddenly emanated from the front. A strange place appeared. The fog seemed to be blocked, and the snowflakes in that clearing seemed to have lost their gravity, floating erratically in the air. Gray Light Land. Jianglin had this thought for no reason, as if he already knew its name. And right in the center of that gray light land lay a strange gray stone slab. Eerie patterns were engraved on the stone slab, as if it were the very essence of the strange transformation, reminding Jianglin of the strange scene he had witnessed at the end of his profession. This slab of stone is too strange. It's best not to touch it. This thought suddenly occurred to him. Jianglin led Xiaoying back in the direction they had come from. Unbeknownst to him, the previously calm mist around them suddenly surged, raging like a raging fire. At the same time, the soft gray light in the grayish area behind him suddenly became dazzling, and the drifting snowflakes were violently torn apart, each fragment disintegrating into tiny fragments. As time passed, the strange scenes he had just witnessed gradually faded from his memory. 1 minute ago. An eerie whisper seemed to echo on the thread of fate, as if everything in this area had been obscured and tampered with. The voice sounded like deceiving the gods and blaspheming the world. Jianglin feels this slate is too strange. It's best not to touch it. He walked back in the direction they came from, carrying his little doll, oblivious to the anomalies around him. The whispering continued to echo. Everything he had just witnessed was like a mirage, gradually being forgotten. At the same time, in the mysterious land of gray light, amidst the silence, a strange cage, constructed from countless twisted, deformed objects emitting a strange aura, emerged without warning. A pale, slender hand reached out from the cage. It grasped the gray slate and then, along with the strange cage, quickly vanished. As if it had never appeared, a faint, mocking laugh echoed through the land of gray light. The moment the slate was taken away, the previously stable gray light began to violently distort, shooting wildly in all directions. These gray lights carried boundless fury, ripping the air wherever they passed, emitting a sharp, piercing whistling sound. The entire gray land was plunged into chaos and destruction, as if doomsday had arrived. Stop laughing. Leave now, or he's really coming. There's nothing to fear. He can't even protect himself. I'm talking about the one in the mist. His wrath is beyond the reach of you and me. Heh? He can't leave, you know. Be careful. Use your abilities now. 1 minute later, back to the original time. In the turbulent fog in the gray land, a dazzling and magnificent stargate appeared in the sky, as if it had traversed endless space. A strange wave emanated from the stargate, bringing stillness to both the gray land and the mist. Your plan has been discovered. He instigated a prison master to orchestrate this robbery. A faint voice emanated from the stargate, as if it existed nowhere in time and space. The gray land was noticeably agitated for a moment, then fell silent, as if passive. There was a pause. A voice emerged from the mist, but it carried into the void of the sky. Goddess, will you not intervene? A black misty shadow emerged from the void, seemingly pregnant with myriad wonders. But he did not respond. Seeing his lack of response, the mist seemed to understand something, and did not ask again. A long silence ensued. Another disembodied voice emanated from the stargate. Destiny has been sealed. Wait patiently. As the voice fell, the stargate transformed into starlight, and dissipated into time and space. The strange black mist in the void also vanished shortly after. A faint octopus emerged from the mist. It seemed to glance at the gray light before disappearing into the mist. The gray light suddenly dissipated, as if it had never appeared there before. 3 p.m. Jian Lin and Xiaoying returned to the Iron Fort. Everything seemed normal. I'm back a little early today, he sighed casually, and began to sort out his harvest. He threw the ferocious beast carcasses to the Iron Fort to consume, yielding 2 level 3 materials, and 2 level 2 materials. The treasure chests contained 1 bronze, 1 stone, and 5 wooden ones. All of these were obtained from casually dealing with ferocious beasts and monsters encountered along the way. He brought Xiaoying into the Iron Fort, and soon met Linyu. 2 of Linyu's tentacles were missing, evidently from the use of flesh and blood stimulants. And the feather grass and aloe vera had grown in large patches, seemingly showing good results. These 2 plants were somewhat different from those on Blue Star. Their overall appearance was very delicate, perhaps unique to the foggy world. Maybe it's just the name. No wonder it can be used to make healing potions. How effective is the induction effect? Jian Lin asked his most pressing question the moment they met. Linyu had been feeling rather bored, but upon seeing him, a flicker of joy flashed across her eyes. Hearing Jian Lin's question, she wiped the non-existent sweat from her temples and said, 100 spiritual power points of pus seeding, combined with the effect of flesh and blood-inducing induction, can produce 200 aloe vera and feather grass per day. Jian Lin pondered this, and produced a scroll. Healing Potion Scroll, Level 2, can cure minor injuries or illnesses, a best-selling item in the Misty World. 0/2 aloe vera 0/2 feather grass 0/2 crystals. This thing can finally be used, meaning it can produce 100 healing potions per day. Chapter 71. After deducting the cost, selling it directly for 50 crystals isn't too much, right? Jiang Lin calculated that selling it at 25 times the price shouldn't be a loss, and other survivors would be able to accept this price. It's hard to say if it were any higher. After all, 50 crystals are equivalent to more than a dozen level 1 creatures. He could earn nearly 5,000 crystals a day, 5 times more than he currently has. Is this the power of capital monopoly? He wasn't worried about others stealing his business, because even if they got the crafting scroll, they wouldn't be able to produce it quickly. It's freezing outside right now, making it impossible to find materials. Besides, the feather grass and aloe vera in this world don't seem to grow in the wild. They might be special plants. Even if one had a talent for planting, they couldn't obtain seeds as quickly as Linyu, who had the dual bonuses of flesh growth and alienated pus seeding. He could eat the meat, while others could only drink the soup. You go back first. No need to guard. After the skill is cast, the seed will grow on its own. Seeing that Linyu had nothing to do, Jiang Lin simply let her go. Yes, master. Linyu was very decisive, as if she had become more obedient after the transformation. Jiang Lin wondered if it was just an illusion. She left the room, leaving 2 streaks of blue slime in her wake. Jiang Lin saw this, and casually prepared a healing potion. Here, he said to the person outside, throwing the potion toward the ceiling. Linyu, standing outside, was stunned for a moment, until a healing potion appeared out of nowhere from the iron wall. She reached out to take it, a faint smile on her face. The tentacles beneath her moved a few times, and she slid through the snow toward her shelter. 50 crystals off. Jianglin ignored the small amount and sent Xiaoying back to her room while he headed for the storage room. Little Greedy still looked listless. Jianglin ignored him and asked directly, I want clues about the mistless land. How many crystals do you want? Hearing there was a deal, Little Greedy perked up, his mouth moving more vigorously. Not much, not much. 50 each. If it were before, Jianglin might have been in the mood to give him a few slaps and haggle. But now, with a steady supply of healing potions and a small pickaxe, 50 crystals was no longer a small price to him. He casually tossed out 50 crystals. Tell me the easiest and safest one to find. Little Greedy's mouth moved, swallowing the crystals, then replied, then it's the Whispering Woods. That damn place is the best place to go. But safety. Among all the fogless places, none are safe. If you have to say, the Whispering Woods is relatively safe. Jianglin frowned. How dangerous is it? He decided not to go if it was dangerous. Not the usual kind of danger. Of course, the dangers you mentioned certainly exist, but the real danger comes from the fogless land itself. What do you mean? Jianglin was puzzled. Take the Whispering Woods, for example. If you enter, you hear strange whispers at any moment. They resonate within your spiritual essence. If you can't help but join in the whispers. Little Greedy didn't continue. Seeing this, Jianglin's brows furrowed even deeper. Will you die? You don't want to know. Little Greedy's mouth curled up into a slapping smile. Riddler, it seems like it's been too long since you've been hit by my beloved fist. However, Jianglin didn't resort to violence. Xiao Tan's intentions were clear, so he was now more focused on something else. What level are the creatures in there? He was more concerned with the apparent danger than with those mystical, bizarre rules, since he couldn't resolve them. Xiao Tan uttered only 2 words, all of them. Level 9 too? Jianglin was a little shocked. Level 9, of course, there aren't any, but level 8 is very likely. But that kind of existence isn't something you and I can discuss. Although Jianglin was a little surprised, he quickly calmed down. That's not surprising. There are definitely higher level creatures in the fog, but those beings are very mysterious. For a place as eerie as the Fogless Land, it's normal for level 8 creatures to exist. He continued, if I want to go, what do I need to prepare? Prepare a coffin. Xiao Tan said halfway, then saw Jianglin clench his fists, and quickly corrected himself. Well, I mean, I need a high mental level, preferably above 50. 50 points? That seems okay. I'm already 44 now, and I need 2 more days of alienation. Before that, it's best to reach level 3. It depends on whether I can get another constitution potion. How do I get there specifically? Jianglin left the storage room, lost in thought. Xiao Tan had already told him the method to get to the Whispering Forest. It was indeed simple, but finding it without knowing the method was nearly impossible. The Whispering Forest is an independent dimension, wandering throughout all forests. If you call it sincerely, it will appear before you. Of course, this call isn't a conventional shout, but a movement similar to a ritual dance. If it were a humanoid creature, they would have to follow specific contorted movements, coordinating their movements to form a large formation-like line. After completing the entire ritual, they would naturally enter the Whispering Forest. And it had to be within the forest. Of course, Jianglin couldn't possibly go there right now. That would be too reckless. His mental acuity alone wouldn't even meet the minimum requirements. With this in mind, he pulled out the soul-devouring transfiguration technique. Since Lin Yu had used it without issue, he would learn it and transform directly to see what he could gain. After clicking to use it, a flash of white light appeared, and he instantly mastered the skill. Name, Jianglin. Talent, alienation, unique, occupation, trickster. Skills, trick, level 2, object relocation, level 2, trick step, level 3, dream eye, level 4, mysterious luck, level 5, soul devouring transfiguration, level 5, const, 28. Intellect, 44. Stamina, 76/200. Spirit, 0 out of 400. Overall rating, level 2. Looking at the soul-devouring transfiguration on the dashboard, Jianglin glanced at the ceiling with a guilty look. Ahem, system, hold on, it's fast. I wondered if it was an illusion, but the skill word seemed to flicker. Is it an illusion? Jianglin deliberately ignored it and immediately activated alienation. Click. The system panel froze for a noticeable amount of time this time. Come on, it's just a skill. Jianglin silently prayed the system wouldn't crash. You gained the skill. Soul Devourer. Soul Devourer, level 6. When the midnight mist is at its thickest, perform this technique to devour spirits. Note, this technique only works for sanity below 60. As your Soul Devourer increases, it may attract powerful unknown creatures, so use with caution. It seemed a little angry. This time, it didn't offer congratulations. Previously, it'd congratulate you on your achievement. Or something. But Jianglin ignored it. The Soul Devourer skill description is concise and clear, and its effects are several times more powerful than the standard one. First, it directly devours spirits, eliminating the need for combat, which Jianglin liked. He didn't like life or death struggles. Second, it works for sanity below 60. The remaining precautions are pretty much the same. My luck can't be that bad, right? Jianglin scratched the back of his head. After all, Lin Yu had used it without issue. The moment he closed the introduction, he muttered to himself, I'm definitely not going to get stuck with bugs anytime soon. Then he went to the hall and lined up today's treasure chests on the square table. This place has become his unboxing spot, and it's also where he made his fortune. So he makes a habit of coming here every time he unboxes something, to soak up the nostalgic luck. Chapter 72. 1 bronze, 1 stone, 5 wooden. This harvest was much smaller than yesterday's. Why did he come back so early today? Although Jianglin was a little puzzled, his attention quickly returned to the treasure chest. Looking at the bronze treasure chest, he fell into deep thought. Tomorrow, he would transmute the lucky coin. He planned to save one of the other two for a tier 3 Darkthorn ring, which could be used for both offense and defense, significantly increasing his combat effectiveness. Besides, after using them for so long, he had become accustomed to the attack methods of both weapons. To be fair, his blue-silver coil was still quite useful. With one remaining item, if he wanted to maximize the benefits, he would naturally give it a tier 4 item. He already had quite a few tier 4 items, and none of them had been transmuted. But he had never tried transmuting a treasure chest. He really wanted to try it. It would only take a day, and even if the bronze treasure chest turned into a treasure chest monster, it would still count as tier 4 combat power, so it was worth it. But thinking back to the system's anomaly just now. This isn't a bug, there's a spiritual power value, it's decided. Tomorrow there's a level 4 lucky coin. Just look for level 4 creatures. I shouldn't run into any danger. Even if I encounter a level 5, I can use mysterious luck and the silver key replica to escape. As for level 6, what am I thinking? Just pray. Putting away the bronze treasure chest, he didn't use the sacrifice method, but opened all the treasure chests one by one. One of the wooden treasure chests glowed brightly, and surprisingly, it contained a level 2. MB doll, level 2. The user makes a request. If the other party refuses, the MB doll will tear them apart. Limited to level 2 and below. Corrosive bottle, level 2. Once thrown, the liquid in it corrodes creatures and objects. Once used, it cannot be stopped, causing widespread damage. Limited to level 2 and below. Advanced scrolls 2. Invisibility potion 2. Dinosaur pajamas. Massage chair. Crude flashlight. Crystals 20. The jealous doll's effects are quite powerful. But it's only tier 2. Is the corrosion bottle equivalent to a bomb? It's useless. I've opened the invisibility potion before. But I haven't used it yet, so I keep it. No need to elaborate on the other items. He threw the dinosaur pajamas into Xiaoying's room, and the massage chair into his own. As for this tier 2 advanced scroll, he doesn't seem to have any tier 1 items left, right? He went to the flower garden and looked at the succulent vines. Delicious succulent vine, tier 1. It produces fruit that may not look very good, but it's nutritious and contains many trace elements needed by the human body. You miss its delicious taste after eating it. It's time to raise the price. He used the advanced scroll on the vine. The white light merged, and the purple vine grew larger and thicker. The succulent fruit, which used to be the size of a palm, now required 2 hands to hold. Strange flesh fruit vine, level 2. After consuming it, you don't need to eat for 3 days. The effects are the same as before, except now you can stay full for 3 days. The system upgrades are so simple, nothing compared to the alienation technique. Once you have enough, you can try alienating to level 3 and see what kind of fruit comes out. It's almost nightfall. Jianglin told Shifu Xiaoding and Xiaohao to go home. He still couldn't bear to let Xiaohao work 24 hours a day. Now that there's a healing potion business, there's no need to exploit Xiaohao. At 1023 wood. At 353 crystals. Including today's harvest, the current materials are 2023 wood, 1745 crystals. In fact, wood is useless now. Xiaofu's income is nowhere near that of Xiaohao. The exchange rate for crystals and wood is 150. This means Xiaohao earns over 16,000 wood per day. Does it feel like Xiaofu can retire? Xiaohao has been with him since the first day of his survival, so it's time to enjoy himself. Xiaohao, let's get back to work. Hey, how could I forget about the ruins? Jianlin suddenly had an idea. The ruins were filled with level 3 mechanical creatures. Isn't it better to have Xiaohao and Xiaodeng go together to farm the protection core than to chop down trees? He slapped himself hard. Damn it. How many crystals have he missed? And he doesn't have to worry about Xiaohao's safety. Xiaohao is incredibly tough. It's a powerful level 3 fighter. Those level 3 mechanical creatures are nothing compared to Xiaohao. Retire? Did I say that? Shaking his head, Jianlin suddenly discovered the avenue of capital, feeling extremely happy. Thus, thanks to the hard work of his employees, he was about to achieve crystal freedom. This feels so good. He hummed a tune as he began crafting a healing potion in the flower garden. Healing potion adds 99. Strange flesh fruit adds 190. Xiaoying, boil some water, I need a shower. He called to Xiaoying's room, then sat in the hall and opened the system interface. As usual, advertise first, then sell the product. The world chat was still bustling, but he didn't bother to read. Jianlin, first batch of healing potions out. Not 998, just 50 crystals. Today's a close call. If it weren't for the healing potion, I'd have changed my name. Limited to 99 bottles, first come, first served. His post was instantly pinned, full of prestige. Ignoring the buzzing chat, he opened the trading board and listed the 2 items. The price of the exotic fruit has gone up. At 5 crystals each, it should still be sellable. The successful transaction notification for the healing potion began to refresh slowly. Though few people could afford 50 crystals to buy a healing potion, there were still some. The truly powerful naturally didn't need it, but his target audience was the middle class. Finally, crystals plus 5,900. Looking at the 8,502 crystals in his backpack, Jianlin suddenly felt a little dazed. It was a feeling of sudden wealth, coupled with a sense of boredom and detachment. He felt out of place in this survival world. Even after lying in the bathtub, he still hadn't recovered from this state. Refreshing. Feeling the scalding water, every cell in his body seemed to relax. Xiaoying, dressed in a JK suit, waited quietly by the side, like a maid. After more than 10 minutes, the water cooled, and he finally calmed down. Money is superficial. Strength is fundamental. He stood up and let Xiaoying wipe the water stains off his body. His life was getting better. Putting his nightgown back on, he felt refreshed. Letting Xiaoying go play in her room, he used something to move himself out of his bed. The 4 beast cores he had placed next to the snake eggs with the strange eyes finally made a movement. He had absorbed 8 beast cores in total, and he could sense signs of a new life emerging. It just so happened that today was the 10th day, so he'd see if anyone was selling beast cores. The material needed to upgrade the shelter was a protection core. Beast cores were useless to most people, aside from crafting items with crafting scrolls or at a workbench. Since those at the top of the rankings could obtain protection cores, obtaining beast cores shouldn't be difficult. He simply used the effect of the Pioneer's mandatory notice today. Jianlin, beast cores for 100 crystals each. Privately message me if you have other requests. At the same time, in every shelter in the Misty World, a pop-up window appeared before every human survivor. Holy crap, someone's cheating? Boss Jianlin, that's incredible. Even number 1 can do this? That's unfair. Why does he have so much authority? Heh. Jianlin, you've caught my attention. It just so happens that I don't have much use for the beast cores I've taken, and I'm still short of crystals. If only I could have a child with Jianlin. Everyone's reaction varied, but most were shocked. Jianlin, naturally oblivious to others' reactions, posted a request on the trading platform for 100 crystals in exchange for a beast core. Soon, a trade request popped up. What he didn't expect was that hundreds of people wanted to trade for beast cores, suggesting that thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people might have obtained beast cores. It seemed he'd underestimated the overall skill level of the human survivors. Perhaps human wisdom, talent, and treasure chests could create a powerful spark. He simply spent 5,000 crystals to collect 50 beast cores. After all, he was crystal free now, earning over 6,000 a day. Chapter 73. After easily acquiring 50 beast cores, Jianlin felt he had underestimated the abilities of the other survivors. Some survivors might not be particularly strong individually, but their combined strength could surpass the average of 1 or even 2 levels, killing fog creatures. Like him, he was only a level 2 trickster, yet with Xiaoying, he could easily hunt level 4 creatures. He didn't even need Xiaoying. A small pickaxe was enough. Some survivors might have similar means, such as strange items. After all, a stone treasure chest could reveal a level 3 item. With 2 billion people, there are always some lucky ones. He estimated that the top 10 already had the means to counter a level 4, but he wondered if they could kill them. But the others' affairs didn't concern him much. He was so far ahead of them that he wasn't afraid of them catching up. Even if they opened the same treasure chest, he would always be 1 level higher than the others. How could they surpass him? Looking at the snake eggs, he arrogantly tossed 20 beast cores aside. Eggs, I let you eat as much as you want, and see if you can hatch them. Jiang Lin's mouth twitched as he saw the 12 beast cores being rapidly absorbed. You're really rude. From now on, I call you 20. Crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the snake egg, as if expressing dissatisfaction. Little one has a bad temper? Come out. Jiang Lin refused to tolerate it, and pried open the cracked eggshell. The moment the snake egg was opened, the creature inside appeared before his eyes. It was still covered in transparent mucus, but its overall appearance was already visible. Red-skinned snake, it was red all over, 3 fingers thick, and half a meter long. Its skin was smooth, with no visible scales. Its large, round eyes stared at Jiang Lin with a sparkling look. Jiang Lin scratched his head, and said something that made the strange-eyed snake's eyes widen. Forget it, I just call you Xiaohong. Hey, why do you bite? Xiaohong sounds nice and easy to remember, and you're red too. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, let go. Do you know how painful your level 4 bite is? 10 minutes later. Jiang Lin, his right hand covered in snake fang marks, finally let go. He hadn't changed the name he'd chosen. But its bite was too painful. In the end, he named the psychic pupil Snake Xiaohong. Xiaohong didn't like it, but she had no choice. She slumped listlessly on the bed, silently gnawing at the eggshell. Of course, it didn't kill him, otherwise Jiang Lin would have been poisoned to death long ago. Xiaohong was, after all, a level 4 creature. Psychic pupil snake, level 4, can assist in exploration and combat. Its eyes have hallucinogenic effects, and it possesses top-tier combat power at its level. Based on this faceplate, Jiang Lin was practically defeated in one encounter. I had originally wanted to transform the Dark Thorn ring, but now it seems I'd better leave it to Xiaohong. She can wear it close to her body and protect him. Let's talk about the God King skills later. His mental state is currently 44, and he plans to wait until 12 o'clock to test the effects of the soul-devouring technique. Xiaohong quickly devoured the eggshell, even deliberately making a crackling sound, as if to express his displeasure. Jiang Lin gently stroked its smooth skin and soothed, "Don't worry. Except for me, everyone else in this iron fortress is a junior. Your name is considered nice." Xiaohong's mood didn't improve. She closed her snake eyes and ignored him. Look, aren't names like Little Axe, Little Pickaxe, and Little Lamp much more unpleasant than Little Tong? Xiaohong opened her snake eyes, glanced at him with a rather humane look, then snuggled into his arms, closing her eyes to rest. Jiang Lin felt a bit cold, but not too cold. It felt strange, like, I hate you, but I still want to be close to you. Calling Xiaohong in bed, he waited for midnight. He opened the zone chat, ready to see if there was any noteworthy information. Compared to world chat, zone chat was relatively close, and the information was more valuable. Chat channel 10068, 4386/10,000, many people had joined the organization, and the shelter had moved to another zone. This zone had become much quieter. Fortunately, the people who left were from other countries. The Yen people seemed more accustomed to being alone. Perhaps the Yen people better understand the true horrors of this world. Fine. I finally killed a level 3 ferocious beast today. The sawtooth serpent tiger corpse. Brother, you're awesome. Did you get skills or equipment from a treasure chest? I used a strange item. I stopped talking. My eyeball fell out again. Damn. Boss Jiang Lin is trading crystals for beast cores. Do you know what beast cores are good for? It seems pretty useless. I have a level 3 strength rune crafting scroll. But that thing is useless. Who would need it when it can kill level 3 creatures? It seems you can make weapons at the workbench, but it's quite costly. I guess only Boss Jiang Lin has enough crystals to use such a powerful material as a beast core. By the way, have you found the protective core? I have no clue. Someone in World Chat said it's in the ruins, but I haven't seen any ruins either. Today I entered a strange mountain range. It felt so disorganized and strange inside that I didn't dare go any deeper. Luckily, I have the backtracking spell, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get out. Finally, he found some valuable information. The description sounded like a fogless land. Suddenly, Jianglin silently memorized the man's name, hoping to discuss the mountain range sometime. And this backtracking technique seemed quite life-saving. Time-related, I wondered which path it belonged to, the trickster? Or the traveler? Now that he had a clue about the Whispering Forest, there was no need to go to this strange mountain range just yet. After all, they were all in the same area, not too far apart. There was always a chance they would encounter them later. The clock quickly reached 12 o'clock. Soul Devouring Technique, Level 6. When the midnight fog was at its thickest, this technique was used to devour spirits. Jianglin activated the skill immediately. He felt his spirit leave his body and enter a bizarre, illusory world. Around him was a dark, red mist, with faint traces of crimson eyes and eerie tentacles floating in it, but this scene soon changed. The blood-red color of the mist faded, leaving only pure black, eventually fading to a grayish black. Didn't it seem like anything special? He was a little confused. Lin Yu's description had seemed quite mysterious before, hadn't it? He subconsciously scratched his hair, but couldn't grasp anything. He'd forgotten he was a spirit now. Soon, a dark shadow emerged from the mist, but it was clearly extremely reluctant, as if being dragged towards Jianglin. Hey, isn't that the Blackthorn Wolf? It was the first level 2 beast Jianglin encountered, the one stabbed to pieces by Xiaoying's moon mirror spear. What a coincidence! Come here. Jianglin felt a suction coming from his body, and the Blackthorn Wolf's spirit shrank and was sucked into his body. His mental faculties grew slightly. Too little, level 2 wasn't enough. Then he encountered many of the creatures he'd encountered around him. The rotten heart plague crocodile, the skeleton-faced meat grinder, the snake-maned evil tiger, the human-leg centipede. After transforming their spirits into nutrients for strength, his mental faculties finally increased by 1 point. Then, no more spirits appeared. He waited a long time again. Is there a limit to this? Jianglin felt a little unsatisfied. Never mind, every point counts. Let's just leave it at that for today. He cancelled the soul-devouring technique and returned to his body. This skill isn't very effective. It's nowhere near as fast as the alienation technique. He took Shoutong in his hand and spun it around. It was clearly reluctant, its serpentine eyes glaring fiercely at Jianglin. Unfortunately, its eyes were so big and round, so adorable no matter how you looked at them, that Jianglin couldn't help but apply a little more force. Shoutong gave up struggling, its snake eyes slightly closed, its body limp, its lifeless desire gone. Chapter 74. The number of transformations has been refreshed. Jianglin set Shoutong down, and the man and the snake stared at each other. One was radiant, the other listless. Get ready. Watch me show you how to transform a snake. Jianglin blinked, thinking he looked very impressive. Shoutong ignored him. Jianglin, unfazed, immediately activated the transformation technique on Shoutong. 200 spiritual power points overflowed, and he didn't hold back. He gave his all to his companions. Surging spiritual power enveloped Xiaodong's red snake body, and a familiar wriggling began. Xiaodong's pitch-black snake pupils began to glow with a faint blue light, and layers of inner space formed within it, like an endless abyss. Mist began to appear on its body, eventually floating in midair. It eventually became a misty snake that shifted between mist and reality. Sometimes large, sometimes small, unpredictable. Like an elf in the mist, transformed the alien eye snake to obtain the Phantom Eye Mist Snake. Phantom Eye Mist Snake, Level 5. A snake tainted by an unknown aura, it has been classified as uncanny, able to shift between real and illusory mists, aiding exploration and combat. The snake eye possesses a phantom space. Upon activation, the enemy will be devoured for 3 days and 3 nights within the illusion, severely damaging their sanity and transforming their spirit. The real time is 3 seconds, giving it top-tier combat power for its level. My leukemia? Jianglin's eyes widened. Xiaodong's skills were truly perverse. Isn't this a skill only the protagonist possesses? Why do all the mutants around me possess it? Jianglin looked at his right hand, which aimed at himself, and then reluctantly lowered it. He was truly beginning to want to stop being human. Shoutong eventually transformed back into her previous red snake form, and burrowed into his arms, presumably using him as a sleeping bag. Aside from the snake pupil, it looked identical to before. Form was no longer important to Xiaotong. If it so desired, it could theoretically transform into anything. Of course, it probably wouldn't be able to transform into anything too large, given its limited spiritual power. Jianglin took out his lucky coin again and decisively activated the transformation. 100 spiritual power points were applied to it, and this time the transformation was swift, as the coin quickly wriggled into a tetrahedron. A triangular pyramid-shaped dice. Transform the lucky coin to obtain the 4 luck dice. 4 luck dice. Level 4. Choose a desired action and roll the dice. It will predict what will happen in the next half day. A shapeless mass represents good fortune, while an infinity symbol, an inverted 8, represents bad luck. A tentacle hexagram represents unexpected good luck, while a twisted, amorphous object represents fatal misfortune. This only applies to level 4 events and below, and is effective 3 times per day. So effective? Jianglin stroked the 4 luck dice in delight, a smile on his face. The 4 luck dice could not only predict events, but also the fortunes of the next half day, greatly increasing his safety when hunting level 4 creatures. This meant he no longer had to worry about encountering large groups of level 4 creatures. Of course, that was a concern before, but now with Xiaotong, things were naturally different. Now he was worried about encountering a group of high-level creatures. That was truly. Running was too slow to open the door of the silver key replica. He should actually be thankful that the fog obscured his consciousness. Otherwise, with his 500-meter teleportation range, he would have had a difficult time escaping from the clutches of high-level creatures. Both transformations had worked surprisingly well. Now all that remained was... He took out the bronze treasure chest, eager to try. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but due to uncertainty, he had always saved the opportunity for more important things. Maybe I could give it a try this time, hoping nothing would go wrong. I didn't get it for free. This was using the number of times and 100 spiritual power points. He muttered, his eyes rolling guiltily. Transmutation activated. 100 spiritual power points covered the bronze treasure chest, and it began to wriggle. Just then, something unexpected happened. A streak of starlight, seemingly from nowhere, streaked across the ground beneath Jianglin's dazed gaze, writing a single word. Then the writing vanished, as if nothing had happened. Something within Jianglin's body was stripped away, a small portion, and merged into the treasure chest along with his spiritual power points. The treasure chest eventually sprouted human hands and legs. It was alive. Jianglin felt himself, feeling nothing unusual, but he knew this was probably the only time this would happen. The being behind the system had already issued a warning. I just didn't know if this was a violation of the rules, or if there was some other reason. Thinking of the subtle loss of power within him, he was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Master! The treasure chest knelt on one knee like a knight, its solemn voice bringing him back to reality. Hello, little box. Jianglin subconsciously chose a name, and then checked the description. Transform a bronze treasure chest to obtain a replacement treasure chest. Transform treasure chest. Level 4. This treasure chest, tainted by an unknown aura, has embarked on a strange path. It can exchange 10 low-level items for 1 high-level item. Only items of level 4 and below are effective, and they have no combat capabilities. What a loss. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have transformed the bronze treasure chest. Wouldn't it have been better to transform it directly into a silver or higher treasure chest? That way, he could exchange 10 level 4 treasure chests for a level 5 treasure chest. But isn't that too expensive? Fortunately, if I come across an upgrade scroll in the future, I can upgrade the small box. Currently, level 4 is enough. He doesn't have many high-level items, just a lot of level 1 and 2 items. He won't open any treasure chests below bronze anymore, saving them for the exchange chests. That's like 100 wooden items for 1 bronze, 1,000 wooden items for 1 silver. So expensive. Maybe I could buy it from someone else with crystals, but I don't know if they'd be willing. He wouldn't want to spend the money, and those gamblers probably wouldn't sell it if it was cheap. No need to kneel anymore. Stand up. Jianglin looked at the small box kneeling before him. It was truly polite, with a chivalrous demeanor. Yes, sir. The small box's voice was full of chivalry. The small box had no mouth. The sound seemed to come from within the opening and closing of the lid, giving it an inexplicable sense of humor. Wait a moment while I sort through my things. Jianglin began to sort through some unused low-level items for the exchange. Time goes back to when Jianglin transformed the treasure chest. In the storage room, Greedy Little seemed to suddenly sense a resentful aura, its large mouth moving a few times. Bad luck. After those 3 words, no more sound was heard. Further ahead, At midnight, in Lin Yu's shelter. On the bed, Lin Yu, having just completed her soul-devouring transformation, had a shifting expression. After a while, she spoke with a firm expression, as if talking to herself, yet also as if to someone else. I can't betray the Lord. Without the Lord, I wouldn't be where I am today. Don't show up again. If you tempt me again, I devour you. Oh, you don't understand. Without the Lord, I would one day die in the fog. The Lord has given me a new life, making me strong. I can't possibly be in cahoots with you. And the Lord is so handsome. After these words, she fell silent for a long time, as if the very being she was communicating with had crashed. Lin Yu didn't speak again, staring blankly in the direction of the iron fort. Then, there was no more sound. Jian Lin finally sorted out a lot of useless tier 2 items. Refined daggers, iron swords, iron axes, iron pickaxes, barbed wire. He took out 20 items in total, ready to test the effectiveness of the small box. If a good tier 3 item came out, he'd be able to use it after the transformation. He dropped the items into the opening of the small box. Like the greedy little one, its interior was like a black hole, absorbing everything. The small box began to dance. Literally. It began to shake. Chapter 75. Finally, the small box opened its mouth and spewed out 2 items. A brooch and a scroll. Reverse time brooch. Level 3, a unique item. Squeeze the brooch in critical moments to reverse time 1 minute in advance. Interference will render it ineffective. Only usable at level 3 and below. Note, each use reduces the user's sanity by 3 points. Reaching 0 will lead to a complete collapse. Advanced scroll. Level 3, can upgrade level 2 items to level 3. The specific effect depends on the item's characteristics. This brooch. Jian Lin felt like he had fallen in love with unique items all over again. Those shadowy underwear from the day before were definitely a surprise. This unique item can actually reverse time. Could a level 3 item have this ability? The price was a bit high, but compared to life and death, a 3-point reduction in sanity was nothing. The advanced scroll was an absolutely excellent item. He had already figured out where to use it. Tasting the sweetness of success, Jian Lin, a gambler in his element, decided to trade in all the useless level 1 items. Although a tier 2 item wouldn't be of much use to him, what if? He sorted things out again, stuffing the crude iron axe, pickaxe, solid dagger, golf clubs, pistols, shotguns, and other items into the small box. In the end, he had 30 items. The small box began to dance. Jian Lin suppressed a smile. He felt the small box had a good-night personality, and didn't want to dampen its enthusiasm. After a while, the small box spit out 3 items. Jian Lin immediately spotted the Constitution potion. Can this thing come out? What tier is it? He asked, somewhat puzzled. Master, it's ungraded. It's a random drop, but the probability is extremely low. Master, you're quite lucky. Xu Sheng replied respectfully, one hand clenched in front of him. When did my luck get so good? Jian Lin was puzzled, but didn't take it seriously. This wasn't the first time he'd obtained a Constitution potion. While the chance of finding one was low, it could be found in any treasure chest. Obtaining a Constitution potion wasn't a big deal. The Mind potion was truly rare, and finding one was a testament to exceptional luck. The other 2 items were a cloak and a pair of white socks. Soundproof cloak, level 2. When worn, it actively blocks any sound produced by one's movements, facilitating stealth and concealment, but unable to evade detection by level 3 or higher spirit senses. Instantaneous white socks, level 2. When worn, grants extreme speed, doubling one's normal speed. It can be used 3 times per hour, and after use, the legs will experience slight paralysis. They're all good stuff, but these white socks. Jian Lin felt the white socks were a bit glaring, like something dirty, but they were indeed effective. The soundproof cloak and the soul-devouring ring combined could further conceal his form. While still invisibility, he could use an invisibility potion if necessary. With these 3 combined, unless he was a level 5 enemy, no one would be able to detect him. After a moment's hesitation, Jian Lin put on his white socks. It was a life-saving item, so no matter how strange it looked. Then he put away the soundproof cloak, ready to wear when needed. Alterations like the Constitution potion were needed for maximum effectiveness, but it looked like he wouldn't be able to reach level 3 today. He picked up the advancement scroll again, and used it on the mist-repelling collar around his neck. Under the white light, the mist-repelling collar transformed. The black collar became more refined, growing black fur, and the red eyeball-like pattern became more like a real eyeball. Overall, It looks like a black lace collar. Mist-repelling velvet ring, level 3, can dispel fog within a 60-meter radius. If it were a bit more powerful, the Misty World would have to change its name. The effect hasn't changed much. The system upgrade is simple. The range has doubled, which is not bad. It just has a bit of a dark, cute vibe when I put it on. What the hell? Jianlin grumbled, gathered his things, and arranged a room for Xiaoxiang. Although the three little ones' rooms were large, they were also large, so Xiaoxiang simply let him stay in a room downstairs. Xiaoxiang naturally had no objections, and respectfully withdrew. Huh! Jianlin breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally sleep. Today was quite fruitful, most notably obtaining a level 5 little pupil. His overall strength had already undergone a qualitative transformation. It was the system's reaction today that had him concerned. His suspicions were true. The system truly was the creation of a higher-level being. What was the purpose of designing such a survival system for such a being? Shaking his head, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Whatever the other party's intentions were, it was not something he could change now. All he could do was strive to become stronger, nothing more. Gazing at the ceiling, he unknowingly fell asleep. In his dream, he saw 3 more balls of light, the half-torn one even dimmer. But before he could examine them more closely, a suction force pulled him into an indescribable place. He felt this place was unknowable, unimaginable. He saw, yet it was as if he saw nothing at all. It was utterly bizarre. A frantic flute echoed, wailing. There was no concept of time or space here. It seemed to exist outside of time and space, yet it existed in all time and space. He felt as if he had touched something, yet it seemed as if nothing had happened. Finally he woke. Congratulations to the survivors for successfully spending 10 days in the foggy world and adapting to life here. A new challenge is about to begin. Please maintain your enterprising spirit. Stagnation will only lead to destruction. You will face new competitors, a new wave of survivors arriving in the foggy world. They may not be friendly, so you must learn to discern them. Perhaps disasters may not come from visible sources, so you must practice careful observation. In 20 days, a major fog wave will occur, disrupting the fog and causing all areas to reshape randomly. Be prepared. Good luck surviving. Jianlin felt a little dizzy. After a while of adjusting, he didn't notice any changes in himself, which was extremely strange. But his attention was quickly drawn to a system notification. New survivor? Jianlin was surprised that the Blue Star survivor wasn't the only one. The situation is getting complicated. It's well known that the Blue Star people, while dominant on the planet, are not considered strong either intellectually or physically. These new survivors were clearly not comparable to the animals defeated by the Blue Star people. They were likely from a different civilization, perhaps possessing intelligence and physiques far superior to those of the Blue Star people. As for the fog tide, he had long known about it and wasn't worried. 20 days was plenty of time for him to prepare. Checking the system interface. Browsing the world chat and regional chat, they were all about system prompts, but there wasn't much valuable information. It seemed no one had encountered the so-called new batch of survivors yet. Is the system cultivating goo? Or? Jianlin pondered, but how could he possibly know the thoughts of such beings? Without further thought, he would deal with the enemy with his troops, and the water with his earthwork. He had the alienation technique, and those survivors from other civilizations weren't necessarily any better than him. Click! Xiaoying pushed the door open, wearing a JK top. She was wearing white silk stockings today, looking youthful and lovely. Seeing Jianlin awake, her eyes flickered with surprise, clearly surprised that someone who usually slept so soundly would awaken on their own today. Master, it's dawn. It called out again, then stood quietly, awaiting orders. Jianlin glanced at his arms. Xiaotong was staring at him with her snake-like eyes. Seeing him looking, she pretended to close her eyes again. Hey, quite the Sundara. Jianlin smiled, but didn't deliberately tease Xiaotong. Wait for me in the hall, he ordered, sinking into the bed. Transferring objects had become a habit for him, a combat skill transformed into a life skill. Everything went on as usual: eat fruit, drink water, wash up, and send the 3 little ones to work. The difference from before was that he had Xiufu and Xiaoding go to the ruins to kill the mechanical creatures. There was no way he could cut down trees again. Who would cut down trees when they had crystals? Then he took Xiaotong and Xiaoying with him to get the crystal cores. He took out the 4-moment dice. Chapter 76. The palm-sized dice felt strange, like grasping the ethereal thread of fate. I head to the left of the cabin to find the crystal core, he thought as he threw the 4-moment dice toward the ceiling. A flash of spiritual intuition struck him, And he grasped the dice. Tentacle hexagram. Unexpected good luck. Great. Jianlin smiled. This meant not only would we find the crystal core, but we might even find something unexpected. Let's go! He said to Xiaoying beside him, full of energy, and pushed open the iron fortress gate. Openness, that was his first impression. The fog had been dispelled by the fog-repelling ring to a distance of 60 meters. This distance was wide enough for Jianlin to feel like he was back on Blue Planet. The snow continued to fall. He glanced at the temperature, -10 degrees Celsius. The temperature had risen by 20 degrees Celsius. Did this indicate another natural disaster? He recalled the system's notification today and frowned slightly. But then he put the matter aside for the moment and began walking to the left with Xiaoying. His shelter should be more than adequate for any natural disaster. Even with the alienation refreshed tonight, he could reach level 3. The disasters in the misty world shouldn't be so severe that even he couldn't survive. Yesterday, he had agreed with Linyu that she would go to the Iron Fortress to help the crops grow. There was nothing else to worry about. I just wonder what unexpected gains we have. Jianlin and Xiaoying left 2 sets of footprints in the snow, and he felt a surge of anticipation. For kilometers to the left of the shelter. Plop! A level 3 ferocious beast fell straight to the ground, its body twitching twice before remaining motionless. Jianlin and Xiaoying slowly approached, putting the beast's core and the carcass into their backpack. Unfortunately, there was no treasure chest. Xiaodong's snake eyes held a hint of human disdain, as if she had no interest in beings of this caliber. Xiaotong, you're my most capable subordinate. Jianlin stroked the snake's head, a look of relief and joy on his face. Xiaoying, does that sound familiar? This level 3 beast naturally died at the hands of Xiaodong's eye. Within Xiaotong's illusionary realm, it was devoured for 3 days and 3 nights, its mind collapsing and its death. In reality, only 3 seconds had passed. If you can't withstand Tsukuyami, it only proves your willpower is weak. Jianlin didn't forget to whip the corpse of the unfortunate level 3 beast. He believed that with enough determination, he could still make it through the 3 days and 3 nights. Level 5 creatures should be able to withstand it, but they probably wouldn't be in great shape. As for those below level 5, Xiaotong would probably slay them with a single glare. Unknowingly, Jianlin had become invincible at level 5. You say Xiaotong is the only one who's strong? Excuse me, I'm a summoner, and summoned beasts are part of my strength. I'm so unfamiliar with the trickster. Continuing on his way, he put away the previous 5-kilometer beacon and decided to walk 20 kilometers. But before he'd gotten very far, he encountered a level 4 monster. Amazing! Jianlin couldn't help but marvel at the powerful predictive power of the 4-moment dice, gazing at the massive figure in the distance. Human? A gigantic, obese woman uttered a shrill, questioning sound. She wore a yellow and black silk robe, beneath which sprouted numerous tentacles, revealing pale skin covered in pustules. Jianlin gazed at the massive figure. She was about 5 meters tall, with an ugly, bloated face. Swelling beauty, level 4 monster. Putting aside her strange abilities, she's at least alluring, isn't she? Go for it, system, you did this on purpose, didn't you? It's just a glitch, a bug. Why are you holding a grudge? Jianlin really didn't want to watch any longer. He felt his eyes were tainted. Xiaotong, fix this quickly. He held Xiaotong in his hands, and pointed it at the swollen woman. Xiaodong's eyes showed a human-like disdain, but she obediently activated the illusionary space. The swollen woman was still a little dazed, clearly unprepared for the invasion of tiny humans. Then, a look of terror appeared on her face. A pair of snake eyes enlarged until they enveloped her in a strange space. There was no concept of time or space here. Huge, ferocious snakes began to devour her body, causing her to experience unprecedented pain and torment. She wanted to scream, but no sound came out. 3 days and 3 nights passed in this debilitating torture, and her mind had long since collapsed. In reality, 1, 2, 3. Jianlin estimated the time and counted for 3 seconds. The swollen woman in front of him, who seemed petrified, finally moved. Ah! 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 She suddenly let out a piercing, sharp roar, her enormous, voluptuous body trembling uncontrollably like a madman. Jianlin covered his ears. This is madness. Your willpower is so weak. It seems you're not the protagonist of a novel, he complained, motioning Xiaoying to finish off this disgusting monster. Xiaoying's eyes flashed with joy. Finally finding a place to use her skills, she worked extra hard, blasting the moon mirror in her hand with a swift thrust, her speed seemingly a fraction faster than usual. With a piercing sound of puff, puff, The swollen beauty fell to the ground with a thud, sending up a large cloud of snow. The screams finally ceased, and silence fell. A sticky, unidentified liquid flowed across the ground, its contents unknown. Jiang Lin put away the crystal core, still feeling a bit surreal. A level 4 creature had lost its mind at the mere sight of Xiaodong's glare. Higher-level creatures truly crush lower-level creatures. Without alternative means, the survivors would likely be slaughtered by these higher-level creatures. Xiaodong, at the peak of level 5, was so powerful. How much stronger would a level 6 creature be? Jiang Lin didn't dare to dwell on it. Suddenly, he remembered what Xiaodong had said. Sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing. Perhaps his mere thought would attract the attention of some being? At that thought, he quickly cleared his mind. He could only do what he could. His primary goal right now was to obtain more crystal cores. Other matters weren't his concern. He put away the bloated beauty's corpse. After all, it was a level 4 creature. Although the monster didn't produce materials, he felt it might have other uses. He searched the surroundings, but found no treasure chests. Just as the 4-luck dice predicted, he successfully obtained the crystal core, but he hadn't encountered any unexpected good fortune yet. He decided to explore the 20 kilometers he had planned. He continued on his journey. The journey was smooth sailing. Xiaodong instantly defeated any level 3 creatures he encountered, leaving Jiang Lin completely deprived of the joy of combat. At 13 kilometers, he came across a shelter. Unlike yesterday, there were 2 people inside. He had initially intended to ignore it, but the conversation inside caught his attention. "Please, my lower body hurts so much, stop torturing me. Please let me go, even if I be your slave. Please, it hurts so bad." It was a woman's plea for mercy, but it was clear the other person didn't want to pay any attention. So ridiculous? Jiang Lin was stunned. He hadn't expected to stumble upon something like this. Couldn't this be the good fortune the 4-luck dice had promised? It couldn't be. With the survivor's current abilities, they weren't good enough to qualify as his good fortune. Besides, he didn't think a woman who could be captured and a man with such vulgar tastes could be capable of anything. "Xiaoying, go check it out. If that's the case, just kill them. Don't worry about the woman." He didn't want to pay attention, but he didn't mind spending a little time to resolve the matter. "Yes, master," Xiaoying responded, then hurried towards the shelter. Jiang Lin waited for a moment, until a man's exclamation came from inside, and then there was no more movement. Xiaoying returned quickly, and the matter was resolved quickly. The woman was released. Jiang Lin ignored the incident and continued on his way, asking as he walked. "Yes, master." Nodding, Jiang Lin didn't ask for details. Xiaoying was very smart and efficient. He was surprised that even in this world, such a person could survive until now. Fate is truly unpredictable. Chapter 77. Please wait a moment. Just as Jiang Lin was about to continue forward in search of better luck, a weak female voice called out to him. Jiang Lin turned his head, somewhat puzzled, and finally got a clear look at the poor woman's appearance. She wasn't particularly pretty, just above average. She was draped in a men's coat, floating in midair. Her natural talent must be flying. To be caught even with flying skills? How careless. Jiang Lin suppressed the urge to complain and remained silent, frowning at the woman. "I know you don't want to talk to me, but I'm not asking for help. I just want to repay you by providing you with some information." The woman was sincere. "Oh." Jiang Lin remained expressionless, uttering 3 cold words, "Tell me." He didn't want to trust a stranger, but he didn't mind hearing what she had to say. Perhaps this had something to do with his unexpected good fortune. 3 kilometers in this direction, there's a dilapidated temple. It seems you can learn a skill by entering it. The woman tightened her clothes, shivering slightly as she continued, "I met the man there. He used waterbending to capture me, and then—" "Don't worry," he said it himself. "He was very excited when he tortured me. So he's probably not lying." The woman choked up at this, and her trembling intensified. Jiang Lin, noticing how cold she was, simply waved her hand. "Go back. I understand. Whether it's true or not, thank you for your kindness." In reality, he had already determined that this was likely true. There was no need for the woman to deceive him. Besides, the 4 fortunes dice had predicted that his trip would yield unexpected gains. The woman staggered back, thanking him over her shoulder as she went, but Jiang Lin ignored her. Soon, banging sounds echoed from the shelter, interspersed with the sound of cutting. Unsure of what the woman had done, Jiang Lin didn't bother to investigate. This was the end of the world, and it was also human nature. If you don't protect yourself, you could be bullied at any moment. You must learn to be prepared for danger. This woman possessed the skill of flight, Yet she possessed the ability to control water, demonstrating her intelligence. He only took this matter for the sake of convenience, as it wouldn't cost him anything anyway. Who would have thought he'd actually get a useful clue? Good deeds are rewarded? No, I only believe in power. This must have been the effect of the 4-moment dice. If it hadn't been for the 4-moment dice, he wouldn't have listened to a single word the woman said. Even his actions were predicted? Fate was truly mysterious. He led Xiaoying towards the so-called temple. If it was as the woman said, he might gain a skill. The journey was uneventful. It could be said that even the creatures they encountered weren't anything to worry about. Xiaotong could handle them with a single glance. Soon, they came upon the so-called temple. It was a ruined structure constructed from massive black stones, covering several hundred square meters. Only the faintest glimpse of what had once been a sacrificial temple could be seen. Each stone was engraved with intricate and eerie patterns, the lines twisting and interweaving like living creatures, as if to draw one's mind within, to experience the passage of time. At the entrance stood 2 eerie statues, one headless, the other relatively intact, with an octopus-like head and dressed in ancient priestly robes, a truly bizarre sight. Be on guard. Jianglin pulled out the silver key and issued instructions to Xiaoying, who stood beside him, and Xiaotong, who was in his arms. After a moment's thought, he donned his soundproof cloak again. After confirming the reverse time brooch on his chest was still there, he headed for the temple. Stepping into the temple, dim light seeped in from the shattered ceiling, and the air was filled with the scent of the ocean, mingled with a faint fishy odor. The first thing he saw was the center of the temple, a mottled stone platform, engraved with strange symbols and patterns. The platform seemed to be inlaid with crystals, emitting a faint blue glow. If you truly try to memorize those patterns, they will vanish from your mind, which is quite strange. Will dismantling it yield crystals? Jianglin immediately thought of this. But he quickly dismissed the daring idea. If you don't act, you won't die. In a temple like this, which survives in the mist, who knows to whom it is dedicated? If the person is still alive, it's likely to be detected. After circling the temple and finding nothing else, Jianglin returned to the stone platform. Looks like this is where I gained skills. Jianglin pondered, but he wasn't sure how to proceed. Reach out and touch it like in the novels? Wouldn't that be too hasty? But he tried anyway, and nothing happened. Jianglin felt a little embarrassed, glancing at Xiaoying beside him, who was also staring at him with sparkling silver eyes. Is it going to drip blood? For some reason, Jianglin thought of his enhanced but. Damn, that's so vulgar. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the blasphemous thought. But at that moment, his hand on the stone platform felt a vibration. Buzz, a ringing sound came from his ears, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was in a space made of bubbles. All around him was darkness, and countless bubbles of varying sizes emanated a dazzling array of colors. Is this a skill selection? Jianglin's intuition told him the answer, a truly bizarre one. But looking at the radiant bubbles, he was faced with a dilemma. There were 8 colors in total: red, yellow, blue, green, orange, white, black, and gray, all varying in size. Don't choose those with the 5 basic colors. That's common sense in novels. Don't choose black and white. They're too ordinary. That left gray, pick the largest one. Jianglin's intuition stirred, and the largest gray bubble appeared before him. He reached out to touch it. Buzz, a ringing sounded in his ears, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back to reality. You feel the call at the Temple of Kshur and gain the skill. Gray Light Avatar. Gray Light Avatar, Level 4. The user consumes stamina and splits some of their spiritual consciousness to create a gray light avatar. Limited to 1, the avatar's strength depends on the stamina consumed and the number of split spiritual consciousnesses. The avatar can use all the original skills, with skill consumption synchronized with the original. The user can recall the avatar at any time, and it will be ineffective if interrupted or blocked. Temple of Kshur? Thank you for your gift. Jianlin read the skill description and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The practicality of this skill is self-evident. The avatar's ability, with no side effects, is extremely useful for both exploration and combat. Let's give it a try. He attempted to use Gray Light Avatar by spending 1 stamina point and 1% of his spiritual consciousness. Then, a gray light emerged from his body, resembling a gray Jianlin, looking a bit strange. A little gray figure? The key point is, why is it a smaller version? Looking at the avatar in front of him, only knee-high, he felt a bit amused. The consumption was indeed less, but concentration is the essence. Controlling his avatar for a few runs, jumps, and tumbles, it felt like he had an extra body. Controlling two bodies simultaneously felt incredibly magical. What would happen if I mutated the gray light avatar? Jianlin hadn't thought of this for some reason. He wanted to mutate everything he saw now. But on second thought, he decided against it. If things weren't handled right, there would be serious problems, and he didn't want to play a fistfight with himself. The gray light avatar's skills were at level 4, so the maximum combat power it could generate could reach level 4. But he was only level 2 right now, and even if he advanced to level 3 tonight, it would only be level 3. He could use his skills first, then exploit the bug and reach level 5 later. He felt like the system was getting a little annoyed because it had been glitch-free lately. Take it easy, no rush, wait a while. When he retracted the avatar, his stamina would disappear once it was used, but his spiritual awareness would return instantly. If something happened to the avatar, his spiritual awareness would slowly improve. After all, his consciousness was still there, it just wouldn't come back as quickly as if it were directly retracted. Chapter 78. After testing his skills, Jianlin fiddled with the stone platform for a bit, only to find it wouldn't fit into his system backpack. He tried to lift it directly, but that didn't work either. How about a transformation? Jianlin's eyes rolled, but he dismissed the idea. For some reason, he felt something bad might happen if he did. Besides, since the temple had been so generous with its skills, it wouldn't be a good idea for him to be too greedy. Why was it called the Temple of Chur? What was that nameless call? He silently kept these questions in mind. Seeing that the stone platform showed no sign of offering any more skills, Jianlin left with Xiaoying, somewhat disappointed. Before leaving, he dropped a locator beacon in a corner of the temple, making it easy to check back later. He glanced at the permanent sanctuary pointer. It was 15 kilometers from the Iron Fort, not far. He continued in his original direction, vowing to explore the remaining 20 kilometers to the left before returning home. He used his gray light avatar, expending 30 stamina points and a small portion of his spiritual awareness, to have the avatar scout ahead and search for valuable items. This time, the avatar was normal size, resembling Jianlin, a figure made of gray light. Let's call him Little Gray. Jianlin stroked his chin, and the avatar did the same. The feeling of facing himself was indeed strange. He controlled the avatar to run toward the fog ahead. Without the fog-repelling fleece, the avatar's field of view was limited, only about 6 meters, but sufficient for exploration. Jianlin and Xiaoying followed closely behind, treading through the snow. They had only walked less than 2 kilometers. Incredibly, whether by luck or something else, the avatar actually made a discovery. Silver treasure chest. The gleaming silver treasure chest lay beneath the tree, with nothing else around. Jianlin controlled his avatar and charged forward. He wasn't afraid of a surprise attack. He could retract it at any time. And then he had the treasure chest. This isn't fog science. Little Gray Jianlin scratched his head, feeling like he hadn't figured it out. This seemed to have happened before, when he encountered. Oh my god! A cloud of fog, unlike the fog itself, rapidly approached, threatening to engulf the avatar. So you're here. Jianlin controlled his avatar to retreat rapidly, while his main body, Xiaoying, hurried back in the direction they'd come from. The fog, now blue, then green, then red, was several times larger than when he'd first seen it. Jianlin even felt like it would one day engulf the world. The avatar quickly reunited with his main body. Jianlin used borrowed object displacement to retrieve the silver treasure chest, turning to examine the rapidly approaching fog. Crawling mist. Level 6? Strange, a projection of an old god's power. Perhaps they themselves have forgotten it exists, and have allowed it to develop unchecked, now partially retracting their body. This manifests as a spreading, ever-expanding mist. It won't attack, but contact will assimilate you. If you crave freedom and immortality, you can try contact. Level 6. Jianlin watched the crawling mist spread to the other side, unable to conceal his shock. Luckily, he was far enough away. His avatar had only encountered its outermost edge, otherwise he might have had to use the replica silver key to escape. This crawling mist is too terrifying. He simply can't provoke it now. I wonder if the level 6 Iron Fort can withstand it. Thankfully, a major fog surge will occur in 20 days, perhaps allowing them to leave this area and avoid facing this terrifying projection of the old god's power. I found another treasure chest behind the crawling mist for free, and it was silver. I don't know if this was luck or misfortune. The unfortunate level 4 creature guarding the treasure chest was either swallowed or escaped. Jianlin guessed it had escaped. While the crawling mist was fast now, it wasn't so fast that a level 4 creature couldn't escape. If his gray light avatar, formed with 30 HP, could escape, it meant even a level 2 creature could survive. With the crawling mist around, the creatures in this area are in such dire straits. Jianglin took out the 4-moment die and decided to predict whether to return or explore in a different direction. Take a detour back home through the mountains behind the shelter to find the crystal core. Jianglin thought as he threw the dice into the air. When the dice landed, he reached out to catch it. Infinity symbol. Not going well. Looks like he won't encounter a level 4 this way. He have to change his plan. Detour back from the front of the shelter to find the crystal core. Invisible mass. Good luck. Good. Jianglin put away the dice, a look of joy on his face. Looks like I can harvest 2 crystal cores today. Level 4 creatures are indeed difficult to find, and the area he can explore each day is limited. If it weren't for the 4 movement dice, I wonder how long it would take to collect 5 crystal cores. It's already 2:13 p.m. If we hurry, we should be able to get back almost there. One person and one doll advanced quickly. Xiaoying, dressed in a JK jeans, danced like ice on the snow. Jianglin was much more aggressive, sending mud and snow flying wherever he passed. Xiaotong stared at him with snake-like eyes in his arms. In the fog ahead of him, little gray Jianglin dashed left and right, blazing a trail for his main body behind. At this moment, Jianglin's original form abruptly stopped, and Xiaoying quickly stopped too. The avatar was in trouble. Even on the other side, Xiaoyi's avatar was trapped in a swirling, pitch-black fog, hiding an unknown number of twisted skeletons. The avatar's dream I activated. All the skeletons within range were it, yet they were not it. A surge of malevolence emanated from all directions. This must be a level 4 creature, but he hadn't yet located its true form. Or rather, he had found it. All the skeletons around were the true form of this strange creature. The field of vision was fragmented into countless parts, all staring fiercely at the avatar, eager to tear apart the human who had intruded into its territory. To defeat it, he had to instantly annihilate all the skeletons, or have Xiaotong attack its mind directly. Jianglin wasn't ready to send his original form over yet. To be on the safe side, he wanted to use his avatar to test the creature's abilities first. Sure enough, he didn't have to wait long. The skeletons began to emit a thick fog filled with bones. He also understood their intentions through his dream eyes. This fog can transform anyone who comes into contact with it into skeletons, their consciousness collapsing. That's it? Jianglin chuckled and retracted his avatar. The gray light avatar transformed into gray light and disappeared into the fog. At his main body, sensing the return of his spiritual consciousness, Jianglin signaled Xiaoying to follow him and then walked towards the skeletal fog. Xiaotong, be prepared. Activate your abilities as soon as the fog appears. Don't give them a chance. As they walked, he held Xiaotong in his arms and said to her, protect me. If their mind isn't broken, use the moon mirror space. Yes, master. Xiaoying was obedient, and Jianglin still had confidence in her. Soon, he spotted the pitch-black fog and opened it to investigate. Abyssal Mist Skeleton Slug, a level 4 ferocious beast, formless. Any skeletons in the thick fog can be considered its true form. It can unleash a corrosive skeletal fog, which permeates the body and consciousness of anyone who comes into contact with it, transforming them into skeletons and destroying their consciousness. Note: still not fleeing? Jianglin didn't get a closer look as the Abyssal Mist Skeleton Slug was swooping down at breakneck speed. Xiaotong. With Jianglin's shout, Xiaotong's snake eyes emanated strange vibrations, and the Abyssal Mist Skeleton Slug instantly ceased its surge. Luckily, Xiaotong had a mental attack, otherwise this level 4 beast would have been difficult to deal with. Xiaoying would have been helpless against it without the moon mirror space. If Jianglin were engulfed, he would likely have had to use a replica of the silver key to escape. The Abyssal Mist Skeleton Slug's mind, now consuming it for 3 days and nights in the illusionary space, showed signs of collapse. 3 seconds later, the Abyssal Mist Skeleton Slug emerged from the illusion, and the entire thick fog trembled and twisted. It began to sway from side to side, poised to charge at Jianglin and the others. Is he crazy? He's not dead yet. Jianglin retreated, signaling Xiaoying to attack. Chapter 79. Moon Mirror Thorns. Xiaoying flashed, shielding Jianglin while raising her hand. Her frail figure felt remarkably safe. Dozens of moon mirror thorns shot at the Abyss Mist Skeleton Slug at high speed, piercing its foggy body with dozens of massive holes in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, however, this attack had little effect. The Abyss Mist Skeleton Slug had long lost its mind, and was charging forward instinctively. Retreat! Jianglin, seeing the situation was dire, quickly retreated with a subtle step, even employing the acceleration of his instant white socks. In the blink of an eye, he retreated over 30 meters. Xiaoying, naturally also extremely fast, dodged the Abyss Mist Skeleton Slug's attacks, and continued to shield Jianlin. Do we need to use the moon mirror space? Jianlin had never felt so difficult to kill a level 4 ferocious beast. This Abyss Mist Skeleton Slug's characteristics were truly abnormal. Not only was it enormous, and had no physical form, but every skeleton in the thick fog was considered its own body. He was having a hard time dealing with it. Just as he was pondering a countermeasure, he suddenly felt his arms loosen, and a red shadow flashed from his chest. Xiaotong? Jianlin exclaimed in surprise. As he stared in astonishment, Xiaotong's entire body enveloped in a hazy mist, quickly transforming into a ferocious snake mouth over 10 meters tall. The snake's mouth opened ferociously, revealing sharp, massive fangs. Without hesitation, it pounced on the abyssal mist skeleton slug and bit down fiercely. Crack! Snowflakes drifted down, and the surroundings were deadly silent. Swallowed it directly? Jianlin was a little confused. He had thought Xiaotong was only powerful in her phantom form, but he hadn't expected her to be so formidable in physical combat. She was worthy of being a top tier 5. Even a difficult 4th level creature was easily defeated by her. Luckily, he had given the alienation to Xiaotong, otherwise Xiaoying might have had to use the moon mirror space to resolve the situation. The mist from the snake's mouth shifted, shrinking, and eventually reverting to the form of a small red snake. Xiaotong twisted in midair, returning to Jianlin's palm. A crystal core was spat out, and Xiaotong sensed it. The corpse could be spat out at any time. So this stomach also has a storage function? Jianlin was puzzled and impressed. Well done. I breed you someday. He touched Xiaotong's snake head. Xiaotong gave him a humane glance, but didn't register. Aloof? Jianlin wasn't annoyed. He was always tolerant of those who had contributed. After searching around, he found a silver treasure chest and accepted it with a smile. Today was truly worth it. Not only did he gain the skill grade Light Incarnation, but he also obtained 2 silver treasure chests and 2 crystal cores. I won't go into detail about the other miscellaneous gains. Go home, Jianlin said to Xiaoying, his face beaming as he headed towards the shelter. I thought the day was over, but something unexpected happened along the way. Wooden house? Human? Jianlin looked at the dilapidated level 0 wooden house in the distance with a hint of doubt. Near the wooden house, a young girl with golden hair was chopping trees. Her clothes were strange, reminiscent of those high-tech tights from sci-fi movies. System probe. Golden human survivor, level 1. No detailed introduction, right? The system indicated that another survivor would be arriving today, but he hadn't expected them to be so casually dropped near his shelter. It seemed unfair to the newcomers, or had the system evaluated these new survivors to be able to quickly catch up to the blue-starred humans? What were their special qualities? Jianlin's mind raced. He decided to approach this newcomer and learn more about the golden human race from her. As Jianlin approached with Xiaoying, he made no effort to conceal his steps, so the girl quickly noticed something was amiss. The fog-repelling velvet ring had a wide range, and the mist receded rapidly. A flash of alarm flashed across her golden eyes. Upon catching sight of Jianlin and Xiaoying, she frowned, then relaxed, as if rapidly pondering a strategy. She was indeed quite clever, at least calm and analytical. Jianlin admired her inwardly, but remained expressionless. The girl looked about the same age as an 18-year-old blue-star human, with a rather Western appearance and a refined demeanor. She also quickly determined that Jianlin and his group were powerless, and acted accordingly. Respected level 2 blue-star human, what can I do for you? The golden human girl responded with neither servility nor arrogance. I ask you answer, Jianlin said without further ado. This girl was quite intelligent. Perhaps this was a trait of the golden human race? Yes, your excellency. Enough, one more trait. What time did you arrive? My lord, 9 o'clock. How many of you are there? 1 billion. What's your talent? Mist transformation. Jianlin paused. He suddenly felt it was extremely unsafe to leave an alien near the shelter, so he took out the vassal contract and shook it. You're smart, but you're unlucky, or maybe you're lucky, so you know what to do, right? The girl glanced at the vassal contract, probably checking it with the system. A flash of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I understand, master. So you call me master? He truly had his own unique qualities. Even a decisive woman like Lin Yu hesitated for a moment. This young woman was incredibly clever, knowing that even the slightest hesitation could spell her doom, so she made a decisive choice. But the more clever and decisive she was, the more Jianglin couldn't let her take root near him, unless she was willing to become his complete vassal. The young woman bit her finger and signed the contract. The moment the contract took effect, Jianglin could clearly sense her slight struggle, but she quickly gave up, resigned to her fate. "What's your name?" "Master, my name is Sophia and van der Velde Wis, sir." "Stop!" Jianglin quickly waved her off. If he didn't stop her, the young woman had no intention of stopping. The Golden People's names were simply too complicated. "From now on, I call you Sophia. Also, just call me Master." "Yes, Master." Jianglin then inquired in detail about the Golden People's situation. Signing the vassalage contract was simply to ensure Sophia wouldn't lie. After the contract was signed, Sophia could no longer harbor any thoughts against him. He could also sense her loyalty. If she wasn't, the contract would immediately extinguish her spirit. The so-called golden humans were actually another civilization, perhaps even humans from another dimension. They were somewhat similar to the humans of Blue Star, but their civilization was far more advanced. They could communicate through brainwaves, resulting in high intelligence and rapid information processing. Furthermore, their civilization lacked the concepts of nation and family. Everyone was merely a victim of civilization's progress, their work assigned by a machine-like intelligent brain. So, there was no need to worry about her doing anything for the golden humans. She had no such concept. She had worked like a machine since birth. That was why Sophia was more receptive to slavery, because she had been no different from a slave to begin with. She had only just arrived in the misty world and knew less than Jianglin, so she didn't have any valuable information. "Let's go, I find you a new seat." After asking enough questions and signing the shelter ownership agreement with Sophia, Jianglin headed towards the cabin, ready to place Sophia near Linyu. It just so happens that he can teleport back directly. Sophia's mist transformation technique transforms her into a cloud of mist, which should be a traveler's path. Now that she's half a member of the family, it's easy to protect her. Perhaps she'd be useful in the future. With Sophia's example, he finally understood how the system deployed survivors. It was truly completely random. "I just don't know how many races have entered the Mist world this time. Judging from the golden humans, these new survivors shouldn't be low in ability. They're likely naturally stronger than the Blue Star people in some way, otherwise they wouldn't be deployed later." Chapter 80. "Yes, Master," Sophia replied sternly, then followed Jianglin. She had no particular feelings about becoming Jianglin's subordinate. It was more like she had finally found a purpose, having been lost before. Born to be a tool following orders, it was hard for her to become a survivor solely focused on her own survival. It was fine for a short time, but she might lose her motivation any longer. Jianglin had no intention of exploring her thoughts. This incident was just a minor incident for him. He had taken Sophia under his wing simply because he didn't want anything uncontrollable around the shelter. After all, picking up a free worker wasn't a loss, was it? And after seeing Sophia's cabin today, he had a vague idea. What if he upgraded a few more shelters and transformed them all into mobile iron fortresses? Thinking of this, Jianglin couldn't help but feel excited. That would be a weapon of war, a mobile plundering city. With a flash of blinding white light, a sense of weightlessness descended. Jianglin was the first to leave the cabin. Everything went smoothly. He had placed Sophia's cabin 100 meters away from Linyu. This area was within the range of Iron Fort's tentacles, breeding and hunting. Safety was assured. He would let Sophia develop on her own for now, and we'd deal with other matters later. Thinking of this, he looked at Sophia, who was quietly following behind him. "You develop here and upgrade the shelter as much as possible. If you encounter any difficulties, contact Linyu and await my further instructions." He pointed in the direction of Linyu's shelter. "Yes." Sophia nodded. She showed no extra emotion, perhaps a trait of the golden human race. Seeing this, Jianglin said nothing more and returned to the shelter with Xiaoying. As soon as she entered, she saw Linyu, her two tentacles empty, staring blankly at the flower bed. "Jianglin." "Master." Seeing him, Linyu perked up noticeably. She wanted to call him by his name, but quickly changed her tune. Jianglin felt strange and waved his hand. "If you're really uncomfortable, just call me by my name. The name doesn't matter anyway." "Okay." Linyu's lips curled slightly. But then she turned serious again, bit her lip, and said, "Jianglin, I have something to tell you. It's very important, and it may be related to you." "Oh, tell me." Jianglin frowned. "Last night, a strange spirit appeared within me. It wanted me to do something for it, But I refused. Spirit? Jiang Lin's brows furrowed even deeper. Lin Yu would never betray him, given the vassal contract. So what was this spirit that suddenly appeared? What kind of spirit? What was its purpose? Lin Yu pondered. I only vaguely saw a pair of goat's hooves. As for the purpose, it didn't say anything. The mention of goat's hooves reminded Jiang Lin of the red-eyed dark sheep man. He didn't interrupt, motioning Lin Yu to continue. I warned it that if it appeared again, I would devour it. I have a feeling that if it did appear next time, I could indeed devour it. Jiang Lin fell into deep thought. The fact that Lin Yu's spirit could devour it meant that it wasn't very strong, probably below level 3. It just had a unique ability, the ability to enter another person's body. This ability clearly indicated a professional. A hypnotist? Or a traveler? He still knew very little about the various professions. Perhaps he should ask Little Greed. For some reason, he thought of the slug again. If he could have won, he would be able to understand many secrets of the fog. I understand. Don't worry about this. If they show up again, you can play along and try to get information. I won't blame you. Jiang Lin said this, looking at Lin Yu, who was also staring at him in a daze, unsure what to do. Huh? Jiang Lin raised his hand and waved it. Lin Yu quickly snapped back to her senses, then nodded. Okay, I understand. By the way, Jiang Lin didn't care, thinking about today's plan. Wait here for a while. I give you the materials later. You upgrade the shelter, and I need them. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Jiang Lin said nothing more. He made her a healing potion and headed for the storage room. Xiaoying had been assigned to boil water. He felt Lin Yu needed a bath, as she was still covered in slime. Storage room? Xiao Ten seemed even more listless, his mouth opening and closing slightly, as if he were lost in thought. Didn't you earn some crystals yesterday? Why are you so ungrateful? Jiang Lin casually pulled a chair from the wall and sat down. Humph. Little Greed snorted, seeming to want nothing to do with him. What's wrong with this guy today? Let's get down to business, Jiang Lin said seriously, ignoring him. Do you know which profession can enter another person's body with astral projection? 30. Little Greed's mouth visibly perked up. Carelessly throwing out 30 crystals, Jiang Lin patted its flesh tube. Tell me. Little Greed wasn't annoyed. After swallowing the crystals, he began to answer. As long as there's a benefit, it's still pretty reliable. There are many professions that can perform astral projection, and even many skills can do it. But there are only 2 that can enter another person's body, the hypnotist path and the traveler path. But those in the hypnotist path who can do this are probably high-level professionals, not those you can reach. Then the only thing left is the traveler path. It must be a level 3 dream enterer. Jiang Lin asked in surprise, level 3? Can't even level 2 do it? Xiao Teng curled his lips. Do you think entering someone else's body is that easy? Being able to do it at level 3 is already quite impressive. Jiang Lin pondered. Lin Yu said that if the other person entered her body again, she would devour him. Lin Yu was only level 2, so how could she have done that? Is it a special effect of the alienation? His mind became special, just like his? That was the only explanation. Level 3 dream enterer, sheep's hoof. Could it be a member of the red-eyed dark sheep people? But a level 3 dared to cause trouble for him. That was too much of a disdain for him, wasn't it? Unable to figure it out, Jiang Lin had to let it go for now, and pay more attention to his surroundings in the future. When the enemy comes, the general will fight back. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. The other party only dared to make minor moves, indicating that their strength was weak, which was good news. Jiang Lin walked out of the room, his eyes flashing as his spiritual sense sensed that Xiao Axe and the others had returned. Arriving outside the iron fort, he saw Xiaofu dragging 8 massive mechanical corpses with his tentacles. Excellent. Jiang Lin gave a thumbs up. Xiaofu scratched the saw axe with his tentacles, enjoying the sight. He ordered the iron fort to devour the entire thing, and had Xiao Hong throw the abyssal mist skeleton slug to it, along with the scattered level 3 and level 2 beasts he had killed. Protection core plus 8. Iron plus 492. Level 4 materials plus 3, level 3 plus 4, level 2 plus 3. Since the swollen beauty wasn't producing materials, he kept them for now. The level 4 monster corpses still had some collectible value. They might be useful later. He collected the crystals Xiox had dug up today. The final backpack contained 3094 iron, 3,835 crystals, 44 beast cores, 3 crystal cores, 9 protection cores, 9 level 4 materials, 8 level 3 materials, and 8 level 2 materials. Let's go home, Jiang Lin said to the three little ones with a smile. Not to mention the treasure chests and skills, today's harvest of materials alone was quite bountiful. The small axe and the small pickaxe walked arm in arm into the room, the small lamp circling behind them. The combination of the spider iron pickaxe and the tentacle axe looked quite unique. Calling Linyu. She had already showered and was much cleaner, her skin fair and translucent. In just a few moments, her two tentacles had grown a bit longer. This recovery speed was indeed fast. Jiang Lin calculated the materials needed to upgrade from level 2 to level 5. 1,000 crystals, 1,100 stone, 1,000 wood, 100 iron, 6 protective cores, and 1 crystal core. Keep it. He gave Linyu 1,100 crystals, 1,000 wood, and 100 iron. With the protective core and crystal core, she could reach level 5 today. So many? Linyu was surprised, her red lips slightly opened, and she accepted all the materials.